When everyone scoffed at the Mera Mera no Mi, Wujia unhesitatingly swallowed the fiery fruit. Who says the Logia type is destined to be weak? He integrated ancient martial techniques into the fruit's abilities, turning extreme heat into internal energy to strike his enemies. Even more shocking, this man didn't need a system or a cheat. His body, which was crashed into another world by great luck, was itself the most overpowered existence. While the pirate world was still debating who was the strongest in martial arts, Wujia's flames had already spread to every corner of the new world. Chapter 1. A crash of great luck and the whole transmigration. The Mera Mera no Mi isn't worth a dog's. I'll eat it. I'm eating the Mera Mera no Mi. Wujia was blowing in a slightly salty breeze, gazing at the fruit in his hand, which was filled with fiery, spiral patterns resembling something straight out of a passionate anime. From his previous life, Starve, his eyes were filled with determination. It's just a matter of taste, right? It's just a lower-tier fruit compared to the Logia magma fruit. But no matter how one belittles the Mera Mera no Mi, it ultimately belongs to the powerful Logia type. Moreover, while the fruit's fame was buried in Ace's hands, the outcome in Wujia's hands was still uncertain. You must know, he's a transmigrator. Though he didn't awaken any system after crossing over, in his previous life, he lived in a world of information explosion, and his development ideas for the Mera Mera no Mi were definitely far ahead of everyone in the pirate world. Whatever, since I got you at my most desperate moment, it must be fate. Wujia narrowed his eyes, opened his mouth wide, and bit down hard on the fruit in his hand. Ugh! As soon as the flesh entered his mouth, Wujia rolled his eyes and almost fainted from the extremely disgusting taste. Ugh ugh ugh! Wujia kept gagging, yet he stubbornly refused to spit out the fruit, instead covering his mouth tightly with one hand. If I can't even swallow a devil fruit, how can I devour the world in the future? He shouted madly in his heart, the burning desire in his eyes seemingly ignited by a flame, gradually becoming brilliant. In his previous life, before being sent to this other world by that overloaded great luck, Wujia was one of the successors of the traditional martial art Bajikwan. From the moment he began his training, his father taught him one principle. There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Unfortunately, time waits for no one. Wujia hadn't even fought for that first place in his original world before being crashed into this world. Yes, you heard it right. Under the high-speed impact of that overloaded great luck, his shattered body miraculously appeared in this pirate world in a younger form. As for why this happened, who knows? Wujia, the extreme of martial arts, must be the first. The fire of desire in Wujia's eyes grew even more intense. Then, he endured the nausea and swallowed the fruit along with its seed, not leaving a single bit behind. Finally, under the stimulation of an indescribable force, the fire of desire in Wujia's eyes completely turned into substance. Burn like this. Ignite. It's time to add another flame to this ambitious world. Wujia howled to the sky, and the crimson flame soared due to his surging emotions, painting the sky blood red. Someone's making a fire at the center of the island. On the two beaches of this deserted island, two stranded boys caught in a storm looked at the firelight reflected from the center of the island, their pupils revealing uncontrollable excitement. With fire, there's a high probability that someone is alive. And if someone is alive, it means there is food. Food! The two boys, spanning the north and south of the island, once again chimed in unison, and then, without hesitation, quickly moved towards the island center. At the center of the island. After an unknown amount of time, as Wujia was familiarizing himself with his newfound powers, he suddenly opened his eyes, his ears twitching quietly. Someone is coming? Hearing the approaching footsteps, Wujia's expression became complex. Having crashed onto this not-so-big deserted island for about a week, he found food when he was starving, and now someone was coming to the island. Could this be a turn of fortune? Although he entertained such thoughts, the taut string in Wujia's heart dared not relax for a moment. The anime One Piece was his greatest hobby aside from occasionally scrolling through social media or playing a game known as Toxic Mill Powder during his training breaks. Thus, while he wouldn't claim to fully understand this world, he was aware of its darkness. That so-called main character group was merely the last glimmer of light before dusk. Most people had actually turned into Blackbeard Marshall D. Teach. This is... When the figure in front of him came into full view, Wujia momentarily froze. If he wasn't mistaken, Black hair, freckles on the face, an orange cowboy hat adorned with two badges depicting a smile and a frown. This person was undoubtedly Port Gasti. Ace, the illegitimate son of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. Hiss. Wujia took a light breath. Luckily, he found the Mera no Mi early. Otherwise, regardless of whether this fruit was worth eating, he wouldn't have been able to eat it. Hey, are you going to start a fire to roast meat? Do you need my help? Ace, unaware of Wujia's thoughts, smiled brightly upon seeing that the other party was indeed human and waved a friendly greeting. Roast meat? Wujia's mouth twitched. On this godforsaken, deserted island, let alone meat, he hadn't even found a single edible plant. These past few days, he had survived solely on dew. Roast meat? More like roast nothing. Just as Wujia was about to complain, a boy behind him with short blue hair and a mask on his face spoke up first. Hello, can you give me some food? I promise to repay you 100-fold once we leave this deserted island. Facing the hopeful gazes of the two, Wujia stood up, shook off the dust from his black sports jacket, and replied irritably, Food? Do I look like someone who has food? The two were taken aback, and after glancing at Wujia's peculiar attire and the faint black smoke rising from the ground around him, the excitement in their eyes was gradually replaced by confusion and disappointment that, food. No food is my dream. Going to end here? The blue-haired boy radiated an aura of despair, murmuring as he helplessly sat down on the ground. And here? Don't joke around. If you have a dream, you must never give up easily, even if it costs you your life. In contrast to the blue-haired boy's despair, Ace shouted out again with full enthusiasm. Interesting. Truly interesting. Wujia looked at the somewhat delusional boy Ace in front of him, a trace of subtle appreciation flashing in his eyes. Dreams may be an ethereal existence, but as long as you don't give up and pursue them with all your might, there is always a chance of realization. But if you resort to despair, everything will become a mirage. It's easy to say don't give up, but what do you plan to do? Wujia asked Ace. Little did he know that Ace's next answer would make Wujia's mouth twitch. I don't know. Chapter 2. Ace and the Masked Boy. You don't know? Wujia was quite speechless, wanting nothing more than to press the self-righteous Ace to the ground and rub him hard. Yeah, I don't know. Ace seemed completely oblivious to Wujia's change in attitude, still answering in a carefree manner, a faint smile on his face. Wuji wanted to give that freckled face a hard pinch, but as the saying goes, one should never hit a smiling face. Forget it. He sighed and turned to the masked boy. Although this cowboy hat talks a bit thoughtlessly, he did say something right earlier. With dreams, one should never give up easily. Cheer up. Wuji didn't want to be stuck on a deserted island. And in the original story, these two later established the Spade Pirates and made quite a name for themselves on the seas. Clearly, aside from the oblivious Ace, the one who could build ships, or at least had knowledge about shipbuilding, was definitely this masked boy. Wuji's shout echoed in the masked boy's ears, striking his dull heart like a bell tolling. Don't give up. Don't give up. The confusion in the masked boy's eyes gradually faded, leaving only determination. Yes, I can't give up. I will never give up on my dreams again. After shouting, the masked boy stood up and slowly but firmly walked towards the direction Ace came from. There's no food over there. As the masked boy passed by, Ace kindly reminded him. However, the masked boy ignored him and firmly said, I'm not looking for food, I'm looking for materials to build a ship. As long as I have materials, I can definitely escape this deserted island. Materials for building a ship? Ace's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Are you looking for the wood floating in the bay? Yes. The masked boy suddenly turned back and urged, Hurry and take me there. Okay. Ace did not hesitate and turned to lead the masked boy away. Seeing this, Wuji could no longer sit still. Although he had eaten the flame fruit and gained superhuman strength, this power came at a price. The sea was an enemy he could not avoid. I can't build ships, but can I find someone who can build ships to be my subordinate? Wuji thought to himself, stepping forward forcefully, his figure shooting out like an arrow. Ace and the masked boy felt a strong wind rush past their ears, and when they opened their eyes again, Wuji was still standing in front of them. What incredible speed! Both were shocked, their gazes fixed on the black-haired man before them. Looking at his face, he seemed a bit older than them, not particularly handsome, but he exuded a sense of toughness. Moreover, he was significantly taller than both of them. What do you want? Faced with this imposing black-clad man, The masked boy could hardly contain his racing heart and asked nervously. Wu Ji grinned, no longer hiding his strength, and said frankly, of course, I want to help you build a ship. Help me build a ship? The masked boy was momentarily stunned, but quickly reacted, sighing in relief as his racing heart gradually calmed down. Great! He didn't say much else and agreed directly. After all, with the strength displayed by the man before him, he had no choice but to agree. Let's go. The masked boy turned his gaze to Ace. Oh, okay. Ace snapped back to reality from his shock, instinctively tightening his fists, but the combat urge that quietly grew in his heart was forcibly suppressed. He wasn't afraid, it was just that the timing wasn't right. Once they escaped this deserted island and found a place to eat and drink their fill, that would be the moment he boldly issued a challenge. Nice eyes. Wu Ji watched the figure ahead with the cowboy hat moving forward, an uncontrollable, meaningful smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. If he could completely win over Port Gasti, Ace, and have him by his side, he would definitely not lack strong opponents in the future. As for everything else, Wu Ji couldn't be bothered to think. This pirate world was not like his previous life. As long as he acted according to his martial arts principles, he would do as he pleased, regardless of the floods. In this life, he vowed to be the scorching heat wave that swept across the world. North of the island, with the masked boy's expertise in shipbuilding, combined with the strong alliance of Wu Ji and Ace, a small raft capable of carrying 3 people, quickly reached completion. That we did it. We succeeded. The masked boy looked at the small raft floating on the sea and, despite being extremely hungry, couldn't help but cheer excitedly. Let's go. We need to leave this deserted island quickly, Ace said urgently. There was no way. Just thinking about being able to fight against Wu Ji after eating his fill made it impossible for him to remain calm. Perhaps even he didn't realize that the fighting genes in his body were nearly identical to those of the pirate king Joel D. Roger. Finally leaving this cursed place, Wu Ji was also very happy. However, just as he was about to step onto the wooden boat, a sharp bird-like screech suddenly echoed from the spot where he had discovered the flame fruit. Squawk! Upon hearing this sound, the joy on the masked boy and Ace's faces instantly vanished. How could there be such a powerful monster on this deserted island? The masked boy turned pale, constantly praying that the monster wouldn't discover them. But often, what one fears most will come. Squawk! As the sharp screech rang out again, a shadow rapidly enlarged from the edge of their vision. Not good. That monster is coming for us. Run. We have to run. The masked boy dashed onto the small raft, grabbed a simple paddle, and began to swing it desperately. But when his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Wu Ji and Ace, his movements froze. You guys. He looked at the two still, standing motionless on the beach, feeling a wave of dizziness. With our speed and rowing, we can't escape. If we want to leave safely, we have to defeat that strange bird. Ace's expression was serious as he picked up a thick wooden stick the size of an adult man's thigh and glanced at Wu Ji, saying, Do you think I'm right? Strange black-clad man. Strange black-clad man? Wu Ji's forehead was filled with black lines, and he said in a displeased tone, My name is Wu Ji, not some oddly dressed black-clad man. Wu Ji. Ace repeated the name, then suddenly smiled. I don't call myself Cowboy Hat either. Wu Ji, listen carefully. My name is Port Gasti. Ace. After introducing himself, Ace turned his gaze to the masked boy. Now that we're in this together, it shouldn't be a problem for us to share names, right? Huh. The masked boy smiled casually and said, Names are something I discarded long ago along with my true face. So, call me whatever you want. Discarded? Ace was momentarily stunned, then laughed. In that case, I'll call you Dias. Thus, under the increasingly strange gaze of the masked boy, the 3 of them finally learned each other's names. Chapter 3. An alternative use of the flame fruit. I'll go first. Seeing the monster bird getting closer, Wu Ji took the initiative to strike first. Ace could no longer hold back, grabbing the wooden stick in his hand and stepping forward, swinging it down hard at the monster bird's head. Looks just like a scene from Roger's time. Wu Ji looked up at the impending collision between man and bird, his tense muscles gradually relaxing. After all, this was Port Gasti. Ace, inheritor of the Pirate King's notorious bloodline, even without eating the flame fruit, he wouldn't think the opponent would be weak at all. Moreover, aside from bloodlines, a certain old Marine's devil training accompanied Ace through most of his childhood. Bang! The wooden stick struck the giant monster bird's head, instantly shattering it into a cloud of wood chips. Damn it! After landing a hit, Ace's face showed no joy of victory. That charged strike of his, if it had been steel, would have severely injured the giant monster bird, if not killed it. Unfortunately, he had picked a seemingly large wooden stick, which was completely rotten inside. Caw! Although Ace's attack didn't cause much damage to the giant monster bird, it undoubtedly enraged it completely. Swish! The giant monster bird's sharp beak darted out rapidly, aiming directly at Ace's head. Watch out, dodge quickly! The masked boy, Dorse, shouted loudly upon seeing the dangerous situation. But Ace seemed stunned, completely unmoved. Hey! Dorse sighed and was about to cover his eyes. But just as he was about to lose sight, he suddenly noticed Ace had moved. If the stick can't defeat you, then I'll use my fist to completely defeat you. In a flash, Ace sidestepped with greater speed, and his ready fist shot out like a cannonball. Bang! This powerful punch landed solidly on the side of the giant monster bird's head, sending its massive body flying backward and kicking up a cloud of dust upon hitting the ground. Wow, so impressive! Dorse exclaimed wide-eyed. In contrast, Ace, after knocking the giant monster bird away, did not pursue but looked at Wujia with a hint of pride. The gaze seemed to say, "Aren't I great? Praise me, come on, praise me." Ha! Wujia met Ace's gaze, saying nothing, only letting out a light chuckle. What does that mean? Why isn't he praising me? Wasn't my punch cool? Wasn't it powerful? Ace felt a bit confused, while the giant monster bird he had knocked away was already regaining its senses. Such a powerful human. The giant monster bird shook its head, realizing that just one hit from the opponent had cleared its anger-fueled red eyes. I can't win, I have to escape. The giant monster bird glanced at Ace's position through the smoke and flapped its wings, trying to flee the scene quickly. However, adhering to the principle of no harm in smoke, Wujia, who was always alert to the smoke's movements, would not let this opportunity slip away. Oh no, wait, it's a bird. Bang! He stomped the ground with immense force again, launching himself like an arrow from a bow. Hey, you! Just as Ace was about to say something upon seeing Wujia suddenly vanish from sight, that black figure had already leaped above the cloud of dust. What is he trying to do? Ace muttered in confusion. But soon, Wujia's actions provided him with an answer. I wonder if my idea will work. In a moment of urgency, Wujia extended his left arm to grab the edge of the beak that had just emerged from the smoke, then spread his right fingers wide, gathering intense flames in his palm, and slammed down hard, crack. Accompanied by the crisp sound of bones breaking, the giant monster bird's body crashed down heavily again. That move is even better. Dorse couldn't help but praise. Immediately afterward, he felt a resentful gaze directed at him. I'm just speaking the truth. Dorse muttered softly, glancing at Ace with an awkward expression, then eagerly made his way toward Wujia. Seeing this, Ace quickly caught up to Dorse, constantly murmuring, "Dorse, do you really think Wujia's move was that impressive? Don't you think my punch was the coolest? Dorse, Dorse," until they reached Wujia's side. Seeing that Ace showed no signs of stopping, Dorse finally couldn't hold back and shouted, "Enough, Ace! Regardless of whose move is stronger, just the fact that Wujia stopped that giant monster bird from escaping means you already lost. You must understand, this is our only food source within reach." Upon hearing this, Ace froze in place. Right, food. This is food within reach. If Wujia hadn't intervened, even if they could set sail, they would have gone hungry for a long time. But now, with this giant monster bird, everything was different. Realizing the implications, Ace suddenly clenched his fists and shouted, "Wujia, I admit defeat this time. But next time, I will definitely win." After saying this, Ace walked with determination toward where the giant monster bird had fallen, leaving Dorse in shock. "What are you going to do?" Dorse asked. "Even though I've lost, that monster bird was my chosen opponent, and I want to finish it off completely." As Ace spoke and walked, suddenly his steps came to a halt. "What's wrong with you now?" Seeing Ace dazed in place, Dorse, who was already starving, became increasingly impatient. Let's eat. Let's eat." At this moment, Dorse just wanted to have a hearty meal. Unfortunately, someone always delayed his eating progress, which was truly frustrating. If he weren't weaker than the other party, Dorse would definitely let them know how serious the consequences were for obstructing a hungry person from eating. Disappeared. Ace was oblivious to Dorse's thoughts as he stared in shock at the area where the dust was gradually dissipating. One hit. The opponent, with just one hit, had directly killed that giant monster bird. And his earlier punch, in order to showcase his strength in front of Wuji and Dorse, had been done without holding back at all. In such a comparison, the difference was clear. Disappeared? What disappeared? Dorse, who had grown up in a noble family, had never experienced a wonderful childhood like Ace's and had very little battle experience thus. He couldn't feel what had happened in. The dust, dead. Ace gritted his teeth, his tone filled with embarrassment and anger. With just one hit, that bastard Wujia, he completely made the life force of that giant monster bird disappear with just one strike. Chapter 4. The flesh conceals fire. Ultimately leading to internal detonation. Is Wu Ji really this strong? Ace's words undoubtedly reinforced Dio's perception of Wu Ji. Oof. One day, I will be stronger than him. Ace clenched his fist and muttered angrily. However, the result was a look of disdain from Dios. Dios, you bastard. Don't look at me with that kind of expression. Ace shouted in frustration. If this were when they were younger, he would have definitely punched the one mocking him. But times have changed. After receiving etiquette lessons from Miss Machino, he had learned to restrain his recklessness and impulsiveness to some extent. All right, I'm a bastard. Seeing that Ace had no intention of harming him, Dios just wanted to quickly end this topic and find Wu Ji to see if he could get a meal. However, before he could finish speaking, he strangely caught a whiff of a meaty aroma wafting through the air. So delicious. Dios' eyes lit up. Ace was no exception either. In the next second, the two turned their heads in perfect unison towards the source of the aroma. Before their eyes, the giant monster bird had somehow lost all its feathers and was exuding a captivating meaty scent. Barbecue. This is the smell of barbecue. Ace and Dios shouted in unison, their eyes sparkling as they rushed towards Wu Ji. Want to eat? Looking at Ace and Dios, whose mouths were already watering, Wu Ji was in a good mood and generously tore off 2 roasted wings, tossing them to the two. Thank you. The two caught the roasted wings and sincerely thanked Wu Ji before happily tearing into them. Pretty polite. Wu Ji held a roasted thigh in each hand, eating while pondering. The reason he was in such a good mood at that moment was entirely because his previous guesses and experiments had been confirmed within the giant monster bird's body. Since the pirate world is one where top-tier powerhouses can play with fire, and he, as a flame fruit user who also possesses ancient martial arts heritage, naturally had to forge a different path. You all like to play with open flames, right? Then I, Wu Ji, will play with hidden flames. We're hidden flames. Ancient martial arts speak of dark force and penetrating force. This hidden flame is Wu Ji's combination of the penetrating force from the 8 extremes, supplemented by compressed flames, directly penetrating into the enemy's flesh. The flesh conceals fire, ultimately leading to internal detonation. Wu Ji murmured, his eyes filled with barely suppressed excitement. As long as he could proficiently use this technique, even the so-called strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the 100 Beasts, who possesses a steel balloon physique, he was confident he could inflict damage on him. A spark can start a prairie fire. If I could inject all the terrifying temperature and destructive power unleashed by the Flame Emperor into my enemy's body, what kind of scene would that be? Thinking of this, Wu Ji became incredibly excited. He didn't know who would be the first to experience the terror of this move in the future. Big brother Wu Ji, can you give me some more meat? Just as Wu Ji was lost in thought, Dio's cautious voice pulled him back to reality. Want to eat meat? No problem. Wu Ji smiled brightly, tearing off an entire bird neck and handing it to Dios. This blue-haired kid, who was exceptionally knowledgeable about navigation, was one of the subordinates he most wanted to recruit. Thank you so much, big brother Wu Ji. Dios took the bird neck and bowed 90 degrees towards Wu Ji. You're too polite. Wu Ji laughed and helped Dios up, narrowing his eyes and saying, Dios, right? From today on, I am your big brother. In the future, as we sail the seas, as long as I have food, you will never go hungry. Upon hearing this, Dios was filled with astonishment beneath his mask. No, I was just being polite. Why are you taking it seriously? Dios slowly raised his head, glancing at Wu Ji's seemingly smiling face, wanting to refuse, but his throat felt as if it had been blocked by a bird's bone, and he couldn't get the words out. All right. If you don't say anything, I'll take that as your agreement. Wu Ji cheerfully helped the bowing Dios up, then tore off a thick piece of breast meat from the giant monster bird, unceremoniously stuffing it into Dios' hands. Eat, eat more. Forcibly accepting Dios as his navigator, Wu Ji then squinted his eyes at the seemingly petrified Ace, speaking in a tempting tone. I have a lot of meat here. Do you want to eat? Want. Hearing about eating meat, Ace reflexively responded, but then he quickly shook his head like a rattle drum, repeatedly refusing. I don't want to eat meat. Really? Really? Ace nodded vigorously. Ha! Vuyi chuckled, teasing the inexperienced freckled kid in front of him for a moment before his expression suddenly turned serious, and he asked in a deep voice, Ace, what is your dream? Ace was silent for a long time, and finally looked up to meet Wu Ji's gaze, calmly stating an extremely arrogant ambition, to become the strongest in the world. To become the strongest in the world? Wu Ji didn't mock him, nor did he belittle this arrogant dream. He just looked at Ace calmly, quietly observing him. Under the influence of this strange atmosphere, Dios also stopped chewing. After an unknown amount of time, a drop of cold sweat slid down Dios' forehead, the tiny bead hitting the ground with a faint cracking sound, ultimately breaking the eerie atmosphere. So Wu Ji spoke. What a coincidence. My dream is also to become the strongest in the world. As soon as his words fell, an invisible killing intent spread between Wu Ji and Ace. Gulp. Standing beside them, Dios felt his teeth clattering uncontrollably under the impact of this invisible killing intent. If these two suddenly erupted, given his current position, he would most likely be caught in the crossfire. Thinking of this, Dios gritted his teeth and quickly tried to steer the conversation. Big brother Wu Ji. If the meat gets cold, it won't taste good. Let's continue eating. All right, let's eat. Wu Ji burst into laughter, and the invisible killing intent instantly dissipated. Then, under Dios' astonished gaze, Wu Ji tore half of the monster bird meat in front of him and threw it to the confused Ace. I don't want to win unfairly. Eat up. You need energy to compete for the title of the strongest in the world. Vui explained calmly. Is that so? Ace did not refuse, directly grabbing the monster bird meat and chewing it eagerly. Are they still going to fight? Dios sighed helplessly. To be honest, he didn't have a bad impression of either Wu Ji or Ace. He really didn't want them to fight to the death. However, as a cheap little brother, his words held little weight. It was already difficult enough to persuade them once. If he tried again, it would be overstepping and would only make things uncomfortable for himself. Chapter 5. Instant kill. Are you done eating? Seeing Ace swallow all the monster bird meat, Wu Ji slowly stood up straight. Come on. Ace wiped the corner of his mouth, his eyes showing no fear. He was determined to become the strongest in the world. How could he fear any challenges on the road to greatness? Very good momentum. Wu Ji stood with his hands behind his back, his eyes filled with appreciation and approval, but lacking the expression that Ace most wanted to see. Bastard, how dare you underestimate me? I will make you pick up your teeth from the ground. After saying this, Ace took a big step forward, charging with momentum, and swung his fist toward Wu Ji's head. Though his momentum was strong, the attack was full of flaws. Wu Ji's expression remained unchanged. When Ace's fist was less than an inch from his face, he swiftly swung his left arm. Bang! With one arm, he deflected Ace's right fist, and Wu Ji immediately stepped forward with his right foot, his right shoulder crashing violently into Ace's chest. Boom! A dull sound echoed, and an invisible shockwave sent Ace, whose expression was completely distorted, flying backward. What a terrifying physical attack! Dios looked at the faintly visible crimson bloodline in the sky, feeling a chill run down his spine, his whole body trembling slightly. With such an offensive display, he couldn't even bear to look at it, let alone withstand it. No way, I need to get further away. Just as Dios was slowly retreating, Ace, who had been sent flying over 100 meters, finally crashed heavily onto the beach. After taking a moment to catch his breath, Ace struggled to prop himself up and then began to cough violently. Cough, cough, his coughing was mixed with blood, gradually staining a small patch of the beach red. A few seconds later, just as Ace was about to lift his head, a shadow suddenly loomed over him. Are you going to keep fighting? Wu Ji looked at Ace, who was kneeling on the ground with his hand supporting him, his tone completely emotionless. However, no matter how hard Ace tried, his severe injuries simply wouldn't allow him to utter a second word. Soon after, his eyes rolled back, and he fainted, seeing Ace collapse. A look of surprise gradually appeared on Wuji's face. When did my strength become this powerful? It was no wonder he had such doubts. After enduring hunger and not encountering any fierce enemies on the island, he hadn't had a chance to fight at all. Now that he had eaten a little, he was shocked even himself with his strength once he finally made a move. Has my physique been enhanced? With this question in mind, Wuji raised his hand to feel his muscles and bones. Before long, his eyes widened. Wow, so strong. Wuji couldn't help but curse in excitement. With such robust muscles, if martial artists from his previous life found out, forget about asking for disciples' fees. They would probably beg to be his students. This was truly an unexpected joy. An unexpected joy. With such a physique, I should be at the pinnacle in this pirate world. Wuji suddenly started dancing with excitement, which frightened Dios into retreating again. However, as he was backing away, he suddenly stopped. No, I can't just stand by and watch. Dios thought to himself that he could not face the freak Wuji alone. He had to drag Ace along to attract the firepower. With this thought, Dios suppressed his inner turmoil and hurried towards Wuji, shouting, "Brother Wuji, please show mercy." Huh? Seeing Dios rushing over, Wuji was quite puzzled. "Brother Wuji, let me explain." Seeing Wuji's expression change, Dios quickly recited the excuse he had prepared in advance. "Brother Wuji, our little raft needs to be manually paddled for power. With your status, it wouldn't be appropriate for you to paddle, and with my slender arms and legs, I don't have much strength." At this point, Dios pointed at the unconscious Ace, thinking that this guy was the most suitable. "Oh, really?" Wuji looked at Dios meaningfully, then smiled and said, "Dios, I think what you said makes a lot of sense. Since that's the case, then Ace will be left to you." He had no intention of killing Ace, and since this cheap little brother of his pleaded on his behalf, he didn't mind giving him a favor. After all, debts of gratitude are the hardest to repay once too many accumulate. The other party has only two choices: either sell their life to him completely or be killed to settle things once and for all. Did he really agree? Dios looked at Wuji's departing back, his face showing a look of astonishment. Were his words really that effective? No, something's not right. Something must be off. Aspiring to be a writer, Dios felt that something was wrong, but he couldn't quite figure it out at the moment. Just then, Wuji's urging voice pulled his thoughts back to reality. "Dios, what are you dawdling for? Bring Ace and get on the ship. We're ready to set sail." "Oh, okay." Dios snapped back to reality, struggling to lift the Ace, who was nearly his size, and awkwardly made his way to the small raft on the shore. "Set sail! Set sail!" Once Dios's breath gradually calmed down, Wuji couldn't wait to stand at the bow of the ship and shout loudly, "At your command, Captain!" Dios echoed at the right moment, using his aching arms to paddle vigorously. However, as time passed, even though Dios was sweating profusely from paddling, the special ocean current surrounding the island felt like an invisible giant hand, firmly dragging the little boat that wanted to set sail. "Dios, are you even capable?" Wuji, who didn't understand anything about sailing, thought Dios wasn't trying hard enough, so he asked. Upon hearing this, Dios stopped paddling, and his half-covered face, not obscured by the mask, revealed a smile even uglier than crying. "Captain, we might be trapped here." "Trapped? Impossible. This is absolutely impossible." Wuji waved his hand, not believing Dios's words. The reason was simple. According to the anime plot, Ace's place of death was the Marine headquarters Marineford, not this nameless deserted island. There's nothing impossible. Dios was not a complete novice in sailing. Through his continuous paddling earlier, he had discovered a fact that filled him with despair. The special ocean current surrounding the island could not be broken through by mere hand paddling or favorable winds. "Are you going to give up again?" Seeing Dios's increasingly dejected and lonely expression, Wuji's temper flared up. He suddenly grabbed Dios by the collar and lifted him out of the boat, coldly saying, "Dios, if you truly want to be a waste who can give up on your dreams at any time, then you have no reason to live." Chapter 6. Set sail. Facing Wuji's terrifying gaze that seemed ready to devour him, Dios felt a chill run from his soul straight to the top of his head. "I haven't given up," Dios replied, frightened but still gritting his teeth. "Haven't given up? Good. Very good." Wuji's eyes still flickered with dangerous light as he sneered. "Since that's the case, then what should we do next?" I understand. Dios nodded vigorously. At this moment, he would rather work himself to death than face Wuji's piercing gaze again. Good understanding. Wuji praised him and casually placed Dios back on the raft, kindly putting 2 paddles in his hands. Splash! Splash! The paddles churned in the seawater, but the boat's speed remained as slow as a snail. Something's not right. At this moment, even if Wuji didn't understand sailing knowledge, he sensed something was off. He quickly turned back to ask his cheap little brother, Dios, what do you mean when you said we would be trapped here? Upon hearing this, Dios, as if granted amnesty, stopped paddling and explained his guess in detail. I see. Wuji exclaimed, suddenly enlightened, and then his face flushed. Although he had a tough personality, he was not unreasonable. Clearly, he had wrongly accused Dios earlier. After all, Dios had no way of knowing that he was a flame fruit user and that he could unleash terrifying powers far beyond that of ordinary people. Dios, I'm sorry, Wuji said sincerely. Hearing this, Dios was left dumbfounded. He had to admit that he had misjudged him. This cheap big brother actually apologized to a weakling like himself? At that moment, Dios had a whole new understanding of Wuji's character. Are you surprised? Wuji placed his hand on Dios's shoulder, a smirk appearing at the corner of his mouth as he grinned. Next time, if you notice any unusual circumstances, just tell me directly. Don't complain there, otherwise, after being scolded or beaten and then accepting my apology, you'll be the one at a loss. Do you understand? Watching Wuji's expression change as quickly as flipping a book, Dios felt a twitch in the corner of his eye, gaining a new understanding of him again. Hold on tight. Keep an eye on Ace. Wuji jumped to the stern of the ship without looking back. At this moment, there was no time to care about what Dios was thinking. He just wanted to leave this cursed place as soon as possible. Oh, all right. Although Dios didn't know what Wuji was planning to do, he instinctively obeyed. As he grabbed the wooden raft with one hand and supported Ace with the other, he heard a loud roar from behind. Fire fist. The instant the roar fell, a scorching wave of heat swept through the air, pushing the small wooden raft beneath them rapidly away from the invisible hand's restraint. On the rippling blue sea, the sky was as clear as a wash, and a small, dilapidated wooden raft drifted slowly with the waves. Dios, which sea are we in now? Wuji, sitting bored at the bow of the boat, asked the person behind him without turning around. Big brother, we are currently in the East Sea, which is known as the weakest sea. Dios replied. The East Sea? Wuji immediately became interested upon hearing this. Although the East Sea was labeled the weakest sea, he knew very well that it was a place full of hidden talents. Not to mention the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp, who occasionally returned to visit family. But just the presence of Frost Moon Kong Shiro, who was hiding in Frost Moon Village, was not to be underestimated. After all, someone who could teach a 3-sword style master like Roronoa Zoro could not possibly be weak. Moreover, in the East Sea, there was also the possibility of encountering the top-tier powerhouse Shanks, who had already entered the ranks of the 4 emperors. Dios, do you know where Frost Moon Village is? Wuji suddenly asked. Dios shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Don't know? Wuji felt a bit disappointed and then asked about the famous town's location. Then do you know where Lo Town is? Lo Town? Of course I know. Dios answered without any hesitation, looked up at the sun, and then pointed in a direction. It's over there. Very good. Wuji glanced at the still unconscious Ace, made a decision, and said, let's go Lo Town. 2.5 days later, a small, rickety wooden raft swayed as it docked at the port of Lo Town. We finally arrived, Lo Town. Wuji jumped onto the dock, inhaling the unique fragrance of the soil, feeling an indescribable sense of relief in his heart. It wasn't that he disliked sailing. It was just that the raft was too small. Not only could it not shield them from wind and rain, but they also had nothing to eat or drink and couldn't train. Anyone would feel oppressed after staying for too long. Let's go, little brothers. Big brother will take you to eat. Wuji waved his hand and confidently walked toward the town. Dios had no objection to this. However, Ace, who had awakened yesterday, but still looked pale, pouted and muttered softly, I'm not your little brother. Shut up. Dios cursed softly after hearing Ace's mumble, and then said, if you don't want to be a little brother, then work hard to become strong and defeat big brother Wuji. Didn't he say that as long as you can beat him, you will be his big brother, and he will be your little brother? Aye. Ace was rendered speechless by Dias. If he could beat Wujia now, would he still need to mumble quietly? Hey, what are you two still dawdling for? Come on. Seeing his two little brothers still on the small raft, Wujia turned around in surprise and shouted, "Coming." Ace and Dias answered simultaneously, but the former was willing while the latter was reluctant. At the restaurant after Wujia, along with Ace and Dias, finished eating enough food for hundreds of people, they suddenly realized an extremely terrifying thing. They had no money. The combined wealth of the three of them couldn't even make up one belly. "Big brother, what should we do?" Dias whispered beside Wujia. "How about we just run away?" Ace also suggested quietly. "Shut up." Wujia scolded Ace in a low voice. He wasn't the type to eat and run. If it was his, he would fight to the death if someone dared to rob him. If it wasn't his, he would still consider it carefully. In his view, if you put in the effort, you should get a return. "Boss, those three big eaters seem to have no money," just as Wujia and the others were whispering. The restaurant staff noticed their predicament and hurried to the kitchen to report this news to the restaurant owner, who was almost burning the frying pan. "What? No money?" The restaurant owner seemed to be struck by lightning, and he was stunned by this news. "Boss, what's wrong? Boss, say something." The staff kept shaking their boss, who was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. In this day and age, it's hard to find a job. If he went bankrupt because of those three people, wouldn't he become unemployed? Chapter 7. Inviting the White Hunter. Is that naval officer currently in Logtown? The restaurant owner's first thought after regaining his senses was of the naval officer known as the White Hunter. Although this smoking naval officer was not easy to get along with. After all, the Navy was the Navy, and it was better than dealing with a customer who eats and runs. He should be at the bar, the staff said uncertainly. Then why aren't you hurrying to invite him? The restaurant owner didn't care about anything else. He was determined to grasp this last straw for salvation. "Okay, I'm going right now." The staff didn't hesitate and immediately rushed out of the restaurant. As for the restaurant owner, he held several plates of food and walked toward the trio of unwelcome guests. His goal was simple, to find a way to stall these three until Smoker arrived. However, before he could implement his plan, a loud kick on the door startled him into inaction. Bang! With a crisp sound, the restaurant door shattered. Following that, a dozen fierce-looking men, some with skull tattoos on their chests or arms, entered the tavern one after another. "Hey, I just arrived and there's food." The leading man hadn't finished speaking when one of his subordinates chimed in. "Boss, you are truly favored by the goddess of fate. Think about the White Hunter. Who knows how many pirates have died at his hands, but under your leadership, we miraculously left him behind and arrived first at his stronghold." Seeing this person flattering the boss, one of the pirates became displeased. He quickly interrupted and began to flatter himself. "Boss, after we eat and drink our fill, we will thoroughly loot Lowtown again. That way, the White Hunter won't have to patrol so hard, and I'm sure he'll be very grateful to us." "Ha ha ha, not bad. What you all said is very good." The leading man laughed heartily at the flattery. However, upon hearing what they said, the restaurant owner could no longer hold on. His legs went weak, and he dropped the food he was holding to the ground. Crash! The sound of broken dishes and bowls immediately silenced the laughter of the leading man. "You dare to smash my food?" The leading man widened his eyes, then swung his large knife and shouted, "Kill him! Chop him into meat paste!" "As you command." The group of subordinates replied with grins. They then drew their weapons and slowly surrounded the restaurant owner with a ferocious aura. "No, don't come over." The restaurant owner wanted to run, but his trembling legs wouldn't listen to him. "Go to hell." As the pirate's shining long knife swung down toward the restaurant owner, a certain unwelcome guest who was eating and running disappeared from his seat. "Little brat, do you want to die?" Instead of the expected pain, the restaurant owner heard an unexpected roar. In an instant, the restaurant owner, who had closed his eyes waiting for death, suddenly opened them again. What he saw was that a cold blade was only 1 centimeter away from his forehead, held firmly by a large hand, unable to advance even a millimeter. "You." The restaurant owner turned to look at the owner of the large hand, with 1,000 words stuck in his throat. "Your cooking skills are quite good." Wu Ji smiled at the restaurant owner, then ignored the furious Karami shouting at him, and looked at the leading man, asking indifferently, "Are you a pirate? Do you have a bounty?" As soon as these words were spoken, before the leading man could respond, his gang of subordinates instantly became agitated. You little brat. Who do you think you're looking down on? Our boss definitely has a bounty, a whopping one. 5 million berries. Upon hearing the figure of 5 million berries, Wu Ji's eyes lit up, and he automatically ignored the subsequent foul language. Boss 5 million berries. Is that enough to cover our meal? Wu Ji asked. Huh? The restaurant owner, after being shocked, seemed to understand something. He first nodded, then shook his head frantically. There are only 3 of you, but they have more than 10 people. You can't defeat them. Just hurry and run for your lives. Run for our lives? What a fool to be dreaming. The pirate whose knife was grabbed by Wu Ji was enraged and attempted to draw his gun from his waist to send this person who embarrassed him to hell. Unfortunately, while the thought was beautiful, the reality was cruel. Pucci, a flash of a knife, passed by, and the long knife that originally belonged to him was directly severed at the neck under the enemy's monstrous strength. Hud. The head rolled to the ground, finally stopping at the feet of the leading man. However, this bloody scene did not instill fear in the big man. Instead, it ignited his ferocity. You dare to kill my subordinate? Wahaha! I will tear you to pieces. Everyone attack him. The leading man pointed his big knife, and the rest of the pirates instantly glared with murderous intent, rushing towards Wu Ji. Just finished eating, and there's a fight. What luck? Ace, having eaten his fill, didn't he care whether his injuries were healed or not, and cracked his knuckles as he stood up. This is really chaotic. D.O.C. sighed softly, but he didn't show any cowardice due to Wu Ji's actions. Instead, he firmly stood up from his seat. Interesting. Observing the performances of Ace and D.O.C., Wu Ji's mouth curled into a knowing smile. But in an instant, the smile vanished, and blood and fire surged. Step up, charge forward. With flames as his bones, his arms moved like great guns, stabbing, smashing, or cleaving. Wherever he passed, knives and guns shattered, bones crumbled, and all were annihilated. No, don't kill me. When Wu Ji halted in front of the leading man, the arrogance on his face had completely faded, leaving only horror and fear. Not just him. Even the 3 spectators in the restaurant couldn't help but swallow hard. So strong. D.O.C. couldn't discern the depth of the techniques, but he knew he definitely couldn't withstand even one move. Very strong. This time, Ace also nodded seriously, affirming D.O.C.'s words. That Crimson Arm's fierce techniques. Ace's eyes flickered as he wanted to ask, but didn't know how to approach it. This. The restaurant owner was so scared that his teeth chattered, and at this moment, he could only pray repeatedly in his heart. He prayed that the waiter would return empty-handed, and that the White Hunter would return to Lowtown later. Do you want to live? Wu Ji looked at the big man and asked inexplicably. Yes. I want to live. The leading man seemed to grasp the last straw for survival, frantically begging. I'm a pirate. If you hand me over to the Navy, you can collect the 5 million berries bounty without killing me. Unfortunately, what the god of slaughter-like man said next ruthlessly shattered all his fantasies. The taste of wanting but not getting should make you even more restless, right? Chapter 8. Dasky. Who dares to draw a sword against the strong you? The pirate captain had just uttered a word, and Wu Ji's right palm struck heavily on the top of his head. Crack! In an instant, the crisp sound of bones cracking echoed with blood, adding splashes of crimson to the restaurant. P.S. already begging for mercy. Why kill him? Ace frowned, unable to understand why Wu Ji would kill someone who was kneeling and begging for mercy. He begged for mercy. Do I have to hold back? Wu Ji smiled wickedly, narrowing his eyes at Ace. Did you not smell the unshakable stench of blood on him? Tell me, did the owner of these smells ever beg for mercy in his lifetime? Furthermore, anyone who shows killing intent towards me, once defeated by my hand, shouldn't their life belong to me? Ace fell silent. Do you think going to see is child's play? Wu Ji looked directly at Ace, speaking somewhat coldly. Before your strength can dictate the rules, bury that useless mercy deep in your heart. At this moment, he was truly playing the role of an older brother. After all, a potential little brother with explosive talent is hard to come by. Moreover, he had also eaten the flame fruit that originally belonged to Ace. Therefore, he didn't mind being a bit more patient and spinning a bit more words. Hearing this, Ace stared blankly at Wu Ji for a moment before softly saying, I understand. I hope so. Wu Ji didn't expect that one appearance could make Ace fully grasp his intentions. But if he could plant a seed in the other's heart, that would be enough. Let's go. After a satisfying meal, Wu Ji didn't plan to stay in the restaurant any longer. As for the aftermath, he had never thought about it. The bounty of 5 million berries was neither too much nor too little. It was enough to cover the meal and should leave a surplus that could allow the restaurant owner to renovate the place. Thank God they're finally leaving. As Wu Ji and the others were about to step out of the restaurant, the owner subconsciously let out a long sigh of relief. But the next second, a rough voice rang out, instantly causing his brain to feel oxygen-deprived. Which blind little thief dares to eat a free meal in my territory? Creak. The remaining half of the restaurant door was pushed open. In an instant, everyone in the restaurant turned their gaze towards the newcomer. He was a burly man with short silver-white hair, wearing an open, thick white jacket with the collar, cuffs, and hem adorned with greenish-blue fur. Besides that, the most eye-catching were the 2 cigars clamped between his lips and the oddly long weapon behind him. Wu Ji's eyes brightened upon seeing the newcomer. In contrast, the restaurant owner turned pale and fainted directly. Old boss, what happened to you? Don't scare me. A shadow suddenly jumped out from behind Smoker. It was the restaurant waiter. He saw the boss faint and wanted to perform well, but when he saw the gruesome scene in the restaurant, he shrank his neck in fear and quickly returned to Smoker's side, pointing at Wu Ji and the others angrily. Navy sir. It was these guys who ate a free meal in the restaurant. Now, they seem to have killed someone. The waiter said this because he saw the bloodstains on Wu Ji. Scoundrels! Smoker roared, his right arm instantly transforming into layers of white smoke. DOC's expression turned serious upon seeing this Navy using the same type of fruit ability as Wu Ji. DOC, do you know what these miraculous abilities are? Ace asked impatiently, eager for information. DOC did not hide it, simply sharing some information that his noble parents had told him during his upbringing with Ace. Devil fruits. Natural, paramecia, zoan. Ace listened with excitement, his anticipation for adventures at sea quietly rising another level. Meanwhile, on the other side, Smoker, who had identified Wu Ji as a scoundrel, didn't he give Wu Ji any chance for explanation and boldly activated his smoke fruit ability. White snake. In an instant, Smoker's right arm transformed into a giant white smoke snake, opening its mouth wide to attack Wu Ji. What a reckless man! Wu Ji sighed inwardly. However, upon a second thought, this doesn't seem too bad. It saves him from finding an excuse to strike. Immediately after, Wu Ji sidestepped and dodged. Seeing Wu Ji narrowly evade his smoke attack, Smoker let out a soft gasp. But is it really so? To him, that dodge seemed perilous. But the truth is that only Wu Ji knows it was a precise control of distance. What luck. But with the next strike, I will completely end your evil. Smoker's eyes sharpened, transforming his left arm into a giant smoke snake, dual snakes constricting. A solid attack, but unfortunately too slow, with too many openings. As he saw the 2 giant white smoke snakes rushing in from both sides, Wu Ji quietly activated the profound technique known as penetration in the 8 Extremes fist. The so-called armament Haki is a deeper experience of physical strength and potential, and his penetration, theoretically speaking, is equally formidable. Since this is the case, he would take this opportunity to verify it thoroughly. Bang! He suddenly stomped down, unleashing his strength, then lunged forward like a descending tiger. Zulfust! Smoker's pupils jolted, and before he could even dodge, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest. Bang! With just one hit, Smoker was sent flying. The remaining half of the restaurant door shattered into pieces under the impact of Smoker's powerful strike. Watching as the reinforcements they had worked so hard to summon were sent flying by a gluttonous guest with one blow. The restaurant staff seemed to be greatly shocked. Just like the restaurant owner, their eyes rolled back, and they collapsed to the ground. It's a pity you're not acting. Voyez mont tvichet. Not exposing the little trick of the 2, and quickly stepped out onto the street outside the restaurant. At this moment, the street was devoid of the bustling crowd, except for a few buildings with large holes smashed in them. Oh wait, there's still a tall, thin girl with glasses holding a long sword, charging towards them aggressively. Smoker! Before reaching the restaurant, Tashiji shouted loudly. But no matter how she called out, she never heard Smoker's response. It wasn't until she reached the restaurant and saw the bodies lying on the floor and the shattered building outside that she seemed to realize something. Clang! She suddenly drew her weapon, scrutinized Wu Ji for a moment, and questioned, "Who are you? What have you done to Smoker?" Although she was very scared and had bad suspicions in her heart, Tashiji, as a Navy officer bearing the name of justice, would never bow to evil, even if it meant sacrificing her life. "You're quite impressive." Sensing the determination in Tashiji's eyes that was willing to face death, Wu Ji sincerely praised her. This is a character underestimated by anime. With this kind of momentum, as long as the Navy nurtures her, her future achievements will surely be remarkable. Chapter 9. Smoker's defeat Tashiji. You are no match for him. Retreat. Just as Tashiji's patience was about to run out, and she was about to attack with her sword, a roar from behind her made her breath catch in her throat. Step, step, step. The slow but firm footsteps grew closer. When Tashiji turned to look, the joy on her face was instantly replaced by shock. Smoker. Tashiji stared at the two indented fist marks on Smoker's chest, wanting to say something, but feeling it was too presumptuous. As if sensing Tashiji's confusion, Smoker took a deep puff of his cigar and explained, "I was careless." "So that's it." Tashiji suddenly understood. She thought to herself, Smoker could clearly be immune to all physical attacks, yet he was still hit. It turned out he was careless. But is that really the case? "I will never be careless again," Smoker silently warned himself, then drew out his long weapon from behind, looking sternly at Wu Ji, growling, "Prepare to die, evildoer." White mist spray. In an instant, half of Smoker's body turned into smoke, and he moved at jet-like speed, having survived my powerful strike. This devil fruit's enhancement for the user is indeed not to be underestimated. As Wu Ji whispered to himself, he took up an attacking stance again. Since one strike failed, then I will strike again. Indeed, ignorance breeds fearlessness. Seeing Wu Ji wanting to launch an attack on him again, Smoker couldn't help but sneer inwardly. Damn bastard. Just wait for a big surprise. At this moment, he still couldn't understand why the person in front of him had hit him earlier. But he was certain that it was just an accident, and that his elemental form remained invincible. What Smoker thought, Wu Ji had no way of knowing. At this moment, he was channeling all the strength in his body, fully concentrating on operating the penetration technique. When Smoker entered the attack range, Wu Ji wasted no time and unleashed a fully powered skyward fist, ground-to-sky cannon, with ferocity. "You think you can hit me? You're simply delusional." However, before Smoker could finish his taunting words, his jaw twisted and deformed under the impact of the violent punch. "Smoker!" Tashiji exclaimed in disbelief. At this moment, aside from shock, a huge question lingered in her mind. Why did Smoker's elemental ability, which immunizes him from physical attacks, fail? She had clearly seen Smoker's body turn into white smoke, yet the opponent's fist still hit him. Why? What on earth is the reason? Tashiji was puzzled, but someone was even more confused. How'd he do it? A massive doubt swirled in Smoker's mind until he crashed heavily to the ground, falling into a deep sleep. It seems I've won. Wu Ji looked at the unconscious Smoker, a satisfied smile appearing on his face. No other reason. Just the ancient martial arts passed down from countless ancestors defeating the elemental abilities in the anime world. The ultimate victor, the inheritance of ancient martial arts. For this, Wu Ji laughed heartily while also feeling it was only natural. "You monster!" Tashiji's voice trembled, her hands gripping the sword, shaking continuously. But she still did not submit or plead for mercy. "Miss Navy, if I say this is a misunderstanding, would you believe me?" Wu Ji turned to look at Tashiji, speaking calmly. Misunderstanding? Tashiji was almost dumbfounded. She couldn't understand how big a misunderstanding this must be for a Navy officer to end up in such a life-and-death situation. What a hassle. Although Wu Ji knew that Tashiji must be filled with countless doubts at this moment, he had no intention of explaining it all. "Oh, by the way, if you want to know the whole story, just go ask the restaurant owner." After leaving this sentence, Wu Ji waved to his two little brothers and swaggered away under Tashiji's stunned gaze. Several seconds later, as Tashiji's call for rescue grew more distant, doors caught up with Wu Ji, worriedly saying, "Big brother, is it really okay for us to leave like this? What are you afraid of?" Wu Ji smiled at Dorse. If the sky falls, it will fall on your big brother first, and you will still have a chance to escape. Hearing this, Dorse fell silent. But this silence didn't last long before being broken by Ace, who was itching to know. Wu Ji, can you tell me about the power that turned your arm red and hit that navy? Ace asked curiously. Upon hearing this, Dorse's eyes also flickered with curiosity. He knew the reason behind the red arm. You can use physical attacks to hit the fruit ability user after they've been elementalized, which involves their knowledge blind spot. Want to know? Facing the expectant gazes of the two, Wu Ji spoke up calmly. Want it? Ace and Dais answered in unison. If you want to know, then call me Big Brother. Wu Ji narrowed his eyes slightly, his gaze intentionally or unintentionally sweeping over Ace, the intention clear. Big Brother, Dais called out decisively, without hesitation. But when it came to Ace, he seemed to be hesitating, wanting to speak but unable to due to pride, remaining silent. Oh, still being Tsundere? Wu Ji secretly mocked, then smiled and said, once you call me Big Brother, not only can you find out the answer, but if you want to learn, I might even be able to teach you. Upon hearing this, the tension inside Ace finally relaxed. He stared intensely at Wu Ji and asked, are you serious? Of course I'm serious. Wu Ji replied, with 2 words in mind, got you. Thus, in order to understand Wu Ji better and to defeat him in the future, Ace finally yielded and said softly, Big Brother. The call was so quiet it was almost like a mosquito's buzz. Yet even so, Wu Ji still heard it clearly. From this point on, whether it was for use or for ulterior motives, the twin arms that would one day reach the peak of martial arts were beginning to take shape. Do you know about devil fruits? Wu Ji asked. I know. Dais nodded in response. Ace then glanced at Dais before saying, I know too. Very good. Wu Ji smiled lightly and extended his hand. And suddenly a ball of flame erupted in his palm, crackling loudly. Upon seeing this, Dais remained calm, while Ace stared in shock for a while before finally realizing, flame. Big Brother, you actually ate a Logia-type devil fruit. Chapter 10. Roll up what, can I be a Logia-type devil fruit user? Although Wu Ji had a smile on his face, a hint of dangerous light flickered in his eyes, making Ace's heart tremble. Of course you can, Ace awkwardly replied. But how much of his smile was genuine and how much was bitter, only he knew. It's a good thing I called you Big Brother. Ace comforted himself in his heart. At this moment, he was immensely grateful that he hadn't insisted earlier. Otherwise, facing the perverse trait of a Logia-type devil fruit, user being immune to physical attacks, wouldn't he be crushed by Wu Ji for the rest of his life? Not knowing what Haki was, Ace thought to himself, Big Brother, you should quickly tell us what ability you used to hit that smoke navy guy. Ace spoke urgently, as he desperately wanted to know if Wu Ji had used a devil fruit ability at that time. If not, he absolutely had to learn that ability. As for what he would do after learning it, do I even need to ask? Of course, it would be to beat up his cheap big brother in the future. That is called penetration force, a form of extreme control over one's own power. Wu Ji didn't keep them in suspense anymore and stated plainly, penetration force? Ace and Dais were left puzzled. They understood each word, but why did it sound so obscure when put together? Seeing their expressions, Wu Ji decided against explaining in detail. Often, actions speak louder than words to those who are unfamiliar. Do you all want to learn? Want. In response to Wu Ji's inquiry, Ace and Dais nodded vigorously without thinking. In that case, a strange light flickered in Wu Ji's eyes. Once I find suitable training equipment, I'll take you both to train together. I believe that if you stick with it, one day you will master penetration force. Yay! The two cheered loudly. However, neither of them noticed the serious tone in Wu Ji's last sentence, and this seemed to foreshadow something. Outside Lowtown Bay, the gathering place of shipwrecks, after some searching, Wu Ji finally found this very suitable training ground. Big Brother, what are we doing here? Dais asked, confused. You'll know what I'm going to do soon. Wu Ji laughed meaningfully, then began scanning the surroundings and quickly spotted a target he liked, leaping toward it. A ship anchor? What does he want to do? Ace watched Wu Ji stop in front of a huge, rusted ship anchor, mirroring Dais' expression of confusion. But in the next second, his expression froze. Ace, this is for you. The massive ship anchor, imbued with the power of a curse, was hurled by Wu Ji, the anchor head dragging the iron chain. roaring through the air like a metallic dragon. Crazy. You're insane. Ace dared not catch it, cursing under his breath as he hurriedly dodged to the side. Phew. Thankfully it's not my turn. Dias, fearing he would be injured by mistake, had already distanced himself from Ace at the first opportunity. However, he was too early in his celebration. Dias, this is yours. Hearing that devilish voice and seeing the metallic dragon rushing toward him, Dias truly felt like he wanted to die. But thinking about it, dying was absolutely not an option. Thus, under the setting sun, 3 figures entwined with thick chains dragged a large and even giant ship anchor, carving deep grooves in the sand on the beach. Notably, to avoid getting an inexplicable terminal illness, Wuji had already burned off all the rust on the anchor and chain before the training began. Lowtown Naval Hospital, after lying unconscious for a while, Smoker finally woke up. The first thing he did upon opening his eyes was to reach for his chin. Phew, it's still here. Smoker let out a deep sigh of relief. If his chin had been knocked off, preventing him from enjoying his beloved cigars in the future, he would really want to die. Damn it. Seeing that he was mostly fine, Smoker's mind immediately conjured up the face of a certain someone, causing his anger to rise, and he instinctively swung his hand to smash the cabinet beside his bed. Bang! The loud noise startled Dasky, who was guarding outside the hospital room. Captain Smoker! Dasky entered the room, glanced at the furious yet unharmed Smoker, and after a brief pause, decided to share the results of her investigation over the past few days. So, it's really a misunderstanding? After hearing Dasky's account, Smoker furrowed his brows tightly. Although he didn't want to admit it, that was the truth. Meeting Smoker's questioning gaze, Dasky revealed another part of her investigation. Those 3 had not been recorded in the Navy archives. Not recorded? Smoker certainly knew what that meant. Not recorded meant they had no criminal history, making them so-called newcomers. Such powerful newcomers. Smoker's eyes flickered, and after a brief consideration of the pros and cons, he decided to set personal grudges aside for now. So, he asked what he was most concerned about at that moment. Did they leave Lowtown? No. Dasky shook her head, then adjusted her glasses. According to intelligence reports, they are currently all gathered at the shipwreck site outside the town. What are they doing there? Smoker asked, puzzled. They are. As soon as she thought of the intelligence report, Dasky couldn't help but swallow hard before saying, training with heavy, abandoned ship anchors. Training? Smoker's eyes widened in shock. Then he sprang up, hurriedly putting on his shoes. Captain Smoker, what are you doing? Faced with Dasky's inquiry, Smoker did not explain, but spoke in a commanding tone. Vice Admiral Dasky, I need you to report the detailed intelligence of those individuals, especially the one I fought against, to the Navy headquarters. Understood? Understood. After hearing this, Dasky saluted Smoker and hurriedly left the ward. As for Smoker, after putting on his shoes, he did not linger at all, quickly putting on his coat and rushing out of the ward. The reason for his urgency was that someone stronger than him was still training at this moment. How could he, a weakling, continue to lie down? Unbeknownst to him, a whirlwind from another world had blown into the pirate world. Chapter 11. Smoker requests to join outside Lowtown Bay, a place where shipwrecks gather brother. I can't do it anymore. I really can't. The weakest among them, Dias, raised his hand to surrender after making countless laps around the beach of the outer bay. At this moment, his throat felt like it had swallowed knives. Sweat poured down his body, and his legs were as soft and powerless as noodles. How could a man admit he couldn't do it? Wujie stood beside Dias, his face unchanged, completely unaware of the limits of endurance. Dias looked at the thick iron chains and ship anchors that were more than twice as thick as his own body. He really wanted to curse the freak and the monster, but when the words reached his mouth, he found he didn't have the courage to speak. Get up quickly. Sweat more during training, so you can bleed less in battle. Wujie shouted loudly, unceremoniously grabbing the chain on Dias and dragging him to continue pushing his physical limits. In the pirate world, Wujie did not believe in the concept of being exhausted. Look at that cowardly king. He could put in 200 times the effort of an ordinary person to become stronger. Dias painfully struggled to move. Seeing this, Ace, combined with what Wujie had said earlier, although he felt a dull pain in his chest, silently wrapped the iron chain around his body a few more times. He was determined to become stronger. How terrifying. Smoker stood high above, observing everything below. Although he couldn't hear what they were saying, their performance had left an indelible impression in Smoker's heart. For some reason, his body suddenly became restless. While murmuring to himself, Smoker began to look around. Soon, he picked up a thick ship anchor that was comparable to Wujia's. With a loud crash, when the sound of the iron chains echoed across the bay, the three immersed in training finally stopped their actions. Is that Smoker? Upon recognizing the figure, Wujia's expression suddenly darkened. The reason was not that he was shocked by Smoker's arrival, but rather he felt guilty for not noticing him sooner. Fortunately, Smoker was not a true enemy, nor was he a sniper good at long-range attacks. Otherwise, not to mention Ace and Dais, even he might have been injured or killed by a sudden ambush. It seemed he had to make awakening Haki his top priority. Wujia secretly made up his mind, narrowing his eyes as he looked at Smoker, who was dragging the ship anchor. Since Smoker was making such a big commotion, he could basically confirm that the chance of a fight breaking out was minimal. Sure enough, as Wujia expected, the first thing Smoker said upon seeing him was, "Are you daring enough to have a physical contest? To be fair, I can let you rest first." "No need." Wujia interrupted Smoker, calming his breath slightly, and said calmly, "Since you want to compete, let us start now." After saying that, he took the lead and stepped forward, not even putting down Dais. "You." Seeing Wujia treat him so lightly, Smoker's anger surged. "You will regret it." After saying this, he dragged the ship anchor and chased after Wujia. Truly underestimated. Ace's eyes flickered as he untied the restraints on his body, hurriedly selected a massive ship anchor comparable to Wujia and Smoker, and joined the contest. With loud clashing sounds, the sound of iron chains clashing reverberated throughout the outer bay. By the next morning, the crisp sounds had not ceased, but upon closer inspection, only 3 figures remained. Truly 3 monstrous freaks. Do you think I'm right? On a high ground in the outer bay, Dais kept eating food, but couldn't help but complain, asking those beside him, "They are indeed monsters." Dashki nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner behind the two remained silent, only focused on cooking. As for why Dashki and the restaurant owner appeared here, the former was worried about her superior's safety, while the latter wanted to return the excess amount he received to the Navy and apologize to Wujia. Thus, when the restaurant owner encountered Dashki, the two hit it off and appeared here together, witnessing the nearly exhausted and starving Dais. Therefore, Wujia waved his hand, accepted the restaurant owner's apology, and directly had him change all the excess berries into food. I finally came back to life. After eating and drinking to satisfaction, Dais contentedly gazed at the bay below. What he saw were those 3 monstrous freaks still running nonstop, and at the very front, predictably, was his freakishly strong brother Wujia. Bastard. Looking at the figure dragging 2 ship anchors not far in front of him, Smoker couldn't help but curse inwardly. Yes, too. Although his underlings had retreated, the ship anchors had not. It was precisely because of this that Smoker, who had never surpassed Wujia, felt utterly powerless. Thinking of himself, Smoker had almost become synonymous with strength in Lowtown after eating the Logia smoke fruit. But now, not only was he left behind by a newcomer, but he was also on par with another newcomer. This immense sense of disparity made him extremely uncomfortable. "I will never let you surpass me." Unable to surpass Wujia, Smoker had no choice but to turn his attention to Ace beside him. "Oh, then let us see." Ace responded in kind. Both of them felt powerless facing Wujia, but when facing each other, they absolutely could not admit defeat. "Second place is mine." "You're full of it." "Second place is mine." Hearing the arguing voices from behind him, although Wujia's face showed no signs of change, his heart was already tumultuous. At this moment, he bore several hundred kilograms and was dragging a ship anchor weighing several tons, having run for half a day, yet his stamina still felt bottomless. What on earth has my body experienced after being struck by this great fortune in this other world? Wujia's inner doubts, even if spoken, would find no one in the world able to answer them. Forget it, I won't think about it anymore. Anyway, this is ultimately a good thing. Putting aside his doubts, Wujia turned his gaze toward the rising sun and murmured to himself, "My future will definitely be more dazzling than yours. Now, I should also show this world my brilliance." Smoker, see my strength. Then go tell the Navy, tell the world. Chapter 12. The near-bankrupt Lowtown Navy base Smoker. Wujie shouted loudly. Aren't you looking for a duel with me? If this is all you've got, then I'm very disappointed. Bastard. Smoker gritted his teeth, the anger in his chest nearly boiling over. I will absolutely catch up to you. Stirring up Smoker's competitive spirit, Wujie's taunts did not stop. However, this time, they were directed at Ace. Ace, aren't you trying to become the strongest in the world? Not to mention defeating me. Who shares the same goal? You at least have to defeat that Navy officer beside you. Bastard. Ace was also furious, cursing loudly, feeling as if there was endless power driving him to defeat the Marine Smoker. Defeat the chatty cheap brother. Let's go for it. Ace gritted his teeth, knowing only to speed up and speed up again. I'm not afraid of you. Smoker crushed the cigar between his teeth, his bloodshot eyes making him look like a mad bull. Now, this is interesting. Wujie's gaze sharpened, the veins in his thigh muscles instantly bulging like dragons, giving him unparalleled explosive power. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, the speed of the three men increased dramatically, dragging huge iron chains and anchors as they ran wildly. Looking at the people high above in the outer bay, they felt the intense vibrations from the ground beneath their feet, all staring wide-eyed in disbelief. Is this really the noise that humans can make while running? No. Perhaps they are not humans at all, but monsters in human skin. Thus, under the horrified gaze of Dasky and the others, this run, comparable to a monster plowing the ground, lasted for a full 5 days and nights before finally coming to an end. And the only one still standing at the end was Wujie. But even so, his body seemed not to have reached its limit because, compared to Smoker, who collapsed from exhaustion on the night of the 3rd day, and Ace, who fainted from exhaustion at noon on the 4th day, Wujie stopped on the night of the 5th day, seemingly out of boredom, as if he felt there was no further improvement. Afterwards, he leisurely jumped up to the high point of the outer bay and, under the monster-like gazes of Dasky and Dios, finished all the food prepared by the restaurant owner. Roguetown Navy Hospital, when Smoker opened his eyes and saw that familiar white again, his eyes were filled with frustration and unwillingness. He lost, not only to Wujie, but also to Wujie's little brother. What's worse, that little brother was still injured. Damn it, damn it. Smoker let out a beast-like low roar, unwilling to believe everything that had happened in the past few days. However, the needle in his arm and the slowly infused nutrients made him realize that everything that had happened in the past few days was not a dream. This is a hospital. Can you stop howling? Just then, a voice that he remembered deeply came from the adjacent bed. Crash! Smoker suddenly sat up, pulling aside the curtain between the two beds, his gaze fixed on Ace, who was also receiving nutrients, gritting his teeth and asking, "How long did you hold on?" At this moment, he was eager to know the gap between the two of them. However, in response to Smoker's inquiry, Ace, who was looking out the window, couldn't be bothered to answer and simply raised 4 fingers casually. For days, regarding this result, Smoker could only think, isn't it just 1 day more than me? But he thought it, and it was absolutely impossible to say it out loud. Then what about your brother? After asking this, Smoker unconsciously wanted to light a cigar to calm his anxious heart. Crack! But just as he lit the fire, Ace's words directly froze his actions in midair. This is a hospital. Don't you know you can't smoke here? Smoker gave an awkward smile and had no choice but to extinguish the fire. I want tea smoke, can you say it now? Ace withdrew his gaze from the window, glanced at Smoker, and replied straightforwardly, I don't know. Don't know? You actually say you don't know? Smoker thought of several possible answers, but the one Ace gave was not among them. Don't know? Smoker sighed deeply, taking a hard puff on the unlit cigar. By this time, a deep sense of helplessness had already risen in his heart. Faced with Wujie, he first fought using the natural fruit ability he was proud of, but ended up in the hospital. Then he fought again with his physical strength, but the result was still being sent to the hospital. Damn it, who is the real monster? Smoker screamed wildly in his heart. Before this, he was privately called a monster by his fellow Navy colleagues, which he actually disliked. But now, when a stronger monster appeared beside him, he suddenly felt that the title of monster was actually quite nice. Crack! Just when the hospital room fell into a silent stillness, The door of the hospital room was pushed open from the outside. The next second, Dasky walked into the room holding a folder. Seeing the newcomer, Smoker blew out a non-existent smoke ring and was the first to speak. Dasky, do you have something to discuss? Upon hearing this, Dasky handed several documents in front of Smoker. Colonel Smoker, these are all documents that need your prompt approval. What kind of documents are these? Smoker frowned in confusion. To this, Dasky just shook her head lightly. You'll know when you read them. Smoker had no choice but to take the documents and quickly skimmed through them. But he was shocked when he saw them, because all the documents in his hand were actually the approval documents for Wuji, that bastard, to claim the pirate bounties from the Navy. Is the funding from the Rogue Town branch enough to cover this? Smoker rubbed his forehead. Although these documents gave him a headache, he could not refuse to approve them. Otherwise, if that monster came looking for trouble, he would definitely not be able to handle it. Enough is enough. At this point, Dasky glanced at Ace from the corner of her eye and lowered her voice. But after paying, we will have to tighten our belts. Damn it. Smoker clenched his fists quietly. But after a moment of silence, he could only compromise. Give it to him. Compared to some berries, he was more afraid that Wuji would develop some negative feelings towards the Navy if he couldn't get enough bounty. After all, Wuji was still a newcomer and had no criminal record. If the Navy headquarters took the information sent to him seriously, perhaps in the future, there would be another top powerhouse in the Navy, like a Navy admiral. No, it should be too. Smoker thought to himself, quietly glancing away from Ace. Chapter 13, The Movements of the Navy Headquarters time rewinds to 5 days ago. When the urgent information sent from the Rogue Town Navy branch reached the intelligence room of the Navy headquarters in Marine Ford, it was immediately handed to Fleet Admiral Sengoku's desk. Urgent information? Wearing the Navy Admiral's cape, with a seagull perched on his hat and his beard braided, Sengoku just returned to his office and saw the red document on his desk. Then, without hesitation, he picked up the document and began to read through it. Not long after finishing reading the document in his hand, a sharp light suddenly flickered in Sengoku's eyes behind his glasses. To defeat Smoker, who is a natural-type smoke fruit user, with a single blow, still a newcomer with no criminal record, looking quite young. This is simply a gift from heaven to the Navy. I sent it. Smoker may not know what kind of special ability the opponent used to attack him, but Sengoku, as the Fleet Admiral, certainly knows. At such a young age, having mastered Haki before even stepping onto the sea, Zifa would surely be very pleased to know this. East Blue. Sengoku muttered the location from which the urgent document returned. After thinking for a moment, he took a communication transponder snail from his office drawer. Brew. The call of the transponder snail did not last long. As soon as it was connected, the transponder snail suddenly changed its appearance, and its lips sprouted dense white whiskers. Then a rough and loud voice came directly from the phone bug. Moshi, Sengoku, you called me. Does that mean you agree to let me return to the East Sea to visit my family? I agree. Sengoku nodded in affirmation. I knew you wouldn't. The phone bug on the other end was still rambling when it suddenly realized that Sengoku was not refusing but agreeing, and it exclaimed in surprise. Sengoku, you actually agreed? Yes, I agreed, but I have a condition. All right. Don't mention just one condition. Even if it's 100, I agree. Although the old friend spoke so confidently, Sengoku, knowing the other's nature well, did not easily take the bait. Instead, he threatened, if you mess this up, I will gladly accept all your sunbae. No way, the phone bug wailed. Sengoku snorted coldly, completely ignoring the other's wailing, and said, It's settled then. I will send a mission document to your warship shortly. After finishing, he hung up the phone bug without any hesitation. Thus, under the document of the naval marshal, the legendary Marine soldier Monkey Kapu, known as a hero of the Navy, embarked once again on a journey to the East Sea to visit his family. East Sea Rogue Town Wuji carried a large bundle in each hand, a faint smile on his face as he leisurely walked out of the Rogue Town Naval Branch. Behind him was a group of Navy soldiers who wanted to cry but dared not, only able to accompany him with smiles as they watched him leave. Now that I have money, I can finally buy a good ship to go to sea. Wuji headed towards the Rogue Town dock, his eyes filled with a desire to become stronger. Although training intensely on land could also lead to good improvements, Wuji knew that true strength could only be forged through blood and fire. Just like in his previous life, although he had not yet achieved the pinnacle of martial arts, he had kicked down many doors on the path to the top. It was precisely because of this that Wuji's combat experience was exceptionally rich. As Wuji walked, he pondered. Right now, the most urgent thing he hoped to awaken was Observation Haki, followed by Armament Haki, and finally Conqueror's Haki. As for awakening Conqueror's Haki, it required what they called the qualifications of a king. Wuji didn't care about this at all. In this world, the so-called kings and gods, their bloodlines were nothing compared to the Yanhuang bloodline that had been passed down for thousands of years. Wuji was confident that if he wanted to awaken Conqueror's Haki, he just needed an opportunity. In the East Sea, who could he find to guide him in awakening Observation Haki and Armament Haki? After a moment's thought, he quickly came up with a few answers. 1. Find the Navy. But as soon as this thought arose, Wuji dismissed it. Having crossed over to the pirate world, he wanted to live freely and did not want to become a dog for the world government or the celestial dragons. 2. Find the red-haired pirates. This also seemed unfeasible. Not to mention when the red-haired pirates would appear in the East Sea. Just based on Wuji's modern perception of pirates, he was reluctant to owe them a favor. Moreover, the mere pirate king was no match for the aura of the world's king and the pinnacle of martial arts. 3. Go to Frost Moon Village, also known as Zimaziji Village, and find Frost Moon Gung Shirlang. Frost Moon Gung Shirlang's father, Frost Moon Gung Samlang, was one of the famous swordsmiths of Wano country, known for the famous swords Kazuki Odin and Enma, both crafted by Frost Moon Gung Samlang's hands. Unfortunately, Frost Moon Gung Samlang had already passed away. Otherwise, he would have been the best candidate. After ruling out the two options he did not want or wish to pursue, this third option seemed the most reliable. Wuji silently made up his mind to buy a ship and then look for a map to Frost Moon Village in town. Perhaps he could take this opportunity to appreciate the elegance of the flowing cherry armament Haki. However, as time passed, Wuji's grand ship-buying plan inevitably attracted the attention of some observant Navy personnel. Nanny, you say Wuji wants to go to sea? Upon hearing Dasky's report, Smoker could no longer stay put and jumped up from his sickbed. Just recently, he had been secretly reading the documents that the Navy headquarters had already sent over while carrying Ace. The contents of the documents summed up to find every possible way to keep Wuji in Rogue Town before Vice Admiral Karp arrives. But now, Wuji was about to set sail, and Karp didn't know when he would reach Rogue Town. How could he not be anxious? Ace, your body hasn't recovered yet. However, before Smoker could finish his attempt to persuade Wuji to stay, he saw Ace spring up, pull the needle out of his arm, pick up his shoes, and in one fluid motion, disappeared from the hospital room. Seeing this scene, Smoker and Dasky exchanged glances. I probably shouldn't have approved that money, Smoker murmured, realizing too late. In contrast, Dasky looked like a child who had done something wrong. Her head hung low. If she had shown Smoker the confidential documents from the Navy headquarters before the bounty documents, the outcome would likely have been different. Chapter 14. The Awakening of Jiu's East Sea. A certain unnamed sea area, the gentle breeze brushed across the sea surface, creating ripples. A brand new medium-sized wooden sailboat rose and fell with the waves. Jiu's, how far are we from Frost Moon Village? Wuji stood at the bow of the ship, holding two enormous dumbbells weighing nearly a ton, and in between his continuous exercises, he asked the person behind him, Big brother, we've been sailing for 2.5 days. According to the map, we should reach Frost Moon Village in less than half a day. Less than half a day? Very good. Wuji's face showed anticipation, and the speed at which he lifted the dumbbells became even faster. What monster? Seeing Wuji almost lifting the two enormous dumbbells with afterimages, both Ace and Jiu's were astonished, although they had already thought this countless times in their hearts. Every time they watched Wuji train, they couldn't help but complain again. Ace, do you think Big Brother's body really has a limit? Jiu's quietly asked Ace, who was doing squats on the deck, setting aside the weighted running he did a while ago in just these 2.5 days. Wuji had hardly rested at all except for eating, leaving aside his mental will and physical strength. Even his power was constantly refreshing Jiu's understanding of humanity. You ask me? Who should I ask? Ace stopped his movements and couldn't help but smile wryly. He originally regarded Wuji as a peak, thinking that as long as he climbed desperately, he would eventually reach the summit one day. He never expected that the growth speed of this peak completely crushed him as a climber. Sigh. Dios also sighed, reminiscing about Ace's initial dream, and quietly advised, Ace, why don't you choose a new dream? Choose a new dream? Ace was stunned. He said he dreamed of becoming the world's strongest, but when he asked himself, was this really his original dream? Ever since he learned that he bore the world's most evil bloodline, he just wanted to escape to the vast and boundless sea, to find a place where no one knew his past and no one cared about his bloodline, to live freely. But did that ideal golden land really exist? Seeing Ace fall into a long silence, Dios sighed to himself, hoping he could take it to heart. Otherwise, not to mention the other strong ones on the sea, just Wuji, this towering mountain in front of him, was an insurmountable chasm for Ace. By following him, I might really be able to write the most exciting adventure story in the world. Compared to Ace, who saw no hope, Dios saw hope for fulfilling his dreams in Wuji. Since ancient times, the weak have always relied on the strong. The growing power of Wujin gradually made Dors, who did not possess outstanding talent, feel convinced. It was precisely because of this that Dors would advise Ace, whether it was selfish or for Ace's sake. He would not refute it. His elder brother is an extremely powerful monster, and Ace is not bad either. But what about me? After advising Ace, Dors silently began to search for his strengths. One must know oneself. A pioneer like Wujin, who harbors great ambitions, cannot tolerate the presence of someone who drags him down. Therefore, he must find his strengths and make them grow, making them indispensable to Wujin. With this mindset, Dors, who is already good at thinking, quickly found the answer. It is knowledge, the maritime knowledge accumulated from books since he was born into a noble family. Upon realizing this, Dors looked up at the figure standing at the bow of the ship and shouted, Brother, can you spare some berries in the future for me to buy various sea charts and navigation books? After all, as your little brother, who aspires to be the strongest navigator in the future world, I don't want to hold you back during our voyages. Upon hearing this, Wujin's arms, which had been raised high, suddenly froze in midair. Then, the corners of his mouth gradually curled into a smile as he said, without looking back, No problem. You can buy as many sea charts and navigation books as you want. He was undoubtedly very happy that his little brother had such awareness and understanding. Even if the other party is a bit weaker, so what? Isn't it expected for a cultured person to be a bit weaker? Otherwise, how could it highlight the strength of this elder brother? I underestimated you, Dors. Wujin had to admit that he really underestimated the blue-haired boy behind him who wore a mask. He initially thought he had caught a weak navigator who could be easily replaced when they reached the Grand Line. But now, the awareness and self-awareness the other party displayed greatly changed his opinion. Ace, I wonder when you will transform from a pawn to another companion of mine, Wujin whispered, his eyes flashing with an inexplicable light. He was not someone good at conversation, and to earn his recognition, Dors was the best example. But can Ace really understand this? If he can, perhaps there will be another top powerhouse in the future pirate world. If he can't, then there is a high probability that there will be another corpse executed on the execution platform of Marine Headquarters Marineford. On the other hand, Ace, after listening to the conversation between Dors and Wujin, seemed lost in thought, his gaze fluctuating intensely. But after a moment, his eyes regained clarity, and he continued to train. Drip, drip. Their sweat continued to drip onto the deck. An eerie silence enveloped the entire ship, as if feeling the atmosphere was too oppressive. Dors was about to say something when he suddenly noticed the unusual ripples on the sea surface. Dors stared for a moment and quickly realized something, shouting, Brother, a ship is approaching us quickly. A ship approaching? Hearing this, Wujin's movements halted, and his gaze followed Dors's line of sight. Before long, a ship flying a huge pirate flag appeared in their view. It's a pirate ship, and there are quite a few people. The overlapping blade lights reflected in Dors's eyes, causing him to instinctively exclaim, Calm down, Dors. Wujin said lightly, his expression calm. When sailing on the sea, it's never about the number of people. Otherwise, the Navy would have dominated the seas long ago. So what should we do next? Dors took a deep breath and asked, What to do? Wujin revealed a sinister smile. If they do not offend me, I will not offend them. But if they do, I will naturally ensure they are annihilated. The calm words resonated on the deck, causing Ace and Doors to shudder. Chapter 15. The Awakening of Conquerors Haki. You brats, bring the ship closer. On the huge Swan Head pirate ship, Captain Ironrod Alita waved her enormous wolf fawn club and commanded her crew. Yes, beautiful Captain Alita. The pirates, holding back their disgust at Alita's freckled fat face, flattered her insincerely. Ha ha ha. Alita laughed wantonly. Seeing the two ships about to come alongside, she commanded again. Go on, boys, grab all their treasures. Anyone who resists, kill them and feed them to the fish. Kill, kill, kill. The pirates of Alita's crew shouted in excitement, their eyes turning red. It seemed like the wealth on the ship was already in their grasp, but in the next second, a cold voice suddenly rang out from a mast, causing the pirates of Alita's crew to freeze in their breaths. Pirates, it seems you are ready for your fate. Fate? What fate? Alita looked at the black-haired youth who seemed to appear out of nowhere on the mast, and after a few seconds of shock, she laughed arrogantly. You little brat. Who do you think you are? Asking the most beautiful lady in the world to be prepared? You really don't know how to die. Boys, chop him into pieces and feed him to the fish. Humph. Wu Jin chuckled lightly. Then his expression suddenly changed as he shouted, Attack! Leave none alive! The moment his voice fell, Wu Jin jumped down from the mast, his knees crashing down like a mountain onto Alita. Looking for death? Then I'll fulfill that for you. Seeing this, Alita didn't take Wu Jin's attack seriously at all and brazenly swung her enormous wolf fawn club. Shatter him to pieces. Alita's expression was fierce, as if she could already see the scene of Wu Jin's flesh flying everywhere. But soon, the fierce look on her face turned into terror. Fire! Alita screamed in horror. Her attack missed, but Wu Jin's flaming knee strike landed squarely on her body. Boom! The flames erupted on Alita's body. The terrifying power of the knee strike caused her hefty body to uncontrollably crash through the deck and fall into the ship's cabin. Captain Alita! The pirates looked towards the sound, unable to hold back their exclamations. That was their strongest captain, although she looked ugly and was narcissistic. They had to admit she was indeed the strongest one in Alita's pirate crew. But this powerful figure actually couldn't withstand a single attack. Wait. When the pirates accidentally caught sight of the black-haired figure bathed in flames, standing by the hole, one by one fell to the deck in shock and fear, their weapons scattering all over the ground. Monster! You fire monster! The pirates' lips trembled as their eyes were filled with fear of the fire monster. Brother, they have all given up resistance, and there is no strong, bloody smell on them. Should we still go for total annihilation? Ace asked Wu Jin with a look of reluctance. Have I been too courteous to you? To the point that you forgot what I said earlier? Wu Jin turned his gaze, his eyes containing a cold, killing intent. Staring directly at Ace, and coldly said, As pirates, since they dare to draw their swords, they have the awareness of seeking death. And you, not yet being the elder brother, do not have the awareness of being the younger brother. Do you really want to die? The chilling, killing intent hit Ace's face, causing it to turn pale instantly. Brother, calm down. Seeing that Wu Jin seemed really intent on killing, Doors quickly kicked aside the corpse at his feet, disregarding the risk of being burned by the flames, and stood firmly in front of Ace. Doors. Ace looked at this figure who was not much taller than him, with tears welling up in his eyes. Why are you helping me? Ace's voice was very low, but Dias still heard it clearly. So, he deliberately said, loudly, You asked me why I want to help you? Of course, it's because you are worth it. I'm worth it. Ace was puzzled, while Wu Jin narrowed his eyes slightly. Could it be that Dias also had some special ability? How could he be so sure that Ace was worth risking his life to help? But soon, Dias's words dispelled Wu Jin's doubts. Smoker's strength was well known among the people of the East Sea. And you, Port Gasti, Ace, even while injured, have legitimately defeated him in terms of physical strength. Just based on that, you are more than enough to be a great help on the road to becoming the king. Becoming a king. Becoming a king. Ace seemed to be greatly stimulated, repeatedly muttering these two words, then suddenly raised his head and laughed maniacally. Ha ha ha. So what if I become a king? This sea can't accommodate a king. It can't accommodate the bloodline of a king. Upon hearing this, Dias was filled with confusion. But Wuji, who knew Ace's background, heard the sorrow and desolation in those mad words. The so-called soul bloodline of the Pirate King was just a lonely orphan who lacked love since childhood. Can't the sea accommodate you? Then won't you overturn this sea? Wuji's voice remained cold, but the killing intent in his eyes gradually faded due to Daius's blood-stained hands. Overturn this sea? Is that really possible? Ace's eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Of course it's possible. Wuji's killing intent vanished, and he looked up at the blazing sun in the sky with determination. I want to reach the pinnacle of martial arts. I want to transform into the blazing sun hanging in the sky. At this point, he didn't even realize that an invisible, terrifying aura, filled with immense power, was gradually rising within him. If this sea can't even sustain the mere bloodline of a king, then with my inheritance of the Yin Huang bloodline for thousands of years, should I not be tolerated by heaven and earth? Boom! As if responding to Wuji's wild words, the originally clear sky suddenly gathered rolling thunderclouds. Splash! The sea, as blue as a wash, was also unwilling to fall behind, stirring up surging tides. Ha ha ha! In response, Wuji remained unafraid, his eyes filled with crimson, laughing loudly. If heaven covers my eyes, then burn heaven. If the sea covers my body, then boil the sea. The moment his voice fell, that invisible, terrifying aura could no longer be confined within his body, like a golden-scaled dragon, sweeping through heaven and earth. Crackle! In an instant, the black-red lightning above the sky continuously surged and roiled, while the sea also rose in towering giant waves. Such a world-destroying scene shook Ace's heart, causing his body to tremble uncontrollably. Thud! Thud! Just then, the continuous sound of falling to the ground further stimulated Ace's shocked heart. Are you a human or a god? At that moment, Ace looked at the black-haired figure not far away with a presence like an abyss and a momentum like a prison, unable to distinguish whether the other party was human or a god that only existed in legends. Chapter 16, arriving at Frostmoon Village. Ugh. My head hurts. Daius raised his hand to gently rub his forehead, letting out a painful groan. The commotion he caused successfully awakened Ace, who was lightly sleeping by the bedside. Daius, you finally woke up. As he spoke, Ace joyfully helped Daius sit up against the head of the bed. Where is this? Daius looked around and found everything unfamiliar, questioning in confusion. This is Frostmoon Village, and you have been unconscious for a whole day and night. Ace explained. What? I was unconscious for a whole day and night? Daius was shocked, but his mind involuntarily echoed the domineering declaration he heard before losing consciousness. If heaven covers my eyes, then burn heaven. If the sea covers my body, then boil the sea. Ace, can you tell me what happened after that? Daius didn't ask why he had fainted. He just wanted to know what happened next. After that, Ace didn't hide anything and, with a slightly trembling voice, simply recounted that apocalyptic scene to Daius in words, transforming into the Flame King and shattering the thunder with the sun gun. After listening, Daius kept repeating Wuji's astonishing actions, feeling his blood boil uncontrollably. Ah, if only I hadn't fainted at that time, how great it would have been. Daius sighed inwardly, and after his emotions settled, he suddenly smiled and said, Ace, it's really great to see you again. Ace was taken aback for a moment. Then a smile blossomed on his face. Thank you, Daius. No need to thank me. Daius waved his hand nonchalantly, then turned serious and looked at Ace, saying earnestly, If you want to thank someone, thank Big Brother. Thank Wuji? Ace's emotions were complex. He hesitated to say anything. In contrast, upon seeing Ace's expression, the fire in Daius's heart could no longer be contained, and he scolded Ace, You bastard. Has your brain been soaked in seawater? If it weren't for Big Brother, you would have been trapped and died on that deserted island long ago. After everything, you don't think of repaying him, and yet you repeatedly question Big Brother's decisions. Ace, who do you think you are? You are indeed stronger than me, but compared to Big Brother, you are nothing. Big Brother does things with logic. Have you ever seen him provoke others for no reason? Have you ever seen him kill innocents indiscriminately? No. Ace was left speechless. At this moment, he seemed to realize how absurdly wrong he had been. Now do you know? Daius was still not appeased, continuing his tirade, but once, twice. You have openly questioned Big Brother's decisions. If there's a third time, we will no longer be friends, but enemies. Upon hearing the word enemies, Ace suddenly raised his lowered head, looking directly into Daius's serious eyes. We will absolutely never become enemies, Ace said in a panic, tried to use words to soothe Daius and himself. I hope so. Daius sighed deeply. He didn't want to become enemies with Ace, but if that day really came, he would unhesitatingly act on what he had said today. Frostmoon Village, Zoro's hometown dojo. Inside the dojo master Frostmoon Jingshiru was kneeling on a cushion, while Wuji sat cross-legged opposite him. Mr. Jingshiru, are you really not considering taking me as your disciple? Wuji said calmly. Frostmoon Jingshiru narrowed his eyes, showing a kind smile. Young man, it's not that I don't want to take you as a disciple, but rather that I am lacking in knowledge and have nothing to teach you. Oh, is that so? Wuji looked at Frostmoon Jingshiru with a half-smile. Not to mention the Wado Ikamanjinima that your father, Frostmoon Ginsan, forged during his lifetime. Just the fact that you inherit the Frostmoon surname from one of the 5 great families of Wano country is enough to explain many issues. Don't you think so, Mr. Jingshiru? Upon hearing the young man's words that revealed his background, Frostmoon Jingshiru's narrowed eyes suddenly widened, exuding a sharp cold light. You expose my secret, Mr. Jingshiru. Wuji remained calm, watching Frostmoon Jingshiru without any fear. Seeing that he couldn't intimidate Wuji with killing intent, Frostmoon Jingshiru had to get straight to the point and asked, Who exactly are you? What is the purpose of your visit? To this, Wuji answered frankly, Who I am is not important. What matters is that I want to know how to awaken observation Haki and armament Haki. If Mr. Jingshiru is generous enough to teach me the advanced techniques of armament Haki, flowing cherry, I would be extremely grateful. Flowing cherry Haki? Xuanyue Gengxi's pupils shrank slightly as he coldly sneered. You little brat, you're quite ungrateful. I haven't even agreed to teach you how to awaken observation Haki and armament Haki, yet you're already fixating on flowing Sakura Haki. Good stuff. Who wouldn't want to learn it? Who wouldn't want it? Wujia didn't beat around the bush and openly displayed his desire. Xuanyue Gengxi didn't know what to say. Should he say that this young man has thick skin? Or should he say he is sincere? In the end, he said neither and instead changed his wording. Flowing Sakura Haki is a secret of Wano country. Why should I teach you? Why should I, you ask? Wujia suddenly stood up, a red light flashing in his eyes. Just because I can help you return to Wano country openly and confidently defeat Kaido. Feeling the terrifying aura emanating from Wujia, Xuanyue Gengxi's expression changed drastically, and he could no longer sit still. If he remembered correctly, and felt correctly, this was what his father had once mentioned, the rare conqueror's Haki among the 3 types of Haki, possessing the qualification of a king. Thud, thud, as Xuanyue Gengxi's clothes rustled. He heard the sound of people falling outside the dojo, and quickly said, Young man, let's talk properly. Quickly retract your conqueror's Haki. Upon hearing this, Wujia didn't use it as a threat, but according to Xuanyue Gengxi's words, he retracted all of his overflowing conqueror's Haki back into his body. Phew! The crisis was temporarily averted, allowing Xuanyue Gengxi to breathe a long sigh of relief. He then told Wujia, We'll talk later, and hurriedly left the dojo. In the dojo's backyard, a blue-haired young man who had been asleep for a day was just about to stretch with his companions when he rolled his eyes again, leaving his friends dumbfounded in place. Chapter 17, Armament and Observation Haki. Awakening in progress. Time flew by, and 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. As Xuanyue Village, which had been silent, gradually became noisy, Wujia finally welcomed his devilish training. Are you ready? On the spacious training platform in front of the dojo, Xuanyue Gengxi stood facing Wujia, whose eyes were tightly covered with a black cloth. I'm ready, Wujia replied, while standing in a horse stance. Good. Xuanyue Gengxi wore an inexplicable smile, raised his right arm that seemed to glow with a pink light under the sun, and struck hard at the instigator who had made him apologize to the villagers for the past 2 days. Bang! The fist containing flowing Sakura Haki struck solidly against Wujia's cheek. In an instant, Wujia's right face began to swell visibly. Hiss! Upon seeing this, the onlookers Ace and Daius instinctively gasped. Aside from the 2 of them, A certain figure with green algae hair hiding in the corner of the yard was also greatly shocked by this scene. This man, the young Roronoa Zoro, though he didn't understand why the black-haired youth on stage had bound his eyes and was enduring a beating from his master, felt an inexplicable aura of grandeur emanating from him. Just then, he heard the opponent's boastful words. "Mr. Gengsi, can you use a little more strength?" All right. Shuangyue Gengsi's mouth twitched as he increased the strength of his punches again. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Shuangyue Gengsi's fists fell like raindrops. As for Wu Jie, despite being beaten to a pulp and looking disheveled, he stood firm like an island in the raging waves. 1 minute, 10 minutes, half an hour, 1 hour. When the time reached 1 hour, Shuangyue Gengsi's forehead was already covered with fine beads of sweat. Monster! This is a complete monster! The more he fought, the more shocked Shuangyue Gengsi became, and the teasing in his gaze towards Wu Jie had long since disappeared, replaced by utter astonishment. An entire hour. Although he hadn't used his full strength, he had increased from an initial 3 points of strength to 7 points now. Moreover, throughout the process, he had been wrapping his punches with flowing Sakura Haki. It was no exaggeration to say that under such high-intensity attacks, even steel would be smashed to pieces. But Wu Jie, although he looked bloody and battered on the outside, his bones had not made a sound from beginning to end. Human bones, can they really be harder than steel? Shuangyue Gengsi's heart was filled with shock. Just then, a slightly mocking remark slowly came from Wu Jie's swollen, twisted mouth. "Gengsi, your movements have slowed down. Are you tired?" Although Wu Jie's words were not very clear, Shuangyue Gengsi still barely understood. "You little bastard." Shuangyue Gengsi was so furious that his teeth itched. In the end, he decided to stop holding back and attempted to test Wu Jie's bone endurance limit. "You bastard." As he spoke, Shuangyue Gengsi transformed his fist into a palm. An imposing aura surged, and he declared, "This move might hurt a lot, so brace yourself." Wu Jie, however, did not say much and simply nodded decisively. One sword style, Frosty Moonfall. Shuangyue Gengsi used his palm as a blade, and in an instant, his figure vanished from the spot. Here it comes. What a fierce attack. Although Wu Jie couldn't see, he still felt an inexplicable chill rapidly approaching him. Dodge! Quickly dodge! His body's natural reaction urged Wu Jie to evade frantically. Can't dodge. Absolutely can't dodge. But the resilient will in Wu Jie's mind firmly suppressed that natural reaction. No madness. No survival. Wu Jie gritted his teeth, and his eyes, covered by darkness, were filled with madness. Swoosh! Shuangyue Gengsi's hand blade sliced across Wu Jie's chest, leaving a horrifying wound that was almost deep enough to see bone. Big brother. Seeing this scene, Dais rushed towards the training platform, his eyes wide with fury. That damn four-eyed one. How could you hit so hard? Ace also cursed as he ran, both of them not holding back. However, just as the two were about to reach the training platform, Wu Jie's unclear shout made their steps halt. All of you stop. Wu Jie ordered his two little brothers, slowly pulling down the black cloth that covered his eyes. Then, he merely glanced at the wound on his chest, turned to meet Shuangyue Gengsi's apologetic gaze, and lightly smiled. It's just a minor injury, no need to worry. After saying that, under Shuangyue Gengsi's astonished gaze, he jumped down from the training platform, appearing beside Ace and Dais. Big brother, your injury. Dais's concerned words were interrupted by Wu Jie's raised hand. Dais, I need food, as much as possible, so hurry up and prepare. Okay. Dais nodded and quickly disappeared from the spot. Big brother, what can I do for you? Ace's gaze flickered. After realizing his foolishness from a conversation with Dais 2 days ago, he didn't dare to meet Wu Jie's eyes. In response, Wu Jie seemed completely unconcerned. What are you doing? Just watch. Upon hearing this, Ace slowly raised his head and met Wu Jie's face, which was almost swollen to the point of being unrecognizable except for his eyes. Thus, the two stared at each other for several seconds, and just as Ace was about to look down again, Wu Jie spoke. Let those who have passed go. Just watch how you will act in the future. Isn't it obvious? Understood. Though Wu Jie's words were unclear, the highly focused Ace understood everything and solemnly responded. Go help prepare bandages, Wu Jie instructed. I'm on it. Ace's eyes lit up at Wujia's command, and he immediately sprinted towards the medical room at the fastest speed of his life. Wuji, I'm really sorry. As Wuji's two subordinates left, Xuangyue Jingsalang appeared beside him, filled with regret. Originally, they had agreed to conduct a trial using the flowing cherry blossom aura, allowing Wuji's body to directly interact with and become familiar with this power. Who would have thought that Wuji's physical talent far exceeded his imagination? Coupled with Wuji's later verbal provocation, it led him to use his palm as a sword, executing a sword technique that fused with the flowing cherry blossom aura. Jingsalang, you really don't need to worry. Wuji waved his hand dismissively, speaking as he walked briskly toward the cafeteria. It's just a minor fatal injury. To others, the wound on his chest indeed appeared bloody and deep enough to see bone. But the real situation? Only Wuji himself knew. Xuangyue Jingsalang's seemingly powerful flowing cherry blossom merely cut through his flesh, leaving no more than faint traces on the bone. Therefore, upon discovering such a terrifying physical condition, Wuji directly terminated this trial. Under Wuji's deliberate concealment, even Xuangyue Jingsalang, who was close by, did not notice that the fatal wound in his eyes had already stopped bleeding. Chapter 18. A physique so powerful it takes your breath away the next morning. As the haze enveloping the town gradually dissipated, a figure with green algae hair, carrying 3 long swords at his waist, stepped into the dojo's training ground as usual. Just as he was about to draw his sword to begin training, he suddenly noticed a figure standing in the training ground shrouded in thin mist. Someone arrived, even earlier than me? Zoro was surprised. When he approached the training platform and recognized who was in the arena, his expression was instantly replaced with shock. He was injured so severely, and he can still train? Just yesterday, he had witnessed his master severely injuring this black-haired man named Wuji with a single strike. That gory, hideous wound, if it were a normal person, would surely leave them bedridden for at least 10 days to half a month, if they were lucky enough to survive. But that person on the platform, aside from the extremely eye-catching white bandage wrapped around his chest, there was no sign of injury whatsoever. Moreover, the terrifying weight of the deep squat he was performing had an unprecedented impact on Zoro's young mind. A massive barbell nearly bent into a crescent shape, and the huge metal plates marked with 250 were certainly no joke. If he counted correctly, there were at least 10 of those plates on that bar. Gulp! Zoro swallowed and instinctively wanted to leave. However, just as he turned and took a step, he heard that person's voice behind him. So it's you, Rorinoa Zoro. Upon hearing Wuji's voice, Zoro froze in place, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. He didn't know why the other person knew his name, nor did he understand what he was afraid of. Perhaps it was the instinctive fear humans feel when facing terrifying creatures, leading them to choose to escape. In any case, his heart was very chaotic, extremely chaotic. Just as Zoro was in a daze, Wuji set down the oversized barbell he had been lifting, and his figure disappeared from the spot. Whoosh! Zoro felt a gust of wind rush past him, and then he sensed a slight lightness at his waist. He looked down, and his pupils suddenly constricted. What a good sword! Wuji gently caressed the shiny blade of Harmonic Path, one word, genuinely praising it. Give it back to me, Zoro shouted angrily. To others, Harmonic Path, one word, might just be a famous sword, but to Zoro it was not just a sword. It was his life. A testament to the dreams he shared with his dear friend Kuna. Angry? Good. I prefer your eyes like this right now, compared to the fear I saw earlier. After saying this, Wuji suddenly reversed his grip on Harmonic Path, one word, and shot it toward a wooden post not far behind him. Clang! As the blade sang lightly, Wuji spoke again. Draw your sword, Rorinoa Zoro. Let me see if you can carry the promised blade. Harmonic Path, one word. Upon hearing this, Zoro surprisingly no longer felt angry, but instead calmly gazed at Wuji. At that moment, perhaps even he did not realize that the fear he had felt earlier had completely vanished, replaced by the purest fighting spirit. Clang! The twin swords were drawn, and cold light flashed. Zoro remained silent, but his entire aura suddenly changed, revealing sharpness. What nice sparring partner, Wuji whispered, then beckoned to Zoro with a finger, full of provocation. Seeing this, Zoro's gaze sharpened, and he silently crossed his twin swords in front of his chest, suddenly stepping forward to slash out. Not even going to say the name? Wuji was astonished. You know, in the anime, Zoro is a complete name enthusiast. He always coolly announces the name of any technique before using it. But now, he didn't even say the name of his technique. It seemed he had underestimated Harmonic Path 1 word, S status in Zoro's heart. Since that's the case, let me personally experience your anger, Zoro. Wuji thought quickly, his eyes fixed on the two blades approaching him. He did not want to dodge this strike. Swoosh! The twin swords sliced across Wuji's chest. But to everyone's surprise, there was not a drop of blood in sight where the blade passed. How is this possible? Zoro stopped his blade not far behind Wuji. His eyes filled with horror. He never imagined that his full-force strike could only cut through Wuji's bandages. My body. Wuji raised his hand to brush over his chest. Not to mention Zoro. Even he himself did not expect that the blade passing over his body would leave no trace whatsoever. Something's not right. This is really not right. He had sensed the strangeness in his body earlier. From the initial changes in his bones, to his stamina, followed by his recovery speed, and now to his defensive capability, everything indicated one thing. His body had definitely undergone some unknown changes during the process of being transported to the Pirate King world. Could it be that, during the transition, I was exposed to gamma rays from the universe? Wuji speculated. Don't you see? The Hulk from the Marvel Universe is the best example. Could it be that I can also grow larger and become a giant in the future? With this thought, Wuji's mouth involuntarily curled up into a smile. It seemed this was some hidden gene inscribed in a man's body. As long as one could grow larger, it would be an incredibly joyful thing. On one side, Wuji was happy, but on the other side, Zoro fell into deep self-doubt. He had trained day and night for over a decade, carrying the wishes of his dear friend, vowing to become the world's greatest swordsman. Yet today, with his blade in hand and at his peak strength, he couldn't even cut through Wuji's skin. Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! Zoro suddenly let out a roar to the sky, tears streaming down his face. I almost forgot about you, what a sin. Hearing the huge roar behind him, Wuji slapped his forehead, a rare look of embarrassment appearing on his face. He could swear to the heavens that he did not intend to discourage this kid Zoro. In fact, even Wuji himself did not know that the defensive power of his body would be so formidable. If Zoro wanted to blame someone, he should blame his master, Xuangyuet Jingsalang. Yes, that's right. He should blame Xuangyuet Jingsalang. If it weren't for that move, one sword style, Frosty Moonfall, how could Wuji have the illusion that his defensive power was just average? Isn't that reasonable? After convincing himself with this reasoning, Wuji's sense of guilt was finally eased a little. After all, this is still the dojo of Shimizuki Jingshuru. If one were to seek learning at someone else's dojo and then leave their disciples defeated and disheartened, that would be a great sin. But on the other hand, can Roronoa Zoro, who is referred to as Soda by many fans, really have such a fragile will? Chapter 19. Listen with your ears, cut with your heart. The blade cuts the flesh, the heart cuts the soul. Kuina! Zoro shouted to the sky again. I lost, and I lost terribly. As he spoke, he raised his hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of his eyes, and his gaze suddenly became incredibly determined. But please believe me, I will work even harder to become stronger, until you can hear my name in heaven. The fans indeed did not misjudge you, Zoro. Wujin sighed lightly. He had to admit that although Zoro was still young, the spirit he displayed was enough to crush 99. 99 of adults in the pirate world. The future king of hell truly deserves the title. I must get Zoro on the ship. At that moment, Wujin silently made up his mind. As for whether Zoro would accept his invitation, Wujin believed there was an 80 to 90 chance he would agree. The reason? It couldn't be simpler. As the poem says, the sharpness of the sword comes from grinding, the fragrance of the plum blossoms comes from bitter cold. Right now, there is no better sharpening stone than him. Have you finished crying? Wujin walked up behind Zoro and said calmly, a sword will lose its sharpness because of tears. If you're done crying, then get up and continue fighting. After saying that, he leaped to the wooden post where Wado Ikamanji was inserted and pulled it out. Then, Wujin didn't say much and directly threw the famous sword to Zoro. Zoro caught Wado Ikamanji steadily, but his gaze towards Wujin was filled with confusion. Come on, continue fighting. I believe that one day you will use that famous sword to break through my defenses. Upon hearing this, Zoro was stunned for a few seconds, and the confusion in his eyes completely faded. There will be such a day, he murmured, his tone incredibly firm. Then, Zoro no longer hesitated and bit Wado Ikamanji in his mouth. If one slash can't harm you, then I will slash 10 times, 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times. The thought crossed his mind, and the long sword howled as it cut through the air. Clang, clang, clang. As Zoro tirelessly swung the three long swords, a tall, thin figure standing in the shadows outside the training platform, who had been there for some time, revealed a knowing smile, until the red sun rose and the dojo's front yard was filled with the sounds of disciples practicing in the morning. Shimazuki Jangshuru finally walked slowly towards the training platform. Zoro, you are too presumptuous. How can you use a sword to cut people? Hurry and step down. As he approached, Shimazuki Jangshuru shouted loudly at Zoro. Master! Hearing Shimazuki Jangshuru's voice from below the training platform, Zoro's actions came to an abrupt stop, and he didn't dare hesitate for a moment, quickly sheathing his sword and retreating to the ground. Zoro, go to the front yard and complete your homework for today. Shimazuki Jangshuru instructed. Yes, master. Zoro bowed in response, and then hurried to the front yard. Jangshuru-san, you finally came out. Wujin withdrew his gaze from Zoro's departing figure and looked at Shimazuki Jangshuru with a hint of teasing. In fact, he had sensed Shimazuki Jangshuru's aura fluctuating the moment Zoro called out Kuna's name. Undoubtedly, even after many years, when this swordsmanship master heard the name of his deceased beloved daughter again, he still couldn't help but feel emotional. Kid, no need for small talk. Shimazuki Jangshuru completely ignored Wujin's words and went straight to the point. Do you need a break? If you do, I'll wait for you for a bit. If not, let's start today's training directly. Wujin was quite surprised to hear this. Was this still the gentle and refined Shimazuki Jangshuru from a few days ago? He felt that the other party was a bit strange today. As for what Wujin was thinking, Shimazuki Jangshuru had no way of knowing. If he did, he would definitely call Zoro back, draw Wado Ikamanji from his waist, and then slash Wujin 100 or 80 times, finally looking at Wujin calmly. Though silent, that gaze seemed to say, what kind of thing is it to bully my beloved disciple? If you have the ability, come bully me instead. I don't need a break. Very well. Wujin's words had yet to finish when he was directly interrupted by Shimazuki Jangshuru. Immediately, under Wujin's increasingly wide-eyed gaze, Shimazuki Jangshuru pulled out an ancient long sword from behind his wide cloak. What does this mean? Wasn't it agreed to use only fists with flowing cherry blossom haki for attacks? Using a hand blade yesterday was already considered excessive. Why are we using a real sword today? Regarding the confusion reflected in Wujin's eyes, Shimazuki Jangshuru did not immediately explain. Instead, he quietly glanced at Wujin's chest, where the bandages that had previously existed were now completely shredded by Zoro. The deadly wound that had looked particularly terrifying yesterday was now almost completely healed. What a terrifying physique. Shimazuki Jangshuru marveled internally, but his expression remained calm as he explained indifferently. Your body's strength far exceeds my expectations. To meet your needs, I can only do this. Wonderful. This is truly wonderful. Wujin wanted to say something, but suddenly found that Shimazuki Jangshuru, with his glasses and squinted eyes, had already reached the moral high ground, silently expressing, I do this all for your good, so you'd better obediently take the hit. One sword style, draw and slash. Shimazuki Jangshuru murmured, and the long sword wrapped in flowing cherry blossom haki suddenly came out of its sheath, slashing towards Wujin with lightning speed. I'm afraid you won't succeed. Wujin also felt ruthless in his heart. As long as Shimazuki Jangshuru did not show any killing intent, he would forcefully board the high-speed train of awakening the dual-color haki today, even at the cost of his own injuries. With this thought, he resolutely closed his eyes and gradually emptied his breath. Sizzle. The blade cut through Wujin's chest, tearing flesh and rolling up hot scarlet blood. If you can't hold on, speak up. Shimazuki Jangshuru's gaze became serious, and his tone was incredibly solemn. After saying that, he swung his long sword again, like a meticulous doctor, striking fiercely while avoiding all fatal points. Feel with your heart. Feel with your heart, Wu Jin murmured, ignoring Shimazuki Jingshiru's warning and completely disregarding the intense pain coming from all over his body. In this state of oblivion, Wu Jin suddenly recalled something a blind old man once said while playing a game. Listen with your ears, cut with your heart. The blade cuts the flesh. The heart cuts the soul. Heart, heart, heart. Wu Jin shouted frantically in his heart. In a daze, he suddenly realized that he seemed to be able to hear Shimazuki Jingshiru's barely perceptible heartbeat without needing to get close. He could see the trajectory of the blade without opening his eyes. Chapter 20. The awakening of the three-color Haki achieved. Could this be the power of the observation Haki? Wu Jin felt a sense of understanding. At this moment, although he still kept his eyes tightly shut, through his heart's eye, he could clearly see Shimazuki Jingshiru's movements. Jingshiru-san, you're going to slash at my left abdomen, right? Wu Jin's voice was not loud, but in Shimazuki Jingshiru's ears, it sounded like thunder. You. Shimazuki Jingshiru looked up, and upon discovering that Wu Jin still had not opened his eyes, tentatively turned the blade, changing the target to his right chest. You change your move. It's the right chest. Wu Jin's tone was incredibly certain. At this point, Shimazuki Jingshiru no longer doubted, sheathing his sword and standing in front of Wu Jin, smiling as he said, Wu Jin, congratulations, you have successfully awakened your observation Haki. After receiving Shuangyue Jingshiru's affirmation, Wu Jin opened his eyes, and a hint of smile appeared on his slightly pale face. Thank you, Mr. Jingshiru. Wu Jin first expressed his gratitude, then changed the subject. Mr. Jingshiru, I always feel that my observation Haki is just one step away from awakening. How about we don't let me be a punching bag anymore and have a sparring match? Spow. Shuangyue Jingshiru hesitated. He felt that Wu Jin's suggestion was not made with good intentions. On the other hand, Wu Jin, who was itching for a fight, hurriedly said, Mr. Jingshiru, some things can only be truly understood through practice. As the dojo master, you should understand this better than I do. So, I believe you wouldn't heartlessly refuse the invitation of a humble learner, would you? Upon hearing this, the corners of Shuangyue Jingshiru's eyes twitched slightly. Such familiar rhetoric was something he could easily recognize. However, recognizing it was one thing. Risking his reputation was another. It should be known that although his swordsmanship was strong, in terms of overall physical fitness, he would definitely be far behind Wu Jin. To put it simply, Shuangyue Jingshiru could be categorized as a high-attack, high-agility, high-explosive type of assassin, while Wu Jin, under the premise of not knowing the opponent's trump card, could be classified as an average attacker with decent speed but extremely terrifying stamina. If he agreed to spar. After all, sparring is still sparring. He couldn't unleash all his lethal moves with full force. It was precisely because of this concern that Shuangyue Jingshiru worried about getting beaten up due to lack of stamina, which would be truly embarrassing. Ahem. Shuangyue Jingshiru first covered his mouth and coughed lightly, then intentionally changed the subject. Wu Jin, it's not that I don't want to spar with you, but you're currently losing a lot of blood. As the dojo master, how could I take advantage of someone in danger? Therefore, you should go bandage yourself first. Whoosh. As soon as Shuangyue Jingshiru finished speaking, he disappeared from the spot like the wind. What a master! Wu Jin stared blankly for a long time, feeling ashamed of himself after coming to his senses. After this incident, Shuangyue Jingshiru never drew his sword again during Wu Jin's training for Haki awakening. However, Zoro would find him whenever he had free time, first greeting him politely, then drawing his sword to strike. Wu Jin didn't mind this at all. Sometimes, when Zoro struck him, he would even offer tips on where to strike for maximum damage. Time passed for over half a month. One day, after being hammered by Shuangyue Jingshiru's flowing cherry Haki for about 2.5 hours, Wu Jin finally felt that surging energy inside him, like a volcano ready to erupt. Ha ha ha! I did it! Finally did it! As Wu Jin laughed loudly, a bright red Haki, different from the pink flowing cherry Haki, suddenly covered his entire right arm. Just awakened and can cover the whole arm? Shuangyue Jingshiru was astonished, his eyes wide open. Thinking back to when he first awakened his Haki, he couldn't even wrap it around his fists without great effort. This Haki seemed a bit unusual. Shuangyue Jingshiru felt a sudden shock at the abnormality he discovered again. It should be known that he was still a distance away from Wu Jin. Yet, he could clearly feel the scorching heat radiating from that red Haki-covered arm. What on earth is going on? Just as Shuangyue Jingshiru was about to ask, Wu Jin's next action made his squinting eyes almost pop out of their sockets. This is just the beginning. Wu Jin chuckled to himself, then unleashed his Haki wildly. In just a moment, he changed his appearance. This. Shuangyue Jingshiru looked at Wu Jin, whose entire body was covered in dense red Haki, feeling a shock that words could hardly express. Such a terrifying reserve of Haki, and he had just awakened it. Just thinking about it made Shuangyue Jingshiru feel like his mind was splitting. Wu Jin, are you really human? After holding back for a long time, Shuangyue Jingshiru finally spoke, almost gasping for breath, uttering something that left Wu Jin both amused and speechless. If you think so, then it is. If you think not, then it isn't. Wu Jin gave a vague answer. Perhaps even Wu Jin himself wasn't sure if he could still be considered a normal human. Think of Douglas Barrett, who had a massive reserve of Haki and was called the Devil's Heir and the successor of demons, etc. And what about him? He had just begun to awaken his Haki and could already feel that bottomless abyss of Haki reserved within him. Moreover, perhaps due to the unique process of his Haki awakening, or perhaps because of his physique or the flame fruit, it led to his Haki awakening having some strange mutations. Like flowing Haki that moves like flames? Wu Jin stared at his arms, a strange look in his eyes. At this moment, countless ideas surged in his mind, such as merging the intense heat produced by the flame fruit into Haki, trying to combine the flowing Haki with permeation techniques, manifesting powerful skills from a certain game, like Flame Step, Flame Fist, Flame Kick, Hellfall Star Leg, and Sun-Devouring Fist, one by one in the pirate world, and then merging them with Haki. The more Wu Jin thought, the brighter his eyes became. As for whether he would fail, that question had never been in his consideration. As the old saying goes, failure is the mother of success. If one attempt doesn't work, then he would experiment 100 times, 1,000 times, 10,000 times, until he succeeded. Chapter 21. Flowing Flame, what exactly is this red Haki? Seeing Wu Jin's intense gaze fixated on his arm, after a long silence, Shuangyue Jingshiru could no longer suppress his curiosity and asked. To this, Wu Jin did not intend to explain in detail, but provided the most convincing reason. Perhaps it's because I ate the Logia-type flame fruit. After saying this, he raised his right arm in front of him, and a raging flame suddenly surged from his red palm. Is it caused by the devil fruit ability? Shuangyue Jingshiru suddenly understood. This made sense. Aren't you going to give this brand new power a name? Shuangyue Jingshiru asked. A name? Wu Jin was momentarily taken aback. Reflecting on the various events before and after this power's birth, a catchy name that perfectly matched the characteristics of flowing and red suddenly came to his lips. Flowing Flame. Wu Jin looked at Shuangyue Jingshiru and smiled, asking, let's call it Flowing Flame Haki. Mr. Jingshiru, what do you think? Flowing Flame Haki, Flowing Flame Haki. Shuangyue Jingshiru repeated the name while gazing at the flowing red on Wu Jin's body several times, then appreciatively said, good. This name is excellent. Thus, this brand new power, born from various coincidences, was finally given its own name, Flowing Flame. Mr. Jingshiru, would you like to experience this power for yourself? Upon hearing Wu Jin's words, Shuangyue Jingshiru had to admit that he was indeed tempted. However, just as he was about to take action, a loud commotion coming from outside the dojo immediately made him abandon the idea. Damn it, who is ruining my good thing? Sensing Shuanju Jean-Chiwes aura dissipating. Wu Jin felt a gnawing resentment. For more than half a month, he had been beaten up, and just when he finally found an opportunity to fight back, someone messed it up. How could he not be angry? However, when he finally understood the shouting outside the courtyard, Wu Ji's anger dissipated instantly. Quick, quick, quick! The firelight is coming from the backyard's training ground. Everyone hurry to put out the fire. Wu Ji. It turns out the clown is actually me. When Wu Ji realized he was the instigator of this farce, he immediately retracted the blazing aura surrounding him. Huh, where's the fire source? There's no fire source at all? Then what was that firelight earlier? Ace, Dorse, and Zoro, who rushed into the backyard training ground first, all expressed their voices. From these three voices, it was not hard to hear that the most rational Dorse had already discovered some clues. Cough, cough, everyone go back, this is a misunderstanding. There was no fire at all. Seeing Wu Ji's expression was off, Dorse hurriedly turned around, pushing the confused disciples of the dojo towards the front yard. This little brother is really worth having. Wu Ji observed Dorse's performance, and his dark expression finally improved slightly. With Dorse as a good example, Wu Ji couldn't help but glance at Ace. But after looking, he regretted it. This foolish Wu Ji cursed inwardly. It really proved that saying, no comparison, no harm, compared to Dorse, who was helping him out, Ace, who was looking around and constantly searching for the so-called fire source, was truly unsightly. Forget it. This is also a little brother I accepted. It's not worth getting angry over such a small matter. Wu Ji comforted himself in his heart. However, things often develop contrary to one's wishes. Some people really deserve to be beaten up. Big brother, did you put out the fire source? But that shouldn't be the case. The fire was so bright it turned the sky red. How did you put it out in such a short time? Ace looked at Wu Ji, asking in confusion. Hee. Interesting. Before Wu Ji could speak, Frost Moon Gung Shiro laughed first. And with that laugh, Wu Ji's pent-up anger could no longer be suppressed. Do you want to know? Wu Ji, with a face as dark as water, waved at Ace, gritting his teeth, and said, If you want to know, come here, I'll tell you. As his words fell, besides Ace, Zoro also moved out of curiosity. Huh? Seeing his beloved disciple also wanting to join in, Frost Moon Gung Shiro's smile instantly froze on his face. He quickly moved forward, firmly grabbing Zoro. Master, what are you doing? Zoro asked in confusion. And in the next second, someone answered his question with action. Bang! Wu Ji threw a punch, and Ace flew out in response. Before the latter landed, the former suddenly shot out, hammering and cursing, Fire source? You idiot! Don't you know I'm a Logia-type flame fruit user? I told you to find a fire source. Bang! I told you to ask me. Bang! Just like that. One question and one non-answer, until Ace had nowhere to retreat and his face was swollen like a pig's head. Wu Ji finally let him go. Zoro saw this scene and suddenly shivered all over. So close. If it weren't for the master holding him back, he would have almost been beaten into a pig's head too. Immediately, Zoro looked at Frost Moon Gung Shiro with gratitude and quietly asked, Master, what does it mean when Wu Ji says he is a Logia-type flame fruit user? Sigh. Frost Moon Gung Shiro sighed inwardly. There were many things he didn't plan to tell Zoro directly, but wanted him to explore personally after going to sea. However, plans often don't work out, and Wu Ji's arrival ultimately affected Zoro. Do you really want to know? Frost Moon Gung Shiro asked softly. Yes, I really want to know. Zoro nodded seriously, his eyes filled with solemnity. Wu Ji, this is a man he desperately desires to defeat, and he wants to know more and more about him. All right. Seeing Zoro like this, Frost Moon Gung Shiro no longer insisted and objectively explained the information about the devil fruit to him. Logia-type elemental immunity to physical attacks. Zoro's eyes widened in shock, and even his sword-holding hand couldn't help but tremble slightly. In that case, does that mean I can never defeat him? Zoro was confused. If what Frost Moon Gung Shiro said is true, then what is the meaning of his perseverance in the days to come? Defeating Wu Ji? For his beloved disciple to have such a lofty goal, at this moment, Frost Moon Gung Shiro truly didn't know whether to be happy or sad. Chapter 22 Frost Moon Gung Shiro. Zoro, you should set a smaller goal. Zoro, have you forgotten the promise with Kuina? Frost Moon Gung Shiro really didn't know how to advise Zoro, so he could only use the smaller goal of becoming the world's greatest swordsman to divert Zoro's attention. Becoming the world's greatest swordsman? Zoro was stunned for a moment after hearing Frost Moon Gung Shiro's words, but then his fighting spirit reignited. However, this state didn't last long. So what if I become the world's greatest swordsman? I still can't defeat Wu Ji, Zoro said dejectedly. To this, Frost Moon Gung Shiro could only smile wryly, and then shared the basic information about Haki with Zoro. The result was surprisingly good. Armament Haki can actually affect Logia-type users? Great! This is fantastic! At this moment, Zoro's confusion completely dissipated, replaced by boundless fighting spirit. I must awaken armament Haki as soon as possible. Zoro silently made up his mind. Since the teacher said that the awakening of armament Haki is related to physical fitness, he would increase his training intensity in the future. As for whether his body could handle it, that was completely outside Zoro's consideration. Meanwhile, after Wu Ji finished dealing with his little brothers and his frustration dissipated, he walked towards Frost Moon Gung Shiro with a clear mind, apologizing. I'm really sorry for messing up your training ground, Mr. Gung Shiro. Frost Moon Gung Shiro glanced at the beaten-up ace, and just as he was about to say it was no big deal, he heard Wu Ji speak again. Don't worry. The damaged grass and walls. Once Ace recovers, I'll have him fix them. This, even for Frost Moon Gung Shiro, who had excellent expression management. His mouth couldn't help but twitch violently. In contrast, Ace, who was lying there like a pile of mud, seemed to have been injected with adrenaline, ignoring the pain and struggling to get up. However, Wu Ji had hit him too hard this time, and no matter how he struggled, he ultimately ended in failure. What an unfortunate kid. Frost Moon Gung Shiro sighed for Ace in his heart. You say, why did you choose such a black-hearted person as your big brother? You truly brought this upon yourself. And just as Frost Moon Gung Shiro was secretly sighing, he was unaware that Wu Ji, whom he had already deemed black-hearted, had long been eyeing his beloved disciple. Yo, Zoro, why are you looking at me like that? Seeing Zoro staring at him intently, Wu Ji laughed heartily. Your master is still here. If you want to cut me, you might as well come find me at night. As his words fell, Zoro thought for a moment and nodded seriously. But when he looked at Frost Moon Gung Shiro, it was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Zoro, do you often go to find Wu Ji at night? He asked anxiously. Yes. Zoro nodded emphatically. Good for you, Wu Ji. At this moment, Frost Moon Gung Shiro threw away all his composure and dignity as a teacher, pointed at Wu Ji with a trembling hand, gritting his teeth, and said, You bastard. Eating from the bowl while looking at the pot. Mr. Gung Shiro, what do you mean by that? Wu Ji pretended not to know, still wearing a smile on his face. Shuang at Jingsalang was exasperated. He had thought Wu Ji was merely scheming, but never expected the other party to be so shameless. Oh dear, don't be angry, Mr. Jingsalang. Seeing Shuang at Jingsalang's eyes squinting in anger, Wu Ji stopped pretending and said calmly, Mr. Jingsalang, Zoro's talent should not be buried in a small village in the East Sea. He needs to be tempered by blood and fire. Only then can he forge the sharpest sword. After hearing this, Shuang at Jingsalang fell silent. Although he wanted to deny it, he had to admit that what Wu Ji said was right. However, the anger in Shuang at Jingsalang's eyes faded, and he wanted to say something but didn't know where to start. Rest assured, Wu Ji seemed to sense the deep concern in Shuang at Jingsalang's words and said solemnly, If Zoro steps onto my ship, I assure you, as long as he doesn't point his sword at me, one day in the future, the name Shuang will bring new life to Wano country. Shuang at Jingsalang looked at Wu Ji with a serious expression, wanting to see something from this non-human whom he had labeled as scheming and shameless. But as time passed, he ultimately gave up. On that face, he saw no falsehood, no pretense, only sincerity. Seeing Shuang at Jingsalang's attitude change, Wu Ji quickly took the opportunity to ask about the person's attitude. Zoro, do you want to follow me to venture out on the sea? To witness the wonders of the world? To forge the reputation of the world's greatest swordsman? Upon hearing this, Zoro felt a blazing desire igniting in his chest, as if it would burn him to ashes. After an unknown amount of time, Zoro let out a long breath, looked at Shuang at Jingsalang, and said, Master, I want to go to sea. These 6 short words made Wu Ji and Shuang at Jingsalang, who had been quietly waiting, simultaneously show expressions of relief. Thus, Wu Ji's third subordinate was officially established. Big brother, congratulations. Seeing Wu Ji's wish fulfilled, Dios, who had been watching from outside the collapsing courtyard wall, immediately offered his heartfelt congratulations. Dios, you came the right time. Wu Ji laughed heartily and waved at Dios. Come and meet my new little brother. Naturally, Dios would not refuse and walked over to Zoro with a smile, formally extending his right hand. Nice to meet you. I'm Dios, serving as the navigator on the ship. Hello, big brother Dios. My name is Roronoa Zoro, and I will serve as a fighter on the ship. As the two shook hands, Dios quickly pointed out the error in Zoro's previous statement. Zoro, you must remember, there can only be one big brother on the ship, and that is Wu Ji. As for me, at this point, Dios turned to Wu Ji, full of expectation. Seeing this, Wu Ji pondered for a moment before speaking. Zoro, you can call Dios second brother from now on. This title is not related to strength, but is based on the order of boarding the ship. The reason he said that was to give Dios face. Secondly, it was to prevent a situation where someone strong ranked lower in the future. Second brother. Zoro did not hesitate to call out to Dios. At this moment, Ace, who had been slumped on the ground, somehow found the strength to shakily get up and looked at Zoro, saying, "Hello, Zoro. My name is Pork-Ass D, Ace, and I am your third brother. I am also a fighter on the ship." After Ace stuttered through this introduction, his ears perked up quietly. However, he waited, and eventually he sat down weakly, still not hearing the title he wanted to hear. No one knew why Zoro was silent. But from that moment on, the grudges and entanglements of the King's arms began to unfold. Chapter 23. The gun comes out like a dragon. Named Dragon's Roar. Xuanyue Village Coast. Wu Ji boarded the ship with some regret. He ultimately did not get to have a friendly spar with Xuanyue Jingsalang. Zoro, where's Mr. Jingsalang? Seeing that the ship was about to set sail, and still not seeing Xuanyue Jingsalang's figure, Wu Ji looked at Zoro and asked curiously, "Master, he..." Zoro's eyes flickered, and he exchanged a glance with Dios before saying, "He should have been delayed by something, but he will definitely come." Delayed by something? Wu Ji frowned slightly. He could clearly feel that Zoro's words had deeper meaning. Also, did he really think that Zoro's earlier glance with Dios was just casual? Zoro. Wu Ji was about to ask further when suddenly a sharp sound of something slicing through the air exploded from the shore. Whoosh! A cold gleam arrived first. Then a gun shot out like a dragon. Watching the cold gleam rushing towards him, Wu Ji's eyes were filled with joy, confusion, and a complex mix of emotions. "Come on!" Wu Ji shouted loudly as he slightly turned his body to the side and then quickly raised his hand to grab the gun firmly. Swish, swish, swish. Gripping the long gun, Wu Ji casually pointed it in the air, creating several bursts of gunfire before carefully examining the long gun in his hand. The gun was over a foot long, silver-white in color, with a metallic feel throughout. The tip of the gun was shaped like a sharp inverted triangle, with thin blades on both sides, sharp at the tip. The gun tassel was decorated with coiling dragons and a mysterious blue gemstone. The gun bow was adorned with dragon tail scales, also sharp, able to pierce the ground to stabilize the gun. What a fine silver gun! Wu Ji fondly stroked the slightly heavy silver gun in his hand, his affection evident, and he couldn't stop praising it. Such weight, wonderful, simply marvelous. It should be noted that there is a deep connection between the 8 Extremes fist and the 6 Harmonies spear. Therefore, while Wu Ji's spear skills might not be as high as his fist techniques, they were still quite impressive. Hey, this gun. While feeling it, Wu Ji also noticed something unusual. Why does this gun look so much like the one he conjured with flames during the battle against the heavens? With this question in mind, Wu Ji turned to look at the only survivor who had not fainted at that time. At that moment, Ace was looking shocked, scanning back and forth between Dios, Zoro, and the silver gun. It was as if he was saying, "I'm providing you with material, and you don't even bring me along to play?" In response, Dios looked helpless, while Zoro crossed his arms, refusing to make eye contact with Ace. Damn green algae head. Ace gritted his teeth in frustration. He really wanted to have a true man's duel with Zoro at that moment. However, he was also afraid of ruining Wu Ji's excitement and receiving a beating, so he had to temporarily suppress the anger in his heart. "Wu Ji, how is this gun?" The silver gun was thrown early by Xuanyue Jingsalang, who finally appeared on the shore, and he called out to the man holding the gun standing on the ship's deck. "Good gun." Wu Ji's response was succinct and powerful. "Is it good gun?" Hearing Wu Ji's answer, a smile appeared on Xuanyue Jingsalang's face, and even his scarred hands seemed to find some comfort, no longer feeling so painful. "Get a name," Xuanyue Jingsalang shouted. Hearing this, Wu Ji raised the silver gun high above his head and said without hesitation, "Dragon's Roar. Its name is Dragon's Roar." Dragon's Roar gun? What good name? Shuangyue Jingsalang's smile grew even broader, but what Wu Ji said next suddenly stirred his emotions. Mr. Jingsalang, one day, I will make your name resonate across the sea along with this dragon's roar gun. Resonate across the sea? Shuangyue Jingsalang murmured. His mood at this moment was undoubtedly very complicated. Helping Wu Ji awaken observation Haki and armament Haki was due to the other party's spirit and promise. Helping Wu Jie to forge weapons with all his might was also because he heard the conversation between Dais and Zoro, thinking that if the other party had a suitable weapon, perhaps it could better protect Zoro on the perilous seas. However, these seemingly equivalent exchanges became unequal because of Wu Jie's last words. What a cunning little brat. Shuangyue Jingsairo sighed wryly. In contrast, after saying that, Wu Jie no longer paid attention to Shuangyue Jingsairo, but turned to his three little brothers and shouted, "Set sail. Depart." Understood. The three responded in unison. And at the moment the sails were raised, the world would also move because of it. The starting point of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. Recently, a shocking piece of news has spread widely around Reverse Mountain, shocking countless pirates. Have you heard? The naval hero, Iron Fist Carp, has been wandering near Reverse Mountain for the past few months, seemingly looking for someone. This news has both believers and skeptics. The pirates who believe this news are extremely cautious, all fleeing in panic when they see a certain dog-headed warship in the distance, quietly hiding away. As for those who do not believe or look down upon the naval hero, they were almost all blown to pieces by cannonballs, either injured, dead, or captured. And on the deck of the dog-headed warship, which was regarded by many pirates as the source of plague, the instigator of all this was leisurely basking in the sun. Eating sunbae. What a leisurely life. Feeling a bit parched, Carp casually picked up a large cup of freshly squeezed juice from the table beside his lounge chair. But just when he was about to drink, a hurried voice from behind made his movements suddenly pause. "Mr. Carp, you have a call." "A call? Is it Sengoku again?" Compared to the urgency of his aide Bogart, Carp didn't even put down the large cup of orange juice in his hand, casually asking. "Yes, it is indeed a call from Fleet Admiral Sengoku." After saying that, Bogart hurriedly handed the buzzing transponder snail to Carp. "Moshi Moshi, this is Carp." Carp answered the transponder snail, introducing himself while not forgetting to take a big sip of his orange juice. After all, he had already mentally prepared himself for a scolding. So drinking or not drinking wouldn't make any difference. Sure enough, things developed as he expected. The next moment, a furious roar came from the transponder snail with a braided beard. "Carp, you bastard. You've been wandering in the East Blue for 2 or 3 months, and you still haven't found your target? Is your old bones completely useless? Old man useless?" Upon hearing this, Carp put down his orange juice and dug in his ears, unconcerned, saying, "If that's the case, then let me retire. Sengoku. No, I just scolded you a bit, and you directly counterattacked? Okay. You wait for me." Chapter 24. The storm is coming. There are still hundreds of bags of limited edition Sunbae in someone's safe. I'm truly blessed. Sengoku suppressed his anger, his tone calm, but for a certain old bastard, this was the most lethal remark. Sure enough, things were developing just as he expected. "No, Sengoku. Those are Sunbae that I have treasured for a long time. Please spare them." Carp cried out in despair, making Bogart's mouth twitch uncontrollably. "Now you know you're wrong?" Sengoku secretly delighted. "Wrong. I know I'm wrong." Carp kept begging for mercy, no longer having any of his previous arrogance. "Since you know you're wrong, then hurry up and bring that person back to Marineford." Sengoku raised his voice again, wishing he could jump out of the transponder snail and give Carp a couple of punches in the face. I wanted to, but Carp was just pleading. But Sengoku didn't want to waste any more words with him, saying there was no but. "If you can't bring the person back, then say goodbye to your limited edition Sunbae." After saying that, Sengoku directly hung up the transponder snail, not giving Carp any chance to argue. Damn Sengoku. Carp was so angry his beard bristled. Those were his treasured limited edition Sunbae. He couldn't even bear to eat them himself. "Ace, you've really caused me great trouble this time." Carp muttered under his breath. If it weren't for seeing that particularly familiar name on that list of 3 newcomers, would he have been waiting at Reverse Mountain? Would Sengoku have had the chance to threaten him with his limited edition Sunbae? Sigh. Carp sighed in disappointment. handing the transponder snail to Bogart while asking, "Bogart, do we have any news about those three brats?" Bogart was about to shake his head to indicate no when, in the next second, an intelligence officer hurriedly ran to the deck, urgently reporting, "Vice Admiral Carp, the three people you asked us to keep an eye on, we have news." "Nanny? Really?" At this moment, Carp's eyes lit up, as if he had heard the most wonderful sound in the world. "Really, please take a look." Seeing Carp so excited, the intelligence officer didn't dare to be slow, hurriedly handing the information in his hand over to Carp. Carp took the information, quickly scanned it, and then laughed heartily. "Ha ha, finally found you. I won't have to let that bastard Sengoku waste my treasured Senbei." Bogart, intelligence officer, the station marines around. When people are speechless, they really become speechless. The crew of this warship had already experienced their commander's unique thought processes countless times, but each time they were still shocked into silence. "Set sail. Hurry up and set sail." The oblivious Carp didn't care what others thought. After handing the intelligence coordinates to Bogart, he loudly ordered, "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Bring my special cannonballs on board. We need to speed up." Ah! Hearing Carp say they need to speed up, aside from the personnel moving the cannonballs, the veterans all gasped, quickly holding on to anything fixed around them. As for the new recruits, their confusion and helplessness were soon swallowed clean by the terrifying backlash. Just like that, amidst the cries of terror, a dog-headed warship sped across the sea at an incredibly terrifying speed. In a certain sea area of the East Blue, since Wujia and the others' medium-sized sailboat left Shuanyue village, they had been sailing on the sea for several days. Throughout this journey, aside from dealing with storms, they hadn't encountered a single pirate ship. It's worth mentioning that since their ship did not fly a skull flag, they had no trouble when encountering patrolling marines. "Big brother, our food is running low. We must resupply in the next village." Dias stopped behind the Iron Trio and reported to the leading brother. Food running low? Ace and Zoro were both secretly shocked. When they left Shuanyue village, they had bought enough food to last several people for half a month. But in just a few days, how could the food be running out? "Dias, can our remaining food last until the next village?" Wujia slowly put down the heavy burden he was carrying, turned to Dias, and asked in a deep voice. He didn't ask why the food was running low because he had a clear understanding of his increasingly enhanced physical fitness and the reserves of armament Haki. And training hard often meant eating more. Yes, Dias nodded without hesitation. But what he was thinking was, if necessary, I'd rather go hungry myself. That's good. Wujia sighed in relief. If there was no food, his training speed would undoubtedly be greatly reduced. "All right, what is the name of the next village?" Wu Ji casually asked a question, but the answer from Dias made him brighten up. "Kokoyashi Village." It turned out to be here. If you remember correctly, this village seemed to be the residence of one of the main character group members, the little thief cat Nami. "Brother, have you been to this village?" Dias, hearing the surprise in Wu Ji's words, asked with curiosity. "I haven't been there, just heard about it." Wu Ji didn't want to explain too much, as he felt that many things are hard to scrutinize in the eyes of smart people. "Is that so? Then, big brother, you continue training. I'll go prepare food for you guys." Dias didn't say much about Wu Ji's somewhat perfunctory answer. After tucking the sea chart into his coat, he walked into the cabin to start preparing food for the few of them. "I need to find a cook, a doctor, and a shipwright." Dias's silent contributions were all seen by Wu Ji. Ever since the other party understood his position as a non-combatant, almost all the trivial matters on the ship were managed by him. Although sometimes Ace and Zoro would help, they would always be politely declined by Dias. In his words, "You are combatants and need to focus on getting stronger to help big brother." To this, Wu Ji could only say, "This little brother is so sensible that it hurts." "Dias, big brother really can't do without you more and more." Wu Ji murmured to himself. With such a smart, sensible little brother, like a housekeeper, he didn't need to participate in any trivial matters and could concentrate on getting stronger, which greatly increased his happiness index. "If I have the chance in the future, I must help you find a powerful devil fruit to make up for your lack of talent." Wu Ji secretly made up his mind and then continued his training. Because he knew that the rarer the treasure, the more powerful force was needed to obtain it. Without strong force to support it, everything is just an illusion. Even if one obtains a treasure, they would just be a commoner with a crime of possessing a precious item. Chapter 25, Kokoyashi Village finally arrived. After a day's sailing, just before the food was about to run out, Wu-Ji and the others finally reached Kokoyashi Village. The situation in this village didn't look optimistic. Dais looked out over the village, and, at this mealtime, the rising smoke from cooking was almost negligible. Clearly, this village was either sparsely populated or extremely poor. This is a bit troublesome. Ace frowned. If there was no food supply, wouldn't he have to train on an empty stomach? Shut up. Zoro was not at all lenient with Ace, retorting, "Second brother is just speculating. You don't need to join in the nonsense." You. Ace was furious, really not understanding where he had offended this green algae head. Before the other party boarded the ship, he had been polite in conversation, but ever since accepting Wu Ji's invitation to board, his attitude had taken a sharp turn for the worse. No way. It seems it was after he asked the other party to call him third brother that it became like this. Yes, it should be like that. Ace thought this, but didn't know that this was not the real crux of the matter. The reason Zoro was at odds with Ace was entirely because after introducing himself, he had said the last 3 words, "Don't argue." Wu Ji stepped forward, crushing the dispute in its cradle, and said in a deep voice, "Rather than speculating here, it's better to go into the village and investigate with me." After saying that, he jumped off the deck and walked straight towards the center of the village. "Big brother, wait for me." Dais quickly followed suit. As for Ace and Zoro, after exchanging displeased glances, they each snorted coldly and hurried toward the center of the village, competing with each other. And this was a detail that even Wu Ji hadn't realized. If Ace hadn't been leading the way, Zoro's first experience on land after the voyage might have gotten lost along the way. Something is wrong. This village is very strange. As they walked, Dais discovered that the population and land in the village were actually not small, but the villagers were all thin and haggard, and upon seeing these strangers, their eyes were filled with an inescapable fear. Regarding Dais's confusion, although Wu Ji knew the answer, he did not speak to explain. He was not a saint. Even though Nami was one of the future main character group members, what did that have to do with him? If he wanted to take the initiative, the other party had to either offer loyalty or provide benefits. Besides that, it depended on whether he was in a good mood or whether the other party's strength could pique his interest. In short, he would never have the kind of heroic spirit of ancient people who would help others simply upon seeing injustice. When he acted, he must have his own selfish motives or purposes. Were you people? Until Wu Ji and the others stopped at the village's central square, a scarred man, wearing a windmill on his head and dressed in tattered security officer attire, finally gathered the courage to block their path. Dais was about to explain, but suddenly heard a cold yet furious shout come from behind the scarred man. "You bastards! Do you want to go against the agreement between me and Aaron?" Aaron? Compared to Dais's confusion, Wu Ji was currently sizing up the petite figure that hurriedly approached. With short orange hair, large bright eyes, a blue and white short-sleeved top, and an orange skirt, she was undoubtedly a beautiful and delicate little girl. But the only regret was the hideous tattoo on her left shoulder, which ruined the beauty. "We don't know any Aaron. We are here to buy food." Dais finally realized it was a misunderstanding and hurriedly explained. As his words fell, the village's security officer, Ajin, and the little girl Nami were both stunned in place. After a moment, Ajin smiled wryly. "I'm sorry, but most of our food has been forcibly requisitioned by the evil dragon pirates, and we have no surplus food to sell to you." There's really no food. Zoro, who had just arrived at this place after bumping into someone, turned to Ace upon hearing this and angrily said, "Freckled face, you really have a crow's mouth." "Shut up, you bastard green algae head." Ace also refused to back down, roaring back, "Hey, you guys." Seeing that the two were about to fight, Dais instinctively wanted to step in to mediate. But just as he took a step forward, he heard Wu Ji's voice suddenly say, "If you want to fight, go fight far away." As soon as these words came out, Ace and Zoro both trembled. Immediately, they displayed an extremely rare tacit understanding, turned, and ran wildly toward the beach. If at this moment, someone could grab Ace and Zoro and ask them, "Why did you come to the island?" Facing this question, the two might be momentarily puzzled. But if asked again, "What do you want to do the most right now?" they would undoubtedly say in unison, beat up the green algae head, beat up the freckled face. With Ace and Zoro leaving, this little interlude came to an end, and everyone's attention returned to the previous topic. Kokoyashi Village had no surplus food. If Wuji wanted to rob it, they could only resist with all their might. If they were powerless to resist, at this moment, Nami even developed the idea of seeking help from former enemies. After all, no matter what, she didn't want to see any villagers sacrificed again. But if someone had to be sacrificed, thinking of this, Nami glanced back at the orange orchard behind the village, her fear of death gradually transforming into determination. Very good eyes. Although Wuji didn't know what Nami was thinking, he saw the resolve in her gaze. Putting aside everything else, just this point was already many times stronger than the freckled face that Zoro had mentioned. I need food. A lot of food. As Wuji's voice echoed again, despair filled the eyes of the majority of the villagers. I'll fight you. A villager, under the immense invisible pressure, swung a wooden stick and struck at Wuji fiercely. No. Jin and Nami, witnessing this scene, widened their eyes and shouted in near despair. How weak! Facing such an attack, Wuji's expression remained calm. He didn't even bother to lift his eyelids. Compared to Wuji's indifference, Daius would not allow a mere wooden stick to strike his elder brother's body. Bang! Daius flashed forward and tightly grabbed the wooden stick in his hand. Do you want to die? Daius's gaze was cold as he stared intently at the villager in front of him. With a sudden force, he crushed the wooden stick in his grip. This scene left everyone present, except for Wuji, in shock. Such immense power. Was it something they could contend with? Chapter 26. The bold little thief the wooden splinters hit the villager's face, and the overwhelming fear caused him to collapse to the ground, unable to utter a complete sentence. Please let him go. We will give you all the food in the village. Jin knelt before Wuji, the vast disparity in strength making him give up all resistance. At least, the other side was not here to rob them of their lives, just wanting food. Daius, step back, Wuji said calmly. Hearing this, Daius secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Despite his earlier fierce demeanor and rough behavior, it was merely to prevent the situation from worsening. He didn't know Wuji very well, but he understood him to some extent. In Wuji's eyes, weaklings like the villagers were undoubtedly like ants. Would a giant really go to war over an unintentional offense by ants? This was the opportunity Daius seized. You should receive a reward for what you give, since you have no extra food. At this point, Wuji suddenly realized he seemed to be wasting time. He then looked at Daius and said, "Let's go." "Okay, big brother," Daius replied readily. However, Nami, who had been silent, suddenly gathered her courage and shouted, "Are you pirates?" Upon hearing this, Wuji abruptly stopped in his tracks. Daius, seeing this, stood silently beside Wuji without answering. "No." As soon as Wuji's words fell, Nami asked again, "Then are you strong?" Wuji, who had yet to face a true strong opponent, couldn't answer this question. But Daius proudly replied, "My big brother is very strong. Even the Navy's Colonel Smoker Station in Lowtown is not a match for my big brother." Colonel Smoke? Nami's eyes lit up with surprise. As a little thief cat, how could she not know the infamous Smoker? "What do you really want to say?" Wuji turned around, calmly looking at Nami. Nami's heart raced as she met Wuji's gaze. After suppressing her inner turmoil, she said, "If I take you to the evil dragon pirate's treasure and food supply, what will I get in return?" Interesting. Wuji's lips curled into a slight smile. He truly hadn't expected this timid little thief cat to have such courage. He pondered for a moment and said, "How about I help you completely deal with the evil dragon pirates? What do you think of that reward? Completely deal with the evil dragon pirates?" As soon as Wuji's words left his mouth, Nami and the villagers were left dumbfounded. That was the evil dragon, with a bounty of 20 million berry, a peak existence in the EC, whose sharp teeth could even crush steel. "Daius, take her with you." Wuji didn't want to waste more words. Since an agreement had been made, it should be firmly executed. Nami, seeing Daius really walking towards Nami, Jin and the other villagers panicked. In contrast, Nami didn't think of running away. Instead, she forced a smile and looked at Jin, saying, "Mr. Jin, please tell Noki that I will definitely come back." Saying that, she walked straight towards Daius. "You have a lot of courage." Daius looked at Nami and said softly, You better not deceive my big brother, otherwise, no one can save you. I won't. Nami stammered in response. Better not. With Daius's words, the two remained silent on their way. Meanwhile, Wuji, who had left earlier, soon found Ace and Zoro on the shore, engaged in a fierce fight. Oh, but to Wuji's surprise, Zoro was actually not using his swords in this fight. Was this a duel between real men? Watching the two exchange punches, neither giving way nor taking a loss, Wuji suddenly felt like laughing. Is this what it means to love and kill each other? What a pity. Wuji sighed inwardly. If it weren't for the serious matters at hand, he would really want to see who would emerge as the final winner in this duel between real men. Stop it. Hearing this incredibly familiar roar, Ace and Zoro shivered and instinctively pulled away from each other. They didn't want it to be this way, but practice makes perfect. During their journey, they had often tried to fight on the ship, and it was Wuji's shouts that forced them to stop. As for why it was said to be forced, it was unavoidable. As long as they kept going, they would suffer from that fiery red fist. Big brother, Ace and Zoro shouted in unison. Wuji nodded without any other actions, and then with just one sentence, he brought the two unwilling to end their duel to show excitement on their faces. It's time to set sail, target the evil dragon pirates, and fight for real. Great, the two shouted in unison again. But as soon as the cheers fell, they both shot each other an unhappy glance. Green algae head, since we didn't determine a winner this time, let's see who could defeat more enemies and who defeats stronger enemies on the battlefield. Ace wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and took the lead in challenging Zoro. Zoro spat out blood, refusing to back down. Are you afraid? Enough. Seeing the two about to fight again, Wuji furrowed his brow and forcefully intervened. Shut up. Now, pack your things and return to the ship. Okay, big brother. The two answered in perfect harmony and put on the gear placed nearby. Not long after, when Wuji and the love-hate brothers returned to the ship docked on the shore, Daius was already ready to set sail. Set off. Wuji waved his arm and issued the command, then stepped onto the ship's deck, grasping the barbell that was almost as thick as a child's arm. Although this voyage was short, just circling from one side of the island to the other, he still wouldn't waste precious time to become stronger. Squeak, squeak, squeak. As Nami heard the clear metallic sound piercing her ears, her beautiful eyes almost popped out. He. Nami pointed back and forth between Wuji and the massive metal barbell that could crush her into a meat pie, unable to express her shock in words. Is this really still human? Even among those exceptionally fierce fishmen, she had never seen such terrifying physical qualities. I told you long ago, my big brother is very strong. Daius smiled. The more he interacted with Wuji, the more he understood Wuji's strength. And this strength was not only reflected in physical quality, but also in mental will. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as there is enough food, Wuji can train like crazy without sleep or rest. No one knows where his limits lie. Perhaps even Wuji himself does not know. Chapter 27. Still eating? Here we come. On this day, Arlong Park was as lively as ever. The many pirates of the Arlong Pirates, with treasures plundered from various places, indulged in feasting and merriment, enjoying themselves to the fullest. Boss, I heard Nami has accumulated quite a fortune. Where are we going to steal it from her? One of the cadres of the Arlong Pirates, the soft-boned fishman Kruby, wore a sinister smile, as if he could already hear the despairing cries of certain lowly human. Ha ha ha. Arlong, a saw-shark fishman with a long, sharp, serrated nose, laughed heartily as he downed a large cup of rum, then said, "Let that little thief cat steal a bit more money. The closer she gets to success, the more despair she'll feel after she fails. You filthy bastards." Nami, who had just arrived at Arlong Park, trembled with rage upon overhearing Arlong and his subordinates' conversation, cursing them furiously. Her outburst instantly froze the lively atmosphere in the park. "So it's you." After recognizing her, Arlong stood up and slowly walked towards Nami, his eyes glinting with menace as he coldly declared, "I originally planned to kill you after using you, but how dare you insult a noble fishman, you lowly human? You deserve to die." As he spoke, Arlong suddenly accelerated, swinging his fist, larger than a cooking pot, directly at Nami's head. Nami screamed in terror upon seeing this. At that moment, her fear overwhelmed her anger. and her body uncontrollably leaned back. Just as she was about to fall, a large hand firmly supported her trembling body. Ha ha ha, you have help? I'll crush you all with one punch. Arlong, seeing the black-haired figure suddenly appear behind Nami, was not surprised but rather delighted, his eyes bloodshot with excitement. Oh, really? Wujia said as he pulled Nami back and, without a second thought, threw a punch. Ha ha! A mere lowly human thinks he can trade blows with Arlong? Truly unaware of death. One of the cadres of the Arlong pirates, the kissing fishman Ju, laughed out loud upon witnessing such an absurd scene. As for the other fishmen, although they did not voice their opinions, their mocking expressions were unabashed. Undoubtedly, all the fishmen regarded the black-haired man as a joke and his actions as a farce. Boom! The two fists, one large and one small, collided heavily. In an instant, the clear sound of bones shattering rang out. Crack! The sound of bones breaking was not ear-piercing, but Arlong's painful roar echoed through the air. Arlong clutched his right arm and staggered back, disbelief filling his eyes. A mere lowly human, and yet his strength and bone density were even greater than that of this sawshark fishman. Is this scientific? Is this reasonable? Compared to Arlong's confusion, the other fishermen's reactions were much simpler. Looking around, they all stared wide-eyed, frozen like statues. Slap! It was unclear which fishman slapped himself, seemingly to confirm something. However, that sharp pain felt all too real. I'm not dreaming, this fishman murmured subconsciously. His words also awoke the doubting Arlong. Up! Everyone, attack together! Crush this lowly human completely. Arlong roared, enduring the intense pain in his right arm, and with his left hand, he pulled out his regenerating shark teeth and initiated an attack. Iron teeth technique. As a large group of fishmen charged at him, Wujia was about to take them all down in one go. However, his two younger brothers, who had long since been eager to fight, could no longer hold back. Big brother, hearing Ace and Zoro's urgent shouts, Wujia paused momentarily, not looking back as he said, the one with 6 swords and that big white guy. Leave them to you. All right. Ace and Zoro answered in unison before exchanging glances. In silence, the two resumed their duel. Damluliumans. Seeing Wujia casually assign his companions, Arlong's anger intensified, and his speed increased even further. But would this really be effective? What a crude and poor attack. Wujia murmured, easily dodging Arlong's attack while swiftly advancing, sweeping his right foot forward. What? Arlong was kicked, and his tall body instantly lost balance. At that moment, Wujia's gaze sharpened, and he unleashed his finishing move, Iron Mountain Crush. Not good. Sensing the overwhelming aura of death approaching, Arlong instinctively crossed his arms over his chest. Crack! Wow! Arlong was struck hard by Wujia, hitting him from shoulder to elbow, and he was sent flying, a trail of bright red blood painting the air. Brother Arlong. Seeing Arlong go down so quickly, the fishmen who had rushed in with him were left dumbfounded. But while their movement stalled, Wujia's did not. He charged forward like a fierce tiger, using kicks, palm strikes, elbow thrusts, and knee slams, leaving a path of broken bones and cries of agony among the fishmen. I really overestimated you, worthless fish. Wujia, feeling disinterested, walked towards the dying Arlong. But just as he took a few steps, the giant waterway in the park suddenly shook violently. Wujia frowned, then seemed to think of something, a smile forming at the corner of his mouth. With this cow. Oh no, it should be called a manatee. Their speed of travel should increase a lot, right? Boom! Just as Wujia was pondering, the water surface erupted, and a giant creature covered in green and white patterns, resembling a cow, leaped out of the giant waterway. Moo! It let out a strange cry, opening its massive mouth wide, ready to swallow Wujia whole. However, Wujia remained completely unmoved. Get away! Nami screamed in terror. Meanwhile, the heavily injured Arlong and the fishmen on the ground, upon seeing Wujia about to be devoured by the beast, all displayed intense excitement in their eyes. Go for it, Moo Moo. Finish him off in one go. All the pirates of the Arlong pirates cheered for the manatee in their hearts. But at that moment, the black-haired man they had deemed to be in shock suddenly whispered like a demon. The closer you get to success, the more despair you'll feel after you fail. Don't you agree? As his words lingered in the air, A red glow suddenly erupted from Wujia's eyes. Buzz! The conqueror's Haki resonated, and Mumu immediately rolled its eyes back and fell straight from the sky. Bang! The massive body of the cow crashed down in front of Wujia, shattering the hopes of the Arlong pirates. Chapter 28. Nami, do you buy fish? Wah! When true despair engulfed them, a fisherman finally reached the brink of mental collapse, unable to hold back his loud cries. Bastard! Seeing Wujia push his fisherman comrades to such a state, Arlong desperately tried to stand up. However, his shattered arms and collapsed chest were simply not enough to support him in completing such a simple action he would normally perform. Life really is resilient. Wujia took another step towards Arlong, and his slow, steady footsteps sounded like heavy hammer strikes, continually tolling the death knell for the Arlong pirates. You damn bastards! As Wuji continued to approach Arlong, Kruby's eyes widened in anger, and he shouted to the nearby octopus fisherman, Xiao Ba, Brother Arlong needs us. Let's finish this quickly. All right, Xiao Ba replied. Then, both Kruby and Xiao Ba gathered their strength and unleashed their strongest moves. Ultimate move, 1,000 blades of the Wajing Fist. 6-sword style, 6-sword waltz. Faced with the fierce and powerful attacks, Ace and Zoro did not counter immediately. Instead, they looked at each other from a distance. Their gazes, though fleeting, reached an unspoken understanding. One strike to determine the outcome. Strong fist. This move was derived from Wuji's daily training. Although Ace did not understand why Wuji continuously threw punches in such a small space, he tried to emulate him and adapted it into a killing move. 3-sword style, Demon Slash. Zoro's expression turned serious as he held Wado Ikemanji in his mouth, crossing his 2 swords in front of his chest and dashing forward at high speed. Bang! Ding! Fist met fist, and sword met sword. As for the result, Wuji did not bother to look because it was completely unnecessary. During this time, no one knew better than him how much effort Ace and Zoro had put in and how much sweat they had shed. How is this possible? Noble fishmen, why are you losing so terribly? Leaning against the ruins of a building, Arlong could hardly believe his eyes as he watched what was happening before him. It was one thing to be defeated himself, but why were even his 2 strongest fisherman subordinates losing so badly? When fists collided, it ended with the fisherman's arm breaking. As for the swords, all 6 swords in Xiao Ba's hands were severed, and 3 bloody gashes were cut into his chest. When did so many human powerhouses appear in the East Sea? Even if Wuji knew Arlong's doubts, he did not care at all. At this moment, he stood before Arlong, sweeping his leg to press the fisherman's head underfoot, coldly saying, Noble? What makes you noble? Is it because of the fishy smell on your body? Or is it because you've stepped onto the Grand Line and returned to the weakest sea in disgrace, flaunting your power? You. Upon hearing these heart-piercing words, Arlong wanted to curse back, but the heavy force suddenly transmitted from his head caused a long-dormant fear deep inside him to erupt. He dared not resist. Like a corpse, he could neither speak nor move. A coward who bullies the weak and fears the strong. With Arlong completely intimidated, Wuji turned to Nami and said, Nami, how about we make a deal? Huh? Nami, who had always seen herself as inconspicuous, suddenly shivered when she heard Wuji call her name. After realizing it, she quietly asked, What deal do you want to make with me? I will sell you all members of the Arlong pirates. Wuji paused, pointing to the sea cow. Except for this sea cow, you can take them all, kill or mutilate them as you wish, or hand them over to the Navy for a bounty. It's up to you. So what do you say, will you buy? Huh? Sell them to me? Nami's eyes widened in shock, but she had to admit, she was tempted. If she could personally avenge Belmere and end years of hatred. Just as Nami was caught in a difficult decision, Arlong, who was being stepped on, realized that he and his fisherman companions were about to be sold to the former lower-class humans. He could no longer hold back. You lowly humans, I am a former member of the Sun Pirates and one of the 7 warlords of the sea with a bounty of 250 million berries. The sea warrior Jinbi, from a pirate crew. As soon as Arlong said this, Nami's face instantly turned pale. 250 million berries. What a terrifying number. Do you really want to die? Seeing Arlong ruin his business, a murderous intent surged in Wuji's eyes as he raised his foot, ready to crush Arlong's fish head completely. You lunatic! If you kill me, Aren't you afraid of the revenge of the great pirates? Arlong struggled in despair, still trying to wave Jinbe's flag. However, knowing the relationship between the two, Wuji would not fall for his tricks. Go die, you piece of trash. Wuji lifted his foot, but before he could step down, Nami suddenly shouted, I'll buy. Are you really going to buy? Wuji looked at Nami in surprise, not understanding why she suddenly made up her mind. I will buy for real. Nami nodded firmly and then asked, how much are they selling for? The price is easy to discuss. Wuji smiled. I want to charge you extra. Just go by their bounties. If there are any without bounties, consider them free. What do you think? Okay, no problem. Seeing Nami agree so readily, Wuji, though unaware of her motives, still added a layer of insurance. Heartburn flame. Wuji shouted, his body flashing and moving rapidly, planting restrictions in the hearts of all the Arlong pirates, including the sea cow. Human, what did you do to us? Kruby asked the puzzled members of the Arlong pirates. Want to know? Wuji grinned, and without waiting for the fishmen to respond, continued, then I'll show some mercy and satisfy your curiosity. Snap! Wuji snapped his fingers. In the next moment, all members of the Arlong pirates, including the sea cow, clutched their hearts with their hands or fins, their faces twisted in pain as they screamed. Moo! Seeing this scene, Nami ran to Wuji's side and asked, what is wrong with them? Wuji chuckled lightly. I placed a restriction in their hearts. If I hear news of your death one day, I will make their hearts explode and die with you. Thank you. Nami's eyes sparkled as she deeply bowed to Wuji. In contrast, all the fishermen pirates, including the sea cow, showed a look of soul-deep fear in their eyes. Chapter 29. The Agreement. By evening, piles of bonfires rose from Arlong Park, and laughter and cheers filled the air once again. However, this time the hosts of the banquet were no longer the fishmen, but humans. Thank you so much, Lord Wuji. I toast to you. Village officer Ajian held a large cup of rum, offering a highly respectful salute to Wuji, who was many years younger than him. You don't need to thank me so much. We're just helping each other out. Wuji shook his head and took a symbolic sip from his cup. It wasn't tea that he didn't want to drink it all at once, but the so-called rum was, compared to white liquor, quite unpleasant and hard to swallow. Brother, don't you like drinking? Zoro noticed Wuji furrowing his brow and putting down his cup, and his eyes immediately brightened. It's not that I don't like drinking. I just don't like this rum, Wuji replied, a hint of nostalgia flashing in his eyes. How many martial artists dislike alcohol? And the high-purity grain liquor brewed from grains was his favorite, since you don't like rum, brother. Although Zoro's words were unfinished, his unwavering gaze had completely exposed his intentions. Take it. Wuji pushed the cup to Zoro's side, smiling as he said, when you become the world's greatest swordsman, I will personally brew you the finest wine. Really? Upon hearing this, Zoro's eyes burst with unprecedented light. The finest wine brewed by my brother? Even the less boisterous Sanji and Ace showed longing in their eyes. Were they wanting to drink? Perhaps, but that was definitely not the real reason. Big brother, will I have the chance to drink the fine wine you personally brewed with Ace in the future? Daius did not hide his desire, but also remembered to mention Ace. This little brother, in his words. Of course, Wuji replied without hesitation, as long as you both can fulfill your dreams. I will personally fill your cups with my homemade wine to celebrate. Big brother. Daius was moved, with a hint of glistening in his eyes. Then, he raised his cup in front of him and solemnly said, Cheers to Big Brother. As Daius raised his cup first, Ace and Zoro also understood and raised their cups in unison, saying, Cheers to Big Brother. These three words seemed like a declaration and also seemed to be filled with some kind of magic. Soon, the villagers gathered in Cocoa Village also raised their cups in unison, shouting, Cheers to Lord Wuji. This scene moved even Wuji. Then, he took the cup handed back by Zoro and said in a deep voice, Drink! Just that one word pushed the atmosphere of the banquet to its climax. As time passed, the gentle sea breeze extinguished the nearly burnt firewood, and the light slowly penetrated the darkness, reflecting on the bodies of the dreamers. Lord Wuji, the treasures and food from Arlong Park, as well as the belly I bought from Arlong and others, have all been loaded onto the ship. Nami stopped on the beach, looking at the black-haired figure sweating not far away, reporting respectfully. Upon hearing this, Wujia did not stop practicing the Lyoha spear, which he had repeated countless times, until he finished and stood holding the spear. Dais, have you finished counting the supplies? He did not immediately respond to Nami's words, but looked at Dais beside her and asked. This was not a matter of politeness, but of trust. Compared to Nami, he trusted Dais more. Finished counting, no problem. Dais nodded in response. Very good. With Dais' affirmation, Wujia then turned to Nami and smiled. You've worked hard, Miss Nami. Not hard at all. Not hard at all. Nami waved her hands awkwardly. And in fact, as she said, the dirty and heavy work was all done by the active fishmen of the Arlong pirates overnight. And she was only responsible for counting the money. As for whose money, of course, it was her own. With the food supply completed, we have no need to stay in Cocoa Village any longer. Let's prepare to set sail. Wujia had no intention of inviting Nami on board. Although she was a genius navigator, Dais' actions during this time could completely replace the so-called genius title. Hard work can make up for clumsiness is not just a saying. And besides, Dais was not foolish. As for playing with lowly cultivation, nonsense, before stepping onto the pinnacle of martial arts. Women would only affect his speed of drawing the gun. Okay, I'll go right away. However, before he could finish the word prepare, Dais suddenly noticed a rare excitement and seriousness appearing on his big brother's calm face. Big brother, what's wrong with you? Dais asked curiously. Wujia suddenly turned his head, his gaze fixed on the distant sea, and said excitedly, a ship is coming. There are strong ones on board, and not just one. Strong ones? Not just one. Dais and Nami felt a sense of unease upon hearing this. Could it be that the ship is one of the warlords of the sea, Jinbi? With this anxious feeling, the two silently looked towards the distant sea. Soon, under the gaze of the three, a huge dog-headed warship broke through the shadows and appeared in their line of sight. The dog-headed warship, it's him. After recognizing who it was, Wujia felt a mix of excitement and a hint of worry. A warship? Upon learning that it was a warship, Dais and Nami secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Although the two did not know why the warship was coming, in any case, it was better than that big pirate, right? Dais and Nami thought so, but Wujia's next words shocked them. Dais, hurry back to the ship and leave Cocoa Village as fast as you can. Then, find a place to stop the ship and send MOMO back to pick me up. Okay. Dais heard the urgency in Wujia's words, and without asking why, he ran towards the medium-sized sailboat docked on the coast as fast as he could. Lord Wujia, didn't you say it was a warship? Nami's eyes flickered, and her steps instinctively took a few steps back. I'm not lying to you. Sensing Nami's actions, Wujia did not turn back and said, in any case, no matter what happens later, it has nothing to do with Cocoa Village. And what you need to do now is to quickly evacuate the villagers in Arlong Park. And let them not come here no matter how loud the noise is later. Otherwise, they might die. After hearing this, Nami's pupils suddenly constricted, and without thinking, she ran towards Arlong Park. Seeing that all unrelated personnel had retreated, Wujia focused on the approaching dog-headed warship, and his fighting spirits surged. The venue is cleared. Just waiting for your arrival, Monkey D. Garp. Chapter 30 Navy Hero appears Bogart. Do you feel that momentum? It seems that the kid has already discovered us. On the deck of the dog-headed warship, Garp rarely had a playful expression, instead staring ahead with a serious face. In his eyes, a proud figure standing with a gun was gradually enlarging. Such strong momentum. Bogart's gaze tightened, and he said, no, wait, this momentum is still rising. If he is the one we need to bring back, we might need to get serious. Get serious? Garp cracked his knuckles, his expression mysterious. I hope he doesn't share the same dream as that brat. Otherwise, I will have a headache. Ace. Bogart adjusted his hat, almost imperceptibly murmuring, the words carried away by the wind. Let's go, it's time to meet that kid. Noticing the warship slowing down, Garp directly leaped, using one of the Navy's 6 styles. Moonwalk, to quickly dash towards the beach. Seeing this, Bogart followed closely behind, holding his hat. Finally, they are here. Sensing 2 extremely strong auras rushing towards him at high speed, Wujia's pupils suddenly burst with brilliant light. Ha ha, kid. Have you been waiting long? To express my apologies, I will give you a meeting gift. Garp laughed loudly, and without using any techniques, he simply threw a punch towards Wujia's head. What a great gift! Wujia was unafraid, casually inserting his dragon roar spear into the sand, then stepped forward, performing the bow-drawing stance of the 8-stage fist with the invincible momentum of a general charging into battle. What a great momentum, Garp praised. To this, Wujia remained indifferent. Stepping forward, shoulder down, elbow up. Bang! Garp's fist slammed heavily against Wujia's elbow, and his expression immediately darkened. You brat. He was about to say something, but was directly interrupted by Wujia. You don't come without a reason, so you can take my elbow too? Wujia suddenly turned, using the strength of his waist and hips to smash towards Garp's chest. Bang! Caught off guard, Garp was knocked back by this elbow. Such strong power! Garp stopped, staring in astonishment at Wujia. He never expected that the slender figure would unleash terrifying power rivaling that of the giant race. Ha ha! I'm getting more and more interested in you, kid. Garp laughed heartily, stepping on the air, not giving Wujia any time to react. His figure suddenly disappearing from the spot. So fast, Wuji's mind was in turmoil. Even though his observation Haki had sensed Garp's movement trajectory, his body didn't have time to adopt a defensive posture. Bang! Garp's punch landed solidly on Wuji's cheek, the immense force causing him to uncontrollably retreat several steps. Immediately after, Wuji felt a salty, fishy taste rapidly spreading from his mouth. He spat out blood, looking at Garp with increasingly excited eyes. This was the opponent he wanted. This kid is definitely not normal. Garp felt the unique sensation from his fist and combined it with Wuji's head movement before the attack. A bizarre thought arose in his mind. It shouldn't be possible, right? Garp thought to himself as his body suddenly disappeared from the spot again. The reason for this was that he wanted to confirm his guess. Move! Move! Sensing Garp's attack again with his observation Haki, Wuji desperately tried to control his body with his consciousness to dodge. Unfortunately, while his brain had sent the command, during the brief moment his body was processing and executing the command, Garp's attack had already arrived. Bang! Unsurprisingly, Wuji was knocked back again. But on the other hand, Garp's expression shifted from suspicion to astonishment. This kid's evasive movements have actually sped up. There's no doubt about it. He has definitely awakened his observation Haki. Moreover, his body seems to be familiarizing itself with my speed. This is a true monster. Garp's inner thoughts were unknown to Wuji. At this moment, he just wanted to take a beating, then fight back. Old man of the Navy, is this all your strength? If it's just this, then you're going to suffer later. Wuji rubbed his chin and provocatively said, Ha ha ha. Garp laughed loudly upon hearing this, but then his expression darkened, saying, Trying to provoke me? Kid, you succeeded. Shave. His speed increased again, and his fists quietly wrapped in an invisible force. Bang! This time, Wuji barely made a slight reaction before being violently knocked down by Garp, his body plowing a long trench on the beach. Kid, give it up. Come back to the Navy headquarters with me. That's the true stage to showcase your talent. Garp looked at the trench and advised, Give up? Go back to the Navy headquarters with you? Wuji leaped out of the trench, staring directly at Garp, sneering. The Navy is just a pawn of the world government, unable to fully enforce so-called justice, and you want me to join the Navy? You might as well wash up and sleep early. Garp was rendered speechless by Wuji's retort. He wanted to argue back, but found no words. In the end, he could only change the subject, gritting his teeth and saying, Kid, I'll 1T let you run amok on the sea. Then come and try it. Wuji stood his ground, showing no weakness in words. That damn brat. Take another hit from my iron fist of love. Garp threw another punch, having decided that since he couldn't convince this brat, he would beat him into submission. After all, no matter what, he couldn't let this brat take Ace out to sea. Otherwise, one was a monster whose talent left him in awe, and the other was the son of the Pirate King. Just thinking about it made his scalp tingle. Come on, old man. Wuji was completely unafraid. This mindset could be described as a mysterious confidence, or the essential cornerstone on the path to invincibility. Knock me down. Garp reappeared in front of Wuji like a ghost, delivering a punch that slammed him down. However, it was of no use. Put in some effort, old man. Wuji shouted in pain and joy. Pain, undoubtedly. It was real pain. Garp's iron fist of love made him feel an intense pain deep in his bones with every hit. But joy. That was also real joy. Putting aside the improvement of his resistance, the main thing was that his body's reaction capability was rapidly increasing at a terrifying speed. This damn kid. Karp became increasingly alarmed as Wuji's physical fitness and adaptability far exceeded his expectations. Another punch. Another punch. Down 5 times. Down 10 times. Wuji was like an unkillable cockroach. Every time Karp knocked him down, he could stand up again with tenacity. Until Karp's fist was blocked again. Chapter 31. Karp, who doesn't follow martial ethics, kid. You're truly a monster. Karp's fist was blocked by Wuji's palm, and while he was amazed, a storm surged in his heart. Strange fighting techniques, terrifying adaptability, indomitable spirit, bone hardness far beyond steel, and that already awakened dual-color Haki with an unfathomable reserve of strength. Each of these, if placed on a top-tier powerhouse, might seem reasonable. But how old is Wuji? He looks to be at most around 20. Is this really reasonable? Whether it is reasonable or not, Wuji didn't know. He only knew it was time to counterattack. Old man, have you had enough fun? Now, it's my turn. Wuji transformed his palm into a claw, using his immense strength to pull Karp's body forward. Then he stepped forward with his right leg, crashing half of his body into Karp's chest. Iron block. Seeing Wuji's swift and fierce attack, Karp, unable to escape, directly used one of the Navy's 6 styles. Iron block for defense. Clang. A crisp sound of impact resonated. With this clash, Karp remained unscathed and even used it to break free from Wuji's grip. The iron block is so hard. Wuji was a bit surprised. Wasn't this iron block just a flashy skill? How could it be so tough when it came to Karp? Ha ha ha. Karp noticed the change in Wuji's expression and couldn't help but laugh. Kid, you seem surprised? Want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you. Do you really think a mere iron block can defend against my attacks? Wuji's gaze sharpened, and the hot, crimson flowing flame armament Haki suddenly surged on his arms. Not only that, streams of penetrating energy quietly gathered in his arms. This is armament Haki? Karp's pupils suddenly constricted upon seeing this. It is well known that armament Haki is an invisible power. Even if a strong person wraps it around their body or objects, it usually only appears black. As for special colors, there are some, like the flowing Sakura Haki from Wano country. But today, he actually saw another type of special-colored armament Haki. Kid, did you use this power to defeat the station Navy officers in Roachtown? Karp asked curiously. Want to know? Then go ahead and try to block it again. The moment the words fell, Wuji took a big step forward, rapidly closing the distance to Karp. Block it if you can. Do you think I'm afraid of a little brat like you? Although Karp was astonished by Wuji's astounding performance, he never regarded him as a true opponent. And it was this mindset that made him pay a heavy price. Take my fierce tiger climbing the mountain. As he approached Karp, Wuji lunged like a tiger, pouring all his strength into his palm and slamming down fiercely. However, he wasn't attacking Karp's head. He aimed for his right shoulder. Mr. Karp, quickly use armament Haki for defense. Bogart's eagle-like gaze seemed to sense the danger of this strike, and he quickly warned. Unfortunately, a stubborn old man wanted to use iron block. Clang! The attack touched and separated, the sound of impact still ringing. But soon, a certain sound caused both Karp and Bogart to change their expressions. Crack! The barely perceptible sound of bone cracking, though fleeting, awakened the observation Haki of everyone present. And they all heard it clearly. Mr. Karp. Bogart wanted to step forward, but was stopped by Karp raising his hand. Then, he looked at Wuji and said in a deep voice, "What kind of armament Haki is this? It's not only hot, but its internal destructive capability is also much stronger than ordinary armament Haki. Truly incredible." Wuji wouldn't be foolish enough to explain Karp's confusion. He simply calmly uttered 2 words. Flowing flame. Flowing flame Haki? Karp's eyes flickered, and then he silently gestured to Bogart. Bogart understood immediately. In the next moment, the two of them didn't give Wuji any time to react and suddenly burst into action. Sensing Karp and Bogart's movements with his observation Haki, Wuji's expression changed drastically. Without thinking, he exerted all his strength to dodge. Sizzle. In the end, although he narrowly avoided Karp's left fist, he He was still slashed by Bogart's long knife on his right arm. It seems you're determined to keep me here. Wuji retreated to the side of the dragon, whispering spear, and smiled inexplicably. Hearing this, both Karp and Bogart fell silent. Wuji's talent was too terrifying, so terrifying that it reminded them of a certain long-dead enemy. That enemy's name was Roxdy Zebek. Wuji, what is your dream? Karp suddenly asked. Dream? Wuji grinned, not hiding his ambition at all. I want to step onto the pinnacle of martial arts and become the strongest in the world. Become the strongest in the world? Karp and Bogart exchanged a glance, then burst into action once again. This is a bit bad, Wuji thought to himself, grabbing the dragon whispering spear while directly covering it with flowing flame haki. I need to find a way to escape. He made up his mind, and then swung the spear fiercely with the force of a sweeping army. Clang! Bogart, holding the black knife, blocked the spear. Though it was somewhat strenuous, he ultimately managed to deflect it. Kid, I'll ask you one last time. Will you come back to the Navy headquarters with me? Karp asked sternly. No. Wuji answered decisively, his tone incredibly firm. In that case, you can't blame me, Karp said, and a deep black armament Haki suddenly wrapped around his arms. Although he couldn't kill Wuji, he could still give him a good beating and then tie him back to Marineford. Feel the power of my iron fist of love. Before Karp's words fell, accompanied by the use of one of the 6 styles, he had already vanished from his spot. Come on. Wuji's eyes lit up. He first knocked Bogart's long knife away, then raised the spear in front of him. Clang! Karp's fist slammed down heavily, and the shaft of the dragon whispering spear almost bent into a crescent shape in an instant. It's no exaggeration to say that if Wuji hadn't wrapped the armament Haki around the spear in advance, it would have broken before it even made a name for itself. Good opportunity. Seeing Wuji's movement restricted, Bogart's long knife struck out like a venomous snake. I can't dodge it, Wuji thought, and then no longer held back. 2 blazing red beams shot out from his eyes. Chapter 32. Secrets hidden in time what? It's fire. Bogart was forcibly interrupted by Wuji, and after a brief moment of shock, he exclaimed in horror, could it be that you're also a Logia devil fruit user? Bingo. You guessed it, but unfortunately, there's no prize. With his fruit ability exposed, Wuji didn't want to stay any longer. Flame pillar. He shouted loudly, and flames instantly erupted from his body. Not good. Karp's expression changed, and he suddenly retreated. Boom! As the towering flame pillar completely surrounded Wuji, Karp and Bogart exchanged glances, and years of tacit understanding allowed them to form a plan in an instant. Bogart adjusted his breathing, just about to use a quick draw to slice through the flames. But in the next moment, Wuji's roar suddenly came from within the towering fire pillar. Fire fist. Karp and Bogart heard this, and although they didn't know what kind of attack it was, they still took a defensive stance. But soon they were dumbfounded. The explosive flames were not attacking them, but the flame pillar itself. No, to be precise, Wuji was attacking the ground beneath him. What does he want to do? They were unclear at the moment. Karp and Bogart frowned as they discussed. But in the next second, they fully understood Wuji's intention. This kid wants to run. Karp watched Wuji, who was using the recoil from the flames to soar into the sky, and he could no longer be unclear about the other's intent. But knowing was one thing. Did the other party not know the weakness of the devil fruit? With this doubt in mind, Karp stepped on the moonwalk and shouted, Kid, are you out of your mind? A devil fruit user who falls into the sea will die. Ha ha ha. Seeing Karp rushing towards him, Wuji laughed loudly. Old man, don't worry, I won't die before I officially defeat you. If you keep chasing, my next fire fist won't be aimed at the ground. You. Seeing Wuji seeking death, Karp was instantly furious. From the beginning, he was thinking of capturing Wuji to take him back to the Navy headquarters for reform, but he never thought of killing him. But now, the other party actually chose to embrace the sea with almost a 10-death risk instead of embracing the Navy. Why is that? Karp was puzzled, and reality soon provided him with an answer. Moo. Just as Wuji was about to fall into the sea, a huge manatee leaped out of the water, clamped onto his body, and then sank into the sea. After a brief moment, Karp slowly descended from the air. He stared blankly at the surface of the sea, and a smile suddenly appeared on his face as he muttered, Ace, with such a monster accompanying you as you grow up, I can finally rest easy. 10 nautical miles outside Cocoa Village in a nameless sea area, second brother. What the hell happened? Why did we leave big brother behind? Zoro gazed solemnly at Joe's, hoping to hear a reasonable explanation from him. Meanwhile, Ace, though silent, also fixed his gaze on Joe's. Clearly, he shared the same intent as Zoro. Feeling their stares, Joe's smiled wryly. Our leaving first was big brother's arrangement. As for what happened, Joe's didn't hide it, telling everything he had seen and heard earlier. Dog-headed warship? Ace exclaimed in shock. He was very familiar with this Navy warship. It was the same one that some annoying old man used to beat him up every time he returned home under the pretense of visiting family. Ace, do you know this warship? Ace's unusual reaction quickly attracted Joe's and Zoro's attention. I know. Ace nodded gravely and said, the owner of that warship is the Navy hero, Iron Fist Carp. What? It's him? Who is Carp? Compared to Joe's astonishment, Zoro was full of question marks. Is this person very strong? Very strong. Very strong. Ace and Joe's said in unison. The former spoke from personal experience, while the latter was passing down tales from noble parents. Oh, then tell me, how strong is he? As soon as Zoro asked, Ace stammered, while Joe's began to recount a secret that had been erased by the world government. Do you know about the God Valley War? Ace and Zoro exchanged a glance and shook their heads in tacit agreement. Then, Joe's began to recount the secret he had seen in the family archives. As his words fell, the shock in Ace and Zoro's eyes lingered for a long time. The Rocks Pirates, the Roger Pirates, the World Nobles, the Navy, a great battle, involving so many powerful forces, and that so-called Rocks D. Zebek was so strong that it required the future Pirate King and the future Navy hero to join forces to defeat him. Just how strong was he? Moreover, the names of the powerful individuals under the Rocks Pirates left them in awe. Edward Newgate, former commander of the Rocks Pirates, now captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Hailed as the world's strongest man, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. Charlotte Linlin, former commander of the Rocks Pirates, now captain of her own pirate crew. One of the 4 emperors of the New World. Kaido, a former intern of the Rocks Pirates, now captain of the Beast Pirates, known as the world's strongest creature. One of the 4 emperors of the New World. Not to mention other strong figures. Just these 3 occupied 3 of the 4 emperors' positions in the New World. Terrifying. Absolutely terrifying. At this moment, an eerie silence enveloped the entire ship. After an unknown amount of time, Zoro finally broke the silence, asking whether their brother could escape safely. Regarding this question, the extremely martial Joe's didn't dare to give an easy conclusion. In contrast, Ace couldn't help but recall the apocalyptic scene in his mind, remembering the bold words spoken by that person. Thus, he firmly said, "He is my brother Ace. I believe he will definitely come back." Well said. Just then, Moo leaped out of the sea, bringing forth the man they were worried about. "Brother!" The 3 little ones shouted in excitement. Immediately, Wujia landed on the deck, nodded at Joe's and Zoro, and then fixed his gaze on Ace, solemnly saying, "Ace, work hard to become stronger. Don't be confused. Don't lose your fighting spirit. I firmly believe you will eventually surpass Joe LD. Roger." Chapter 33. Work hard to become stronger, boys. Work hard to become stronger, boys. Wujia raised his arm and called out, then walked to the bow of the ship, reaching out to grip the thick barbell that would break under its terrifying weight if not reinforced with Haki. Become stronger. Become stronger. With Wujia as the leading example, and coupled with what he had said to Joe's earlier, Ace and Zoro trained like they were on fire. Not to mention anything else. Haki was the power they both desire the most right now. And to attain this power, a strong physical foundation was an essential prerequisite. This is great. Joe's watched the 3 of them sweating profusely, and after arranging Moo's course, he couldn't wait to head into the cabin. No other reason. Reading was his way of getting stronger. Moo, as the 4 members of the strength training group, were immersed in their own worlds. Only the sea cow Moo shed tears of regret. Why'd I go out back then? If it weren't for my short fins. Moo really wanted to give himself 2 big slaps. Because the future of being a fish is simply too heavy. Marine Headquarters Marine Forward Admiral's office, although the din mushy in his hand had already been hung up, the shock in Admiral Sengoku's eyes still lingered. He escaped. The Navy hero Garp and the Navy's greatest swordsman Bogart teamed up, and yet that kid still managed to escape. Incredible. Simply unbelievable. Sengoku, why are you in such a hurry to find me? What happened? Rear Admiral Tsuru, who also served as the chief advisor, pushed open the door to the Admiral's office and saw Sengoku in a daze. Is it very serious? Tsuru asked, her brows slightly furrowing at Sengoku's expression. Sigh. Sengoku sighed helplessly, smiling wryly. Little Tsuru, do you remember the Wujia I mentioned to you some time ago? Wujia? Tsuru pondered for a moment and said, the newcomer who defeated the Logia smoke fruit user in Logtown? Yes, that's him. Sengoku replied. What did that newcomer do to trouble you, the Admiral, so much? Tsuru was puzzled. She couldn't understand what kind of earth-shattering event a newcomer just stepping onto the sea could do to make Sengoku so distressed. Could it be that he attacked the celestial dragons? But that didn't make sense either. If he really attacked the celestial dragons, Sengoku would be more than just distressed. Oh, I remember you mentioned sending Garp to the East Blue, seemingly to recruit him. What? Did something unexpected happen? As expected of you, little Tsuru. Sengoku nodded helplessly, then recounted the information Garp had transmitted back in the simplest and clearest way. What? Sengoku, are you sure you're not joking with me? Upon hearing Sengoku's words, the usually calm and collected chief advisor Tsuru lost her composure. A mere newcomer managed to escape from the combined assault of Garp and Bogart. How could she believe that? Hard to believe, isn't it? Sengoku stood up from his admiral's chair and handed Tsuru a sheet of paper with ink still wet, saying, take a look at this, perhaps it will provide an answer. Tsuru, skeptical, took the paper from Sengoku's hand. Written on it was Sengoku's summary of Wujia's various aspects, based on the intelligence relayed by Garp. Suspected Logia flame fruit user. Possesses observation Haki, special armament Haki. Formidable in martial arts and marksmanship. Rich combat experience. Outstanding battle IQ. Physical talents and stamina far exceeding monstrous levels. And aside from these 3 points, the most shocking to Tsuru was the last point, which Sengoku had circled. Harbors the same dream as rocks, with physical talent and mental will not inferior to that monster. Is this really a newcomer around 20 years old? Tsuru's voice trembled slightly. At this moment, she finally understood why Sengoku had rushed to summon her. Little Tsuru, don't doubt it anymore. Sengoku's expression turned serious, his gaze fixed on Tsuru as he said solemnly, that kid is quite resistant to joining the Navy, or rather, to becoming a subordinate of the world government. From this, we can conclude that he definitely harbors deep animosity towards the world government. Are you planning to? Tsuru frowned, seemingly seeing through Sengoku's inner thoughts, and worriedly said, he hasn't yet embarked on the path of crime. If you issue a bounty on him, there will be no turning back. What do you suggest we do? Sengoku asked impatiently. It seemed that this was his true intention for calling Tsuru over. As for Tsuru, she appeared to be accustomed to such situations, and after pondering for a long time, she said, before he has completely torn ties with the Navy must not actively create enmity with him. We can even privately show goodwill. As for his hatred towards the world government, even if this is currently just speculation, even if he does something out of line towards the world government in the future, as long as it doesn't threaten the Navy, we can still remain spectators. After all, that kid, if he has even a third of rocks, will be the first to act, and it definitely won't be our Navy. Little Tsuru, after hearing this, Sengoku angrily slammed the table. He never expected that an old comrade would come up with such a bad idea. Compared to the furious Sengoku, Admiral Crane was much calmer. She gazed steadily at Sengoku and spoke in an unperturbed tone after issuing a bounty on Wujia. Who do you plan to send to capture him? Is it Garp or one of the 3 admirals? Upon hearing this, Sengoku fell silent. Whether it was Garp or one of the 3 admirals, they were mostly occupied with confronting the 4 Emperor's pirate crews. Aside from these 4, there were almost no top-tier powerhouses in the Navy who could sail the seas for long periods. Considering this, Sengoku fell into deep conflict. On one hand, there was his loyalty to the world government, and on the other hand, there was his concern for the future of the Navy. The current Navy had a serious gap in combat power. The strong were indeed strong, but the weak were also truly weak. especially when facing those top-tier powerhouses who had awakened their conqueror's Haki. The number of capable fighters in the Navy was almost negligible. Ultimately, in order to avoid massive casualties among the lower ranks of the Navy, Sengoku chose to compromise for the time being. He sighed deeply and said somewhat dejectedly, "Let's do it your way." "All right." Admiral Crane nodded in response and then turned to leave the marshal's office. Throughout the conversation, neither of them mentioned reporting to the world government voluntarily. Was it because they didn't want to? No, it was because they couldn't. Chapter 34. The world's greatest swordsman Dios. Do we have any news about the Bartai restaurant at sea? On this day, after finishing training and eating, Wujia brought up this question again. It wasn't that Dios's cooking was particularly terrible, but rather that certain tasks should be left to professionals. Therefore, since they left Cocoa West Village, Wujia had prioritized finding chefs, doctors, carpenters, and other essential personnel for their sea voyage. As for why it was the Bartai restaurant, the answer was obvious. Wujia was after a certain curly-haired chef. After all, that young fellow who constantly shouted about wanting to become the Pirate King had so much high-quality wool on him. Since he had already taken from the elder brother, he decided to take from the king's arms as well. Thus, Wujia simply resolved to take everything useful for himself. Of course, he still decided to give a little face to Ace, leaving some people for his younger brother's younger brother. Oh, and there was also a certain extreme miser. Upon careful calculation, Wujia had actually left quite a few people for his younger brother. He just didn't know if those people would still be able to gather on a single ship in the future. Not yet. Dios placed a large bowl of cooked meat in front of Wujia and added, "However, according to the captain of the merchant ship we saved earlier, the Bartai restaurant often appears in the Samba Sea, and we have now arrived in the Samba Sea. I believe it won't be long before we can recruit the chef we desire." Crack! Wujia snapped a large beef's thigh bone in half and handed the half filled with marrow to Dios. Chuckling, "Dios, you've worked hard during this time. Once we recruit the chef, doctor, and carpenter, you can focus on doing what you enjoy." Dios, touched, took the thigh bone and replied with a double entendre. "Thank you, brother." "All right, hurry up and eat while it's hot." Wujia waved his hand at Dios and then prepared to dig into his food. But just the next second, the sound of cannon fire faintly echoed from the southeast, causing his movements to suddenly halt. Something's going on in the southeast. As soon as Wujia said this, Ace and Zoro immediately stopped eating and quickly climbed to the ends of the sailboat's mast. As for Dios, he quickly issued a command to Mu, southeast direction. "Full speed ahead." Mu. The manatee Mu let out a long cry and exerted itself to drag the ship, swiftly moving in the direction indicated by Dios. Moments later, a massive ship with fish heads at both ends came into view. "Brother, that double-headed fish ship seems to be the Bartai restaurant we are looking for." Dios exclaimed excitedly. "Oh, really?" Wujia crushed the half-thigh bone in his hand and swallowed it before leaping onto Mu's head. As he saw the ship that looked just as he remembered, he couldn't help but smile faintly and murmur, "The yellow-haired knight who follows the chivalric spirit. You really are easy to find." Vinsmoke Sanji, a young culinary genius with extensive cooking knowledge and superb culinary skills, left a pretty good impression on Wujia. It's simple. With his ever-growing, terrifying appetite, he desperately needed a young crew member like this. As for Sanji's insignificant flaws, Wujia subconsciously ignored them. "Brother, should we take action now?" As the two ships drew closer, Dios quickly noticed the predicament of the double-headed fish ship. Surrounding the massive ship were several pirate ships flying skull flags, continuously bombarding it. "Everyone hold on." Wujia stopped his eager younger brothers and scanned the double-headed fish ship. The reason he remained so calm was that, according to the anime plot, this massive ship wouldn't sink even 2 years later, even if his actions caused some butterfly effect. As long as the opponents weren't those true monsters at the top of the world, he was confident he could handle it. However, reality often deviates from expectations. What are you afraid of? It will come to you. It was him. Before Wujia could find Sanji, he unconsciously sensed a powerful aura that made him feel uneasy. When he focused his gaze, his pupils suddenly constricted. Candles, green flames, and a square black boat. Of course, these bizarre things were not the real reason for Wujia's shock. The true shock came from the solitary figure sitting at the bow of the boat. Black short hair, tuxedo, and top hat, sharp layered round pupils like an eagle, complemented by the dazzlingly jeweled cross behind him. Without a doubt, this person was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the world's greatest swordsman, Dracula Mihawk. Sensing Wujia's gaze, Mihawk slightly furrowed his brows and turned his head in the direction of the perception. As soon as their eyes met, Wujia felt an invisible momentum as sharp as a sword tip piercing his eyes. Conqueror's Haki? Wujia raised his gun to block in front of him, feeling the heavy force coming from the gun, and his mood gradually became excited. What a pleasant surprise. This was indeed a real, unexpected delight. Wujia initially thought he could only recruit a new younger brother today, but he never expected to face such a master. Seeing the person who was peering at him easily block his attack, Mihawk felt a hint of curiosity rising within him. Since he couldn't find Shanks in the East Blue, he might as well have a little fun before eating. With this thought, Mihawk slowly got up from the coffin boat and drew the sword known as the world's strongest black sword, one of the supreme grade swords, Yoru. Clang! As the black sword was unsheathed, a chilling aura instantly enveloped the entire area. So cold. What is happening? At the moment when both sides of the battle were confused, accompanied by a sound of sword ringing, a brilliant green sword energy suddenly tore through the sea, showcasing an incredibly terrifying might. Silence. At this moment, the battlefield fell silent, and both sides of the conflict trembled. However, there were 2 individuals whose attitudes were completely opposite to the majority. Their eyes were filled with battle intent, rising like raging flames. Chapter 35. Fearless Zoro, what a Hawkeye. What a world's greatest swordsman. Wujik lightly tapped the head of the trembling cow, forcibly stabilizing its body that was shaking in fear. At that moment, the flowing flame armament color of his Haki surged out, wrapping around the body of the longing spear. Hawkeye? The world's greatest swordsman? Could it be that he is Dracula Mihawk? Upon hearing what Wujik said, Zoro's already restless heart became even more eager. Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, now recognized by the world as the greatest swordsman, and he, Roronoa Zoro, also aspires to become the world's greatest swordsman in the future. Without a doubt, the opponent was a hurdle he must overcome on his path to becoming the strongest swordsman, and now he desperately wanted to know just how high this hurdle was. Zoro thought to himself, his heartbeat quickening, and his grip on the sword gradually turning his knuckles white. Green algae head, what do you want to do? Seeing Zoro's bloodshot eyes and the veins bulging in his right arm that held, Wado Ikamanji, Ace seemed to realize something and hurriedly shouted, "Calm down. Don't do anything rash." Do something rash? This isn't rash at all. Zoro's blood-red pupils were filled with seriousness. But just as he was about to draw, Wado Ikamanji from his waist, a loud roar accompanied by the longing, stopped his movements. Spear style, flame dragon unmatched. Wujik thrust his spear into the air, and a ferocious fire dragon immediately roared into the sky, howling as it collided with the green sword energy. Boom! The attacks from both sides collided above the sea. In an instant, the sword energy scattered, and intense heat spread, causing a terrifying energy explosion that stirred up towering waves over 100 meters high. So powerful! The 3 small ones under Wujik's command looked on in shock at this scene. Compared to them, the original combatants in this place were undoubtedly in a much worse situation. It's so hot. I'm going to die from heat. Avoid the sword energy. Avoid the sword energy. In an instant, both sides were thrown into chaos. After a moment of confusion, they quickly discovered a horrifying scene. All of them were enveloped in darkness. The giant waves are coming, a pirate shouted in fear. The next moment, an even more chaotic scene unfolded. Not good. Our ship is too small. It definitely can't withstand this wave. At that moment, the pirates no longer cared about the flames and sword energy, only wanting to find a safe place. Before long, several surviving pirate captains unanimously turned their gazes toward Bartai. Perhaps only this large ship could give them a sense of security. To Bartai, several pirate captains shouted in unison. But the manager of the sea restaurant Bartai, how would he give them this opportunity? You all, get inside the cabin and lock the doors. The manager Zepp, wearing a tall chef hat and having his golden beard braided into 2, shouted with a fierce gaze. Understood, boss. However, just when all the Baratai staff were following Zep's orders, a figure with a head full of yellow hair walked against the crowd towards Zep. Old man, do you want to be a hero again? Sanji kicked away a pirate minion who tried to sneak attack Zep and shouted at Zep with an unhappy face. You brat. How did you escape? Hurry up and get back. Zep was shocked. He never expected that this kid he had high hopes for would escape at such time. I want tea. Sanji stubbornly refused, standing firmly beside Zep. You. Zep was exasperated, but deep within his pupils, there was an unnoticeable look of relief. You damn brat. He cursed, and before the giant wave fell, he ignored the attacks from several pirate captains and tightly held Sanji in his arms. You can't die. Wujik, who was using observation Haki to keep an eye on the two-headed fish ship, would not allow Zep to face any accidents because of his confrontation with Mihawk. Spear-throwing style, long rainbow piercing the sun. In the blink of an eye, he threw the long een in his hand fiercely. Whoosh! Boom! The silver spear cut through the air, and the giant wave crashed down. In an instant, the pirates who were crying out and fleeing in desperation fell silent. After an unknown period, a voice finally broke the silence of the battlefield, adding a bit of life to it. Old man, I can't breathe. Upon hearing Sanji's words, Zep, as if waking from a dream, released his arms. And the first thing he did after coming to his senses was not to care for himself, but for Sanji. Brat, are you okay? Feeling Zep's heartfelt concern, Sanji did not hesitate at all and replied, I'm fine. That's good. That's good. Hearing Sanji's answer, Zep slowly stood up, looking back in confusion. And when his gaze fell on the shining silver spear and the several corpses nailed to the deck, his pupils suddenly contracted to pinhole size. This spear. Zep seemed to realize something and suddenly turned to look in a certain direction. What he saw was the black-haired youth who had unleashed the terrifying flame dragon attack. And indeed, he was already empty-handed. Why did you save me? Zep murmured softly, his voice light, yet it still drifted into Sanji's ears. So he saved the old man? Combining what he had seen and heard, Sanji's gaze swept back and forth between the silver spear and the black-haired youth. At this moment, he could no longer understand. If it weren't for that black-haired youth throwing the silver spear, Zep might have already been dead. Thank you very much. Sanji silently expressed his utmost gratitude to the black-haired youth in his heart and secretly decided that as long as the other party had the intention to board the ship for a meal, he would do his best to cook for him. It seems this move was the right one. Sensing the gratitude-filled emotions from the little yellow hair, Wujik's lips secretly curved into a smile. Everything is difficult at the beginning, now that a good impression has been established. How far can it be from truly recruiting him onto the ship? Just as Wujik was imagining this, the green algae head, who was determined to reach the peak of the sword path at the cost of his life, could no longer suppress the passionate emotions in his heart. Clang! The blade was unsheathed. At this moment, the crisp, buzzing sound was like a lighthouse in the dark night, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Green algae head, you, however. Ace's words were cut off as Zoro madly stepped on the scattered wreckage of ships in the sea and charged directly toward the man with eagle-like eyes. Chapter 36. Charge. The armament Haki awakened 2 years early. Big brother, Zoro has gone mad. Stop him. Ace shouted loudly at Wujik. On ordinary days, although he didn't get along with Zoro, seeing the other party madly charge at the world's greatest swordsman in a suicidal manner made his heart leap to his throat. Ace, Wujik shouted. Others might not understand why Zoro was like this, but he understood. Without madness, one cannot survive. Perhaps only in this way can one truly step onto the peak. Wujik's gaze was fixed on Zoro. He did not move, but continued speaking without turning his head. This is Zoro's determination. If he wants to become the world's greatest swordsman, he must face the world's greatest swordsman head-on. Failure is not terrifying. What is terrifying is the lack of courage to make a comeback. Do you understand? Ace. What Wu Jing said resonated like a bell echoing over the sea, leaving not only Ace stunned, but also everyone else. It is my honor to have you as my elder brother. Zoro hesitated for just a moment before charging forward with even more ferocity and madness. Do you want to become the world's greatest swordsman? Mihawk whispered, a strange expectation gleaming in his eyes. On the path of the sword, he had been so lonely, Since red-haired Shanks lost his arm, he wouldn't seek him out unless he was particularly bored. But this time in the East Blue, Mihawk never expected that although he didn't find Shanks, he would inadvertently encounter a boy who wanted to become the world's greatest swordsman and bravely drew his sword against him. Is it fearlessness or ignorance? Let me test it myself. Mihawk's gaze sharpened as he slowly took off the cross pendant from his neck and drew a small knife from it. Bastard! Zoro saw this, veins popping on his forehead, and roared. Don't think just because you're the world's greatest swordsman, you can look down on me. Demon Slash. The sword came out like a rainbow, wild and fierce. But this strike, which seemed terrifying to ordinary people, couldn't even move Mihawk. A frog in a well. Mihawk sighed lightly. At the moment the strike was about to reach him, he swiftly thrust out the small knife in his hand. Clang! The sound of metal clashing suddenly erupted. How is this possible? Zoro looked incredulously at the small knife that blocked his 3 strikes, cold sweat streaming down his face. The gap, how could it be so vast? His nearly full-powered strike was easily and comfortably blocked by the opponent. Yes, it was easy and comfortable. The opponent's arm, which had not even straightened, and his calm demeanor illustrated the huge gap between the two. Damn! Zoro's eyes twitched violently, unwilling to back down. He distanced himself and swung his sword again and again. But the result was that no matter how he swung his sword, that figure stood firmly on the coffin ship. Impossible. I refused to believe it. Zoro gradually became frantic, his attacks growing chaotic and disorganized. What a ferocious sword, what a powerless weakling. A hint of disappointment flashed in Mihawk's eagle-like eyes, but just as he was about to end this boring farce, Wu Jing's roar suddenly rang out. Zoro, think about why you practice the sword, why you draw your sword. Wu Jing's gaze was as sharp as a knife, fixed on the figure that he and countless fans from his past had high hopes for, his voice like thunder. Sweat will not betray anyone who works hard. Feel the sword, feel the power within your body. As Wu Jing's words fell, Zoro's attacks came to an abrupt halt, the madness in his eyes gradually fading. Why practice the sword? Why draw the sword? Feel the sword, feel the power in the body. Zoro repeated Wu Jing's words, scenes some blurry and some clear, flashed rapidly in his mind like a revolving lantern. This is Mihawk sensed the change in the boy's aura before him, his brows raising slightly. If he wasn't mistaken, this boy seemed to be just half a step away from awakening that power. Armament Haki? Things seem to be getting interesting. Mihawk murmured to himself. He did not strike, but quietly waiting until the boy suddenly opened his eyes. This power, Zoro glanced at his hands holding the sword, his eyes suddenly bursting with brilliant light. The strongest. I must become the strongest swordsman. The moment his words fell, he stirred that power and launched another attack towards Mihawk. Crack! This time, the sound was no longer the crisp clashing, but the sound of the small knife breaking. I did it! Joy sparkled in Zoro's eyes. But the next moment, the man holding the half-broken knife, who had only taken half a step back, finally launched his first attack. Not good. Zoro's face drained of color upon seeing this. Should I retreat? Am I really going to retreat in the face of this man's first active attack? Retreat. I must retreat, or I will die. At this moment, Zoro's mental will clashed violently with his subconscious. In the end, the mental will triumphed over the subconscious. The broken knife pierced into his body, and a vivid, crimson flower of blood blossomed at Zoro's chest. Zoro, Ace and Daius, seeing this scene, could no longer suppress their emotions and cried out in shock. In contrast, Wu Jing remained silent. Was this really the case? Wu Jing, who thought he could calmly observe this duel, did not realize that his earlier small actions had been fully noticed by a grateful little blonde. Fire. Why are there flames in his eyes? Sanji was startled by his own discovery, not understanding why flames would rise in a human's eyes. Could it be that he saw it wrong? No, that's not right. His eyesight is very good. He couldn't have been mistaken. Just as Sanji was engulfed in self-doubt, Mihawk pulled the half-broken knife out from Zoro's heart. Drip, drip. Blood fell to the ground, and Mihawk looked at Zoro in confusion. Why didn't you dodge? Do you want me to pierce your heart? If it weren't for the small knife being a bit short, this strike would have been fatal. Huh. Zoro staggered, forcing a smile despite the intense pain. I don't know why, but I just feel like I can't retreat. If I take a step back here, The oaths and promises I carry will never have a chance of being fulfilled. Is that so? Mihawk's expression turned serious as he gazed at Zoro and asked in a deep voice, "Are you willing to pay with your life for this?" "Of course." Zoro's gaze was resolute as he answered decisively. Chapter 37. Rather die than surrender, rather die than surrender? What a powerful will. Mihawk felt a sense of emotion in his heart and then said solemnly, "Boy, state your name." "Roronoa Zoro." After Zoro said this, he once again assumed an attack stance. "I will remember you, a powerful one I haven't seen in a long time." Mihawk sheathed the half-broken knife and then solemnly drew out the world's strongest black blade from behind. "Young swordsman, to express my respect for you, I will use this world's strongest black blade to end your life." Just what I wanted. At this moment, Zoro showed no fear of losing his life in his eyes, only a carefree attitude. "Here I come." Mihawk swung his sword. Zoro saw this and spun his two long swords at high speed, chanting, "Three-sword-style secret technique. 3,000 worlds." The moment the words fell, their figures suddenly crossed and then separated in the blink of an eye. Clang! The sounds of blades breaking and flesh tearing revealed the final result of this brutal duel to the onlookers. Zoro, Ace, and Daius could no longer hold back. They ultimately couldn't bear to see their companion die before them. However, just as the two jumped off the sailboat, Wu Jing's figure blocked their way. "Brother, can you really bear to watch Zoro die?" Daius shouted hoarsely. As for Ace, although he said nothing, his tightly clenched fists revealed his inner turmoil. Feeling their gazes, Wu Jing sighed and forced a calm demeanor. "This is the path Zoro chose for himself. Your forced intervention, even if it allows him to survive in the end, will make him wish he were dead. So, are we really going to do nothing?" Ace asked unwillingly. "Do nothing? Do you think that's possible?" Wu Ji smiled, but the killing intent in his eyes was unmasked. "If Zoro really died here, one day I would use the opponent's head and the broken world's strongest black sword to honor Zoro." As the word spread, everyone present felt a chilling sensation engulf their hearts. Even the world's #1 swordsman, Dracula Mihawk, was not spared. "Kid, you are really lucky to have such an older brother. However, this still cannot stop your death." Hearing the calm voice behind him, Zoro remained indifferent, whispering with a smile, "Big brother, I lost. In the end, I'm still outclassed." He accepted this outcome calmly, slowly closing the remaining Wado Ikemonji and stood up to face Mihawk, who was charging again, and said loudly, "The wounds on my back are a swordsman's shame. I will never die with shame." What a spirit! Mihawk's eyes revealed appreciation. Although his black sword showed no mercy, it also missed the fatal spot. Sizzle! The black sword Yoru cut through Zoro's chest. Blood flew, revealing a huge and hideous wound. Thud! Zoro collapsed weakly to the ground. Mihawk looked at the fallen young figure and solemnly stated his true name and reason for sparing him. "My name is Dracula Mihawk. Young swordsman, don't rush to die. Strive to understand yourself, understand the world, and then work hard to become stronger. In the years to come, I will wait for you at the position of the world's strongest swordsman. Come surpass me, Roronoa Zoro." "Ha ha ha!" Zoro gasped heavily, enduring the pain to pull out Wado Ikemonji. Raising his sword to the sky, he said with difficulty, "Big brother, if I can't become the strongest swordsman, I guess it will be quite difficult for you." The future #1 in martial arts? Hearing this, Wu Ji felt relieved, but pretended to be serious. Of course, only the scenery at the mountain's peak is worthy of the effort and sweat spent on the climb. The mountain peak, huh? Zoro covered his face with his hand, hiding the rolling tears, but couldn't hide the heart that yearned to step onto the summit. "Before reaching the peak, I will never fail a second time, until I defeat him and become the world's strongest swordsman." How exciting! Zoro's words made Wu Ji and Mihawk exchange knowing smiles. When the smiles faded, Mihawk deeply looked at Wu Ji and the others. What a terrifying young combination, he thought. In a team of only 4 people, one dreams of becoming the world's #1 swordsman, one aims for the top of martial arts, and the other two, though he didn't know their dreams. The ferocity and determination in their eyes when Zoro was injured shocked him, especially the young man with freckles. Through his observation, he felt a familiar special power in his gaze that the world called kingly aptitude. Ace Diaz, save him. Wu Ji had no idea what Mihawk was thinking at the moment. After giving his orders, he directed Momo to the twin-headed fish ship, not even glancing at the world's #1 swordsman again. Did he do this because he surrendered? Of course not, regardless of whether he could win or not. If it came to a life-and-death struggle, even if Mihawk is the world's #1 swordsman, Wu Ji was confident he could bite off a few chunks of flesh from him. The reason for giving up the fight was that he had already regarded Mihawk as Zoro's destined rival. If his battle were to mar this fated enemy, Zoro would surely be troubled. I really look forward to your growth. Seeing Wu Ji lose the desire to fight, Mihawk no longer lingered, leaping onto the coffin ship. He happily left this place of troubles. As the coffin ship drifted further away, Momo successfully took Wu Ji to the twin-headed fish ship. Thank you for your help, young warrior. Zeph bowed to Wu Ji, his attitude very gentle, a stark contrast to his usual fiery personality. In response, Wu Ji lightly smiled and nodded, getting straight to the point. I came to Bartai not only to taste Boss Zeph's cooking, but also to find a young chef with good culinary skills. I wonder if you have a suitable candidate to recommend? As he said this, his gaze hardly left Sanji, his intentions clear. So it was for Sanji. Zeph was startled and was about to politely refuse when Sanji spoke up first. Excuse me, are you pirates? Not yet. Wu Ji shook his head, meeting Sanji's gaze, and said meaningfully, the definition of a pirate is never something you or I can decide. Chapter 38, Only the Strong Can Define Others. Sanji frowned even deeper upon hearing this. So he could only ask again, what do you mean by that? Wu Ji smiled and said profoundly, only the strong can define others. Only the strong cannot be defined by others. Perhaps one day, when I have to offend or even kill the Navy or the world nobles to save my companions, at that time, when the world government issues a bounty, do you think I would be a true pirate? Sanji was momentarily at a loss for words. But Zeph, on the other hand, was horrified, wishing he could kick Wu Ji off the ship immediately. Offending or even killing the Navy was one thing, but thinking about offending or even killing the world nobles. Where did this madman come from? This young warrior Zeph was just about to advise Wu Ji not to lead the kid astray, but Wu Ji would not miss the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. So, he quickly raised his hand to interrupt Zeph, saying, if the one attacking Bartai today was not a pirate, but a world noble out for a stroll, wanting to capture everyone on board to sell as slaves, what would you do? Sanji was shocked and did not dare to think further along Wu Ji's words. This gentleman. Zeph was anxious, but as soon as he spoke, he met Wu Ji's calm, yet overwhelmingly powerful gaze. Seeing Zeph instantly silenced, Wu Ji timely added fuel to the fire. Follow me to the sea. Become strong on the path to fulfilling your dream. Only by becoming strong can you make the Navy and the world government fear you, making them dare not lay a hand on those you cherish. When Wu Ji's words fell, Zeph could no longer keep silent. He then forced himself to suppress his inner turmoil and, very rarely, did not call Sanji a brat, but solemnly said, Sanji, I will not interfere with your choice. But before you choose, you must have awareness. Stinky old man. Sanji's lips trembled. Perhaps even Zeph himself did not realize that it was precisely because of his last words that Sanji truly made up his mind. I've decided. Sanji took a deep breath and then spoke the heart-stirring answer. I want to go to sea. Going to sea? Zeph was momentarily stunned. In contrast, Wu Ji seemed to have anticipated this result and was not surprised at all. People all have weaknesses, and Sanji's greatest weakness now is precisely Zeph, who has been with him day and night for these years. Moreover, Sanji's identity and bloodline also destined that he would not be ordinary. Stinky brat, I respect your choice. As he spoke, Zeph walked to the rear cabin door and kicked it open hard, shouting, guys, to celebrate that this stinky brat Sanji is about to go to sea, let us have a feast. Huh? The chefs of Bartai, who had survived the ordeal, after a brief moment of astonishment, collectively exclaimed in surprise, let us have a feast. At this moment, they seemed to forget death, forget pain, and their hearts were filled only with joy. Truly, it was magical. In this extremely fervent atmosphere, Woods gained his fourth little brother, Vin Smoke Sanji. The wreckage of the ship reflected the dying bonfire, and as dawn approached, it would herald a momentary farewell. Sanji, don't catch a cold. Remember to eat on time. At the moment Sanji was about to step onto the ship, Zepp, the usually strong-willed man, ultimately uttered these extremely gentle words. Boss Zepp. Sanji's eyes were filled with tears as he suddenly turned around and knelt on the ground, choking and shouting at the man who was like a teacher and father to him. For a long time, I truly appreciate your care, your great kindness. I will never forget it. Go. Zepp waved his hand, and at the moment Sanji turned and stepped onto the ship, crystal clear tears finally appeared in the eyes of this man. Set sail. With a wave of Wood's hand, this sailboat filled with dreams and ambitions finally completed all its missions in the East Sea. The next stop was the most dangerous and magical sea route in the world. The Grand Line. The starting point of the Grand Line, Reverse Mountain. After sailing for nearly half a month, Wood and the others finally arrived here. Great. That warship isn't here. Dais gazed at the vast waterway, rising from a bottom in front of Reverse Mountain, and couldn't help but let out a long sigh of relief. On the way to Reverse Mountain, he had heard the terrifying rumor that a great naval hero would personally guard the entrance of Reverse Mountain. If it weren't for this news being confirmed with the blood and lives of numerous pirates, Dais would never believe it. After all, whether you heard it standing or lying down, it sounded ridiculous. However, Dais didn't know that the reason behind this absurd news was precisely because of his ridiculously talented older brother, who was being watched. Moo. Charge forward with all your might. Wood ignored Dais's muttering, leaping onto the head of the sea cow Moo, raising his hand to point at the end of Reverse Mountain. Moo didn't dare to slack off, panting through its nostrils, waving its fins, ready to exert force. But at that moment, a massive shadow rapidly enlarged beneath Moo. Not good. Sensing danger with his observation Haki, which didn't have time to think and directly executed a spinning kick, striking Moo's horn. Bang! Under the impact of tremendous force, Moo made a 90-degree sharp turn, dragging the sailboat along. What happened? Damn, is an enemy attack? Ace and Zoro, who stabilized their footing first, rushed to the railing at the first opportunity. However, when they focused their eyes, an indescribable fury instantly filled their hearts. Big brother, they shouted, but the enormous whale, covered in scars, did not close its massive mouth due to their shouts. Does it see Moo as food? Wood, suspended in the air, had a cold gaze. Although Moo was forcibly subdued by him, the cow had been obedient, hard-working, and reliable during this time, which made Wood and the others quite relieved. In fact, Wood sometimes wondered if he should find a powerful zoan fruit for Moo to eat. But today a reckless beast dared to swallow his beloved cow. Truly intolerable. Dragon flame break! Wood shouted loudly, and scorching flames surged from his right arm, instantly transforming into a fierce flame dragon that seemed ready to incinerate everything. Chapter 39. The Strong of the Old Era. Woo! As if sensing danger, the gigantic whale whimpered and closed its massive mouth. However, its enormous body, soaring into the air, could not evade the fiery dragon. Boom! The flame dragon exploded on the whale's head, and the scorching high temperature, accompanied by a powerful shockwave, instantly made the giant whale emit an extremely painful roar. Woo! The vitality is indeed tenacious. Wood looked at the whale, which was emitting thick white steam and vaguely smelled burnt, and raised his hand to prepare another strike to completely resolve it. But in the next moment, a glimmer of light suddenly appeared. A master. Wood was surprised and delighted. The opponent's strike, wrapped in armament Haki, was perfectly timed, forcing him to switch from offense to defense. Things seemed to be getting interesting. Wood smirked, quickly wrapping his flowing flame armament Haki around his right arm. Ding! A crisp sound rang out, sparking flying embers. And, taking advantage of the moment of descent, Wood finally saw the weapon that had attacked him and the old man rushing from the distant lighthouse. The whale harpoon and this man. The strange flower-shaped design on the opponent's head, combined with the current location, made a name suddenly surface in Wood's mind. Kurokas. On the surface, this man was the lighthouse keeper of Twin Cape, but secretly he was once the ship's doctor of the Roger Pirates. A strong man from the old era? Wood's fighting spirit surged as he stood atop the giant whale's head, picked up the fallen whale harpoon and hurled it towards Kuroka's like a shooting star. Whoosh! The originally pitch-black whale harpoon transformed into a crimson rainbow, dazzling and yet incredibly dangerous. Is this armament Haki? Kuroka's halted, and with the assistance of observation Haki, he narrowly evaded the attack. However, as the whale harpoon brushed past him, the flowing red hue still astonished him greatly. Kid, where did you learn this advanced technique of armament Haki? Kuroka stared at Woods, asking curiously. The reason he asked this was that upon feeling this somewhat familiar power, he thought of a certain deceased acquaintance. Want to know? Then beat me first. Woods would not be foolish enough to satisfy Kuroka's curiosity directly, leaping into the air to face this strong man from the old era. Beat you? Kuroka's mouth twitched. At nearly 70 years old, he had already greatly diminished in strength, not to mention the significantly weakened observation Haki and armament Haki. Even the endurance he had once prided himself on had greatly declined due to years of neglecting exercise. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, this kid seemed to be some sort of powerful Logia devil fruit user. Considering this, Kuroka's made a move that far exceeded Woods' expectations. No need to fight, I surrender, Kuroka said, throwing the other whale harpoon in his hand to the ground and slowly raising his hands. You. Woods stopped in front of Kuroka's, his face showing a peculiar flush that was either from holding back or anger. If it weren't for Kuroka's true purpose of that previous thrust being just a block, he would have definitely shocked this old guy with a thunder cannon. Youth truly is still there. Seeing that Woods really stopped moving, Kuroka's couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. But in the next second, his hidden joy turned into astonishment. Just because Woods silently picked up the whale harpoon, he had dropped on the ground and walked step by step towards the heavily injured whale Laboon. Hey, kid, don't go. This is a misunderstanding. Laboon doesn't understand. Direct your anger at me, Kuroka shouted as he chased after him. Ha! Woods sneered, completely ignoring the old man, trying to play the age card. Since the whale Laboon dared to eat his cow, he dared to let Sanji turn it into a whale feast. As for Kuroka's, even if he used to be the ship's doctor of the Pirate King, it wouldn't matter to him. If the old man watched obediently, that would be fine, but if he dared to act again, even if his intentions weren't to kill him, he wouldn't tolerate repeated provocations. Wait a moment. I'll buy Laboon's life. Hearing what Kuroka said, Wujie finally showed a hint of interest on his face. So he stopped in place, turned to look at Kuroka's and asked, what price are you willing to pay for the life of that whale? This. Kuroka took out a record pointer from his bosom. Could it be? Wujie's pupils suddenly constricted. However, Kuroka's next words made Wujie's mood plummet from the clouds to the depths. This thing is called a record pointer, an essential navigational tool after entering the Grand Line. Without it, you will likely get lost at sea. The one in my hand just happens to record a landmark called Cactus Island. I could trade this for Labu's life. What do you think? Not interested. Wujie rejected with a dark face. He had thought the other party would present a permanent pointer to the final island. Who would have known it was just an ordinary record pointer? This thing might be seen as a treasure by someone entering the Grand Line for the first time without any common sense. But was Wujie someone who knew nothing? Long before reaching Upside Down Mountain, he had already had doors by a record pointer at a high price from a supply town. Coincidentally, that record pointer also recorded Cactus Island. Seeing Wujie's decisive rejection, Kuroka's had no choice but to grit his teeth and say, I will trade a devil fruit for Labu's life. That should be acceptable, right? Devil fruit? Wujie's eyes lit up as he asked, what type of devil fruit? Paramecia, Kuroka's replied. This was a treasure assigned to him during his time with Roger. The reason he didn't eat it was that, like most of the strong members of the Roger Pirates, he relied on abilities gained through personal training. Paramecia. Wujie's gaze became even brighter. It should be noted that some Paramecia fruits can involve the power of rules. For example, Bartholomew Kuma's Paramecia Paw fruit, Sugar's Paramecia Hobby fruit, Foxy's Paramecia Slow fruit, Bruno's Paramecia Door fruit, and so on. In short, a good Paramecia devil fruit, if developed well, has almost no limits. Do you know what the fruit's ability is? Wujie couldn't wait to ask. To this, Kuroka shook his head and said, I only know it's a Paramecia devil fruit, but the specific ability is unknown. Can I take a look? Upon hearing this, Kalokas did not respond immediately, but instead looked at Labu. Seeing this, Wuji understood what he was trying to express. He then threw away the whale spear in his hand and said seriously, "His life is now yours." Good. Kalokas nodded with a pleased expression and then leaped into the sea. Soon, under Wujia's watch, he appeared on the surface of the water, holding a small iron box. Then, Kalokas threw the small iron box to Wujia, showing no signs of reluctance. Clatter. Wujia caught the iron box and opened it, revealing a devil fruit he had never seen before. What ability does this fruit possess? Wujia murmured, just as he was about to ask something else. He realized Kalokas had already swum towards Labu. Forget it. This old fellow was once a member of the Roger Pirates, so he probably wouldn't lie to me about such matters. After closing the lid, Wujia whistled to Mu, who was not far away. Upon hearing the whistle, Mu, who had been in a daze, seemed to be activated by some mysterious force, and his eyes instantly regained clarity. Mu called out pitifully, but did not dare to slack off, quickly dragging the sailboat towards Wujia. "All right, don't be so pitiful." Wujia jumped onto Mu's head, chuckled as he patted his horns, and said, "I'll have Sanji give you a treat later." Hearing the word treat, Mu instantly threw his worries aside and made a happy sound. After dealing with Mu, Wujia did not stay on Mu's head for long because there were several eager little brothers waiting for him on the sailboat. "Big brother, what happened?" Doors was the first to ask. Wujia then briefly told his younger brothers what had happened earlier. However, he did not mention Kalokas' identity. "Is this a devil fruit?" Several younger brothers looked at the Paramecia devil fruit placed on the table with curious eyes. "Big brother, is this devil fruit tasty?" Sanji asked with curiosity. Hearing this, unpleasant memories surged in Wujia's mind. "It's disgusting. I've never eaten anything more terrible than a devil fruit." "Oh, really?" Sanji became interested. If Wujia said that the devil fruit was not tasty, he might not have been so intrigued. But since Wujia said he had never eaten anything worse, he really wanted to try it. "Do you want to eat it, Sanji?" Seeing Sanji's excited expression, Wujia smiled and handed the devil fruit to him. "Doors, Ace." And Zoro watched this scene without showing any displeasure. Instead, they were quite looking forward to what kind of magical ability Sanji would display after eating this devil fruit. No. I'm just interested. I don't really want to eat it." Sanji repeatedly waved his hands in refusal. After all, his dream was to find a legendary sea with the best ingredients in the world, and the side effects of eating a devil fruit he had previously inquired about when Wujia told him how he could use fire. Just the fact that one would become a landlubber for life after consuming it was something he could never accept. "Does anyone want to eat this fruit?" Sanji's refusal led Wujia to put the fruit back on the table and then ask. However, he did not expect that after a brief silence, Doors would actually pick up the devil fruit and say solemnly, "Big brother, I want to eat it." Duh. Wujia frowned, unsure of how to respond. To be honest, he did not want Doors, who had the least outstanding talent and no bloodline support, to eat a Paramecia devil fruit with an unknown ability. After all, he had already planned to find a Zoan-type mythical beast fruit for Doors during their future journey, or at least a strong Paramecia fruit with a known ability. Only then could he maximize Doors' survival ability. Is it not possible? Seeing Wujia frown without saying anything, Doors dejectedly put down the devil fruit in his hand. Upon seeing this, Ace and Zoro looked at Wujia with puzzled expressions, while Sanji, who boarded the ship last, silently lit a cigarette. "Why are you two looking at me like that? Am I that stingy?" Wujia glared at Ace and Zoro, then turned to Doors and said in a deep voice, "Doors, my stopping you from eating this unknown Paramecia devil fruit is not because I'm stingy, but because I want to find a strong devil fruit with a known ability for you in the future. Do you understand what I mean?" As his words fell, a brilliant light instantly burst forth in Doors' dim pupils. "So, I misunderstood, big brother. I really should be punished." Slap. Under everyone's bewildered gaze, Doors gave himself a hard slap. The force was so strong that it was evident from the quickly swelling cheek. "Second brother, what are you doing?" Ace exclaimed in shock. Then, fearing Doors would hit himself again, he and Zoro each grabbed one of Doors' arms to restrain him. "I'm sorry, big brother." Tears welled up in Daius' eyes as he choked out. "I can't believe I misunderstood my big brother. I really deserve to die." After saying this, he attempted to raise his hand again. If it weren't for Ace and Zoro's foresight, Daius's face under the mask would definitely have been completely swollen from his own slap. All right, stop crying. Wujie couldn't bear it any longer and shouted, "A man should bleed, not cry. Now, I give you the choice. If you want to eat this superhuman devil fruit, then be prepared to accept its weaknesses." As Wujie's words fell, Daius stopped crying, and Ace and Zoro also let go of him. At that moment, the entire ship fell silent, and everyone was waiting for Daius to make a decision. Time slowly passed, until Sanji's cigarette burned out between his fingers and the ash fell onto the deck. Daius finally made his choice. "I want to eat this fruit, no matter what kind of power it has." His voice was filled with determination, and his actions were resolute. Crack! As the devil fruit was bitten down by Daius, the extraordinary power unique to him finally revealed itself to everyone. Chapter 41. Superhuman Teleportation Fruit Whoosh. In the blink of an eye, Daius disappeared from his spot and appeared at the bow of the ship. With another blink, his figure reappeared at the stern. Wujie seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils suddenly filled with joy. If he guessed correctly, the fruit Daius had eaten should be the superhuman teleportation fruit. This god-level fruit was supposed to belong to Van Oka, the captain and sharpshooter of the Blackbeard Pirates' third ship, known as Soundless. But now it was snatched by Daius. What a pleasant surprise. With this fruit, Daius's future survival ability could be assured, Wujie thought to himself. On the other hand, when Sanji saw Daius teleporting continuously, his face gradually filled with regret. Damn it. Why did I refuse? Why did I refuse? If I had this teleportation ability, wouldn't I be able to easily move between women's baths? Upon hearing this, everyone present except Wujie had dark lines crawling across their foreheads. Goodness, it turns out this seemingly serious, well-dressed blonde is actually such a lecherous person. Big brother, aren't you going to educate him? Ace mumbled. Why educate him? Wujie chuckled lightly, knowing Sanji's character, and calmly replied, "Didn't he just eat the teleportation fruit? It's really the teleportation fruit." Wujie's words confirmed everyone's suspicions. This seemed to instantly awaken Sanji, who was still pounding his chest in frustration. Then, Sanji quickly picked up the fallen teleportation fruit with the fastest speed of his life, looking at Wujie with anticipation, asking, "Big brother, if I eat it now, can I gain the same ability as second brother?" "You could try," Wujie replied mischievously. Without hesitation, the earnest Sanji took a bite to gain the teleportation ability. Wow! As he bit down, the overwhelming, disgusting taste that engulfed his taste buds shot straight to his brain, making Sanji collapse to the ground and vomit. Once the other party finished throwing up, Wujie smiled and asked, "Sanji, did you gain the teleportation ability?" "No," Sanji replied with a crying tone. "Really? What a pity." Wujie pretended to comfort him, then directly struck at his heart. "Oh, I forgot to tell you. Only the first person to take a bite of the devil fruit gains its ability. Others can only taste its strange flavor. See, I fulfilled your curiosity just now, Sanji." Slap. After hearing Wujie's words, Sanji seemed to instantly petrify, even letting the devil fruit slip from his hands, completely unaware. Ha ha. Compared to Sanji's heart-wrenching despair, Ace and Zoro couldn't help but burst into laughter. This also perfectly proved a saying. Smiles never disappear, they only shift. "All right, stop messing around." Wujie interrupted Ace and Zoro and looked at Daius. "Daius, continue to familiarize yourself with the fruit's abilities when you find a safe place. Now, we should continue our journey." "Okay, big brother." After the little interlude, the sea cow Moo Moo, under Wujie's command, began to pull the sailboat towards the huge waterway again. This time, there were no more surprises. Splash! As the sailboat flipped over the upside-down mountains and fell into the sea, everyone finally set foot on the Grand Line in a true sense. "Is this the Grand Line?" Ace curiously surveyed the sea in front of him and wondered, wasn't it said that the weather on the Grand Line is extremely harsh? It doesn't look like it. However, as soon as he finished speaking, the originally clear sky was suddenly covered by dark clouds. The calm sea surface began to form whirlpools, stirring up waterspouts. Ace was completely dumbfounded. This slap in the face came way too fast, right? "Shut up." Wujie glared fiercely at Ace and quickly looked at Daius. "Daius, it's up to you from here on out, is that all right?" "No problem." Daius nodded, responding resolutely. Then, he took out the log pose from his pocket and teleported to the top of Moo-Moo's head. Moo-Moo, southeast direction, full speed ahead. Moo, receiving Daius' command. Moo-Moo quickly started to swim with its fins. And in the next moment, boom! Thunder roared, and heavy rain mixed with hail poured down. Splash! The waves crashed against the hull, and the towering water spouts recklessly swept away everything. This is the great power of nature. Wujia watched everything with a serious expression. His fists quietly clenched together. Fire, thunder, freezing, magma, darkness, light. He absolutely refused to acknowledge that fire was the weakest. Coming from a civilization that has lasted for thousands of years, no one understands the importance of fire better than him. And no one understands the significance of fire better than him. Creating fire by drilling wood. This is the first natural force that humanity successfully mastered. When the body and mind grow to the point of catching up to the ability, will the fruit awaken? Wujia murmured to himself, a small flame rising from his fingers. And this flame, under the pouring rain and surging waves, not only did not extinguish, but instead became even deeper. One day, you will show the true power of fire in my hands. Crackle. As if responding to Wujia, the small flame kept jumping, swaying, and exploding. Yet it continued to burn without ceasing. After an unknown amount of time, until Daius' voice rang out, it finally pulled Wujia's thoughts back to reality. Big brother, I did not fail my mission. We have sailed out of that thunderstorm area. Hearing this, Wujia smiled and nodded. Daius, I really didn't misjudge you. To this day, he increasingly felt that forcibly taking Daius as a little brother back then was an incredibly wise decision. Compared to Ace, Zoro, and Sanji, although Daius did not have a strong bloodline talent as support, perhaps it was precisely because of this that he had a clear understanding of his positioning. Since stepping into the sea, Wujia had found that what he needed most was precisely this kind of gold medal support type little brother. As for the arms of the king, before he grew up, they complemented each other, but when he grew up, they would be like icing on the cake. After all, as long as he had not truly become invincible, partners were indispensable. You're really amazing, second brother. Ace, Zoro, and Sanji, the newly formed trio, praised him without reservation. Just now, if they had been in charge of that stormy scene, the ship might have sunk long ago. But Daius, relying on his nautical knowledge and a log pose, led them out of the thunderstorm area. Indeed, professional matters should be handled by professionals. Chapter 42. Cactus Island, the first stop on the Grand Line. Cactus Island, after several days of arduous sailing, Wujia and his companions finally arrived at their first stop on the Grand Line, Cactus Island. Is this really Cactus Island? It truly lives up to its name. Wujia stood at the bow of the ship, gazing at the vast fields of giant cacti, and couldn't help but exclaim, Huh, what are they doing? As Moe steered the ship closer to the port, Ace, who was crouched on the mast, quickly noticed a group of residents on the shore, waving enthusiastically at their ship. They are actually welcoming us. Dios soon noticed the crowd as well, and when he heard the cheers, a deep look of confusion appeared on his face. Are the people of the Grand Line always this enthusiastic? With this doubt in mind, Dios turned his gaze to Wujia. Big brother, I feel like something is off with these people. Should we still go ashore? To this, Wujia calmly replied, Go ashore. We need to replenish supplies and buy the wrecker pointers for our next stop and for going to the Drum Kingdom. All right. With Wujia's instructions, Dios no longer hesitated, suppressing his doubts, and directed Moe towards the port. As soon as Wujia and the others disembarked, a tall man in a casual suit with white wavy hair approached them, warmly stating, Welcome to Cactus Island. My name is Icolum, and I am the mayor of this town. Icolum? Wujia squinted his eyes. With such a peculiar outfit. If you remember correctly, this man should have two identities. One, a member of Baroque Works, codename 8, and two, his true identity, the captain of the former Alabastic Kingdom's Guard. However, it's now the year 1517 of the Sea Circle calendar, 2 years before Luffy set sail. And this person had infiltrated Baroque Works so early, which indeed surprised him. But speaking of which, since this man is here, Princess Vivi of Alabasta should also be around, right? Thinking this, Wujia scanned the crowd and indeed found a figure with a long blue ponytail among them. Are you feeling tired, guest? Seeing Wujie remain silent, Ikelim smiled and continued. Coincidentally, the residents of our town love to entertain guests. Why don't you join me for a banquet and enjoy some fine wine to relieve your fatigue? A banquet? Fine wine. Ikelim's words instantly brightened the eyes of the three little ones. However, while they were excited, they would never rashly agree without Wujie's approval. Then let's go. Wujie didn't say much. After all, it was free food, and why not take advantage of it? Moreover, if these people didn't take the initiative, how could he find a way to counter them? After all, he didn't want to leave an impression of reckless slaughter in front of his subordinates. Thus, with both sides harboring their own intentions, a grand banquet was held. By midnight, after Wujie had drunk several large cups of rum, pretending to be intoxicated, he directly passed out. As for Dios and the three little ones, some pretended to be drunk while others were genuinely intoxicated. Finally, they had all been downed. Ikelim let out a long sigh of relief. If these people kept eating and drinking, he would really start to doubt whether the food and drink reserves were sufficient. 8. I couldn't find any bounties on these people. What should we do next? A dark-skinned and exceptionally strong woman appeared behind Ikelim, frowning as she asked. She was Ikelim's partner in Baroque Works, codename Monday. Not wanted by the Navy? Ikelim was stunned. In this day and age, there were still people sailing into the Grand Line who hadn't been targeted by the Navy? Could it be that these few were all peace-loving good people? If that were the case, they couldn't be dealt with carelessly. At the very least, he had to ensure they lived. Thinking this, Ikelim said, since they aren't bountied, they probably aren't pirates who burn and loot. Let's leave the treasure on their ship and let them go. Okay, Monday nodded in agreement. But just as she was about to turn to leave, she suddenly saw the man who was supposed to be passed out sit up without her noticing. Bastard, are you pretending to be drunk? Monday realized. Ha, Wujie smiled faintly. If I didn't pretend to be drunk, how could I hear your conspiracy? Damn it, you dare to play us. Monday was furious and shouted, everyone, stop hiding and take him down together. As her voice fell, Wednesday, dressed as Princess Vivi of Alabasta, and 9, dressed as a prince, charged in from outside the banquet hall. Attack! Monday was the first to strike, her fist, the size of a pot, equipped with iron claws, aimed directly at Wujie's head. Looks like you've made up your mind. Wujie didn't dodge or evade, looking at Monday with an expression of utter indifference, as if he were gazing at a dead person. Damn bastard, I hate your eyes. Watch me smash your head with one punch. However, before Monday could finish her last word, she was horrified to find her gaze uncontrollably directed towards the ceiling of the banquet hall. What is happening? Her mind was shaken. Until she saw the headless corpse running towards her, she finally understood everything. Bang! Plop! As the head and the headless corpse fell to the ground, a figure holding a short knife and wearing a mask stood quietly beside Wujie. Such a fierce and bloody killing method stunned Princess Vivian 9, who had just entered. On the other hand, Ikelim, though terrified, felt a sense of mission forcing him to suppress his fear. This, sir, he stammered. But before he could finish his plea for mercy, he was interrupted by Wujie. You should be thankful that you treated me well earlier and didn't harbor any murderous intentions. Otherwise, you wouldn't even have the chance to speak right now. Upon hearing this, Ikelim broke out in a cold sweat. So it turns out I saved myself? Thank you for your generosity, sir. Ikelim knelt down, bowing deeply to Wujie. Seeing this, Princess Vivi and 9 quickly followed suit, bowing with utmost respect. All right, Wujie waved his hand at Ikelim and said, if you want my treasure, then I want your treasure too. That's fair, right? Very fair. Very fair. Ikelim quickly replied. Good. Wujie nodded in satisfaction, then turned to Dios and said with double meaning, you've worked hard, Dios. It's no trouble. This is what a little brother should do. Dios replied calmly. Go. As Wujie's words fell, Dios quickly led Ikelim and the timid duo out of the banquet hall. Chapter 43. How the Black Blade is Forged. What a rather unsatisfactory banquet. Wujie muttered to himself, then glanced at a certain someone pretending to be drunk with a green algae head and smiled faintly. Zoro, you probably haven't had enough to drink yet. Don't lie down. Get up and drink some more. Caught, huh? Zoro awkwardly touched his green algae head, raised his glass, and stood up. He didn't even glance at the headless corpse and casually sat down beside Wujie, slightly excited. Big brother, Dios was so cool just now. It was the first time I saw him like that. Oh, really? Zoro's praise for Dios brought a genuine smile to Wujia's face. People truly cannot be compared. If it were those two who were genuinely drunk, he would probably have to waste his breath on them. What troubles him the most is that there are some things that really require him to explain personally. Otherwise, if the scene of the Rock's Pirate Strong members becoming disloyal to each other appears in his future team again, that would be terrible. Zoro Wujik looked at the lonely, Wado Ikamanji, at the other person's waist and joked, "Aren't you a three-sword style swordsman? Why are you only carrying one sword now?" Zoro stopped drinking and awkwardly smiled. "The other two swords were cut by my hawk, and I haven't found replacements yet." Replacements? Wujik pondered. How could the future king of hell be without the support of a demon sword? However, they have already strayed from Road Town, so Sandai Kitetsu should be out of the question for a while. As for Nidai Kitetsu and Shodai Kitetsu, one is in Wano country in the second half of the Grand Line, and the other is in the hands of the 5 elders of the world government, Izambalona Shuron. That's a bit tricky. Wujik frowned in thought. Could it be that he has to return? As he thought about this, a sudden flash of inspiration struck him, and he thought of a weapon that could serve as a substitute for a demon sword. The 7-star sword. This demon sword that appeared in the movies. Combined with the black blade, Akisha stored in the terrifying 3-dimensional sailboat area. Seems quite good. If he gathers this high-level equipment, Zoro shouldn't have to worry about gear for a while, right? Zoro, just use Wado Ikamanji for now, and after a while, I'll find you 2 good swords. Really? Zoro exclaimed excitedly. Of course it's true. Wujik was just saying this when he suddenly changed the subject. Zoro, do you know about black blades? Black blades? Zoro's mind flashed with the image of Mihawk and the world's #1 black blade he held, which looks very soft, but is actually very hard. Yes, that's right. Wujik nodded and then reached out to Zoro, calmly saying, "Give me Wado Ikamanji." Zoro, hearing this, did not hesitate at all, directly drew Wado Ikamanji from his waist and handed it to Wujik. After Wujik took the sword, he picked up a pair of chopsticks from the table, bent them to a 45-degree angle, and then said, "Zoro, who do you think will break if Wado Ikamanji collides with these soft chopsticks?" "Of course the chopsticks," Zoro confidently answered. No one knows better than him about the sharpness of Wado Ikamanji. But the next second, when the chopsticks turned red and collided with black blade Ikamanji, they made a crisp sound like metal clashing. Ding! Listening to this sound and looking at the unscathed chopsticks, Zoro was instantly dumbfounded. After a long while, he exclaimed, "Sukoku-ai." To this, Wujik replied lightly, "My armament Haki is different from others. Generally, when people wrap objects with armament Haki, it usually shows as black. But As he spoke, the originally bright blade of Wado Ikamanji was instantly covered by the hot, red flowing flame of armament Haki. So powerful! Zoro's eyes were bright with admiration. Seeing Zoro's reaction, Wujik smiled and continued, "The so-called black blade is the result of being wrapped in high-intensity armament Haki over the years. Do you understand what I mean, Zoro? So that's how it is." Zoro suddenly realized, and his yearning for armament Haki deepened. But he didn't know that when he awakened armament Haki, Wujik, as an observer, certainly knew it too. "Zoro, do you still remember the power that erupted from your body when you fought Mihawk in the final move?" "Of course I remember." Zoro nodded. At that time, the sudden burst of power made his arm's strength increase dramatically. But unfortunately, he still lost, and it was a disastrous defeat. That is the power of armament Haki. Nanny? Zoro stood up straight, shocked by Wujik's words. He had already awakened armament Haki? In shock, Zoro instinctively glanced at the already drunk and unconscious freckled face. He began to look forward to what wonderful mood the other party would have when he inadvertently revealed this news tomorrow. "Zoro? Zoro?" Seeing Zoro staring blankly at Ace, Wujik called him twice before he finally brought his consciousness back to reality. "What's wrong, big brother?" Sorry, I got lost in thought." After Zoro came back to his senses, he smiled apologetically. Then he stopped drinking, no longer wanted Wado Ikamanji, and hurriedly said, "Big brother, I'm going to train," and rushed out of the banquet hall. What kind of madness is this? Wujik frowned in confusion, then waved Wado Ikamanji in his hand and shouted, "Zoro, your sword." "Right, the sword." Zoro slapped his forehead and did a cool backflip to catch Wado Ikamanji. "Thank you, big brother." As his words fell in the chaotic banquet hall, only Wujik remained to enjoy the food. My appetite, my body, seems to be getting weirder. After eating an unknown number of servings, Wujik looked at his almost flat stomach, his face filled with confusion. Sometimes, he really suspected that what he ate was not the natural type of mera fruit, but the animal type of gluttonous fruit. Not only can he eat a lot, but he also doesn't gain weight. If this were in his past life, wouldn't Wujik be the world's #1 eating broadcaster? Unfortunately, this is the cruel world of pirates. Here, being able to eat is not enough. Being able to eat enough at every meal is the real skill. Chapter 44. The Son of the Devil appears. Useless. A bunch of useless people. When the news that all the treasures of Cactus Island had been looted reached the Baroque Works headquarters located in the Alabasta Kingdom through a Den Mushi, the president of the organization, who is also one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the King of the Desert, Crocodile, was furious. A mere group of newcomers who have just set foot on the Grand Line and don't even have a bounty dare to target the Baroque Works. They truly do not know the meaning of death. Since you want to die, then I will fulfill your wish. Crocodile angrily smashed the office desk in front of him into pieces, and only then did he calm down slightly and take out a Den Mushi from his coat pocket. Moshi, what can I do for you? As soon as the Den Mushi was connected, a knowledgeable and elegant female voice came from it. You already know what happened on Cactus Island, right? Although Crocodile was asking, his tone was very certain. Then, he didn't give the other party any chance to refuse and said, I need you to gather all the chief commanders of Baroque Works who haven't been assigned missions to go to Cactus Island and kill that group of newcomers in the most brutal way. Do you understand? Understood. After the phone communication was hung up, Crocodile's strong order was quickly conveyed to the chief commanders of Baroque Works by a woman codenamed Miss All Sunday in a different tone. Not long after, the chief commanders who had not been assigned missions set off grandly in the amphibious vehicle dedicated to the chief commanders under the leadership of Miss All Sunday. Cactus Island, whether it was coincidence or intentional, Wujik and others who were targeted by the great pirates, surprisingly did not find any charged record pointers on the vast Cactus Island. They had no choice but to stay and wait for the record pointer's magnetic charge to complete. Big brother, this is very strange. Deus appeared behind the Iron Trio and reported his recent findings to the increasingly strong and tall black-haired figure among them. It seems that someone doesn't want us to leave. Wuji did not stop his training movements, responding to DS without looking back. Should we take the initiative? A fierce glint flashed in DS's eyes. Ever since he consumed the teleportation fruit, perhaps even DS himself was unaware that his mindset had quietly changed. Do you have a target? Wuji asked. No. DS shook his head regretfully. If he knew who was behind this, he would have taken action before reporting. Without a target, let's hold our positions for now. They're just a bunch of rats in the gutter. We can wait until they come out and then crush them. Although Wu Ji said this, thinking of a certain person who couldn't move when he saw a beautiful woman, he added, DS, you should know Sanji's personality by now. Keep an eye on him, and don't let him be used by someone with ulterior motives, which could lead to problems with our food. DS shivered at his words and replied solemnly, I understand, big brother. Thus, time, cloaked in a seemingly calm exterior, slowly passed. The wait did not last long. On one morning a few days later, the rats hidden on Cactus Island finally met with the chief commanders of the Baroque Works, who were holding a permanent pointer and riding an amphibious vehicle in a dilapidated dock. You guys are too slow. The so-called rats referred to two, whose real name was Phone Keelii, a person with bulging eyes, wearing heavy makeup, dressed in a swan ballet outfit, and who had eaten a paramecia-type imitation fruit. Are they still on the island? Codename 1. The cold-blooded assassin Daz Bonus, who had eaten the paramecia-type quick-slash-fruit, ignored Phone Keelii's rambling and asked coldly. Of course they are. Phone Keelii spun around proudly and said, if it weren't for me using the imitation fruit's ability to steal all the usable record pointers on the island, they would have left long ago. Well done. Codename Double Fingers, a paramecia-type needle fruit user known as Sarah, complimented. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? Let's go take out those pigs. Four's partner, a hot-tempered fat woman with the codename Christmas, eagerly wanted to conclude this information exchange. Allah seeing that the 5 chief commanders had finished their information exchange. The codename for the vice president of Baroque Works, Nico Robin, smiled and said, "Since I'm not strong enough, I will wait here for you all to triumph." The 5 chief commanders nodded dismissively at her words. As chief commanders of Baroque Works, who didn't know she was just a puppet pushed out by the behind-the-scenes president. And how strong could a puppet be? Just as several chief commanders were thinking this and were about to leave the dock, they suddenly saw several figures bathing in the rising sun appear in their line of sight. It's them. They are the newcomers we need to kill. After recognizing the faces of the newcomers, Feng Qiliai immediately raised his hand dramatically, pointing at Wu Ji and the others. The pigs have come to us. This is great. Unable to hold back any longer, the impulsive Christmas launched the first attack, Earth Dragon Escape. Earth Dragon Fish. In the blink of an eye, she transformed into a hybrid human-animal form and burrowed underground, rapidly approaching Wu Ji, who was standing still. "Ha ha ha, die pigs!" Christmas erupted from the ground in front of Wu Ji, her sharp claws aimed at his head. Annoying. Wu Ji looked at the fat woman in front of him, coldly spat out 2 words, and suddenly swung his right arm. Bang! The delayed palm strike instantly sent Christmas's small and hefty body flying out like a cannonball. Boom! The cannonball crashed into the mountain, raising a cloud of dust. How is this possible? He could hardly believe his eyes. His partner Christmas was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, yet she was killed in one blow. Cold sweat involuntarily dripped from Four's forehead, and he was not the only one. So strong. Nico Robin widened her eyes, feeling a deep sense of crisis in the current situation. Run. We must escape. Years of evasion had honed her 6th sense, telling her that the danger level of that black-haired man far exceeded her imagination. However, just as she made a move, the man's voice suddenly struck her like a bolt of lightning. Chapter 45. Robin, you're too close. Nico Robin, you'd better not move. Wu Ji's voice was not loud, but it shocked all the senior commanders of Baroque Works, including Nico Robin. The Devil's Child, Nico Robin? The one with a bounty of 79 million berries from the world government? As a bounty hunter organization, Baroque Works was very familiar with wanted posters. In no time, several senior commanders connected Nico Robin with the little girl in the photo. That's right, it's Nico Robin. Codename 1, Daz Bonus, asserted confidently. 79 million bounty. Codename Double Fingers, Sarah, flashed with greed in her eyes. But soon, she buried this greed deep in her heart and shouted, Nico Robin, we are now serving the same boss. With a great enemy before us, don't hide anything. If the mission fails, we will both bear the wrath of the boss. As her words fell, several senior commanders of Baroque Works rushed out in an instant. Interesting. You can't bear the boss's wrath, but you think you can bear mine? Wu Ji squinted his eyes. Just as he was about to show these people how intense his anger was, his younger brothers could no longer hold back. Big brother, you've already made a move. You must be tired. Let's handle this, Zoro said as he quickly dashed out, sword pointed at Daz Bonus, filled with fighting spirit. This arm that can turn into a blade belongs to me. With Zoro setting the tone, this was also unceremonious, following closely the one in the swan ballet outfit. Is mine. You bastards. Seeing that they were being treated as goods to be picked, Double Fingers angrily activated her needle fruit ability, Taylor's Thorn. In an instant, her high-heeled shoes sprouted sharp spikes, and her movement speed increased dramatically. However, no matter how fast she could not outrun teleportation. Nanny? Double Fingers looked at the masked man who suddenly appeared in front of her with disbelief in her eyes. Isn't it good to be alive? The SS sighed, and his short knife sliced out like lightning. Thorny Guardian. At the critical moment, Double Fingers used her ability to entangle thorns around her neck. Clang! The short knife swung down, but was firmly blocked by the thorns and could not advance an inch. Seeing this, Wu Ji frowned slightly. It seemed that he would have to encourage DS to train harder in the future. He silently made up his mind. Although the teleportation fruit had maximized DS's survival coefficient, in other aspects, it still depended on DS's physical fitness. Otherwise, no matter how fast he was, if he couldn't break through the defense, he could only stare helplessly. Double Fingers, I'll help you. Seeing her companion in crisis, codename 4, Bee Boo, quickly pulled out a huge baseball bat from behind. At the same time, The gun under him, which had eaten the dog fruit and transformed into a sausage dog, spat out a timed bomb disguised as a baseball from its mouth. 400 instinctive hits. Forswung the baseball bat, sending the baseball timed bomb flying out. Bastard. Your opponent is me. Just as the baseball bomb was about to reach DES, Sanji performed a backflip with a run-up and kicked out a beautiful shot in midair. Boom! The baseball cannonball was kicked back and exploded in front of the four, creating a burst of smoke. In an instant, black smoke billowed up. After finishing all this, Sanji let out a long smoke ring. However, Wuji, who witnessed all this, had to admit, indeed, the invisible armor is the highest realm of disguise. Forget it, this thing requires talent, and one can't learn it. Wuji shook his head and refocused his attention on Nico Robin. Was your purpose, really? The two locked eyes, and after experiencing the initial fear, Robin, who had gradually calmed down, took the initiative to ask, "Do you want to know?" Wuji stepped towards Robin, stopping less than a meter away from her, and then said the answer, "My purpose is you, Nico Robin." Me? Robin was stunned for a moment. Then a strange smile appeared on her face. Hasn't anyone told you not to get too close to girls? Oh, really? Wuji remained unchanged, taking another step forward, sniffing a faint fragrance with the tip of his nose, and said with a slight grin, "Do you think you can kill me? Who knows?" Robin wore a sweet smile like a neighbor's big sister. But in the next second, she suddenly raised her hands and crossed them in front of her chest, shouting, 10 petals entwine." In an instant, 10 arms made of petals blossomed from Wuji, intertwining to tightly lock him down. This exhilarating scene directly gave the 4 chief commanders of Baroque works, who were being beaten down by Zoro and others, a glimmer of hope for a comeback. So what if you are stronger than us? But your boss has already been captured by our vice president. Victory will ultimately belong to Baroque works. Robin-chan, you are amazing. Fenklai, who had been beaten black and blue by Ace, couldn't help but praise her loudly while dodging attacks. You bastard, your boss has been captured by our vice president, and you're not worried at all? With his hands struggling under thorny defenses, he viciously pointed at Doss. As for Daz Bonus, codename 1, and BB, codename 4, although they said nothing, their puzzled gazes silently expressed their inner unrest, because their opponent was simply too abnormal. Until the voice of the black-haired man sounded again. Several chief commanders finally understood how ridiculous their previous thoughts were. Is this the ability of the paramecia, flower fruit? Unfortunately, it's useless against me. The moment the words fell, Wuji, under Robin's incredulous gaze, directly broke free from the floral arms using pure physical strength. This is impossible. Looking at the falling pink petals, Robin could hardly believe her eyes. She had been wandering for so many years and had encountered people stronger than Wuji, but those people, if locked by her ability, could only beg for mercy. But how is this black-haired man so different? Do you have any other means? Nico Robin. Wuji stepped forward again, his broad chest almost touching Robin's slightly pale face. Why me? Robin no longer made futile resistance and asked softly, the only survivor from the archaeological Holy Land of O'Hara in the West Sea, and possessing the ability to read ancient texts. Do you think that's enough? Wuji said calmly. Thump, thump, thump. After hearing what Wuji said, Robin instinctively took a few steps back. In her mind, a series of distant images interwoven with blood and fire involuntarily surfaced. Chapter 46, the 5th crew member you. Robin looked at Wuji in shock, never expecting that the person in front of her not only was terrifyingly strong, but also knew so much about her background. She was stunned for a long time, then said, "Since you know my identity and have specifically sought me out, are you not afraid of the world government causing you trouble?" Afraid? Of course I'm afraid. Wuji pretended to be scared, lowering his voice. Look at me now. I can't even publicly announce that I have the bloodline of the pirate king Joel D. Roger under my command. Isn't it all because I'm afraid of the world government? The bloodline of the pirate king Joel D. Roger? This pirate legend has descendants? Oh my God! If this news is true, without a doubt, the entire sea would be stirred up. Why tell me such important news? Robin did not doubt the truth of this news, but instead questioned Wuji's intentions in doing so. Talking to smart people is indeed convenient. Wuji did not hide anything and directly said, I did this to recruit you onto my ship. On your ship? Robin was a bit confused and then murmured, Aren't you afraid of the world government? To be honest, I'm a bit afraid right now. Although Wuji said this, there was not a trace of fear on his face. But being afraid now does not mean being afraid in the future. This sea has the most powerful beings, the world government, and if I want to become the strongest in the world, I must step on them to reach the top. And your connection to the Pirate King is an indispensable support on my path to the top. Support? Robin smiled bitterly. With her intelligence, she could certainly hear the deeper meaning in his words. Support? To put it nicely, it's support. To put it bluntly, it's bait. This madman in front of her wants to step on the world government to become the strongest in the world. And the experts within the world government are directly used as whetstones by him. Aren't you afraid that the world government will dull your blade? Robin asked doubtfully. Of course, I'm afraid. Wuji nodded without hiding. But then he changed his tone. A knife that is not sharpened is not effective. If the blade does not dare to come into contact with the whetstone for fear of being injured, it will never be able to show its unparalleled sharpness. I've never seen someone as crazy as you. Robin exclaimed in shock. Really? Wuji spread his hands, squinting his eyes, and said solemnly, Nico, Robin, I have answered all your questions. Now it's my turn to ask you. Do you want to come on my ship or not? Do I have a choice? Robin smiled helplessly. From the moment she learned that the bloodline of the Pirate King still existed in the world, regardless of whether this secret was true or not, she had no choice. The question posed by the man in front of her was destined to be a single-choice question. Since that's the case, why should she insist? After all, hiding anywhere is still hiding. It's better to hide under a tree that is growing strong. Perhaps one day, when this tree grows tall and leafy, she won't need to hide anymore. Although this was just a beautiful and somewhat unrealistic thought, isn't that the reason for living? Captain, I hope to be guided by you in the future. After saying that, Robin extended her right hand towards Wuji. A wise choice. Wuji reached out and shook Robin's right hand, smiling lightly. My name is Wuji. My underlings all call me Big Brother. As for you, you can decide what you want to call yourself. Thank you so much, Mr. Wuji. Mister? That's a nice title. Thus, another member was added under Wuji's command, and she was also the first female subordinate. Meanwhile, the 4 chief commanders of Baroque Works, who were fighting with Zoro and others, were completely dumbfounded when they saw their vice president, who should have firmly held the line, shaking hands with the enemy. Nico, Robin, what are you doing? Are you going to betray Baroque Works and your boss? Double Hands shouted with a dark face and an unfriendly tone. Betray? Robin sneered, just about to say something, but was interrupted by Wuji. Robin, I need you to go back to the Alabasta Kingdom to help me with something. And as for these people, Wuji's calm gaze swept over the 4 chief commanders of Baroque Works. Just consider them my gift to you. As soon as his words fell, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Zulfast. Double Hand's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes upon seeing this. In the next moment, her thorny defense, which had long been unbreakable by Dais, shattered instantly under the man's punch. Boom! The dark thorn fragments flew everywhere, and before she could react, her neck was grasped tightly. She struggled violently, wanting to activate her fruit ability again, but suddenly heard the man coldly utter 3 words. Burning heart flame. Faced with the unknown power, her struggle intensified. But soon, the intense burning sensation from her heart made her give up resisting and using her devil fruit ability, only wanting to cry out in pain. It hurts. It hurts too much. The moment Wujie released his grip on her neck, a piercing wail erupted from her mouth. Hearing this wail, aside from Dais and the 3 little ones, the remaining 3 chief commanders of Baroque Works and Robin, who had just boarded the ship, all felt a chill run down their spines, especially Robin, who felt a mix of horror and relief. If she had earlier rejected Wujie's invitation, she would probably end up with the same fate as the Thorny Finger, even if she didn't die, right? Thorny Finger, witnessing his partner's tragic state. The codename One Das Bonus, after exhausting all his strength to fend off Zoro, charged towards Wujie like a mad beast. Destruction slash. While running, he crossed his arms, which had turned into blades, in front of his chest and roared as he unleashed a series of fierce slashes. However, facing the storm-like slashes, Wujie didn't even have the desire to dodge. He just quietly watched, as if observing a well-behaved clown. Bang, bang, bang. The slashes completely engulfed Wujie. Yet, there was not a trace of victory on Das Bonus's face. This is impossible. He looked at Wujie, whose upper body was torn to shreds but had no scars on his skin, with disbelief in his eyes. Is this still a human? If he is human, how could human skin be tougher than blades? Das Bonus's doubts went unanswered, and soon he would welcome his own nightmare. When the power of burning heart flame exploded in his heart, even Das Bonus, known as a cold-blooded killer, couldn't help but let out a tragic howl. Are you still going to struggle? Wujie's voice, like a demon's whisper, echoed, causing codename 2 Fonkly and codename 4 Bibu to shiver all over. So terrifying. This person is simply too terrifying. Surrendering to him shouldn't be shameful, right? As the thought of surrender crossed their minds, they felt the world open up. And the next moment, the 2 men and 1 dog directly knelt down. Chapter 47. Gunpoint at Alabasta, Mr. Wujie. What exactly do you want me to do? Seeing Wujie controlling all the chief commanders of Baroque works with special means, Robin finally spoke up. I need you to help me find an island called Aska Island. Wujie replied, glancing over. Aska Island? Robin repeated the name of the island she had never heard of, feeling an inexplicable pressure. Noticing the change in Robin's expression, Wujie smiled and comforted her. You don't need to be nervous, just do your best. In the theatrical version, the Straw Hat Pirates were able to reach the island hiding the 7-star sword thanks to Robin's guidance. Thus, Wujie was not worried that Robin would actually be unable to find it. I will do my best. Robin did not make any rash promises. She was a smart person and would not do something foolish without confidence. Unless she herself intended to deceive. Oh, by the way, Wujie seemed to suddenly remember something and said, Crocodile, the sand crocodile, sent you here to kill me. Now that the mission has failed, how do you plan to report back? Sand crocodile, crocodile? Hearing this familiar yet strange name from Wujie's mouth, everyone present was shocked and bewildered. Nicole Robin, the sand crocodile, crocodile, who is one of the warlords of the sea, is actually the mastermind behind Baroque works? Das Bonus asked in astonishment. Once these words were spoken, not only the chief commanders of Baroque works, but even Wujie's subordinates turned their gazes towards Nicole Robin. Unlike when they first set sail, after some time at sea, Dias and the others, influenced by Wujie and the newspapers, had already understood what top powers like the warlords of the sea, the 4 emperors, and the 3 admirals meant for this sea. Yes, Crocodile is the zero of Baroque works. Robin nodded seriously, looking at Wujie with confusion. Mr. Wujie, how did you know this secret? It should be noted that the secret of Crocodile being the mastermind behind Baroque works was known only to her and Crocodile within the entire Alabasta kingdom. But now, an outsider she had just met knew such a secret, which was simply unbelievable. It's strange, isn't it? Wujie grinned, speaking meaningfully. Some secrets are not secrets to me at all, such as your past, why Crocodile established Baroque works, and the whereabouts of your childhood friend, Saul. Saul? He is still alive? After nearly 20 years, when Robin heard that name, which she had hidden deep in her memories, tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. Can you tell me where he is? Robin's tear-filled eyes were full of hope. At this moment, all thoughts of the sand crocodile were thrown aside. She only wanted to know the whereabouts of Saul. However, Wujie's next answer caused the light in Robin's eyes to dim suddenly. No. Why? Robin insisted on asking. In response, Wujie calmly gazed at Robin and said, It's not that I don't want to tell you, but that place is not one you can access right now. Over the years, you've been hiding in the West Sea with hardly any time to improve your strength. If I tell you where Saul is now, you will most likely die on your journey. So, do you understand what you should do now, Nicole Robin? Wujie's words echoed repeatedly in Robin's mind. After a long time, she finally wiped away her tears and said firmly, I will work hard to become stronger. Very good. Wujie nodded appreciatively. With her rationality returning, Robin began to analyze the current situation calmly. I have a cooperative relationship with Crocodile. He requires me to help him decipher some ancient texts. So even if the mission fails, I won't face any punishment. But Robin's gaze swept over Das Bonus and the other chief commanders of Baroque works and continued, "Don't even mention helping me gather information about Aska Island in Alabasta Kingdom. It's probably hard for them to even survive." Is that so? Wujie frowned upon hearing this. Right now, what he urgently wanted to do was to completely improve the team's organizational structure and then lead his companions to fight in all directions. But now, plans could not keep up with changes, and he had to make a choice. "Robin, you came here so quickly. You should have a permanent pointer between Cactus Island and Alabasta Kingdom, right?" Wujie asked. "Yes." Robin nodded in response. "In that case, I will go back to Alabasta Kingdom with you." As soon as Wujie's words fell, Dias's expression changed instantly, and he hurriedly said, "Big brother, what about us?" "Dias, don't rush." Wujie slightly reassured his little brother and then stated his plan. "Dias, you lead Ace, Zoro, and Sanji to Drum Kingdom and bring the king of that kingdom and a blue-nosed reindeer named Tony Chopper to Alabasta Kingdom. Can you do that?" "Of course I can." Dios agreed without a second thought. To this day, he would do everything in his power to accomplish whatever Wujie asked of him, no matter how difficult it might be. "I believe in you. Vui affirm Dioses attitude." However, because of this, he had to remind him, "Dios, I only need the king of the Alabasta Kingdom alive. As for Tony Chopper, he is our future ship's doctor. Do you understand what I mean?" "Understood." Dios nodded seriously. Throughout this, Ace and Zoro had not expressed any opinions. As for Sanji, although he had his reservations and wanted to get closer to Robin, who had just joined, he had spent enough time under Wujie to understand his way of doing things. He is really good when things are going well. But when it comes to fighting, he is also really ruthless. "Oh, my dear Robin." Sanji sighed to himself while touching his handsome face. Ultimately, he decided to keep his mouth shut and follow his heart. Thus, Dios and the others left the protection of Wujie for the first time and began to carry out tasks independently. As for Wujie, he pointed his gun at the Alabasta Kingdom. The target was one of the 7 warlords of the sea, known as the King of the Desert, Crocodile. Chapter 48. Princess Vivi's Awakening. "Mr. Wujie, are you really going to Alabasta to help us defeat Crocodile?" Princess Vivi, whose identity had been exposed by Wujie, repeatedly asked this question on the amphibious vehicle exclusive to the Baroque works. "I'll answer you one last time." "Yes, that's right." Wujie narrowed his eyes at the overly excited Princess Vivi and said in a deep voice, "If you ask again, I'll just shut your mouth." Hearing this, Princess Vivi shivered and instinctively shrank behind Ikaram. "Mr. Wujie, I'm so sorry." Ikaram stepped in front of Princess Vivi with an apologetic bow to Wujie. "Her Highness, she enough." Wujie impatiently raised his hand to interrupt Ikaram. If it weren't for the limited space on this vehicle, he wouldn't waste his precious training time here chatting. "I know what you want to say, and I know what you most want to ask right now." Ignoring Princess Vivi's resentful gaze, Wujie looked directly at Ikaram and said calmly, "I'm helping you for 2 reasons. First, I'm very interested in Crocodile's strength, and I want to fight him. Second, if I successfully defeat Crocodile, I hope the Alabasta royal family can fully assist my companions in finding information related to Skypiea. Now, do you have any questions?" Ikaram was stunned for a long time after hearing this, then respectfully knelt on the ground, sincerely saying, "Regardless of whether you succeed or not, on behalf of all the people of the Alabasta Kingdom, I thank you. You have to know that as Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, not long ago, when he and Her Highness learned from Wujie that the one stirring up trouble behind the Alabasta Kingdom was this recognized pirate by the world government, he felt as if the whole world had fallen into endless darkness, and Wujie was precisely the one who pulled them out of that darkness. Feel free to kneel." Wujie couldn't be bothered with this master-servant duo. He took the Rap Dragon cry gun from behind, sat cross-legged, placed it on his legs, and then closed his eyes, immersing himself in his own spiritual world. During this time, aside from using every moment to hone his physical body, he was also contemplating a question. Can the fragile internal organs, including the heart, be strengthened by fire? As for how to strengthen them, the answer was obvious. Not using elemental powers, but instead using the power of the burn fruit to burn himself, to purify himself, just like alchemy. The reason he dared to have such a crazy idea was entirely due to his abnormal physique. A mere fatal injury could be fully healed after a few meals. So recovering from non-fatal internal injuries should also be a piece of cake, right? Since he had rare free time today, should he give it a try? Wu Ji thought to himself, and once this idea arose, it grew uncontrollably like wild grass. So he opened his eyes and looked at Robin, asking Robin, "Is there any food stored on this turtle vehicle?" Of course. Robin thought Wu Ji was hungry and stood up to get the food stored under the seat. But the next second, what Wu Ji said suddenly made her heart rise with a bad premonition. "How much? Can you bring it all out for me to see?" A few minutes later, when Robin had laid out all the food neatly on the turtle's back, Wu Ji finally showed a faint smile. Although the food was not enough for him to have a proper meal, it was finally enough to conduct an experiment. "Robin, do you have a fishing rod?" To avoid others going hungry, Wu Ji even kindly asked Robin if she had a fishing rod. Yes. Robin nodded in a daze. Soon, everyone on the turtle's back, except for Wu Ji, had a fishing rod in hand, looking gloomy as they fished. As for Wu Ji, he began a brutal training that seemed akin to self-harm in the eyes of others. The turtle vehicle sailed on the sea for several days. During this time, Wu Ji, who occasionally spat blood, truly frightened everyone. "Ikaram, is Mr. Wu Ji really okay?" Princess Vivi tightly gripped her fishing rod. Her gaze filled with worry as she looked at the pale-faced figure. "Your Highness, don't worry. Didn't Team Mr. Wu Ji say that as long as there is food, he'll be fine?" Although Ikaram comforted Princess Vivi like this, he couldn't help but sigh deeply in his heart. Food. Food is what they lack the most while drifting on the sea. Sometimes he even wondered if he should kill this giant turtle beneath them and let Wu Ji have a good meal. "Food," Princess Vivi murmured softly. And in the next second, her fishing rod, which hadn't caught anything for days, suddenly showed signs of activity. "I caught a fish!" Princess Vivi exclaimed in surprise. But soon, the look of joy on her face turned into terror. The sudden terrifying force from the fishing rod caught her off guard, and the fishing rod flew out of her hand. "No!" she shouted, and then, fueled by an unknown courage, she leaped off the turtle's back, desperately grasping the fleeting fishing rod. Ikaram was shocked, his eyes wide open. The scene before him made his brain enter a brief state of shutdown. "I must be dreaming," he murmured to himself until he slapped himself hard and felt the pain, which made him suddenly stand up, shouting in fear, "Princess Vivi!" Just as he shouted, he was about to jump into the sea without hesitation. But before he could leap, Wu Ji, who had already noticed the change, suddenly threw the dragon cry gun. Whoosh! Feeling a chilling gust of wind coming from behind, an indescribable sense of crisis instantly filled Ikaram's heart. Splash! It wasn't until the cold gleam entered the water that Ikaram, as if drained of strength, sat weakly on the ground, mumbling, "What a terrifying attack. If that shot had been aimed at me, I would definitely have died." As he spoke, he seemed to realize something and suddenly leaned forward to look at the sea. Not long after, when Ikaram saw the blue-haired figure tightly gripping the fishing rod. Gasping for breath as the corpse of a small sea king floated to the surface, his heart, which had been in his throat, finally settled down. Princess Vivi. He had tears in his eyes, just about to leap into the sea again, but someone was like his gun, sharp and swift. Whoosh! Wu Ji leaped onto the corpse of the small sea king, pulling out the dragon champ from its skull, while looking at the drenched, blue-haired figure, asking, "Why won't you let go even if it means death?" "Because..." Princess Vivi was trying hard to calm her breath and slowly said, "Didn't you say that as long as there is food, you will be fine? You helped Alabasta, and I want to help you too." Chapter 49. Giving and Receiving Robin. How long until we reach the Alabasta Kingdom? Wu Ji asked nonchalantly while chewing on the grilled sea king meat beside Robin. However, perhaps even he didn't notice that this was already the third time he had asked about the time in a short period. This unusual phenomenon had only appeared after Princess Vivi was rescued onto the ship. "About 5 or 6 hours, Robin replied, quietly glancing at Princess Vivi not far away, a faint smile appearing at the corner of her mouth. If Wu Ji had still seemed like a madman who only knew how to get stronger a few days ago in her eyes. After the incident where Princess Vivi was unexpectedly dragged off the ship by the Sea King, she felt a touch of humanity in Wu Ji. This seemingly cold man probably would only treat someone gently if they earned his recognition. 5 or 6 hours. Wu Ji frowned slightly. Since crossing over, it was the first time he felt time passing so slowly. In the past, when he was immersed in training, he would unknowingly see the sunrise or sunset. But today, not only did he feel that time was passing slowly, but the food in his mouth also didn't taste as good anymore. Indeed, sincerity is the ultimate weapon. Only the real can reach the heart. Wu Ji sighed inwardly. How could he not know why he had become this way? All of this stemmed from that girl's words. Crocodile, I am really looking forward to our first meeting, Wu Ji murmured, feeling the flame in his chest wanting to burst out completely. Mr. Wu Ji, are you all right? Robin, sensing the temperature around her rising sharply, immediately turned her gaze to Wu Ji. As expected, the redness radiating from his skin was clearly the culprit behind the sudden increase in temperature. I'm fine. Wu Ji waved his hand dismissively, then turned his head to expel a puff of black smoke mixed with a faint, bloody smell. He had been suffering greatly from internal training during this time. He could still endure the extreme burning pain, but the shortage of food that greatly reduced his body's recovery ability was what troubled him the most. It was precisely because of this that the small sea king that Princess Vivi was unwilling to give up was incredibly precious. Otherwise, even if they had already arrived at the Alabasta Kingdom, he wouldn't have chosen to find Crocodile first, but would have opted to eat. Crack! Wu Ji crushed the last fishbone in front of him, swallowing both bone and marrow. Then, feeling the powerful recovery ability formed through the food, a genuine smile unconsciously appeared on his face. Although he hadn't awakened any system since crossing into the pirate world, this completely abnormal and monstrous body had given him endless confidence. It's time to test the results of these days. After finishing most of the Sea King, Wu Ji placed his hand on his left chest, feeling his exceptionally strong heartbeat, and could no longer suppress his curiosity, slowly rising to look at the sea. His action naturally attracted everyone's attention. Why not pay homage to Madara in the pirate world? Wu Ji silently made up his mind, then took a deep breath and shouted, Fire release! Great fire annihilation! In an instant, a long line of fire spewed from Wu Ji's mouth. Before anyone could react, they saw the fire line explode the moment it touched the sea. Boom! The roaring waves of fire continuously swept across the ocean. The sky also changed color at this moment, turning a brilliant fiery red. Wah! The people on the ship watched this scene, their eyes nearly popping out of their sockets. Terrifying. This is simply too terrifying. Burning the sea with fire, if it had been in the past, they would have firmly believed that there was no such absurd thing in the world. But today, when they saw the billowing steam rising, all words were replaced by silence. Hiss! As everyone fell into a silent stupor, the amphibious turtle they were on protested first. It's hot. It's just too hot. No matter how fast it swam, it felt like it was in a boiling pot. If this continued, it wouldn't be far from being cooked. Mr. Wu Ji, stop. Please stop. Robin, noticing the abnormality of the turtle beneath them, hurriedly shouted without caring whether Wu Ji would be angry. Huh? Hearing this, Wu Ji, although he had yet to test the limits of his lung capacity, chose to stop. When the flames finally dissipated, the others, as if waking from a dream, realized that their clothes were completely soaked with sweat, and their skin was as red as a boiled shrimp. Mr. Wu Ji, if you keep this up for a bit longer, Robin said, pointing at the turtle beneath them while glancing at the others, not only it will be cooked, but we won't be spared either. Saw the... Wu Ji awkwardly tugged at the corners of his mouth. He had only thought of his own enjoyment and neglected the feelings of those around him and the beast. Mr. Wu Ji, it's fine. Yes, it's fine. Icolum and Princess Vivi, along with several other chief commanders of the Baroque works, waved their hands without concern. And indeed, as they said, they not only didn't team mind, but were quite pleased. Because the stronger Wu Ji became, the greater the chance of defeating Crocodile would be. Only victory could bring joy to all. Oh wait, by then, the crocodile might shed tears. As long as you don't mind, Wu Ji said and sat down again, just about to start another round of self-destructive internal training when he heard Robin's kind reminder. Mr. Wu Ji, we are almost at the Alabasta Kingdom. Are you sure you want to continue that kind of training? Almost there? Wu Ji pondered for a moment, but still controlled his restless heart. Facing Crocodile, the king of the desert, he decided to show some respect. Otherwise, if he truly ended up in a predicament because he wasn't in peak condition, he would have nowhere to cry. Finally stopped? Seeing Wu Ji really stop that unknown training that made them anxious, everyone couldn't help but cast a kind glance at Robin. In contrast, Robin also had a new impression of Wu Ji at this moment. Heeded the advice. Chapter 50. A Gift for Crocodile. We finally arrived. Alabasta Kingdom. The moment the amphibious turtle stepped onto the land from the ocean, everyone on its back felt a mixture of emotions. Some had tears in their eyes, some looked bewildered, some felt fear, while Wu Ji was extremely excited. He would soon meet the second Shichibukai. How could he not be anxious? First Hawkeye, then Crocodile. It seems I have a good connection with the future Cross Guild. Speaking of the Cross Guild, a red-nosed figure suddenly appeared in Wu Ji's mind. I wonder if your Conqueror's Haki luck is real or not. For the controversial character Buggy the Clown, it's a lie to say that Wu Ji is not curious. Not only did he appear early, but he also has roles throughout the beginning, middle, and end of the anime. With the nature of a certain old thief, it's destined that he cannot be a simple character. Could this Buggy the Clown also be part of the so-called One Family? Wu Ji raised his hand to stroke his chin, gradually falling into contemplation. Before he traveled here, he had seen a video proving that Shank's father is a world noble and Blackbeard Marshal D. Teet's father is Rocks. Under that video, many netizens were laughing and mocking the so-called One Family, which is actually just a father's family. Thinking about it carefully, it does make some sense. So, who would Buggy's father be after eating the Chop Chop fruit? This Chop Chop fruit awakening won't really be as terrifying as the netizens said, right? With this thought, a comment suddenly emerged in Wu Ji's mind. Shock. The death of Shanks, the awakening of the Clown King, the Chop Chop world. Somehow feeling a bit ignited, Wu Ji chuckled and shook his head, dismissing the mixed thoughts in his mind, and looked at Robin not far away, asking, Robin, you should know where Crocodile is at this moment, right? Robin nodded, just about to say something, when a call from a transponder snail suddenly rang out from her bosom. Broober broober brub. When she took out the transponder snail and saw its design, her pupils suddenly constricted. It's Crocodile. As her voice rang out, the breaths of everyone except Wu Ji suddenly hitched. Answer. Just say you caught me, and then find a way to take me to see him. Hearing Wu Ji's words, Robin took a deep breath and then answered the transponder snail. As soon as the call was connected, an extremely cold voice came through. Nico Robin, the deadline for the task I gave is almost up. What happened to that group of ignorant bastards? I won't disgrace my mission, Mr. Crocodile. Robin replied calmly. Upon hearing this, Crocodile took a deep puff of his cigar, pleased, and praised. I knew I didn't misjudge you, Nico Robin, just as he was about to blow out a smoke ring. The voice coming from the transponder snail made him suddenly pause. Mr. Crocodile, we did not execute the culprit who robbed Cactus Island directly, but brought him back to Alabasta. Brought him back. Very good. Before Robin could finish her sentence, Crocodile interrupted her forcefully and directly ordered, bring him back to Rain Banquet. I want to feed him to my beloved Crocodile. Brubuji looked at the transponder snail that had fallen into sleep, and, after a moment of silence, he said expressionlessly, very good. Indeed, very good. His calm words made the others feel an inexplicable chill. Robin, I need to get to Rain Banquet in the shortest time possible. Robin certainly wouldn't refuse Wu Ji's request. Okay. After she agreed, she walked over to the driver's seat of the amphibious turtle, switching the automatic drive to manual drive. By noon next day, a weary giant sea turtle finally docked in front of a luxurious building with a huge golden crocodile sculpture on the roof. That was the exclusive vehicle for the chief commanders of the Baroque works, and anyone who didn't want to die should quickly get out of the way. A welcoming staff shouted. Hearing this, the gamblers entering and exiting Rain Banquet all retreated in fear to the sides of the road, afraid that they might provoke a deadly disaster while gambling. Gamblers. Wu Ji suddenly thought of someone, a seemingly ordinary, yet actually one of the supreme great knives of the 12 workmen, the famous knife, Gambler's Line. Sigh, let's handle the important matters first. Wu Ji sighed. This world is neither too big nor too small. Some people have to be found slowly. Some things must also be done one by one. Princess Vivi, do you think it's necessary to preserve this Rain Banquet? Wu Ji calmly gazed at the golden giant crocodile on the top of the building and suddenly asked without turning his head. Huh? Princess Vivi was quite taken aback. She didn't understand why Wu Ji would ask such a question. Meanwhile, Robin seemed to realize something, stepping to Vivi's side and quietly reminding, if you choose not to stay, this building might very well cease to exist. Nanny? Princess Vivi's eyes widened in shock. Then, she glanced at Robin's serious face and hurriedly turned to say, Mr. Wu Ji, if possible, I still hope that Rain Banquet can be preserved. I see. Wu Ji sighed with slight regret. After that, he waved to Robin and calmly stepped into the luxurious building before him. Before long, Wu Ji, under Robin's guidance, arrived at the top floor of Rain Banquet, stopping in front of a closed office door. Knock. No need. Seeing Robin instinctively about to knock, Wu Ji stepped forward and kicked the door hard. Boom! In an instant, the door shattered, as sunlight poured through the broken door frame into the dim corridor. Wu Ji finally saw the arrogant person who had claimed to feed him to the crocodile. He had slicked back hair, a long scar across his face, and was dressed in a black fur coat with a checkered shirt underneath, embodying the essence of a gangster leader. Bastard, you dare to kick my door. Are you tired of living? Crocodile snapped back to reality from his shock, pulling out a handgun from his desk without thinking and firing. Bang, bang, bang. He unhesitatingly fired all the bullets in the gun. But the next second, upon hearing the crisp sound of metal clashing, his expression changed again. Who the hell are you? Crocodile asked with a frown. But the answer to him was not words, but a flash of fire red. Chapter 51. The collision of fire and sand so fast. Crocodile's pupils suddenly contracted upon seeing this. Immediately, driven by instinct, he transformed his body into sand. But does this really work? Bang! The red flame shattered the desk and crashed on a crocodile's chest. In the next moment, his body was sent crashing through the floor-to-ceiling window, plummeting toward the distant desert. Robin, I'll leave the rest to you, Wu Ji said, and before Robin could respond, he suddenly disappeared from the spot. Can you really win by fighting in the desert? Robin stood in front of the window, watching the fiery figure follow Crocodile into the distance. A hint of worry appeared in her eyes. Boom! Not knowing how far he had flown, Crocodile finally smashed heavily into the sand. Cough, 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 with blood at the corner of his mouth. Crocodile clutched his chest and rose, his eyes filled with disbelief. He had clearly elementalized earlier. Why could the opponent still attack him? Could it be that the opponent is also some kind of devil fruit user? Or awakened that kind of power? His mind was filled with questions that needed answers. And that person did not make him wait too long. Bang! Wu Ji landed in the sand, looking at Crocodile with a mocking expression. Your current expression is completely different from the arrogant and boastful attitude when you claimed you would feed me to the crocodile yesterday. What is wrong? Feeling wilted. You are the bastard who robbed my treasure? Crocodile realized and gritted his teeth. What ability are you using to attack me? Want to know? Wu Ji beckoned to Crocodile with a finger. If you want to know, then come over. You damn bastard. That extremely insulting gesture instantly drove Crocodile into a rage. Desert Diamond Blade, he shouted angrily, using the special ability unique to the Logia sand fruit. In an instant, his arms transformed into 4 massive sand blades, carrying an immense power, as if they were going to directly cut Wu Ji into pieces. The fruit ability was impressive, but Wu Ji's gaze remained calm as he watched the 4 sand blades sweeping towards him. He casually uttered his final words. You're too weak. Damn it. Crocodile was nearly driven mad. Since setting out to sea, when had he ever faced such mockery? Even the man known as the world's strongest, Edward Newgate, had never mocked him like this. Zinni. Crocodile's eyes turned red, and he accelerated recklessly. But just as he was about to approach the black-haired man who had mocked him, he suddenly saw a flowing crimson appear on the man's arms. What on earth is that? Before Crocodile could think further, reality delivered a heavy punch. Boom! The crimson fist shattered all 4 sand blades like they were nothing, finally smashing heavily against Crocodile's cheek. How is this possible? Scarlet blood sprayed into the air, the sound of the wind whistled past his ears, and the intense pain surged through his brain like a tide. But all of this could not overshadow the endless confusion in Crocodile's heart. What is that flowing crimson? What power is it? How can it attack my elemental form? Boom! as Crocodile fell heavily to the ground and staggered to his feet. He didn't even bother to check his injuries and immediately looked at the black-haired figure, shouting, "Bastard, what power are you using? Since you've sincerely asked again and again, I'll make you understand." Wu Ji rushed in front of Crocodile, raising his crimson right arm, and said in a deep voice, "It's called Flowing Flame. Flowing Flame Armament Haki. It really is Armament Haki." Crocodile's mind shook violently. Years ago, shortly after he consumed the Sansan fruit, he had been filled with ambition to challenge the world's strongest man, and it was this very power that had defeated him. Now, years later, facing this power again, history seemed to be repeating itself. "Damn it, I'm the Desert King Crocodile. You want my life? Who do you think you are?" As Crocodile roared angrily, he slammed his palm heavily onto the sand beneath him. "Desert Sunflower?" With his words, the sand within a radius of several hundred meters seemed to come alive, instantly transforming into an invisible giant mouth, gradually swallowing Wu Ji. In response, Wu Ji did not panic. Instead, he fixed his gaze on Crocodile and coldly said, "Since you like using your fruit ability so much, I'll use my fruit ability to give you a grand funeral." Crocodile felt an ominous premonition sweep over him instantly upon hearing this. Flame Pillar Red Lotus Hell. Before Crocodile could react, Wu Ji pointed his hand to the sky, and scorching waves of fire erupted from his fingertips like a volcanic eruption. In no time, flames rained down from the sky, connecting heaven and earth. Fireball! What a huge fireball! It was just like a small sun. What is happening over there? Is it divine punishment? It's terrifying. The people of Alabasta, far away in the rain, gazed at the enormous oval fireball that stained the sky red, feeling that their mental world had been impacted like never before. "Is this your power?" Truly frightening, Mr. Wu Ji, Robin, and Princess Vivi, along with others, stood atop the rain banquet, feeling the heat waves pouring in through the broken windows, all of them stunned and shocked. Meanwhile, Crocodile, trapped in the fiery hell, had a face so dark it could almost drip water. Crackle. As time passed, the sand gradually turned into a thick, fiery red liquid under the continuous burning of the high temperatures. Not good. Crocodile, drenched in sweat, sensed his control over the sand rapidly diminishing, and immediately understood Wu Ji's intentions. "You want to completely change the nature of the sand? You wish." With that, he stopped using his devil fruit ability and instead swung the poisoned golden hook on his left arm. Seeing this, Wu Ji shrugged his shoulders and directly summoned the silver spear from behind him. "Compared to your fruit ability, your physical skills are truly lacking, Crocodile." "Bastard." D. Compared to Crocodile, who was almost losing his mind from anger, Wu Ji remained exceptionally calm. Because, while he used the truth as a knife to tear apart Crocodile's psychological defenses, he was also waiting for an opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. Chapter 52. The Escaping Sand Crocodile. As the ancient saying goes, an inch longer, an inch stronger. Wu Ji seized the moment, thrusting the spear wrapped in flowing flame Haki at an extremely tricky angle. This move was called Thrusting Spear. Poisonous snake emerges from the hole. What? The thick aura of death rushed towards Crocodile, causing him to feel a sense of impending doom. He wanted to dodge, but Wu Ji's carefully planned strike left him nowhere to escape. "I can't die. My dreams haven't been realized yet. I must not sit idly by." In the blink of an eye, Crocodile's strong desire to survive pushed his brain to operate at an unimaginable speed. In the next moment, he forcibly halted his attack, and his entire body suddenly transformed into sand. Wu Ji saw this, and, although a bit puzzled, did not stop his spear for a moment. Thud! The crimson spearhead pierced through the sand, and as bright red blood began to ooze out, it was instantly evaporated by the high temperature. "You almost pierced my heart, huh?" Crocodile chuckled self-deprecatingly after returning to human form. At this point, Wu Ji finally realized, exclaiming, "Gravity! You used the natural downward force of the sand to dodge my fatal strike. What a clever little brat." But unfortunately, Crocodile raised his hand to grab the spear, his expression sinister as he said, "You want to kill me? You're still too tender." As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward despite the pain in his body, and the golden hook emitting purple poisonous gas swung out violently again. Playing distraction tactics with me? You think you're worthy? Wu Ji scoffed, not to mention that he had already awakened his observation Haki. The term distraction tactics itself originated from the Yanwang bloodline. It was utterly ridiculous for Crocodile to try this in front of him. Immediately, Wu Ji took a step back, narrowly avoiding the attack with a hair's breadth in front of Crocodile's incredulous gaze. Crocodile was almost dumbfounded. He never expected that this seemingly certain attack would be so easily and comfortably dodged by the opponent. Enough with the back and forth. Let us go. Wu Ji was too lazy to waste more time with Crocodile, yanking his spear back and delivering a powerful kick. Bang! In an instant, Crocodile, whose chest had completely caved in, was sent flying towards the searing curtain of fire at an incredibly terrifying speed. I never imagined that I, the Desert King, would be defeated so miserably in the desert. Crocodile felt a bit dazed, with memories flashing through his mind like a revolving lantern. Am I going to die? Just as he was about to face death calmly, the figure from the depths of his mind silently gave him the courage to live. No, I can't die yet. As Crocodile shouted, his arms quickly transformed into two giant sand blades, fiercely plunging into the boiling red viscous liquid. It's really hard to kill. Wu Ji sighed as he saw this. This is just Crocodile, who can't even use the three-color Haki and relies solely on the abilities of his natural fruit. If he faces those top-tier powerhouses who excel in physical techniques or physical attributes in the future, how long will the fight last? With this thought in mind, Wu Ji could no longer suppress himself and began his first practice based on that initial idea. The flesh contains fire, and it will ultimately explode from within. Crocodile, let you be my first test subject. Wu Ji's eyes flashed, and his figure suddenly disappeared from a spot, not even giving me time to catch my breath. You're truly a terrifying opponent. Seeing Wu Ji charging again, Crocodile, who was burned all over by the high temperature, made a decision he was very reluctant to make, but had no choice. Kid, you're strong, but the next time we meet, I will definitely repay the pain I suffered today double. Is he trying to escape? Hearing this, Wu Ji understood what Crocodile intended to do. However, he sealed the sky and surroundings with flames infused with flowing flame Haki, but he did not seal the ground made of sand and gravel. This loophole was precisely seized by the survival-driven Crocodile. Desert Treasure Blade. He transformed his arm into a sand blade and fiercely struck the ground. Damn Sand Crocodile. If you have the guts, don't run away. Wu Ji cursed loudly, but Crocodile, who was determined to escape, no longer cared about that. Kid, just wait. Before I come to take revenge, make sure you don't die. As soon as he finished speaking, Crocodile jumped into the bottomless sand layer without hesitation. Damn! Seeing the crocodile he was about to catch running right under his eyes, Wu Ji rarely let out an extremely beautiful greeting. But after the greeting, he had no choice but to reluctantly lift the purgatory cage. As the flames disappeared and the battle quieted down, Robin and the others soon appeared, braving the heat. Mr. Wu Ji, where's Crocodile? Robin asked the most concerning question for everyone as soon as she opened her mouth. That damned crocodile. Meeting the expectant gazes of the crowd, Wu Ji first shook his head regretfully, then pointed to a deep ditch not far away and said, he was heavily injured and then ran from there. Ran away? Most people were stunned for a few seconds before bursting into exclamations. Crocodile was actually defeated and ran away. That's great. Is it really great? Just then, Robin's not-so-loud voice suppressed the cheers of the crowd. Robin-chan, what do you mean by that? Phone Kili stopped his spinning motion, looking at Robin in confusion. In response, Robin calmly explained, apart from Mr. Wu Ji, no one here could defeat or even kill Crocodile. Right now, he is seriously injured. If we don't take this opportunity to kill or drive him away, when he recovers, any one of us alone could die if we face him. So, is it really okay for you to celebrate and cheer now? As Robin's words fell, Princess Vivi, who reacted first, quickly looked at Icolum beside her and said urgently, Icolum, hurry and find a way to contact my father and have him send an elite force from the kingdom to Rainland. Understood, Your Highness. Seeing Icolum leave in a hurry, the chief commanders of the Baroque works could no longer sit still. We will also mobilize forces to help search. Everyone hurriedly left, and soon only Wuji, Robin, and Princess Vivi were left at the scene. Mr. Wuji, thank you. If you need Vivi in the future, just say the word. Princess Vivi bowed deeply to Wuji, her tone extremely serious. In response, Wuji waved his hand dismissively, his expression inexplicable. No need for thanks, this is what you deserve. Princess Vivi did not understand Wuji's words. However, Wuji was too lazy to spend valuable time on words. He was already unsatisfied and only wanted to immerse himself in training. Next time, he would give that damn sand crocodile a big surprise. Chapter 53. The Navy Admiral moves out. The sun sets in the west, and the sunset is like blood. As the afterglow of the sunset was about to completely fade at a remote port in Rainland, a pale figure finally struggled to climb onto a dilapidated wooden boat. Damn Kit, he lay back in a wooden boat, seemingly having expended too much energy, gasping for breath for a long time before continuing to mutter angrily, "You just wait. Once I also master that power, I will definitely not let you go." Perhaps even Wuji himself did not expect that, by chance, he would ignite the ambition of someone who was supposed to lie flat. Thus, under the cover of night, a dilapidated small wooden boat carried an ambitious person, sailing toward that ocean full of ambitions. The world's turmoil may stir because of this, but the story, precisely because of its variability, will become even more exciting. Marine Headquarters Marineford, a busy day was about to come to an end. However, a group of high-ranking naval officers had not yet experienced the leisure of getting off work when they were urgently summoned to the conference room by the Marine Marshal. "Everyone, take a look at the intelligence in front of you." In the conference room, the Marine Marshal Sengoku, with a serious expression, spoke, and on his left and right, most of the top combat powers of the Navy were gathered in a spectacular manner. The three admirals of the Marine Headquarters, Sakazuki, codenamed Akainu, a natural magma fruit user and an iron-blooded soldier who practices absolute justice; Kazan, codenamed Akiji, a natural ice fruit user, who once held a burning sense of justice in his youth, but became confused about justice after a certain incident, and turned to promote lazy justice; and Borsellino, codenamed Kizuru, a natural light fruit user, who holds an ambiguous sense of justice and spends all day thinking about slacking off and leaving work early. Elite vice admirals of the Marine Headquarters, not mentioning a certain clumsy old man who doesn't look at intelligence and is instead eating sunbae. There est Tsuru, known as the Navy's Chief Staff Officer, Momono Suk, who is about to be promoted to Admiral, and Chabwa, and even the famous vice admirals such as Gecko Moria, Commodore Fire Mountain, and Squirrel Vice Admiral, among others, are included. Swish, swish, swish as time passed. The sound of paper rustling gradually disappeared. Finally, someone could no longer contain their suspicions and spoke first. "Marshal Sengoku, could this intelligence be erroneous?" Squirrel frowned and asked. It's not surprising he would ask this, as the information written was indeed a bit outrageous. A newcomer who just caught a few pirates in the East Sea, upon stepping into the Grand Line, defeated Crocodile, who is one of the 7 warlords of the sea and holds the title of King of the Desert. Are you sure this isn't a joke? Hard to believe, right? In response to Squirrel's doubts, Sengoku sighed lightly and then said solemnly, "When I first saw this intelligence, I felt the same way as you. But after my repeated confirmations, I can tell you that this intelligence is accurate." Intelligence is accurate. When these words came from the Marine Marshal's mouth, the vast majority of naval officers present all had a single thought in their minds. A monster. This is definitely a real monster. Furthermore, the intelligence also mentioned that this monster is also a natural fruit user. With this in mind, they subconsciously turned their gazes toward the 3 admirals of the Navy. Feeling the gazes of the crowd, Borsellino took out a nail clipper from his suit pocket and, while trimming his nails, casually expressed his opinion in a strange tone. What a terrifying newcomer indeed. The elite vice admirals of the Marine Headquarters. Forget it. It's better not to listen to this person's opinion. Immediately, they focused their attention on the second admiral. Little did they expect that this one was even more unreliable, too lazy to even voice an opinion, and was just about to pull off his mask and fall asleep. Helpless, everyone had to shift their gaze to the last admiral. "Marshal, since the other party has no criminal record, why doesn't the Navy recruit him?" Sakazuki's question went straight to the core, prompting everyone to nod in agreement. Hearing this, Sengoku exchanged a subtle glance with Vice Admiral Tsuru before responding. It's not that I don't want to recruit him, but the other party is now capable of defeating the 7 warlords of the sea. If we must recruit him, we must show the Navy's sincerity. His words were half-truths, revealing only the information he wanted everyone to know. Sincerity? Seeing Sengoku staring at him intently after he finished speaking, Sakazuki couldn't help but understand the implication. You mean, I should take action personally? Yes. But what about the red-haired pirates? However, before Sakazuki could finish his sentence, Sengoku interrupted him with a raised hand, saying, You don't need to worry about the red-haired pirates. I have my methods to handle that. I just want to know if you can recruit Wujik into the Navy in the shortest time possible if you take action personally. Wujik's growth rate had far exceeded his expectations. If such a person did not join the Navy, how could he be at ease? And Sakazuki, being the pure soldier, hoped that this time sending him out would make that brat Wujik change his mind. Otherwise, once the world government noticed him, there would be no turning back. Of course. After saying this, Sakazuki suddenly stood up, intending to leave immediately without wasting any time. Seeing this, Sengoku ignored Vice Admiral Tsuru's glance and said solemnly, Sakazuki, if the other party refuses to be recruited no matter what, I allow you to act as you see fit. At these words, everyone present was taken aback. What does the marshal mean? Acting as one sees fit? A mere newcomer who just defeated the 7 warlords of the sea, and they're sending an admiral to handle it personally? Is it really necessary? Sengoku. Karp stood up in shock, never expecting Sengoku to give such an order. On the other hand, Sakazuki didn't care about the deeper meaning. As long as it was an order, he would carry it out without question. I understand. With Sakazuki's departure, the meeting quickly came to an end. Before long, the large conference room was left with only the Navy Marshal, the Navy Hero, and the Navy's Chief Advisor. Sengoku, I need an explanation. At this moment, Vice Admiral Tsuru, who had been silent for a long time, finally spoke up. Sigh. Sengoku sighed helplessly, meeting the gazes of his 2 old friends, and finally revealed the purpose of his actions. That brat has brought the devil child, Nico Robin, onto the ship. This short statement plunged the atmosphere in the conference room back into a long silence. Chapter 54. Ace and Zoro forced to reach a consensus the first half of the Grand Line, the Drum Kingdom. This is a kingdom built on Winter Island. The kingdom is shrouded in cold and brutality all year round, and life on this island appears extremely fragile. People fear the king of this kingdom. His infamous reputation for cruelty acts like an invisible hand, keeping all who attempt to set foot on the island at bay. But today, someone has braved great dangers just to reach this island. I wish my brother were here. Ace huffed, rubbing his hands together. The biting cold wind made him feel exceptionally uncomfortable, as he had rarely experienced cold since childhood. Humph, Zoro sneered at Ace's words. If your brother were really here, even with 10 times your courage, you wouldn't dare say that. You green-haired bastard, are you looking for a fight? Ace was so furious, he almost awakened his Mera no Mi powers. Let's fight then. I'm not afraid of you. Zoro stood his ground, ready to draw his sword, Wado Ikamanji. Enough, Daz shouted with a frown. He genuinely didn't understand if these two were naturally at odds. Otherwise, how could they always end up arguing over trivial matters, escalating to a full-on fight? You two are really full of it. Sanji silently smoked a cigarette on the side, contemplating whether to starve both of them for a few days. Their constant bickering was really affecting his mood. If Wujik, who was far away in the Alabasta Kingdom, learned of Sanji's thoughts, he would probably laugh out loud. However, after laughing, Wujik would have to admit that Sanji, as a traditional chef, had already transcended the role of a king's right-hand man. He truly had the qualifications to critique Ace and Zoro's love-hate relationship. Who are you? Just then, a loud shout from the coast interrupted the farce between Ace and Zoro. Daz looked up at the source of the voice and saw a group of soldiers clad in white cloaks and fully armed appearing in the snow on the coast. Are you the guards of the Drum Kingdom? Daz asked back without answering. You bastard. Our Captain Jess is asking you a question. You don't get to ask us. A soldier, seeing Daz's lack of awareness, shouted angrily while raising his bow. This action instantly triggered a chain reaction. Swish, swish, swish. In an instant, all the soldiers, except for the one called Captain Jess, raised their longbows. Hey, hey, hey. I advise you not to act recklessly. Sanji immediately stopped smoking, giving a very friendly warning. Unfortunately, the soldiers of the Drum Kingdom, who were already accustomed to abusing the villagers, didn't tee by his act. Outsiders, I give you two choices. Jess, dressed in purple blue, in green snow coats, spoke coldly. 1. Hand over all your valuables and roll out of the Drum Kingdom. 2. Leave your lives here. Sigh. Sanji sighed upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Ace and Zoro remained silent, quietly waiting for Daz's action instructions. If a person doesn't offend me, I won't offend them. But if someone does offend me, I will definitely retaliate. Brother, your words are truly profound, Daz murmured to himself. Hearing this, Ace, Zoro, and even Sanji were all stunned in place. Wonderful. The more they pondered, the more they felt the words were exquisite. In contrast, Jess and the other soldiers from the Drum Kingdom, seeing their supposed prey remain unresponsive, became furious. Fire the arrows. With Jess's command, a massacre feast erupted. Ace, Zoro, Sanji, be careful and don't get hurt, Daz said before quickly moving into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. As the rain of arrows descended, Zoro swiftly drew his sword, Wado, Ikemonji, and Ace turned around to don the Buddha finger tiger that Wujik had given him. As for Sanji, he simply kept his hands in his pockets, using his agile and graceful leg techniques to completely disregard the hail of arrows. Not good. They're all experts. Use bombs. However, before Jess could finish issuing his orders, he suddenly felt a chill at his neck. After the cold sensation came warmth. This feeling, Jess seemed to realize something and turned to look, but in an instant, all his strength was drained away. Thud! When Jess's body fell heavily to the ground, the soldiers of the Drum Kingdom finally reacted with screams of horror. Captain Jess. Oh no, Captain Jess is dead. Damn outsiders. How dare you kill Captain Jess? This is unforgivable, absolutely unforgivable. We must kill the murderer, or King Walpo will never let us go. When the words King Walpo were mentioned by a soldier, the soldiers who originally had thoughts of retreat instinctively tightened their grip on their bows and arrows. Death can come in many forms, and being devoured alive is definitely not what they wanted to face. Kill the murderer. With a shout, all the soldiers once again drew their bows and aimed at the masked man who had appeared out of nowhere. In contrast, Dios was leisurely wiping his blood-stained short knife as if he had no idea what danger was. Die, masked monster! Accompanied by this roar, a rain of arrows once again poured down. But in the next moment, the soldiers of the kingdom were horrified to discover that the masked man had vanished into thin air, and the arrows they had shot out, having lost their target, mercilessly shot towards each other. Ah! In an instant, screams echoed. One after another, bright red and scorching flowers of blood bloomed on the pure white snow. Why does it feel like the second brother is becoming more and more like the eldest brother? Ace watched everything unfold and couldn't help but mutter softly. Even Zoro, who usually had a bad relationship with him, surprisingly did not voice any objections but rather agreed. I feel the same way. After saying this, the two exchanged a quiet glance, and both revealed bitter smiles. How are they going to live in the days to come? In the future, not to mention fighting, even arguing will require careful consideration. One is a martial extreme, and that goes without saying. There's no way to win. As for Dios, putting respect aside at this moment, not to mention fighting, they couldn't even touch him. Headache, it's really giving me a headache. Why do you all have that expression? Are you injured? After dealing with all the enemies, Dios teleported to the ship's deck and saw that Ace and Zoro both looked troubled and couldn't help but ask with concern. However, Dios's gentle treatment of his companions only made the two feel worse. We're fine, Ace and Zoro answered in unison. But in their hearts, they were thinking about how to openly defeat each other in the future through training and achievements. And if Martial Extreme were to learn of their changes, he would undoubtedly praise, damn, Mas Dios, you're really amazing. Chapter 55. White Iron Walbo, since you're fine, then let's prepare to enter the island. With a task at hand, Dios did not think too much and turned to Moo, instructing Moo, keep an eye on the ship. Moo, With Mumu's response, the four quickly disappeared from the ship. After a while, Dios and the others smoothly arrived at the entrance of Magnetic Drum Kingdom's Magnetic Drum City. Halt! Who are you? How dare you trespass in a Magnetic Drum City? Are you tired of living? Seeing the unfamiliar faces appear before the castle, the armed soldier was shocked but did not forget his duty, threatening them fiercely with his raised gun. Isn't this kingdom a major medical nation? Why does it seem like everyone is seriously ill? Sanji, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked sympathetically at the armed soldiers. Even without awakening the observation Haki to foresee the future, he could predict the fate of a few of them. Sure enough, the subsequent situation was as he expected. Some were fighting desperately to live, while others were well, but still seeking death. Dios's voice was calm and gentle, but it sounded exceptionally harsh to the soldiers' ears. Seeking death? Are you talking about yourself? The leading soldier sneered as he issued orders. Shoot. Kill this fool. But little did he know, it was precisely because of this statement that the lives of himself and several other soldiers were brought to an end. Bang! 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 The moment the gunfire rang out, Dios disappeared from the spot like a ghost. Where's he? Several soldiers widened their eyes in shock. Are you looking for me? Hearing that familiar voice behind them, several soldiers instinctively turned their heads. However, what greeted them was a flash of a bright knife. Pucci! With a swift slash to their throats, Dios expressionlessly flicked the blood off his short knife and calmly said, "Let's go, we need to hurry. We can't keep Big Brother waiting in Alabasta." Ace, Zoro, and Sanji nodded in agreement. But just as they were about to enter the castle, they suddenly heard a loud noise coming from within. Is it because of the earlier gunfire? Upon hearing this sound, Dios seemed to realize something, stopping in his tracks and slightly frowning. Second brother, it seems many people have arrived in the city. Zoro, alert, drew his sword, Wado Ikamanji, and cautiously reminded them. Everyone be careful. Dios glanced at his companions and tightened his grip on his short knife. He considered the task Martial Extreme had entrusted to him to be more important than his own life. Anyone who dared to obstruct him would not be spared. The wait did not last long. Under Dios's watchful eyes, a large group of people soon appeared grandly at the castle gate. When Dios clearly saw the attire and appearance of the leading figure, his eyes instantly lit up. Draped in white fur, wearing white iron armor, exceptionally plump, and sporting deep purple hair, these characteristics almost perfectly matched the description given by his big brother. Without a doubt, this fat man was the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, and also one of their targets, the superhuman Wara Wara, a Nomi user, white iron Walbo. You lowly peasants dare to kill my subordinates? Walbo looked at the corpses on the ground, his killing intent almost boiling over. Since he consumed the Wara Wara fruit and became the king of the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, almost no one dared to defy his will. But today, at the entrance of his castle, he welcomed the second group to dare to challenge his royal authority since that madman, Hilialik, died. I will not let you die easily. Walbo's eyes glinted with malice as he gritted his teeth and roared, "Don't kill them. I want them alive. Alive." As his voice fell, the two of the three senior officers, Cromerman and Dalton, immediately charged forward. "Leave the one with the gauntlets to me." Ace's gaze was fixated on Cromerman, who sported an explosive hairstyle, and without hesitation, he launched his attack. "The other one is mine." Zoro was equally unwilling to fall behind, drawing his sword and attacking Dalton, who wielded a shovel. Seeing the four engage in battle, Sanji stepped forward, leisurely blocking a group of knife-wielding soldiers. "You yellow-haired brat, surrender." The soldiers wore sinister smiles, looking at Sanji as if he were a lamb to the slaughter. But soon, they were horrified to realize that this was no lamb, but a fierce wolf. Facing Sanji's incredibly powerful kicks, the ordinary soldiers of the kingdom had no means of defense whatsoever. Before long, the previously arrogant soldiers were all howling and lying on the ground. "You all better be quiet, otherwise the consequences will be on you." After finishing his kicks, Sanji quietly glanced at Dios and then warned while lighting up another cigarette for himself. Damn it! Sanji's nonchalant action undoubtedly infuriated Walbo. Immediately, he focused his thoughts and activated his fruit ability, instantly transforming his arm into a cannon. "Die, you bastard!" Walbo cursed angrily and was about to fire. However, in the next moment, an icy chill suddenly swept across his neck. Walbo, you'd better not act rashly. Otherwise, with the next knife, I will directly slice open your carotid artery. Dios's calm voice emerged from behind Walbo, making his entire body break out in cold sweat. Why, you're also a devil fruit user? Thinking of the other party vanishing into thin air and then suddenly appearing behind him, Walbo widened his eyes in shock and trembled as he voiced his guess. Congratulations. You guessed right. But unfortunately, there is no reward. Dios's affirmative response made Walbo's trembling heart beat even faster. But the more he feared, the more he wanted to escape. After all, life only feels meaningful when it's in one's own hands. Furthermore, since the other side didn't kill him immediately, they must want to use him for something. With this thought in mind, Walbo, accustomed to a dictatorial regime, immediately solidified his resolve to flee. I won't move, Walbo said, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. You believe me, I definitely won't. However, he hadn't finished his sentence when he suddenly rolled forward, clutching his head like an inflated ball, and began to roll away quickly. Bastard! Dios's mouth twitched at the sight, and after muttering a curse, he suddenly disappeared from his spot. Today, he wanted to see whether Walbo rolled faster, or he could teleport faster. Chapter 56. Zoro's Astonishing Change. Lord Walbo. Seeing their king roll away like a ball and vanish at the castle gate, Cromalman and Dalton were instantly dumbfounded. They wanted to chase after him, but Ace and Zoro would never allow them to leave just like that. Get out of my way, you bastard! Cromalman shouted angrily. Ace shrugged and grinned. If you want to get past, then defeat me. Then you can go die. Cromalman, no longer holding back, rubbed his explosive hair with his boxing gloves and launched a powerful strike infused with electric energy. Electricity? Now that's more like it. Ace's eyes lit up at this, and he fearlessly swung his fist to counter it. This scene of a full-force clash would also unfold on Zoro's side. Outsider, I don't want to hurt you. If you don't move aside, don't blame me for being rude. Dalton glared at the green-haired swordsman in front of him, his tone full of threat. Rude to me? Zoro held his sword, Wad Ikamanji, in one hand, and the armed color haki he had honed through training quietly surged in his right arm. I want to see how you plan to be rude to me? Hearing this, Dalton no longer hesitated and directly unleashed the power of the Zoan-type bulbul fruit in its buffalo form. Outsider, don't die. Transforming into his beast-human form, Dalton kindly reminded him before suddenly shooting forward, leaving behind several afterimages in the air. So fast, Zoro's pupils constricted, and he instinctively raised his arms in a guard position, swinging Wad Ikamanji to block in front of him. Clang! A crisp metallic collision sounded explosively. Hearing that sound and seeing the unmoving green-haired swordsman, Dalton could hardly believe his eyes. How could you possibly have such powerful strength? Dalton exclaimed in shock. It should be noted that his previous strike had drawn on the power and momentum of the buffalo under such a violent impact. He was confident he could smash even a wall. But this person in front of him, could it be that this person also possessed the powers of a Zoan-type devil fruit? Heh, Zoro chuckled lightly as he watched Dalton's expression change. I admit, your strength is indeed impressive, but at this point, Zoro shifted his tone and said solemnly, compared to my older brother, you're still far behind. What? Your older brother is that strong? Zoro's reply made Dalton's heart tremble again, and his gaze instinctively darted toward Walbo's direction of escape. On the contrary, Zoro seemed to have sensed Dalton's thoughts and spoke up, that is my second brother. If my older brother were here, your king wouldn't even have the chance to escape. As Zoro's words fell, Dalton's heart sank to the depths. To earn such admiration from a formidable swordsman was hard for him to imagine. If such a person were to really appear in the Magnetic Drum Kingdom, the fate of its citizens, just thinking about the possible terrifying consequences made Dalton instantly lose the courage to fight. Unlike Walbo, he truly loved this country. In the past, although he opposed Walbo's brutal rule, he had been all alone and had no way to save this kingdom that was on the brink of collapse. But now, from these outsiders, he saw not only despair, but also hope. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of a shovel hitting the ground, Dalton knelt before Zoro. What are you doing? Zoro was stunned at the sight. Wait, weren't we just evenly matched? Why did you suddenly kneel? Please, save this country. Dalton's reply left Zoro even more bewildered. Wait a moment. After saying this, Zoro hurriedly appeared next to Sanji. What's wrong? Seeing Zoro acting so flustered, Sanji, who hadn't heard their conversation, asked in confusion. It's like this. Zoro quickly recounted what Dalton had said. After listening, Sanji took a long drag from his cigarette and walked over to Dalton, whispering, "You can get up now. This matter is beyond our control. When my second brother returns, I'll help you introduce him. Thank you very much." After getting up, Dalton sincerely thanked Sanji. The fact that the other party didn't directly refuse meant there was still room for discussion. And having room for discussion at least meant there was still hope. As the battle on this side came to a close, the other battlefield was also about to determine the victor. Hey, don't you have any other attack methods? Having adapted to the electric attacks after the initial struggle, Ace was no longer satisfied with the current intensity of the battle. He was incredibly eager for his opponent to use stronger methods. Damn madman, Kromalaman muttered under his breath. After a series of exchanges, he had lost his previous arrogance. He was horrified to discover that the person before him seemed unaffected, resilient against every attack he made. Do you even have any other stronger attack methods? Seeing his opponent mumbling incessantly, yet failing to launch an attack, Ace's patience was running thin. You damn madman. Go die. Kromalaman gritted his teeth, vigorously rubbing his explosive hair with his boxing gloves, then yelled, "Electric fist!" This move again? The familiar name of the technique and the familiar punching motion made Ace lose all interest in continuing the fight. It's time to end this, he murmured, first dodging the swing of Kromalaman's explosive hair, then seizing the opportunity to unleash a punch enhanced with his tiger claws, smashing it hard into Dalton's abdomen. Wow! With just one punch, Kromalaman's eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. Got it. Ace took off his tiger claws and smiled as he patted the charred marks on his body. Just as he finished all this and was about to mock a certain green-haired guy, a single glance made his smile freeze on his face. You really are slow. Freckled face. The four eyes met. Zoro stood with his arms crossed, his smug expression completely unabashed. Damn it. Ace was so furious his teeth nearly shattered. He never expected that the bastard green-haired guy would finish off his opponent before him. Opponent? As Ace unpleasedly searched for the fallen Dalton, he suddenly saw that the man was standing perfectly fine next to Sanji. Bastard, are you trying to trick me? Ace pointed at Dalton, itching to immediately put on the Buddha Tiger Claw. In response, Zoro pretended to be profound and said, "Does defeating an opponent always have to involve violence?" As soon as these words were spoken, not only was Ace stunned, but Dofus, who had just teleported back, was also taken aback. Dofus. Chapter 57. The Blue-Nosed Reindeer. Zoro, that's enough. Sanji, who was smoking nearby, couldn't stand it any longer and directly exposed Zoro's past, recounting the entire event of Dalton's surrender in detail. Ace, realizing the truth, glared at Zoro with gritted teeth, cursing, "Damn green algae head, you really have no shame. Who are you calling shameless?" Zoro retorted, bristling. Seeing the two about to argue again, Dofus calmly threw the skinny Walbo, who he had gagged and tied into a twist, heavily on the ground, and coldly said, "I've already captured Walbo. Now we just need the blue-nosed reindeer. If you dare waste my time, I will definitely praise you in front of my brother when I return." Upon hearing this, Ace and Zoro, who were about to bicker, immediately shivered and fell silent. The blue-nosed reindeer? Upon hearing this keyword, Dalton seemed to grasp a lifeline, ignoring Walbo, who was blinking at him, and quickly asked, "Are you looking for Chopper?" Chopper? His full name is Tony Chopper, right? Dofus turned around, his gaze sternly fixed on Dalton. Yes. Meeting Dofus's intense stare, Dalton nodded vigorously without hesitation. Very good. A smile suddenly appeared on Dofus's face. My brother said that one should be rewarded for their efforts. If you lead us to Chopper, I will help you save this country. What do you think? Huh? Dalton was stunned. He never expected happiness to come so suddenly. But once he regained his senses, although he really wanted to agree right away, he still asked out of curiosity, "May I ask what your purpose is in finding Chopper?" The reason he asked this was that he was afraid these people were not looking for Chopper to treat him, but had ulterior motives. After all, a talking reindeer would undoubtedly be considered a rare find in the eyes of some curious individuals. Don't worry, As if sensing Dalton's concerns, Dofus patiently explained. Tony Chopper is going to be our ship's doctor and our partner. Do you understand what I'm saying? Ship's doctor, partner? Dalton breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing this. He then nodded heavily and said, "Please follow me." About half an hour later, Dalton led Dofus and the others to a small treehouse. "Please wait a moment," Dalton said, turning and knocking on the treehouse door, calling out, "Dr. Kureha, Dr. Chopper, are you home?" Before long, a sharp female voice came from behind the treehouse door. "What are you knocking for in broad daylight? It's so noisy." As his voice fell, the treehouse door slowly opened, revealing an elderly figure with a head full of white hair, dressed in a stylish purple outfit, holding a bottle in her right hand. Notably, a fluffy brown figure was hiding at the feet of this elderly figure. "Dr. Kureha, Dr. Chopper, I apologize for the sudden visit today." Dalton deeply bowed to the visitors, filled with apologies. "Oh, it's you, Dalton." Kureha looked at Dalton, then shifted her gaze to Dofus and the tied-up wallbow. Finally, her gaze settled on Dofus. Years of experience told her that the main character visiting her today was not Dalton, but the young man in front of her. "Young man, state your purpose." Kureha took a sip from her drink, not planning to invite them into the treehouse, and directly asked, "I mean no harm to the elder." Dofus first explained, then said frankly, "We are here on behalf of my brother to recruit a ship's doctor for the Drum Kingdom." Recruit a ship's doctor? Kureha didn't immediately refuse upon hearing this. Instead, she frowned and asked, "Who is your brother?" "Wujia." When these two words came out of Dofus's mouth, Kureha's hand, holding the bottle, subconsciously trembled. "Elder, what's wrong with you?" Dofus noticed Kureha's unusual reaction. "Nothing." Although she said that, Kureha still kicked the fluffy brown figure behind her foot and said, "Chopper, go get that newspaper from a few days ago." "Okay, Dr. Doralee." The fluffy brown figure answered and immediately stretched out its limbs, revealing a cute reindeer face with antlers and a blue nose. "Chopper, blue nose, reindeer." As all these keywords connected to the fluffy brown creature, Dofus's eyes instantly sparkled with joy. Without a doubt, this brown creature was their second target for coming to the Drum Kingdom. Sensing Dofus's excitement and change in gaze, Kureha suddenly had a bad premonition. Could it be that the ship's doctor they were looking for was not her, but Chopper? Just as Kureha was still doubting the validity of her thoughts, Chopper had already brought the newspaper to her. "Dr. Doralee, here's the newspaper." When Kureha heard this, she didn't take the newspaper immediately, but carefully observed Dofus and the expressions of the people behind him. But the more she looked, the worse her expression became. If nothing unexpected happened, it was highly likely that these people were here for Chopper. But for what purpose? Kureha couldn't figure it out, and neither could Dofus and the others. However, regardless of her confusion, Dofus was resolute in executing Wujia's orders. "Elder, what are you thinking?" Chopper asked, holding the newspaper for a long time. Seeing this, Dofus timely spoke to awaken Kureha, who was lost in thought. "You brat, I don't need your reminder." Kureha glared at Dofus and took the newspaper from Chopper, saying, "Chopper is my silly son. I can let him hold it as long as I want." Dofus was left speechless, but when he met Chopper's apologetic gaze, his frustration instantly dissipated. "Kid, do you know where your brother is now?" Kureha quickly flipped through the newspaper, and when she stopped at a certain page, she asked, "My brother." Dofus stared at Kureha for several seconds before replying. "He is currently in the Alabasta Kingdom." "It really is him." Kureha was shocked upon hearing this, and the newspaper in her hand quietly slipped from her grasp. Chapter 58, The Flame King. What is this, however? Dofus hadn't finished speaking when he saw the prominent headlines on the newspaper, and a look of ecstatic joy spread across his face. "The 7 warlords of the sea defeated. Desert King Crocodile, whereabouts unknown, life or death uncertain. New Generation King, Logia-type Flame Fruit user, Flame King Wujia, sends a fiery message to the world." The eye-catching headlines, along with a handsome photo bathed in flames, made Dofus unable to contain himself, and he burst into loud laughter. His laughter instantly drew the attention of everyone else. Ace, Zoro, Sanji, Dalton, including the bound Walbo, all looked curiously at the newspaper that had fallen to the ground. A few seconds later, everyone who could speak exclaimed in unison, We won. Big Brother won. Flame King? What a cool title. Indeed very handsome. And very much in line with the abilities and personality of the Big Brother. Is this your Big Brother? Truly powerful. Hearing these shouts, Chopper curiously poked his head out to look at the newspaper. Is this the flame monster? He doesn't look scary at all. Chopper murmured softly. A couple of days ago, he heard Dr. Doriel lamenting that another powerful flame monster had appeared on the sea. He never expected that today he would see the companion of the flame monster and a photo of the flame monster. Not scary? Although Chopper's voice was small, Kurahara still heard him clearly due to the close distance. She then pointed at the man in the photo bathed in flames and asked with a strange expression, Chopper, do you dislike him? Not at all. Chopper replied softly. Why? Because he, like me, is called a monster by the world. Hearing Chopper's response, Kurihara's pupils suddenly trembled violently. You silly son, she said, tightly hugging Chopper. After an unknown amount of time, only when Chopper struggled and gasped for breath did she release her arms. Dr. Doriel, what's wrong with you? Chopper blinked his big eyes and asked with concern. Kurihara did not explain, but instead asked back, Chopper, if that monster man invited you to be his ship's doctor, would you agree? This Chopper hesitated. He didn't understand why Dr. Doriel would ask that. But Dorse, who had already calmed down from his earlier excitement, quietly perked up his ears. Agree. Chopper, quickly agree. Dorse screamed in his heart, wishing he could directly speak up for Chopper. But as much as he thought about it, he remained silent, because some things, when said by someone familiar, are completely different from when said by a stranger. Therefore, he could only, in his anxiety, do his best to send a signaling gaze towards Dalton. Fortunately, Dalton was not a fool who didn't understand human affairs. When he saw Dorse blinking at him repeatedly, he understood the other S meaning. Chopper, do you know who this is? Dalton suddenly pointed at the skinny Walpo and asked. Without any surprise, Chopper indeed looked curiously at the skinny Walpo and asked, Captain Dalton, who is he? Why do I feel a sense of familiarity? Seeing her silly son's attention being diverted, Kurihara was not angry. She quietly watched how Dalton, this silly guy, would convince her foolish son. Chopper, he is the real culprit who caused Dr. Hiliulik's death and plunged this country into suffering. Walpo, he is Walpo. When Chopper connected the skinny man before him to the fat one from before, a rare expression of anger appeared in his lively big eyes. Why did you use a trap to harm a doctor? Why? He just wanted to save this country. What was his fault? Chopper suddenly transformed into his human form and roared angrily at Walpo. In contrast, Walpo shook his head desperately. He wanted to argue, but his mouth was constrained, leaving him unable to say a word. Chopper. Just as Chopper was about to completely go berserk, Dalton once again transformed into his human beast form and blocked his way. Chopper, calm down. Don't you want to fulfill Dr. Hiliulik's wishes? When Dalton said this, Chopper's eyes, filled with anger, instantly regained clarity. Are you serious, Captain Dalton? Of course, I am. Dalton answered Chopper's question with unwavering firmness. Then what should we do? When Chopper asked this, Dalton turned his gaze to Dorse. Naturally, Dorse could no longer remain silent. He stepped forward to Chopper and said earnestly, My big brother, the flame monster in your eyes, told me to let you know when I see you that as long as you are willing to become his partner, he will not only do his utmost to help you become the panacea, but one day he will also make this island bloom with real cherry blossoms. Panacea? Make Winter Island bloom with real cherry blossoms? After hearing what Dorse said, Chopper was frozen in place, as if turned to stone. Not just him, even Kurihara, Dalton, Walpo, and even others like Ace were equally shocked to the core. Can such an absurd thing really be achieved? When Chopper came back to his senses and wanted to say something, he couldn't voice his doubts when he met Dorse's unwavering gaze. Perhaps that monster he had never met could really do it. This thought inexplicably arose in Chopper's mind, like an instinct of a beast. Dr. Doriel, Chopper began to speak, but was interrupted by Kurihara, raising her hand. You silly son. If a monster can help you fulfill your dream, and help that deceased quack fulfill his dream, what are you hesitating for? I also want to see the magnetic drum kingdom blooming with real cherry blossoms. Thank you, Dr. Doriel. Farewells are always filled with tears. So Dorse specifically left Chopper with time and space. Chopper, we will wait for you in Magnetic Drum City. After leaving this sentence, Doris led everyone away. On the road to Magnetic Drum City, Doris stopped the hesitant Dalton. Dalton, it's time for you to reap the rewards. Go gather the army and the people. I will have Walpo announce to the public that you will become the new king. Nanny? Dalton's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at Doris. He never expected that the method of salvation mentioned earlier was actually to make him the new king of this country. What? Are you surprised? Doris's voice was calm, yet he spoke words that shocked everyone and sent chills down their spines. Rather than hoping for others to save you, why not save yourself with your own hands? Don't worry, I will make those opposers shut up. Chapter 59. Akainu attacks the first half of the Grand Line Alabasta Kingdom. The luxurious office of the former Sand Crocodile has been transformed by Wujia into a gym filled with various heavy metal exercise equipment. During this time, apart from eating, drinking, and sleeping, he basically hasn't left this place. Today, just as Wujia was deeply immersed in training as usual, his second assistant knocked frantically on the gym door. Mr. Wujia, something bad has happened. Wujia looked at Robin's panicked expression, slowly put down the super heavy dumbbells in his hands, and frowned, asking, "What on earth happened to make you so flustered?" The Navy. Robin's eyes were filled with fear and unease, and her speech was broken. What happened to the Navy? Wujia stared into Robin's eyes and said solemnly, "Calm down. Nico Robin, you are now my crew member. Even if a Navy admiral comes, I will stand in front of you. So what are you afraid of?" Upon hearing this, Robin felt her racing heart, which had been pounding due to fear, inexplicably calm down in a very short time. Huh. She took a long breath and said, "One of the Navy's 3 highest combat powers, codename Akainu Sakazuki, his warship has docked at Rain Baseport. According to Princess Vivi, his purpose in coming here is to see you." What the hell? The Navy Admiral really came? And it's the most decisive killer, Akainu Sakazuki? Wujia's mind was filled with 1,000 question marks. He really didn't understand why Akainu wanted to specifically find him. Is it because of that newspaper published by Morgan the Birdman? But that doesn't make sense. He only has a title now and no bounty. And the Navy wouldn't directly send an admiral to deal with him. Unable to figure it out, Wujia simply decided to stop thinking. An admiral is nothing. No matter how strong the opponent is, he would never let him escape. If he did escape, not to mention reaching the pinnacle of combat power, just the matter of Conqueror's Haki would mean he would never advance again in the future. Where's Akainu now? Wujia took off his training uniform, dried off the sweat on his body, and casually picked up the black martial artist outfit that was specially customized at his request, asking as he dressed, "He is still at the port." Robin replied, while picking up a black belt adorned with platinum cloud dragon patterns. Hearing this, Wujia looked at Robin with confusion. In response, Robin first kindly fastened the belt around Wujia before explaining. Alabasta is one of the affiliated countries of the world government. Without the royal family's permission, the Navy cannot land on the island at will. I see. Wujia adjusted the belt to a comfortable position, showcasing his sharpness as he said, "Since that's the case, let us." At this point, he seemed to realize something. His tone paused, and he continued, "Robin, you don't need to go. Let me go meet this admiral alone." Before Robin could respond, Wujia's figure flashed and appeared in front of the demolished floor-to-ceiling window, directly leaping down. "Mr. Wujia, you must stay safe." Robin gazed at the receding black figure, her hands instinctively clasped together in front of her chest. After spending these days together, she felt a long-lost peace and sense of security beside Wujia. He wouldn't hit or scold her at every turn, nor would he see her as a demon. As long as she did her best to complete his tasks, she could do anything she wanted in her spare time, and he wouldn't mind. And this was the beautiful life she had long sought but never obtained. At the rainy port, due to the sudden arrival of the admiral, Princess Vivi urgently reported to her father and had the entire port sealed off. The instigator of all this stood silently at the bow of the warship, arms crossed, silently looking down and waiting. "Is this the Admiral of the Navy? He looks really scary," Ikela muttered quietly beside Princess Vivi. In contrast, although Princess Vivi said nothing, the fine beads of sweat continuously dripping from her forehead revealed her inner turmoil. The Admiral, the fearsome Akainu Sakazuki. If possible, She really wanted to drive him away from the Alabasta Kingdom directly. Unfortunately, with her current status, it was almost impossible to do so without a valid reason. After an unknown amount of time, whether a minute or 10 minutes, the silent figure dressed in a dark red suit and wearing a naval cap at the bow of the warship finally spoke again. Have they arrived? I hope you are worth the long wait. With the sound of this cold voice, the invisible, oppressive atmosphere enveloped Icolum and Princess Vivi once more. Your Highness, why don't we evacuate this place first? The terrifying pressure from the Admiral made Icolum sweat profusely. I want tea. Princess Vivi's stubborn voice just sounded when she felt a warm hand suddenly rest on her shoulder. Immediately after, a voice she was very familiar with calmed her tense emotions. Princess Vivi, Icolum is right. You should leave here first. But, seeing that Princess Vivi still wanted to argue, Wujie raised his hand and lightly chopped the back of her neck. Mr. Wujie, you this? Facing Icolum's astonished gaze, Wujie calmly said, Do you have a faster way to get Princess Vivi out? No. Icolum replied awkwardly with a smile. Then that settled. Wujie shot Icolum an impatient glare and said, What are you still dawdling for? Hurry up and carry Princess Vivi away. Oh. Seeing Icolum carrying Princess Vivi gradually moving away, Wujie finally looked up to make eye contact with the dark red figure at the bow of the warship. Instantly, an invisible wave of energy swept outwards from the two of them. Whoosh! As the clothes and sails fluttered, Wujie suddenly spoke. I don't like looking up at others, even if that person is an admiral. Interesting. Sakazuki grinned and leaped down from the bow of the warship. Thud! As his polished shoes touched the shore, Sakazuki went straight to the point. Kid, join the Navy and become my subordinate. Wujie. For some reason, he suddenly felt a deja vu of Whitebeard recognizing his son. Chapter 60, Burn, Melt, Ignite. Burn. Huh. Wujie chuckled, dismissing the boring thought in his mind, but he did not refuse Sakazuki as he had initially rejected Garp. The reason is that for a true iron-blooded soldier like Sakazuki, as long as he is in this cruel pirate world and slightly shifts his perspective, he can see many things that cannot be understood outside of anime. However, even someone as iron-blooded as Sakazuki is still shackled by the world government. If you want me to join the Navy and become your subordinate, that's not impossible. However, I have a small prerequisite, Wujie said meaningfully. What prerequisite? Sakazuki frowned and stared at Wujie. He decided that as long as the other party's conditions were not too harsh, he would carefully consider it based on the previous clash of Haki. When you become the fleet admiral and lead the Navy to surpass the world government, I will join the Navy and become your subordinate. You. After hearing Wujie's small prerequisite, Sakazuki's eyes widened, and his fists instinctively clenched together. After a long time, he calmed his agitated emotions and said with a cold gleam in his eyes, Kid, since you dare to propose such an outrageous condition to me, you must be quite confident in your own strength, right? Without waiting for Wujie to respond, Sakazuki already swung his black iron fist wrapped in Haki. He really acts decisively. Wujie's eyes narrowed, and without a second thought, he wrapped his Haki around his right arm. Bang! The two fists collided powerfully, and the stones beneath their feet instantly shattered. This is not a place to fight. If you want to fight, come with me. Seeing this situation, Wujie took a step back to create distance and quickly rushed to the place where he had previously fought with Crocodile. Such strong power, such speed. Sakazuki's eyes flickered. After just a moment of hesitation, his figure disappeared from the spot. The mere charge of trespassing into an affiliated country of the world government cannot stop him, a dignified admiral of the Navy headquarters. Soon, the two of them stood on a shimmering beach, one in front of the other. Admiral Sakazuki, what do you think of this place? Wujie asked with a faint smile. This place, Sakazuki looked at the crystals formed by the melted sand and sneered. You kid must have defeated Crocodile here, right? If it were me, I would definitely leave nothing but melted remnants of that scum. I believe you can do it, but can you? Wujie's seemingly contradictory words made Sakazuki furrow his brows tightly. Then, the iron-blooded admiral stopped talking and responded with rolling magma. Kid, don't die. Hellhound! As Sakazuki shouted and unleashed the power of the magma fruit, Wujie was equally unwilling to back down, using the flame fruit's ability as well. Flame of the Sun. In an instant, the magma-infused arm collided fiercely with the flame-formed arm. Boom! In an instant, a heat wave accompanied by thick smoke completely engulfed both of their figures. As time passed, and the smoke gradually dissipated, Sakazuki looked at Wujia's furrowed brow and said with a sense of pride, "Kid, don't you know that no matter how strong the flame is, it cannot withstand the heat of magma?" Damn it! Wujia felt the intense burning sensation radiating from his fist and gritted his teeth tightly. He really didn't want to admit that the flame fruit was weaker than the magma fruit. But the harsh reality before him seemed to force him to acknowledge it. What to do? What did I do to raise the temperature of the flames? Wujia shouted frantically in his heart. In contrast, Sakazuki, seeing Wujia still gritting his teeth and refusing to give up, felt an increasing appreciation for his stubborn character. If he could lead him onto the right path, the Navy, which would carry the name of absolute justice in the future, would no longer be just Sakazuki alone. Thinking of this, he had no choice but to advise, "Kid, if you keep insisting, you can forget about that arm. Shut up. I absolutely do not believe that the flame fruit is weaker than the magma fruit." Wujia shouted loudly, desperately trying to increase the flame's temperature. But no matter how hard he tried, the temperature of the flames seemed to be stuck at a certain limit, unable to break through. There must be a way. There must be a way. Wujia's eyes turned crimson, and his unwillingness to give up made his brain work rapidly. Flame, flame, flame. He kept murmuring the word burn, and suddenly a flash of inspiration crossed his mind. He remembered watching a video before he traveled to this world, and there was a highly upvoted comment that said, "A certain person once set the premise that the temperature of the flame fruit has an upper limit. Therefore, if a user wants to break through this limit, they must find a way to use external forces, such as fuel or accelerants." Fuel, accelerants. Wujia murmured to himself, then suddenly burst into laughter. Huh. Sakazuki, looking at Wujia laughing like a madman, couldn't help but frown and ask, "Kid, what are you laughing at?" "One no." Wujia stopped laughing, not immediately giving that uncertain answer. But soon, after testing it out and truly feeling the temperature of his flames increase, he could no longer contain the excitement in his heart. "Didn't you say that no matter how strong the flame is, it cannot withstand the heat of magma? Then today, let me show you." After saying that, the flowing flame Haki within him surged out like a flood, rushing towards the burning flames. In an instant, the warm red flames first transformed into a dark red around 600 degrees, then into an orange red around 1000 degrees, and a golden yellow around 1300 degrees. Finally, it transformed into a pure white approaching 1500 degrees. Hiss! Sakazuki felt a long-lost burning sensation from his magma fist and instinctively gasped. "This is impossible." He suddenly stepped back, exclaiming in disbelief. It should be noted that his magma temperature could reach around 1300 degrees at most, while ordinary flames were only about 600 to 700 degrees. However, when Sakazuki saw the clear burn marks on his fist, his eyes flickered intensely, yet he couldn't say a word. The flames had actually burned the magma. A new book is starting, seeking a bookshelf, seeking subscriptions, seeking updates, seeking 5-star reviews. In short, the author here is asking all the handsome men and beautiful women present to please move your little hands for prosperity. I would be very grateful. Chapter 61. The Unreplicable Armament Haki Kid. How did you do it? After a long time, Sakazuki finally accepted the shocking result of being burned by the flames. Staring deeply at Wujia, asking the question in his heart, just using accelerants. For the benefactor who helped him achieve a significant breakthrough, Wujia did not hide much, because he also wanted to know if Sakazuki's magma temperature could also act as an accelerant, and this would help him determine whether the flowing flame Haki that came about by coincidence truly possessed special qualities and uniqueness. Accelerants? Sakazuki's eyes flickered, and soon he guessed the source of the power that had poured out of Wujia's body. You used the burning armament Haki as a price to increase the temperature of the flames? Saying this shocked even Sakazuki himself, not to mention how armament Haki could act as an accelerant. Just the amount of armament Haki needed to break through the flame temperature limit and achieve a multiple increase in a short time was an incredibly terrifying consumption. But Wujie, looking at his face, listening to his voice, showed no signs of weakness at all. This, Sakazuki found it hard to believe. But what Wujie said and did next made him have no choice but to believe. Why didn't he give it a try? Break through the magma's temperature limit? Wujie's tempting voice sounded. Give it a try? Sakazuki had to admit he was tempted. But soon, the cruel reality shattered that temptation into pieces. Is it impossible? Seeing that there was no change in Sakazuki's magma temperature, Wujie secretly delighted while revealing the unique aura of his own Haki. A flowing, flame temperature armament Haki? I actually overlooked that. Sakazuki realized, and he understood the real reason why Wujie succeeded in igniting while he failed. And all of this was undoubtedly due to that flowing crimson armament Haki. Earlier, he thought this power only added the power of the flame fruit. But now it seemed that was not the case. What a terrifying power. A sharp killing intent flashed in the depths of Sakazuki's eyes. If Wujie could not be used by the Navy, then he must be eliminated by the Navy. He would never allow such a super monster with terrifying potential to fall into the hands of pirates. Feeling that Sakazuki's gaze toward him was off, Wujie instantly became alert. This Akainu, wouldn't he really want to bite him? Just as the two were on the verge of confrontation, a figure rushed into their battlefield despite the high temperature and heat waves, shouting, "Admiral, I have informed my father about your unwarranted invasion of the Alabasta Kingdom. If you do not stop now, I will inform my father later, urging him to condemn you harshly in front of the world government." Princess Vivi's voice was not loud, yet it clearly reached the ears of Sakazuki and Wujie. Are you threatening me? Sakazuki's expression did not change, but his fierce gaze, which seemed to want to devour someone, was unmistakably locked onto Princess Vivi. Princess Vivi fell to the ground in terror. In the next moment, a figure firmly stood in front of her. Mr. Wujie, looking at the broad back in front of her, an unparalleled sense of security instantly filled Princess Vivi's heart. Admiral Sakazuki, I'm still alive. If you have any anger, come at me. There is no need to target a little girl. Wujie stared at Sakazuki, tightly protecting Princess Vivi behind him. If I really wanted to kill, do you think you could protect her? Sakazuki sneered. You can try. Wujie's tone was calm, but his attitude was incredibly resolute. At this moment, not to mention an admiral, even if the Knights of God were to come, he would not retreat. A person who has risked his own safety for her twice, if he were to let her die, that would definitely become an indelible pain in his heart. Confrontation continued silently until a sudden call from the telephone bug broke this suffocating atmosphere. Brew, 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 hearing the call from the telephone bug in his pocket. Sakazuki's brow furrowed tightly. He didn't want to answer, nor did he want to look at it. However, he had no choice but to pick up. Sakazuki, do you even know what you are doing? I order you to immediately retreat from Alabasta at the fastest speed. Sure enough, as soon as the telephone bug was connected, Sakazuki heard the command he least wanted to hear. And this command did not come from Admiral Sengoku, but from the highest leader of the world government, the 5 elders. I understand. Very well. Brew with the end of the communication. Sakazuki deeply glanced at Wujie and turned away without hesitation. However, on his way out, he left Wujie with a meaningful remark. Kid, don't become an unforgivable pirate. And don't forget that small prerequisite you had earlier. Upon hearing this, Wujie's eyes widened in confusion, filled with question marks. No, I just said it casually. Did you really take it seriously? Even so, Wujie ultimately did not speak to shatter Sakazuki's beautiful dream. This world seems to be getting more and more interesting. Wujie murmured to himself. This wave of heat seems to have really begun to blow towards the world, influencing it. Mr. Wujie, that's great. He finally left. Just then, Princess Vivi, as if reborn after a calamity, suddenly hugged Wujie from behind, crying with joy. You idiot. Wujie turned around and gave Princess Vivi a light knock on the head. That hurts. Instantly, Princess Vivi cried out in pain while holding her head. Seeing her like this, Wujie's anger immediately dissipated by more than half. But even so, he still didn't intend to let this simple little girl, who was already drenched in sweat, off easily. Do you really not know how to write the word death? With your weak body, If Sakazuki just touches you, you'll shatter. However, as soon as Wujik finished speaking, Princess Vivi pouted and jumped into his arms like a spoiled child. But I still have Mr. Wujik to protect me. Listening to her pitiful voice and looking at her tear-stained face, Wujik felt like crying, but had no tears. Women are indeed the most troublesome. He hasn't even become the #1 martial artist in the pirate world yet, and already a beauty is here to shake his resolve. It's simply intolerable. After carrying Princess Vivi away from the battlefield, Wujik set her down and said with piercing eyes, "Only the strong can protect their own kingdom. Only the strong can truly have uncontrollable love. Do you understand?" After saying this, he didn't care whether Princess Vivi understood or not, and turned away coolly. Little did he know, today's words would later create a powerful Queen Vivi. Chapter 62. Team Trust initially established Mr. Wujik. I have found the approximate location of Ask Island. Several days had passed since the incident of Admiral invading the Alabasta Kingdom. And today, Wujik finally received good news from Robin. Good. This is really great. A joyful expression appeared on Wujik's face. Everything was ready, just waiting for the east wind. East wind? Just as Robin was puzzled, a princess guard rushed in and reported, "Mr. Wujik, the giant sea cow you told us to pay attention to is about to enter the port." Ha ha ha! Wujik laughed heartily and said to Robin, "This is the east wind. Robin, hurry and arrange for people to prepare supplies and fresh water. Once Dais and the others are well fed and watered, we will set sail immediately." "Okay, Mr. Wujik." Robin nodded in response while secretly chuckling to herself. It seems that even the mighty Wujik, known as the Flame King, is afraid of a little girl. If this gets out, many people might laugh their teeth out. Yes, you heard that right, afraid. Ever since Admiral Sakazuki left, Princess Vivi seemed to have become a different person. No, not a different person. To be precise, she had become even more passionate. When Wujik was training, Princess Vivi would always follow him closely whenever she had time. And during Wujik's breaks, Princess Vivi would offer him various sumptuous foods and serve him. Such obvious intentions. Even Robin, who has long roamed the dark side, could clearly feel it. Unfortunately, the falling flowers have intentions, but the flowing water is unfeeling. Wujik had no way of knowing what others thought. After waiting for a while, seeing Robin finish the relevant matters he mentioned with the telephone bug, he hurriedly said, "Robin, let's go. Accompany me to see if Dais and the others have brought back our future ship's doctor." "Ship's doctor? That blue-nosed reindeer?" Robin followed behind Wujik with curiosity and anticipation. Before long, their figures appeared at the rainy port. "Big brother, it truly is better to come at the right time than to arrive early." Just as Wujik and Robin arrived, they bumped into Dais and the others. "Big brother." Seeing Dais speak first, Ace, Zoro, and Sanji also chimed in. "It's good that you're back." Wujik patted each of their shoulders, and after not seeing any discomfort in their expressions, he turned his gaze to the ship's railing. There, a brown furry figure was hiding half of its head behind the ship's railing, while the rest of its body was fully exposed. "I see you, Chopper." Wujik smiled and chuckled. "Huh? How do you know my name and still find me?" Chopper asked in confusion. "Because you're hiding it wrong." "Ah." Chopper realized too late and was about to hide again, but Wujik had already leaped onto the ship and appeared beside him. "Chopper, welcome to join us. My name is Wujik, and you can call me Big Brother from now on." After saying this, Wujik sincerely extended his right hand to Chopper. "Wujik?" Upon hearing this name, Chopper stopped hiding. He stared blankly at Wujik for a moment and said, "Are you the fire monster from the newspaper?" "Fire monster?" Wujik was momentarily stunned, but maintained his smile. "You're right, I am that fire monster." Saying this, he raised his left hand, and a wisp of flame appeared at his fingertips. Then he added, "You're a monster too, I'm a monster too. So, do you want to be my partner?" "Partner?" When these two words kept spinning in Chopper's little head, he finally made a decision. "Am willing." He extended his hoof onto Wujik's palm and said very seriously, "Great." Wujik responded with a smile, but did not withdraw his hand. Instead, he turned his gaze to Dais below the ship. Seeing this scene, Dais immediately understood Wujik's intention. "I'm willing too." He instantly moved forward and placed his hand on Chopper's hoof. Following that, Wujik's gaze shifted. "Aye." Ace met Wujik's gaze, his eyes slightly dodging. But soon, He felt the second gaze, the third gaze, the fourth gaze. Perhaps this is my ideal place, Ace thought to himself, and then no longer hesitated. He quickly stepped forward and placed his hand on Dias's hand, his gaze firm. I'm willing. Next was Zoro. E.M. willing. Then it was Sanji. E.M. willing. Finally, it was Robin. Are you partners? Her eyes were flickering wildly, wanting to reach out her hand, but fearing to ruin this hard-won beauty in front of her. Robin, you're the only one missing. Do you still want to live a life of hiding and evasion? Wuji naturally knew Robin's concerns and couldn't help but remind her. I'm Fine. In the end, Robin still took a step forward and placed her hand on Sanji's hand. I'm willing too. Now that's more like it. Wuji looked at the different hands in front of him, just about to say something, when Princess Vivi, dressed in the same training outfit as him, rushed over at an extraordinary speed. I am willing too. Although she was panting from running, her voice revealed determination. All right. Wuji smiled helplessly and then said solemnly, from the beginning, perhaps I gathered you all on this ship with different motives, whether by coercion or by using means. But today, I can solemnly promise you that as long as you do not betray me in the future and do not violate my principles, I will be your strongest support. Even if in the future you face the 4 emperors, the marine admirals, or even the world government in pursuit of your dreams, it will still be the same. As everyone listened to Wuji's resounding declaration and looked at the large hand below that was supporting them all, an invisible cohesion quietly gathered. At this moment, they might not be the strongest team in the world, but they had taken a crucial step toward becoming the strongest team in the world. And that step is called trust. It is not an exaggeration to say that if the Rocks pirates had this kind of trust between captain and crew back then, the history of the pirate world might have been completely rewritten. That absolute overlord of the sea might have truly risen to become the king of the world. Chapter 63. Toolman Walpo the next day. After the grand banquet last night, Wuji could no longer sit still. When the first ray of sunlight pierced through the darkness, he gathered with all his partners on the sailboat. Mr. Wuji, are you really not going to wait any longer? If you leave like this, the gifts you prepared won't be able to be given out. Robin stood beside Wuji, looking at the huge iron box not far behind him, meaningfully said, some people, last night for the first time, did not train, but instead dragged the imprisoned Walpo into a foundry room and stayed there for the entire night. This, after all, was likely the result of some people's efforts throughout the night. To this, it would be a lie for Robin and the others to say they were not curious. If it can't be given out, then it can't be given out. Wuji retracted his gaze, intending to instruct Momo to leave the port. When his observation Haki suddenly sensed a life force rapidly approaching the port. Thud, thud, thud. The hurried footsteps running on the empty road instantly attracted everyone's attention. She's here. It's Miss Vivi. Sanji's eyes sparkled with hearts as he showed exceptional excitement for Princess Vivi's arrival. Seeing this, Robin kindly advised, Sanji-kun, I suggest you better keep quiet. Otherwise, if you get hit, don't blame me for not reminding you. Hearing what Robin said, Sanji quietly glanced at Wuji, and the excitement in his heart instantly diminished by more than half. There are countless flowers in the world. For the sake of his handsome face, he reluctantly decided to completely erase his affection for Miss Vivi. Thank you, Robin-chan. Sanji expressed his gratitude. Hee. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled, but her attention remained focused on the approaching blue-haired figure. Everyone, Princess Vivi stood at the shore, her eyes brimming with tears, wanted to say something, but not knowing where to start. All right, it's not a life-and-death farewell, so there's no need for emotional words. As soon as Wuji spoke, he immediately stifled all of Princess Vivi's emotional words in the cradle. Mr. Wuji, you really have no romantic sense. Robin sighed and shook her head with a wry smile. As soon as she said this, she immediately won the unanimous agreement of everyone, including Chopper. To this, Wuji nonchalantly walked toward the huge iron box. Clack! As the iron box opened, dazzling cold light instantly filled everyone's eyes. This surprised Robin. She never expected that this huge iron box would be filled with a variety of weapons. Is this really true? So cool. Is that a gun? Ace's eyes sparkled, his gaze locked onto the 2 strange weapons hanging from the lid of the box. They were clearly different from the common gun shapes, presenting an obvious number 7 shape, tightly wrapped in dazzling gold and silver colors. And what was most eye-catching were the two short blades, shimmering with cold light beneath the tip of the number 7. Yes, they're indeed guns. Wuji took down these two miniature replicas named Heavenly God from a certain game, along with the usage instructions, bullet-making process description, and roaming gunslinger skill annotation, all packed into a prepared leather bag. Then, he met Ace's eager gaze and said leisurely, "This is not prepared for you." No. At this moment, Ace felt as if the world had lost its color. Such cool weapons were not prepared for the handsome him. Could there be anything more cruel in the world? If you still want the new weapons I prepared for you, you better squat in the corner like Walpo. Wuji said irritably, crouching in the corner. The innocent Walpo exclaimed, "Speak for me? Why is no one speaking for me? You should know that every piece of that box of weapons, from the smallest part to the entire iron box, was painstakingly synthesized using my Suk no Mi ability." Damn it. Walpo waited for a while, and seeing that no one spoke for him, he could only hang his head, curling his chubby body even tighter. However, even in this state, someone still wouldn't let him go. "Hey, Walpo, can we change corners? Your view is good here." Hearing what Ace said, Walpo was almost dumbfounded. He wanted to be angry. He wanted to rebel, but when he met Wuji's extremely calm gaze, he shivered all over and could only silently roll over to another corner. MMM. His heart was crying. Unfortunately, no one cared. One by one, they really didn't let him rest easy. Wuji shook his head speechlessly and then walked straight to the ship's railing, glanced at the silent figure, and said solemnly, "You have your path to walk, and I have my path to walk. Instead of crying, you should strive to become stronger. Remember, only the strong can decide their own fate and do as they please." As he spoke, he directly tossed the leather bag in his hand and then raised his arm to shout, "Momo, set sail." Moo. As the ship gradually sailed away, everyone also faded from the atmosphere of parting and gradually gathered around the huge iron box. Seeing this scene, Wuji did not hesitate, striding forward, and directly took out the corresponding weapons he had made for his partners. "Dios, this is yours." Wuji handed two crescent-shaped black, curved knives shimmering with cold light to him. "Thank you, big brother." Dios took the curved knives and lovingly touched them. "Big brother, what about mine? What about mine?" Ace suddenly stood up from the corner, eagerly asking. To this, Wuji could no longer be bothered to argue with him and directly took out two black metal armors from the bottom of the box. "So cool." Ace hurriedly rushed forward to grab the two metal armors and, without waiting for Wuji's guidance, began to fumble to put them on. Not long after, when both metal armors were fully equipped, he deeply felt the heavy sensation coming from the metal and excitedly said, "Green algae head. Now that I have this brand new weapon, as long as you don't use Haki, you won't be able to hurt me anymore." "Oh, really?" Zoro tightened the sword, Wado Ikamanji, at his waist, his expression dismissive. "Haki is my power. Whether I use it or not depends on me, not you." "Damn it." Ace's gaze darkened, and he stopped talking back to Zoro. Glancing at Wujik, he gritted his teeth as if making a certain decision. "It's just Haki. I'll awaken it in the next 2 days to show you." Big words, anyone can say that. "All right, Zoro." Before Zoro could finish his taunting words, he was interrupted by Wujik raising his hand. He sensed a firm will from Ace's earlier gaze and tone. Chapter 64, Shock from the Flames. "Are you going to walk the same path I did earlier?" Wujik felt something in his heart and continued to distribute weapons. "Zoro, you can make do with these two knives for now." He took out two straight swords similar to Tang's horizontal sword from the iron box and handed them to Zoro. "Thank you, big brother." Zoro smiled as he took the long knife. The next second, he eagerly unsheathed it. Clang! The sharp blade was unsheathed. The pitch-black sword body paired with the shiny blade, silently showcasing its sharpness. "Good knife." Zoro ran his fingers over the blade, his eyes filled with joy. "I'm glad you like it," Wujik said, then took out a complete set of kitchen knives and handed them to Sanji. "Sanji, this is yours." "I have one too." Sanji was surprised, then solemnly accepted the kitchen knives, gratefully saying, "Thank you, big brother." Wujik nodded slightly, then turned his gaze to Robin. "Robin, your Hana no Mi mainly focuses on surprise attacks, so..." At this point, he directly overturned the iron box, spilling out hundreds of weapons with distinct island characteristics. "Is this a shuriken?" Robin asked uncertainly. Yes, it's a shuriken. Wujik explained to Robin's confusion. This is a hidden weapon used by ninjas. It can slash horizontally, vertically, diagonally, stab directly, and be thrown. It should be very suitable for your abilities. After hearing Wujik's words, Robin sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Mr. Wujik. Facing Robin's gratitude, Wujik remained calm. But soon, a voice brought embarrassment to his face. Big brother, where's my weapon? Chopper looked at the empty iron box, blinking his big eyes with an innocent expression. Wujik hesitated for a while. Then had to speak the truth. Chopper, I really couldn't think of what weapon would suit you. How about this? Think of one yourself. And once you have it figured out, tell me, and I'll have Walpo help you create it. Does that sound good? Walpo, can I refuse? He cried out louder in his heart. Little did he know, the reason Wujik still brought him along was that there was a big surprise waiting for him in Water 7. Okay. Chopper nodded heavily after hearing this and didn't say anything more. Thus, the distribution of new weapons finally came to an end, and the ship, guided by Doflamingo and Robin, was dragged by Moo Moo, heading straight for the legendary island of Asuka, where the Holy Sword was buried. Naval Headquarters Marine Ford, when Admiral Akainu, Sakazuki's warship, returned to the military port, he immediately received an urgent summons from the fleet admiral. Admiral, when Sakazuki stepped back into the meeting room, his mood was completely different from when he had left. Seat? Sengoku glanced at Sakazuki and gestured to an empty seat beside him. Clatter. As Sakazuki sat down, the few high-ranking Navy officials in the meeting room subconsciously held their breath. They knew the main event was about to begin. Sakazuki, I heard you fought that kid. What was the result? Sengoku didn't question why Sakazuki invaded the Alabasta Kingdom. He just wanted to hear the final result after their confrontation. That kid is a monster, Sakazuki said, suddenly removing the black leather glove from his right hand, his expression emotionless. His flames burn my magma. What? Sengoku exclaimed in surprise. Not only him, but even the other high-ranking Navy officials in the meeting room also gasped in shock. For what they knew, the general temperature of flames was only about 600 to 700 degrees, but Sakazuki's magma could reach around 1,300 degrees. The temperature difference was nearly double. So, had they misheard? Or was Sakazuki joking with them? Sakazuki, are you sure you're not joking? Vice Admiral Tsuru stared at Sakazuki, and with her wisdom and experience, she couldn't think of any way to bridge the huge temperature difference between flames and magma. Hence she asked this. Just then, Sengoku seemed to suddenly think of something and stood up. What do you mean? Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned and pressed for an answer. As for Sengoku, he seemed to think his guess was too absurd, and after hesitating for a long time, he still didn't speak but turned his gaze to Sakazuki, the person involved. Meeting everyone's gaze, Sakazuki put his glove back on and then spoke slowly. That kid awakened a very special type of Haki. Its color is red like flowing flames. And it even has the temperature of flames. He named it Flowing Flame. Flowing Flame Haki? Sengoku and Vice Admiral Tsuru exchanged glances quietly. They had heard Cart mention this special Haki before. They initially thought it was similar to the Flowing Cherry Blossom Haki from Wano Country. But after hearing Sakazuki mention it again, they realized they might have been wrong. Yes, it's Flowing Flame Haki. Sakazuki nodded seriously, his tone grave. This special Haki serves as a combustion aid for his flames. With this special combustion aid, his flame temperature not only exceeds my magma temperature, but is even climbing to higher temperatures. What? Sengoku, who had just sat down, was so shocked by this news that he stood up again. Using special Haki as combustion aid, the flame temperature not only surpassed magma, but could also climb to even higher temperatures. In comparison, his earlier guess about fruit awakening seemed less terrifying than this answer. What about his Haki reserves? Is it a big consumption? Upon hearing Fleet Admiral Sengoku ask this critical question that got to the core, the high-ranking Navy officials in the meeting room all looked serious. If the opponent used the special Haki named Flowing Flame as combustion aid, resulting in a huge consumption of Haki reserves, that wouldn't be unacceptable. Conversely, just thinking about that horrifying outcome made all the Navy officials shudder. However, reality often goes against expectations. The more you fear something, the more it comes. It doesn't seem to be much. With Sakazuki's words, Sengoku directly sat back down. Then, As if he thought of something, he hurriedly asked, "Sakazuki, did you try to kill that kid?" After hearing this, Sakazuki hesitated for a moment before answering, "No." Although he had the intention to kill at that time, it was merely an intention and not an actual action. After all, there is a fundamental difference between desire and action. Chapter 65. Accurate Analysis from the Navy's Chief Staff. "No, that's really good news." Sengoku sighed in relief upon hearing this. Up to this point, it would not be an exaggeration to say that he had already raised Wujik's danger level to the highest level in his mind. Young, exceptionally talented, powerful, rich in combat experience, and with unprecedentedly grand dreams. Individually, each of these traits is not particularly frightening. But the terrifying part is that all these attributes are concentrated in one person. Looking across the vast sea, the vast majority of the top powers in the two camps of the Navy and the pirates are gradually aging. However, the new generation powerhouse, Wujia, is growing at an extremely terrifying speed. Sengoku can almost easily predict that as long as the other party does not suddenly perish, this young man will undoubtedly occupy a dominant position on the sea for a long time in the future. Therefore, whether to win him over, suppress him, or directly report to the world government will be crucial for the future of the Navy. Everyone, let's discuss how the Navy should face Wujia in the future. After Sengoku spoke, his serious gaze swept over everyone present. However, when the elite generals of the Navy headquarters saw that both Vice Admiral Tsuru and Admiral Akainu were silent, their eyes gradually drifted away. At this moment, they deeply wished that the Navy heroes and the other two admirals were also present, but unfortunately, all three were out on missions. Sigh. Seeing that everyone was silent, Sengoku let out a heavy sigh and said, "What we discussed today must not be leaked. Let's disperse." As everyone left one after another, soon only Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Chief Advisor Tsuru remained in the large conference room. After a long while, Sengoku sighed softly, "Little Tsuru, your wisdom and foresight truly surpass that of this old man." Earlier, he had almost issued a bounty for Wujia due to his immense hostility towards the world government. If it weren't for the advice of an old friend, he might have made a grave mistake by now. There's no need to talk about that now. Chief Advisor Tsuru placed her elbows on the conference table, resting her chin on her hands, and calmly analyzed, "Since that kid set sail, he has never flown the pirate flag. From my perspective, while he despises the world government, he likely also despises pirates." At this moment, a light of wisdom flickered in her eyes. Then she continued, "Sengoku, do you remember the dream that Carr mentioned about that kid?" Upon hearing this, Sengoku pondered for a moment and replied, "It seems to be to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and become the strongest in the world." Yes, to reach the pinnacle of martial arts and become the strongest in the world. Chief Advisor Tsuru repeated this, her gaze fixed intently on Sengoku. Seeming to guess, but actually certain, Sengoku, perhaps our initial thoughts were wrong, because becoming the strongest in the world and becoming the king of the world, although they differ by just 2 words, there is an essential difference between them. "Oh, elaborate." Sengoku was taken aback, then quietly sat up straight. However, Chief Advisor Tsuru was already accustomed to this and continued to analyze. Becoming the king of the world is akin to Joel D. Roger becoming the pirate king. While military power is a crucial factor, it is not a decisive one. The best example is Rox, who, despite being strong, ultimately perished in God Valley. On the other hand, the goal of becoming the strongest in the world is relatively simple and straightforward. That kid just needs to defeat all the famous monsters on this sea, and the title of the strongest in the world will be undisputed. Defeating all the famous monsters? Sengoku was genuinely startled by his friend's words. But soon, he realized that this might just be the answer. Before stepping onto the Grand Line, that kid was ambushed by Carp and Bogart, and it seemed his first choice was not to run away. Then, as soon as he set foot on the Grand Line, he sought out Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai, and defeated him. Furthermore, when the Navy Admiral sought him out, he even burned magma with flames as if it were a fairy tale. This kid is a madman for battle. Sengoku's summary made Chief Advisor Tsuru nod in agreement. If she wasn't mistaken, that kid's next target would definitely be another Shichibukai. As for who it would be, they exchanged glances but had no clear answer. However, with this clear inference, They now had ample time to make decisions. At least, they no longer had to be anxious before that kid found the Navy admiral. Just as the two Navy bigwigs were coming to such a conclusion, they were unaware that the protagonist they were discussing was about to clash fiercely with another Shichibukai. First half of the Grand Line in an unknown sea area, Boss Hanafuda. There's a huge sea cow ahead. On a medium-sized pirate ship flying a skull flag with crossed sickle and giant hammer and a red-horned skull, a lookout-like pirate excitedly reported to his boss. A sea cow? Upon hearing this, the burly man, known as Boss Hanafuda and standing over 5 meters tall, immediately showed a bloodthirsty glint in his eyes. After not having meat for several days, he was lucky enough to encounter a big sea cow today, which meant he could feast. Get closer. Hurry up and bring the ship closer. Hanafuda shouted loudly, fearing the beef would slip away. Yes, Boss Hanafuda. The pirates on the ship responded excitedly. However, when their pirate ship was about to approach the sea cow, the pirates gathered by the ship's railing suddenly discovered that there was actually a person sitting on the massive head of the sea cow. Moreover, behind the sea cow, there was a sailing ship without any flag. Hey kid, is that sea cow yours? A small pirate captain, seeing this scene, curiously looked at the black-haired man on the sea cow's head and asked. Kind of. The black-haired man responded. Upon hearing this, the small pirate captain immediately grinned and pulled out a pistol from his waist, openly threatening, Kid, you'd better keep that sea cow still, or the bullet won't pierce the cow's head, but yours, got it? Haha, I don't get it. You bastard. Hearing the black-haired man's words, the small pirate captain was instantly furious and pulled the trigger without a second thought. Chapter 66. The First Ship King Bang. Accompanied by the bullets firing, the onlooking pirates were soon left dumbfounded. How is this possible? A pirate rubbed his eyes, seemingly unable to believe what he was seeing. However, no matter how he rubbed, the bullet was still firmly pinched between the black-haired man's fingers. He can actually catch a bullet with his bare hands. A pirate exclaimed in disbelief, and it was this sound that directly alerted Hanafuda, who was waiting for a sea cow meat feast in the cabin. What do you mean, catch a bullet with bare hands? Hanafuda, feeling displeased, walked out of the cabin and slapped away the annoying little subordinates. Just as he looked down, the long-awaited Wujia suddenly flicked away the bullet that was pinched between his fingers. Not good. Sensing danger with his observation Haki, Hanafuda instinctively turned his head. However, the bullet was many times faster than the one fired from a gun, leaving him no chance to evade. Swish! The bullet grazed Hanafuda's cheek, instantly drawing streaks of crimson. You damn bastard! How dare you hurt Boss Hanafuda? Do you know who he is? The small pirate captain who fired the bullet roared, trembling all over. He now hoped to intimidate this black-haired kid before Hanafuda regained his senses and then kill him. Otherwise, the bullet he fired would leave him with no place to die. Hanafuda? Wujia, upon hearing this name, recalled its origin. Wasn't this the person mentioned by some guy before he crossed over? Hanafuzan, originally named Hanafuzan, is the first-generation drought of the Beast Pirates, a user of the ancient Zoan-type dragon fruit, capable of transforming into a Tyrannosaurus Rex. In the New World, he is known as the King of Lizards, a title that instills fear in many pirates. At the same time, he is a close friend of Kaido, the Beast King. During this period, he seems to still be one of the current 7 warlords of the sea. What a formidable opponent. Wujik's eyes sparkled with excitement, although he didn't understand why Hanafuzan, who was hunting various ancient Zoan-type devil fruits in the New World, suddenly appeared in the first half of the Grand Line. It didn't hinder his counterattack. With this in mind, he eagerly instructed Moo. Moo, do you remember that deserted island we passed not long ago? Moo lightly nodded his cow head. Seeing this, Wujik disregarded the panicking pirate lieutenant and lowered his voice, saying, Moo, turn around and head to that deserted island as fast as possible, without shaking off the opponent. Upon receiving Wujik's order, Moo vigorously waved his fins, dragging the ship around in place. Not good. They're trying to escape. The pirate lieutenant, witnessing this scene, was about to raise his gun to shoot again, but in the next moment, he suddenly felt a strong wind rushing from behind. Bang! In an instant, his body exploded. Bah! Hanafuzan retracted his bloodied meteor hammer and spat disdainfully. Then, he fixed his gaze on the retreating sea cow and roared. Chase after them. If you can't catch them, I'll crush all of you and feed you to the fish. Understood. Hanafuzan-sama. Thus one fled and one chased, and in just an hour or two, time flew by. Hanafuzan-sama, that black-haired kid, has landed on the island ahead. But that sea cow has separated from the ship. Separated? Hearing his subordinates report, Hanafuzan, with a sickle in his left hand and a meteor hammer in his right, growled, "Bring the ship over here. That brat is mine. You all continue to chase my beef feast." Understood. As the pirate ship sped toward the small island, Hanafuzan seized the distance and made a big jump, landing ahead of time. Escape? Keep running, you little brat. Hanafuzan chased to the center of the island, his gaze fixed on the culprit who had left bloodstains on his face, his expression filled with ferocity. "You may have misunderstood." Wujik spread his hands, battle intent rising in his eyes. "I never thought of escaping from the beginning." Never thought of escaping? Hanafuzan scoffed. "Kid, I really hope your bones are as hard as your mouth." The moment he finished speaking, he could no longer suppress his killing intent and directly swung the meteor hammer connected by chains. Whoosh! As the chains clanged, the massive spiked hammerhead howled through the air like an angry dragon. The power wasn't weak, but unfortunately, the speed was too slow. Having experienced Carp's fear speeding, Wujik was confident that even without using observation Haki to predict, the opponent would never hit him with such flashy attacks. Immediately, he sidestepped and easily dodged. "You got some skills, kid." Seeing his attack miss, Hanafuzan gripped the chain tightly, wanting to pull the meteor hammerhead back with brute force. But in the next moment, he saw an arm, slender and delicate compared to his right arm, resting on the chain at the hammer's tail. "You ignorant brat, you're seeking your own death." Hanafuzan roared in anger, his right arm muscles bulging, and the brute strength of the ancient Zoan-type Tyrannosaurus rex fruit erupted. Boom! However, what Hanafuzan did not expect was that the chain made with special forging techniques in Wano country snapped instantly. Whoosh! Hanafuzan stared at the broken chain that fell to the ground, hardly believing his eyes. "Kid, are you also a Zoan-type devil fruit user?" Wujik, hearing this, casually tossed the meteor hammerhead behind him like trash and smiled faintly. "Guess. Bastard, do you think I'm as naive as you? Guess. Guess my foot." Hanafuzan cursed loudly. He realized that this kid in front of him either possessed some powerful devil fruit ability or had a special and powerful bloodline flowing through him, like that of the flame calamity. "Your mouth really stinks." Under Hanafuzan's barrage of verbal attacks, Wujik's smile gradually faded. For such a scoundrel, in his previous life, he could only offer special greetings on certain holidays. But in this life, he could tear that scoundrel's filthy mouth apart and crush it. A chilling, killing intent surged in Wujik's eyes, and as crimson flames surged beneath his feet, his figure suddenly vanished from sight. Flames? So fast. Hanafuzan's pupils shrank at the sight. In the blink of an eye, without thinking, he swung his right arm, wrapped in armament Haki, to block the predicted attack. Bang! Instantly, the scarlet fist struck against the pitch-black arm, creating an invisible shockwave that rippled outward. What a heavy punch! Hanafuzan staggered back a dozen steps before stabilizing himself, his eyes filled with shock and horror. Chapter 67. Flying kick, what kind of freak are you? Hanafuzan examined Wujik, whose limbs were engulfed in flames, still spouting trash talk, completely oblivious to the increasingly cold, killing intent in Wujik's eyes. "Hey, kid." Seeing Wujik silent, Hanafuzan spoke again. "I'm asking you a question. Why suddenly mute?" Creak. Wujik tightened his fist. The next moment, flames reaching nearly 1,300 degrees erupted from within him, changing the color of the entire sky. This is Ace, tasked with protecting Moo alongside his companions, suddenly recalled the catastrophic scene from his memory. After a brief moment of distraction, he shouted loudly, Moo, stop circling the island. We need to get as far away from this island as possible, quickly." "Wait." Diaz called out to Moo, then instantly teleported in front of Ace, frowning and scolding. "Ace, what are you talking about? Have you been knocked silly by Big Brother these past 2 days? Don't you know Big Brother is still on the island?" "I'm not crazy," Ace said with a bitter smile on his bruised face, speaking urgently. "As long as that island doesn't sink, Big Brother will be fine. But if we don't leave now, we'll be done for." At this statement, Everyone's attention on the ship was instantly captured. What do you mean by that? Seeing Daius's persistent questioning, Ace had no choice but to say, "Second brother, do you remember the scene you saw before you fainted when we were heading to Frostmoon Village in the East Sea?" "Of course I remember." Daius nodded vigorously. "Then do you know that if I hadn't dragged you onto the wooden boat and rowed desperately to leave that area after you fainted, you would have been cooked alive like that pirate crew?" "What?" Daius exclaimed in shock. In the next second, he snapped back to reality and instantly teleported to Moo Moo's head, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Moo Moo, if you don't want to become beef jerky, hurry and leave here now." Moo 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 was also startled by Daius's words. A strong sense of fear made it almost wave its fins into a blur. "Captain Rose, that sea cow suddenly swam really fast," a pirate underling exclaimed as the speed of their prey suddenly doubled, instantly widening the gap between them, leaving them dumbfounded. Damn beast, it was hiding its strength all along. Captain Rose, referred to as the captain by the pirate underlings, realized that they had been played. In his anger, he was just about to order everyone to turn their cannons and blast that damned manatee to pieces. But suddenly, as if he thought of something, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Not good. The boss is in danger." Earlier, the towering pillar of flames was nothing to him, a squad captain accustomed to the heat of dragons. However, the abnormal behavior of the manatee, combined with the resemblance of the black-haired man to the explosive Flame King in the newspaper, instantly made him realize the seriousness of the situation. "Stop the pursuit. Everyone, hurry to the island," Rose shouted sharply. But soon, the scorching heat waves made him realize what it meant to struggle to move. At the center of the island, Huaja wiped the sweat from his forehead. After seeing the distorted ripples in the air, his previously arrogant expression had vanished. "Damn, the temperature is still rising." His eyes flickered violently, and his heart had somehow risen to his throat. "I can't wait any longer." Huaja made up his mind and suddenly transformed into his beast-human form. Roar! As the roar erupted, Huaja's powerful dragon legs stomped on the cracked ground, charging forward with the force of thunder. Dragon trample! Mid-charge, Huaja suddenly leapt into the air, delivering a fierce kick towards Wujia's head. A flying kick? Wujia's eyes flashed, and, as he lowered his waist, the rolling flames, an overwhelming aura gathered at his legs. Explosive flame instant kick. In the blink of an eye, the two strikes collided violently in midair. Bang! After one blow, their figures intertwined as they landed. After an unknown amount of time, as the crimson blood evaporated into the air, Huaja finally spoke. "Kid, who are you?" This time, he did not curse but asked very seriously. "Wujia." Wujia calmly stated his name. "Wujia?" Huaja realized, his expression growing more serious. "So you are the one who ate the Logia-type flame fruit and defeated Crocodile the sand alligator as soon as you stepped into the Grand Line. Just a hollow name." Wujia casually glanced at Huaja's slightly trembling right leg and coldly said, "Are you done with your last words? If you are, it's time for you to go." "You, arrogant." Wujia's words instantly angered Huaja. "Kid, do you really think you can defeat me just because you got lucky against Crocodile in Paradise?" "Yes, I'm going to take you down today." Wujia didn't bother to waste more words with Huaja and directly compressed the blazing flames within his body. Although this would cause him pain, it would also bring him an unparalleled and terrifying boost. Whoosh! With just one step, Wujia's figure instantly closed in on Huaja. This time, even though Huaja's observation Haki had predicted the point of attack, his body simply couldn't react in time. Bang! The scorching fist struck Huaja's abdomen, and even though he was a Zoan-type devil fruit user, he wore a mask of pain on his face. "Damn it, kid, get away from me." Seeing Wujia about to continue his attack, Huaja swallowed the reverse blood in his mouth and suddenly swung the scythe in his hand. However, a scythe without even a hint of Haki would hardly be worth Wujia's attention. Clang! The scythe struck Wujia's shoulder, but his fist came crashing down again onto Huaja's abdomen. Wow! The same spot took another heavy blow, and the reverse blood that Huaja had swallowed hard finally sprayed into the air, instantly turning to dust. "Damn! You should die." Huaja was completely enraged, swinging his scythe and suddenly transforming into his full beast form. In an instant, his body expanded rapidly, becoming a terrifying Tyrannosaurus over 10 meters tall. Roar! Hwaja roared, violently swinging his thick dragon tail. Do you think being bigger will allow you to hit me? How foolish! Wujia flashed away, easily dodging Hwaja's attack, while a blazing fireball suddenly emerged from his palm. Chapter 68. Hwaja, as brilliant as fireworks. Let you be my first test subject. Wujia seized the opportunity, instantly compressing the fireball into a fire spot and then mixing it with the flowing flame aura before striking out fiercely. Bang! The fist crashed into Hwaja's thick dragon leg, immediately causing him to let out a painful roar. No other reason, just because Wujia had targeted his injured right leg. Roar! Hwaja opened his bloody maw and angrily roared, wanting to bite that damned kid to death and crush him. However, the opponent was like a pesky fly, not giving him that chance. Bang, bang, bang. What Hwaja wished for, Wujia had no way of knowing. At this moment, he was like a diligent wasp, tirelessly injecting lethal venom into his prey. Roar, roar, roar. Hwaja was in a frenzy, trampling and biting. He couldn't understand why. After enduring the initial attack, he had covered the predicted point of attack with Haki, yet the opponent could still cause him harm. He couldn't comprehend it. He truly couldn't understand. Finally, in desperation, Hwaja had no choice but to revert to his human beast form. However, this action quickly made him aware of something unusual in his body. Kid, what did you do to my body? Hwaja glared at Wujia, as if he wanted to swallow him whole. Just a little experiment. Wujia replied lightly. A little experiment? You dare to experiment on my body? Bastard. You damn bastard. Upon hearing this, Hwaja was almost driven mad. Since go to see, he had never wanted to kill someone as desperately as he did today. I will kill you, kill you. Hwaja's eyes turned red, enduring the intense pain from his right leg, swinging his beast claws to attack again. However, just as he took the first step, he heard a crisp snap next to his ear. Snap! With the sound, before Hwaja could even take his second step, his entire right ankle exploded. Oh! He screamed as he fell to the ground, looking at his bloody, bare ankle in disbelief. It seems my little experiment was a success, compared to Hwaja's pain. Wujia's heart was filled with joy at the success of the experiment. Just a moment ago, he had only detonated a compressed fire spot, but within Hwaja's body, there were still dozens or even hundreds of fire spots. He couldn't even imagine the terrifying power that would result if he detonated all those fire spots together. Bastard! What did you do to my body? Hwaja's eyes were bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and let out a frantic roar. Want to know? Wujia coldly glanced at Hwaja, but did not clarify. You don't deserve to know. After leaving this sentence, he turned and walked away without looking back. Bastard! Come back! Come back! Hwaja cursed angrily, but soon his consciousness sank into an endless abyss. Boom! At this moment, countless fire spots suddenly exploded within Hwaja's body. In an instant, a brilliant mushroom cloud rose, and the scorching flames engulfed by terrifying high-temperature waves instantly swept across the entire island. In just a moment, the remnants of Rose and the remaining members of the Tyrannosaurus pirates, who were desperately heading to the center of the island, were completely obliterated between heaven and earth. Whoosh! As the heat wave rapidly spread and the fierce wind violently blew the sails, Dorsey, Ace, Zoro, Sanji, Robin, Chopper, and Mumu all displayed looks of lingering fear in their eyes. Ace, thanks to your earlier warning, or we would have been in trouble. Dios teleported to Ace's side and patted his shoulder with a sense of satisfaction. We're partners. This is what I should do. Ace waved his hand dismissively, but then seemed to think of something and said seriously, Everyone, have you ever considered question? Huh? Seeing Ace's serious demeanor, Dios couldn't help but tense up and asked, What question? Meeting the gazes of his companions, Ace spoke without hesitation, expressing his concern. Brother's fruit ability is fire, and he has found a way to increase the temperature. If we can't withstand the heat emitted from the flames in battle, when Brother fights strong enemies in the future, we might not even have the right to stand by his side. As Ace's words fell, the ship suddenly fell into a dead silence. Indeed, if they couldn't even get close, how could they talk about fighting side by side in the future? Ace, since you've raised this question, you must have found a solution, right? Robin's eyes flickered, awakening everyone. Ace, you bastard! Seeing the visibly awkward expression on Ace's face, everyone except Robin, including Chopper, couldn't sit still. Hey, don't go overboard. Ace panicked at the sight. He just wanted to create a little suspense and then reveal that he had awakened his armament Haki. Why was there suddenly public outrage? Beat him! With Dios's command, fists and hooves fell on Ace like raindrops. Don't hit my face. Knowing he had incurred everyone's wrath, Ace did not resist and just protected his face. He had been severely beaten by Wujia these past 2 days while trying to awaken his armament Haki. Even now, the bruises on his face hadn't faded, and if he got hit again, he really wouldn't be able to show his face to anyone. Stop! Feeling it was enough, Dios immediately called for a halt. Then, rubbing his fists, he threatened, "You better not keep us in suspense, or we'll beat you again." Got it. Ace twitched his mouth and simply summarized what Wujia had said during his training. You mean that the external release of armament Haki can form a transparent protective barrier to guard against various invisible energy attacks? Dios repeated the part he was concerned about. Yes. Ace nodded, his gaze sweeping over Dios, Sanji, Robin, Chopper, and even Moo Moo before he said in a deep voice, "Whether you like it or not. If you want to follow brother further in the future, you must awaken armament Haki." Must we awaken armament Haki? Dios murmured, a determined look quickly appearing in his eyes. He wasn't sure how the other companions would decide, but he, Dios, would definitely awaken armament Haki. Chapter 69. The all-powerful Morgan's Big News. This is big news. In a hidden island somewhere in the Grand Line, an extremely sharp voice suddenly came from the castle at the center of the island. The speaker was none other than Morgans, the president of the world's #1 newspaper, a ruler of the underground world, and a Zoan-type bird fruit, albatross form user. Known as Big News Morgans. "President, what big news could make you so excited?" a newspaper member asked, scratching their ear in confusion. Ha. Morgans, resembling a white bird with a black top hat, a light blue shirt, and a yellow bow tie, laughed heartily as he raised a photo in his hand, looking thrilled. "Do you remember the Flame King I personally promoted a while back?" "Of course we remember." The members of the newspaper all recalled the new generation powerhouse that their president had highly praised, especially the words Morgans had said at that time, which were still fresh in their minds. The sea is a bit too calm right now. So when the news of the defeat of the warlords of the sea returned to the newspaper, Morgans had a bright idea and directly initiated the fire-forging god plan. Just remember that. Morgans nodded in satisfaction at his subordinates' responses, and then, without further ado, excitedly said, "The photo King sent me the latest photos," which clearly recorded the process of another warlord of the sea and their pirate crew's defeat. And the one who created this big news is none other than the Flame King Wujia. As Morgans finished speaking, the large newspaper office fell into a few seconds of silence before nearly all members erupted in astonished exclamations. "Another warlord of the sea? Who is it? The Flame King is that strong? President, you are truly brilliant. Reprint. Such big news must be heavily reprinted, President." No one doubted the truth of Morgans' words, nor did anyone doubt the power and dedication of the Photo King. Without the all-powerful Photo King, even if President Morgans could write and fabricate stories, a newspaper lacking a shred of truth would hardly be beloved by the public. Reprint. It must be heavily reprinted. Morgans' eyes suddenly turned into dollar signs, expressing high approval of this proposal. Thus, without obtaining the protagonist's consent, copies of a newspaper once again rained down on the world. In the first half of the Grand Line, Rizka Ariahe, just a few days after that earth-shattering battle, Robin, who loved reading newspapers, actually saw several eye-catching headlines in the front-page section. "The Rise of the King. The warlord of the sea defeated again. The most dazzling supernova on the sea is coming." After browsing through all these headlines, Robin walked towards the front deck of the sailboat with a newspaper in hand. "Mr. Wujia, you made the front page." Robin stopped and looked at the black-haired figure sweating in the center of the deck, softly said, "Front page?" Wujia paused in his movements and turned his head without looking back. "Is it again from the World Economic News?" "Yes." Upon hearing Robin's affirmative response, Wujia put down the equipment in his hand and turned to take the newspaper to browse. After reading it, he handed the newspaper to Dios and the others, who were already very curious, and gradually fell into deep thought. Morgans' repeated infringement of his portrait rights aside, after all, he hadn't been caught yet. Wujia was now very curious about how the other party managed to take these photos. You have to know that the violent explosion when Huajia died almost annihilated all the flora and fauna on the deserted island, except for him. But even so, he was still photographed again. Could it be some unknown devil fruit? Just as Wujia was speculating this, a massive storm caused by him was already sweeping across the world. In the first half of the Grand Line, Sabedi archipelago on a ship that had just completed its coating and was about to pass through Fishman Island to head to the New World. Have you heard? That Flame King has defeated another warlord of the sea. What defeat? It was clearly a kill, just like killing that sand crocodile. Yes, it was a kill. Moreover, this time, it seems that the Flame King didn't spare even his pirate crew. Hearing these discussions, a figure cloaked in black suddenly opened its eyes wide. "Ha!" He sneered and walked in front of the crowd discussing. His tone chillingly said, "That bastard Flame King killed sand crocodile? Why didn't I know about this? Who do you think you are? Why wouldn't you know? Do you deserve to know?" A few people spoke arrogantly, completely disregarding the cloaked figure. After all, they were heading to the New World, aiming to achieve great feats as prospective pirates. Get lost. If it weren't for the good mood I'm in, I'd make you see blood today. After one person finished cursing, just as he was about to boast again, he suddenly saw the face slowly revealing itself in the air, marked by a cross-shaped scar. You. Looking at the face that had recently been printed in the newspaper, the person was horrified and was about to plead for mercy when a golden light flashed, instantly followed by a spray of blood. Bang! Accompanied by the collapse of a headless corpse, Crocodile once again declared his return to the world with slaughter and bloodshed. The second half of the Grand Line on Onigashima. Wano Country, when the new calamity of the Beast Pirates learned from the newspaper that his predecessor had died in the first half of the Grand Line. He could hardly believe his eyes. This news must be fake. Absolutely fake. Damn the Pirate King and the successor to the calamity, Jack. A user of the ancient Zoan-type mammoth fruit and one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, roared as he ripped the newspaper to shreds. That was his mentor, Brother Flower Card, who guided his growth and made him stronger. How could he die in the first half of the Grand Line? The so-called Flame Emperor is just a kid who has just stepped into the Grand Line. How could he defeat Brother Flower Card? Various doubts kept swirling in Jack's mind until he saw the azure giant dragon roaring toward the sky. Chapter 70. Hostility from the 2 Emperor crews. The second half of the Grand Line, Dressrosa, Kingdom Doflamingo. Have you seen the latest issue of the World Economic News? In the Royal Plateau, Toribol, one of the highest-ranking members of the Don Quixote family, a paramecia-type string fruit user who looked like a typical messy uncle, rushed into the office of the family's young master, holding a newspaper. Just finished reading. Glancing at the visitor, Doflamingo, the supreme leader of the Don Quixote family, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, a paramecia-type string fruit user, and a wielder of all 3 types of Haki, casually threw the newspaper onto the desk in front of him. Doflamingo, this person is very dangerous. He seems to be Toribol paused slightly, uncertain, and said, he seems to be hunting the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon hearing Torbol's words, Doflamingo immediately let out his distinctive laugh. Then coldly said, even if that Flame Emperor is hunting the 7 warlords of the sea, he must be alive to appear in Dressrosa. Toribol showed a puzzled expression, but soon Doflamingo answered his question. Don't forget, that Flower Card was the sworn brother of Beast Kaido, one of the former 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates. Upon hearing this, Toribol suddenly realized, right, this so-called Flame Emperor has provoked Beast Kaido, who is known as the strongest creature in the world. Even if he has the ability to hunt the 7 warlords of the sea, could he possibly have the ability to hunt the 4 emperors? Thinking of this, Toribol couldn't help but feel excited. Perhaps it won't be long before he sees the front page headline of the Flame Emperor dying under Kaido's stick in the newspaper. The second half of the Grand Line Fugue Island, at the highest point of this island, a gigantic skull flag with a crescent-shaped white mustache was fluttering in the wind. Below the flag, a group of pirates of various shapes was constantly raising their cups and toasting. Old man, you've had too much to drink. Just as the pirates were enjoying their drinks, a slender figure with a golden pineapple head suddenly appeared in front of the burly man sitting on the throne and spoke, somewhat ruining the mood. However, No one among the pirates felt uncomfortable with his action. This figure was none other than Marco, the captain and ship doctor of the White-Beard Pirates First Division, a Zoan-type phoenix fruit user known as the Phoenix. Gulalala, the burly man, Edward Newgate, the captain of the White-Beard Pirates, who had consumed the Paramecia-type tremor fruit and was hailed as the world's strongest man, finished the last sip of alcohol in his bowl and smiled as he said, "Marco, did you come to find Old Man for something? Old Man, you're trying to change the subject again." Marco frowned slightly and snatched the wine bowl from him. "Ha ha ha, Old Man, don't get angry at Captain Marco. He is just worried about your health." One pirate laughed loudly upon seeing this. Gulalala, Whitebeard smiled at this, knowing full well how much his son cared for him. But a man who roams the seas must drink. Otherwise, he would be looked down upon. "Old Man, there is some news you might be interested in. Aren't you eager to take a look?" Seeing that his old man wanted to reach for the wine bowl, Marco quickly waved the newspaper in his hand. "Oh, what news is it?" Whitebeard paused his action and curiously looked at the newspaper. There are indeed many things at sea that can catch his interest, but since Marco mentioned it, there must be a reason. "Old Man, do you remember the Flame Emperor who made headlines a while back?" "I remember." Whitebeard nodded slightly, pondering. Could it be that kid has stirred up new waves on the sea again? Exactly. Marco spread open the newspaper in his hand, pointed at the enlarged headline, and said seriously, "That kid has killed one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Flower Card, on a deserted island in the first half of the Grand Line." As Marco's words fell, not only Whitebeard, but even the pirates who were drinking showed looks of astonishment. "How long has it been?" "That Flame Emperor actually killed another 7 warlords of the sea, and it was the Lizard King, Flower Card, who was not weak." "Incredible. Simply unbelievable. Flower Card actually died at that kid's hands." Whitebeard initially frowned, then raised his gaze toward a certain direction, murmuring, "You should stop this reckless kid, Shanks." Mariehua, as one of the 4 emperors, red-haired Shanks has been leading his pirate crew around this area for years. No one knows why he does this. What is even more puzzling to many is that the world government has never sent powerful forces to expel him. One day, the flagship of the red-haired pirates, the Red Force, was docked in the waters surrounding Mariehua as usual, but a sudden shout broke the calm on the ship. "Captain, something happened." "Hmm?" Shanks, dressed in a black long cloak, a white shirt, and a sword at his waist, frowned upon hearing this and asked, "Yassop, what happened?" "Flower Card is dead." As soon as Yassop said this, the atmosphere on the ship suddenly froze. If they remembered correctly, this should be the 2nd warlord of the sea to have an accident in a short period of time. Who did it? Shanks broke the silence. "Wuji." When this name escaped Yassop's lips, a terrifying red glow suddenly erupted from Shanks' eyes. "Do you know where he is?" Shanks' calm voice was filled with a chilling, killing intent. Feeling this will, everyone on the ship silently marked the name Wuji with a period in their lives. The specific location is still unclear. I only know that he has recently been lurking in the waters near the kingdom of Alabasta. Jesus replied immediately. "Very well." Shanks nodded slightly. Then his gaze swept over the crew on the ship, and he said in a deep voice, "All right, mates, it's time for us to set sail." Chapter 71. Osaka Island. Sometimes, fate is truly magical. While the whole world's attention is focused on Wuji, the person involved is about to lead his companions to step onto an inconspicuous little island that is home to the cursed sword Kixingian. "Dios, Robin, are you sure this is Osaka Island?" Wuji looked at the island shrouded in heavy fog before him, unable to help but ask for confirmation. Because the Osaka Island in his memory from the movie version is vastly different from the island in front of him. "My sailing route is absolutely correct," Dios replied with conviction, then looked at Robin. In response, Robin didn't say much, simply stating, "It's right here." "Very well." Hearing their answers, Wuji no longer hesitated and jumped forward to be the first to land on the island. "Mo, keep an eye on the ship. If Valpo makes any moves, just drag him into the sea and drown him." Dios glanced at Mu, threatened Valpo once more, and then said to the other companions, "Everyone, follow me." As time passed, when they climbed over mountains and crossed through thick fog, a small naval dojo unexpectedly appeared in their sight. "Oh, there's even Navy here," Ace exclaimed in surprise. In contrast, when Wuji saw this naval dojo, The doubts in his heart had already diminished by more than half. Although the scene was somewhat different. As long as the people and objects were not off, it didn't matter. Let us go. With Wuji's command, in a moment, their figures appeared at the entrance of the naval dojo. Stop. Who are you? The navy guarding the dojo drew their swords upon seeing strangers invade. Is your navy instructor here? Wuji, too lazy to beat around the bush, went straight to the point. Want to see our instructor? At that moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind the guarding navy. Immediately, the guarding navy parted into 2 rows, bringing the speaker to the front. You are not villagers of Osaka Island. Why do you want to see our instructor? Wuji saw the newcomer and then looked at the 2 tall and robust men beside him, and the last bit of doubt in his heart vanished without a trace. It's none other than the 3 most capable subordinates of Saka, the swordsman, known as the light-speed swordsman Duma, who is skilled in Iaido-style swordsmanship, the one fully armored, known as the Iron Knight Bismarck, and the giant holding iron rods in both hands, known as Mighty Bikongu. As for Saka, the dojo instructor, he is the target of this trip, and also the holder of the cursed sword, Kixingjian. You ask me why I want to see him? Wuji wore a faint smile and said without any concealment. Of course, it's for the cursed sword in his hand. Cursed sword? Upon hearing this keyword, Zoro's eyes suddenly lit up. At this moment, he could no longer understand why Wuji had been searching for Osaka Island with such effort. It was highly likely that it was to help him find a suitable famous sword. I will definitely become stronger, strong enough to stand by your side. Zoro whispered to himself, his grip on Wado Ikemonji tightening quietly. You bastard, how dare you have thoughts about the holy sword? Compared to the hopeful Zoro, the 3 subordinates of Saka were all engulfed in rage. Attack! Capture all these people! Bikongu shouted with blood-red eyes, issuing the command. In an instant, several guarding navy seemed to be under some kind of control, recklessly swinging their swords at Wuji. Clang! Seeing someone about to offend Wuji, Dios instantly drew the 2 crescent-shaped sabers strapped to his back. However, just as he was about to enter kill mode, he suddenly heard that very familiar voice. Dios! Don't kill them! Hearing Wuji's words, Dios was slightly surprised but chose to comply unconditionally. Understood. As the words fell, Dios's figure instantly vanished from spot. Bang, bang, bang. In just a breath or two, the only navies still standing in front of Wuji were Duma, Bismarck, and Bikongu. Damn it. Duma looked at Dios with a grave expression. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe that there was someone in the world who could easily defeat several not weak navy in such a short time. Are you a devil fruit user? Duma suddenly thought of a possibility and couldn't help but ask. However, Dios had no desire to answer the enemy's question at all. He merely glanced at Duma's neck and then returned to stand behind Wuji in an instant. Don't waste any more time. Let Saka come out. Saka? Hearing this long-lost name from Wuji's words, Zoro was completely stunned in place. Then, when that figure from his memory really appeared in his line of sight, his heart was instantly filled with immense joy. Saka, you're not dead. That is wonderful. Zoro exclaimed excitedly, his feet unable to help but step forward repeatedly. You're Zoro? Saka, who had intended to cut down the intruders with the Kixingjian, was momentarily stunned by Zoro's sudden appearance, causing his sword-drawing action to pause. I see. Seeing that Zoro actually knew this man named Saka, Dios immediately understood why Wuji had previously told him to hold back. However, although the previous doubts were dispelled, his current doubts only increased. But doubts aside, as long as Wuji didn't speak, he would never take the initiative to ask. Just as Dios was deep in thought, Saka's gaze first swept over Wuji and the others, finally resting on Zoro's waist. Zoro, I never expected that upon our reunion, you would join forces with others to take my sword. Zoro was about to explain, but Saka didn't given the chance. Don't make excuses. Apart from Wado Ikemonji, the other 2 swords can be identified by their identical hilt structure, which indicates they are some kind of standardized weapon. And your companions. At this point, Saka specifically glanced at Dios before continuing. Apart from the one with the curved saber, there are no other swordsmen. Therefore, the answer is obvious. No, you have to listen to my explanation. Zoro tried hard to defend himself and Wuji, but Saka, already tainted by the resentment of the sword, Couldn't he listen to any of it? Clang! With the sound of the sword ringing, Sokka drew another sword from his waist, a blade resembling a short sword. Zoro, how will you choose? Wuji looked at this anime's vow sword, his calm gaze gradually stirring with waves. Chapter 72. Curse Sword Kixinjian Zoro. Any explanation is weak and powerless, Sokka said, directly throwing the short sword in his hand to the ground in front of Zoro, coldly stating, "If you want me to believe you, then show me." As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's gaze in the room focused on Zoro. Green Algae Head, I don't know what your relationship with this white-haired guy is, but I advise you not to act recklessly. Ace watched Zoro with a serious expression, fearing that this former nemesis would make an irreparable mistake. Zoro ignored Ace, bent down to pick up the short sword at his feet, and looked at Sokka with a complex expression. You saved my life. So what do you want me to do? What to do? Sokka's eyes gradually turned blood red, and he snarled, with the knife at your waist. Help me kill those cunning evildoers around you who incite your desire for this 7-star sword. This is impossible. Zoro immediately refused without a second thought upon hearing this. Not to mention whether he could defeat Wujia. The care Wujia had shown him since he set sail meant he could never raise his sword against him. You bastard. Is this how you repay your savior? Zoro's clear and decisive rejection undoubtedly infuriated Sokka. In the next moment, Sokka suddenly drew the glowing green 7-star sword from his back. Since you refuse to serve me, then die. Demon Fire Slash. Accompanied by the swing of the 7-star sword, green demon fire suddenly coalesced into a sharp sword aura. Brother, I'm sorry, Zoro whispered as he spread his arms, ready to face death calmly. But just as his eyes were about to close, he suddenly noticed a familiar figure standing in front of him. Boom! The sword aura exploded, and dust billowed up, instantly engulfing both Wujia and Zoro. Brother, Mr. Wujia. Daius and the other companions gasped in shock at the scene. Anyone who dares to harm my brother, you're asking for death. Daius furiously drew his sword and, without hesitation, teleported behind Sokka. Zinai. Just as his voice lingered in the air, the crescent moon scimitar struck down like lightning. However, Sokka, who had received feedback from the unconscious soldiers through the 7-star sword, was already on guard against Daius. Ding! When the two blades clashed, the green demon fire spreading from the 7-star sword instantly changed Daius' expression. What a strange power! Daius quickly teleported away to create distance. In the next moment, just as he was about to launch another attack, he suddenly heard a voice coming from the dust. Daius, I'm fine, you retreat first. Okay, brother. Hearing Wujia's words, Daius secretly breathed a sigh of relief and directly sheathed his sword, returning to his original position. Ha ha! You're fine? How ridiculous. Sokka seemed to have heard the best joke in the world and burst into laughter. He simply did not believe that anyone could withstand a demon fire slash without injury. But as he laughed, he suddenly couldn't. When the dust gradually cleared, he was horrified to find that the black-haired man blocking Zoro was indeed completely unscathed. This is impossible. Sokka's eyes widened in disbelief. To be struck by this 7-star sword, sword aura, and not suffer even a scratch. How could such an absurd thing exist in the world? Just as Sokka fell into self-doubt, Wujia spoke without turning back to the person behind him. Zoro, do you trust me? Of course I trust you. Zoro answered without hesitation. Good. Wujia's mouth curled slightly as he continued. Since you trust me, just watch carefully and don't act rashly. Understood. Having died once, Zoro had completely lost his psychological burden. Since Wujia didn't want him to act rashly, even if the King of Heaven came today, he wouldn't let him get back up from the ground. Thinking this, Zoro sat directly on the ground. Interesting. Sensing Zoro's childlike action with his observation Haki, Wujia barely restrained his urge to laugh. Then, he looked at Sokka and spoke in a very indifferent tone. Hand over the 7-star sword, to me. You pitiful creature controlled by power. Bastard, I'm not a pitiful creature. I'm an executor of justice. Sokka's eyes were blood red as he roared and swung the 7-star sword. Demon Snake Tooth Slash. The moment the words fell, the 7-star sword suddenly transformed into a demon snake formed from green resentment, bearing its fangs at Wujia. Can a hard sword body also transform into energy? How fascinating. As Wujia marveled, flames of flowing heat suddenly wrapped around his arms. No matter how you change, I will break through it with my strength. Break for me. Wujia fiercely swung his fist, striking the demon snake's head. Boom! When the crimson fist collided with the green snake's head in an instant, the crimson fist crushed the green snake's head to pieces. Wow! As the sword move was broken, Sokka immediately spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. And when that blood splattered onto the seven-star sword, the green demon fire seemed to come alive, frantically absorbing the blood. Not enough. This is far from enough. Sokka suddenly went mad, swinging the sword to stab at his own chest. No! Seeing his childhood friend, who had practiced swordsmanship with him, about to feed the sword with his own body, Zoro exclaimed in shock. But even so, he didn't move, because he believed that his brother would never let him down. Sure enough, just as the tip of the demon sword was about to pierce Sokka's skin, a red arm suddenly grasped the sword's blade. Bastard, let go of me! Sokka shouted angrily. However, Wujia was not Zoro, which meant he would not indulge him. Slap! Wujia raised his hand and gave Sokka a slap that sent him spinning 720 degrees in the air before free-falling. Finally peaceful, Wujia murmured to himself, then turned his gaze to the seven-star sword in his hand. What kind of magical power do you possess? He grasped the hilt and lightly brushed his fingers across the blade. When the strange green fire touched the flowing heat, it suddenly emitted a sizzling sound. What the hell? Just as Wujia was puzzled, several panting figures appeared outside the Navy dojo in succession. Young man, put down that seven-star sword in your hand. Its terror is something you cannot handle. Wujia, terror? Just this? He looked at the newcomers and really wanted to ask, did a monkey send you here to be a fool? Chapter 73, Conqueror's Haki and the Seven-Star Sword. Young man, listen to this old lady's advice. This demon sword is terrifying and strange. You should quickly put it down. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret. Seeing Wujia unmoved, the former priestess of Osaka Island, Alinsha, who bore the mission of preventing the resurrection of the demon sword, Seven-Star Sword, became anxious. Asaka, wielding the seven-star sword, had already left their entire village powerless to resist. And this suddenly emerging young man had easily defeated Sokka. She truly couldn't imagine what kind of disaster would befall the world if such a person were also controlled by the seven-star sword. It's just a mere demon sword. Wujia's gaze lingered for a moment on the current priestess Maya, then turned to the former priestess Alinsha, speaking calmly. Only the weak can be controlled by a sword. As he said this, the flowing red heat on his arms gradually faded, and a hint of curiosity appeared in his eyes. I want to see how an inanimate object can control me. Not long after, the green demon energy, losing the suppression of the flowing heat, suddenly surged wildly. Not good. Seeing Wujia about to be engulfed by the green demon energy, Alinsha's expression changed dramatically. Maya, you quickly go and retrieve the gem. However, before she could finish speaking, she was interrupted by Dais. What my brother wants to do, you cannot stop. Besides, hasn't my brother already said? Dais stared at the black-haired figure surrounded by green demon energy, yet standing firm, his gaze resolute. Only the weak can be controlled by a sword. And he is certainly not the so-called weak. Upon hearing this, Alinsha's family and the captain of the escorting villagers, Rocco's, all showed expressions of surprise and doubt. As Eliantha's gaze swept over Dios and the people around him, including the upright walking deer, she felt her senses were severely impacted. Grandma, what should we do now? Maya glanced at the unconscious Sokka, wanting to rush forward to help, but fearing she might disturb the unfamiliar group present, she could only quietly ask Elian for her opinion. Let's just observe for now. Elian gradually regained her composure and turned her gaze back to the black-haired man holding the demonic sword, Qi Xingjian. But not looking was one thing, seeing it was shocking. In just a short moment, the green demonic energy produced by the sword had completely engulfed the black-haired man. Mental shock? How interesting. At this moment, Wujia felt as if he had entered another world, as if he were in a hellish forest. Around him, countless vengeful spirits surged towards him madly. You couldn't kill anyone in life, and now you want to cause trouble after death. Who gave you the courage? Wujia's eyes were fierce, and the crimson light surged in his gaze. Daring to provoke me. I'll make sure you can't even become ghosts. The moment his words fell, His overwhelming will, unafraid of heaven and sea, nor any worldly enemy, roared through the entire hellish scene. Crack, crack, crack. Crimson lightning wreaked havoc in this bizarre mental world. In no time, countless souls directly perished, and the world here crumbled like a shattered mirror, even affecting the real world. Zila, as the green demonic energy on the Qixing Jian suddenly extinguished, countless crimson thunderbolts erupted in the void. Elian stared in horror at the scene before her. Just as she was about to say something, her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. And her fainting seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, apart from Wujia, only Ace and Zoro were left standing. Huh, green algae head, you didn't faint? Ace's eyes widened in shock. This was the first time he had seen someone stand alongside Wujia after he used the Conqueror's Haki. You didn't faint, so why should I? Zoro, not understanding the deeper meaning, glanced disdainfully at Ace and focused on the special power that permeated the void. Is this the kind of special Haki that Master once mentioned? Zoro murmured to himself. For some reason, he suddenly had the illusion that this power seemed within his reach. Zoro, your sword. Before Zoro could think further, the disinterested Wujia directly tossed the demonic sword to Zoro. As the demonic sword landed in his hand, Zoro's gaze suddenly sharpened. Seeing this, Wujia revealed a meaningful smile. Despite having annihilated countless vengeful spirits in that mental world, he had not completely obliterated the strongest few spirits deep within. The reason for this was to keep the Qixing Jian within the realm of the demonic sword. After all, if Zoro lost the demonic sword's enhancement, his achievement of becoming the king of hell might just be empty talk. Big brother, Zoro won't be in trouble, will he? Seeing Wujia had already reigned in his Conqueror's Haki, Ace quickly appeared beside him, his gaze filled with concern. Upon hearing this, Wujia glanced at Ace and teased with a light laugh. What? Afraid something will happen to Zoro? Didn't you say you were enemies? Hey, that was just for fun. Ace chuckled and scratched his head. After this brief exchange, Ace understood that with Wujia present, his earlier worries were completely unnecessary. So, he asked a question he had thought about for a long time, but had no clue about. Big brother, both the Observation Haki and Armament Haki have significant improvements for the Awakened, but as for the Conqueror's Haki, it seems the only use I see from you is to knock people out. Could it really be that simple? Of course not. After a brief moment of surprise, Wujia's gaze became intense as he looked at Ace and said solemnly, Conqueror's Haki is the rarest of the 3 types of Haki. It is innate and cannot be learned through training, and even after awakening, it cannot be actively cultivated. Yet, it is one of the decisive conditions for a strong person to step into the peak. Meeting Ace's increasingly wide eyes, Wujia did not keep him in suspense, openly stating that realm, I have not yet stepped into myself. To be precise, my Conqueror's Haki is currently only at the transitional stage from intermediate to advanced. Intermediate? Advanced? These 2 easily understandable keywords instantly brightened Ace's eyes. But soon, he realized the contradiction in Wujia's words. Big brother, didn't you say that Conqueror's Haki cannot be actively cultivated? How can there be distinctions between intermediate and advanced? Good question. Wujia looked at Ace appreciatively and explained, although Conqueror's Haki cannot be actively cultivated, it can be enhanced through the improvement of one's own charisma. I see. Ace suddenly understood and hurriedly asked, Big brother, how do you distinguish the stages of Conqueror's Haki? Simple. Wujia wore a faint smile, speaking quite calmly. The primary level of Conqueror's Haki often erupts instinctively due to heightened emotions such as extreme anger, sadness, or resentment, and cannot be finely controlled. The intermediate level allows the user to accurately control their Haki with mental will as their charisma improves, achieving precise intimidation. As for the advanced level, the user is a true strong person, possessing both physical strength and experience in combat. Such a strong person can easily shake a ship and knock out seasoned enemies just by releasing their Conqueror's Haki. As Wujia's voice fell, Ace instinctively glanced at the unconscious people on the ground. Finally, his gaze settled on his big brother. His silent gaze seemed to ask, Isn't it supposed to be precise control? Why don't you spare your own people? You don't understand a thing. Feeling Ace's gaze, Wujie raised his hand and gave him a hard knock on the forehead. If we don't let them adapt to this opportunity now, what will they do in the future if they encounter an enemy proficient in Conqueror's Haki? It seemed like a reasonable point. As Ace clutched his head in pain, a sudden thought popped into his mind. Then, he quickly pleaded for mercy. Big brother, I was wrong. But after begging for mercy, he thought to change the topic and said, Big brother, if this is all there is to Conqueror's Haki, isn't it too weak? It only intimidates those weaker than yourself. If you run into someone stronger, isn't that just useless? Useless? Wujie sneered. When did I say that advanced is the end of Conqueror's Haki? Is there a level above advanced? Ace was stunned. What do you think? Wujie first glanced at Ace, then looked at Zoro, who had somehow recovered from his daze, and said solemnly, above advanced, there is advanced application. A strong person who has mastered this skill can wrap their Conqueror's Haki around their weapon or body attacks, greatly enhancing their attack power while also being able to perform substantial remote attacks without making contact with the opponent. Conqueror's Haki can be wrapped. Not only can it greatly enhance attack power, but can also perform substantial remote attacks. After listening to this, Ace and Zoro were left with countless question marks in their minds. They wanted to say that this was absolutely impossible, but the person in front of them was their respected older brother. What's wrong? You seem to not believe it? Wujik observed the changes in their expressions with a wicked smile and said, I've remembered your expressions today. Once I master the Conqueror's Haki, I will definitely make you taste the salty and sweet. Hearing this, Ace and Zoro suddenly shivered, their faces showing a helpless expression as if they wanted to cry, but had no tears. No, it seems like we didn't say anything. The two of them screamed madly in their hearts, but their mouths felt as if they were sewn shut, not daring to utter a word. The reason was simple. Past experiences told them that silence was the best choice at the moment. Otherwise, not to mention the future, they might very well receive a round of Wujik's iron fist right now. I'll leave the task of moving you into the dojo to you. I'm going back to train, Wujik said, seeing that the two little ones had learned their lesson and not wanting to get angry. He decided to go back to lift weights. But just as he turned around, he said something meaningful while facing away from Zoro. Zoro, I have already given you the demon sword. As for its ultimate fate, it's up to you. Up to me? Zoro stared blankly at the demon sword in his hand. After a few seconds of daze, a terrifying light suddenly burst forth from his eyes. I will use this sword to help you reach the top of the world. That's quite a declaration. Ace paused for a moment, murmuring to himself, but his fists instinctively clenched tightly. Growing up alongside such an evenly matched rival, life is indeed interesting. I want to lose to you, Zoro, Ace shouted loudly, his eyes revealing unparalleled determination. Oh, really? Zoro's mouth gradually curled up, and a wonderful feeling that was indescribable filled his heart. The title of the strongest was something he and Ace had long stopped hoping for. But for the second place, neither of them wanted to give it up, nor would they let it go. The arms of the king shall determine victory or defeat based on strength. The next day, after a brief rest, Wujik led his companions on a new journey once again. Big brother, where are we headed next? Daius spread out the map in his hand, hoping to get Wujik's latest instructions. However, Wujik didn't look at the map at first. Instead, he answered off topic. We're going to find a shipwright. Shipwright? The others were momentarily taken aback. Soon, Robin spoke up. Mr. Wujik, are you planning to build a brand new ship? If that's the case, Water 7 is definitely a good choice. Water 7? It is indeed the best place for shipbuilding, Wujik said, suddenly looking up at the sky, implying, but the shipwright I'm looking for isn't at sea. He's in the sky. Not at sea, but in the sky. Seeing the puzzled expressions of his companions, Wujik smiled and said, Do you know about Sky Island? Sky Island? Ace, Zoro, and Chopper, who were even more confused, along with Daius, who loved to read his family's collection of books since childhood, and Robin, who had a wealth of archaeological knowledge, all exclaimed in unison. You know about Sky Island too? Wujik curiously glanced at Walbo. Instantly, Walbo seemed to receive some kind of signal and hurriedly said, I don't know where Sky Island is. I just heard people say that there's a lot of gold on Sky Island, a land full of wealth. All right, you can shut up now. Wujik's forehead was covered in black lines. He thought Walbo had been to Sky Island, but it turned out he was just speaking hearsay. However, After further communication, he was even more speechless to find that Dais and Robin also merely had alternative hearsay. Chapter 75. Crisis strikes. Since you all don't know how to get there, then just listen to me. Let us go to Jaya Island. Wujik didn't explain much, but exercised his captain-like authority and directly set the sailing route for the ship. Jaya Island? Upon hearing the specific name of the island, Dais suddenly realized. As he spent more time with Wujik, he increasingly felt that his background was shrouded in mystery. It seemed that many things had already been concluded in Wujik's mind, and the reason he said them out loud for everyone to discuss might be to enhance everyone's sense of participation. Big brother, who exactly are you? While Dais was secretly speculating in his heart, his hands didn't show any signs of stopping. With a clear goal, he quickly marked out the approximate coordinates and direction on the map. Now, they just needed to buy a record pointer for Jaya Island when they resupplied at the next island, and they could head straight to their destination. Jaya Island, Magic Valley Town. After several days of sailing, Wujik and his crew encountered no incidents and successfully arrived at Magic Valley Town, located on the western edge of Jaya Island. It's so lively. Ace looked through the town gate at the bustling scene inside and couldn't help but express a soft sigh. It really is quite lively. Wujik nodded in agreement. However, just as he set foot in the town, the bustling crowd suddenly scattered like birds and beasts upon seeing a terrifying source of plague. Something feels off. Wujik furrowed his brows at the sight. Immediately, he ordered without looking back, Dais, go ask them why they are so afraid of me. Okay. Dais nodded and suddenly vanished from his spot. A moment later, when he reappeared in front of Wujik, his expression had changed. What happened? Seeing Dais' incredibly serious expression, Wujik's heart gradually rose with a bad premonition. Big brother, one of the 4 emperors in the New World, red-haired Shanks, has recently been leading his pirate crew to search for our whereabouts everywhere. For emperors? As Dais' words fell, aside from Wujik's slightly darkened expression, everyone else was stunned in shock. They hadn't even set foot in the latter half of the Grand Line's New World yet. How did they attract the attention of the 4 emperors? Do you know why red-haired Shanks is looking for us? Wujik asked a crucial question. This question also made everyone look back at Dais. Dais, knowing the urgency of the situation, didn't dare to hesitate and said, from what I've heard, it seems to be because of Crocodile and the Flower Card. Because of them? This left Wujik a bit confused. He truly hadn't expected that one of the 4 emperors of the New World, red-haired Shanks, would specifically search for him because of 2 warlords of the sea who had almost no connection to him. What could this possibly be for? Wujik's thoughts sank. In the anime, red-haired Shanks was a well-known figure who seemed to command respect wherever he went. It appeared that he was always present during major events. Is he an alternative negotiator on the sea? Wujik thought of this and gradually understood why Shanks would specifically look for him. It was clear that the significant blow dealt to the pirate organization of the warlords of the sea had created considerable unrest in the sea. And in order to quell this unrest and restore superficial calm to the sea, Shanks had to find him or even eliminate him. What should we do next, big brother? Seeing Wujik remain silent for a long time, Dais ultimately couldn't contain his worries and asked, don't panic, even if the sky falls. I will hold it up. Wujik's calm voice acted like a tranquilizer, calming not only Dais but also everyone present. Mr. Wujik, is it really okay? Although Robin really wanted to say that perhaps we could avoid the spotlight for a while, when she met Wu Ji's calm gaze, she ultimately changed her mind. I want to say it's okay, but you definitely won't believe it. As she spoke, Wu Ji looked directly into Robin's eyes and declared, in my life's dictionary, there are no words for retreating in the face of danger. If the Red Air Pirates arrive at Magic Ancient Town before we reach Sky Island, there will definitely be a battle between us. When everyone heard Wu Ji only say, I instead of we, even Chopper sensed a different meaning. Big brother, you bastard, are you trying to make us cowards? At that moment, Dais, not knowing where his courage came from, not only scolded Wu Ji, but also wanted to punch him in the face. Ace and Zoro. The 2, seeing this scene, secretly felt a bit anxious for Dais, but they also immensely admired his courage. Wu Ji wanted them to escape, although they would definitely not agree. They would not curse him for it. Such things could be thought of in dreams, but if they really had to do it, that was absolutely impossible. Dais, do you want a rebel? Wu Ji's eyes flashed with a dangerous light as he coldly said, Rebel? Dais was momentarily stunned, then firmly replied, If Big Brother thinks that not wanting to be a coward is rebellion, then so be it. Very good, Wu Ji said, suddenly raising his hand towards Dais. Big Brother. No. Just when everyone thought Wu Ji would strike Dais hard, the next scene left them all completely stunned. Bang! Vuye heavily embraced Dios. Speaking in an incredibly gratified tone, Dais, do you know how relieved I am to have dragged you on the ship back then? Ugh. Dais wanted to say something upon hearing this, but Wu Ji's strong arm turned all his words into sobs. As time passed, that sobbing sound not only did not stop, but rather intensified. MMM. Hearing this sound, Chopper, as a doctor, after a brief mental freeze, jumped up several meters high and urgently said, Big Brother, if you don't let Dais go soon, he's going to suffocate. Suffocate? Wu Ji was momentarily stunned, then suddenly released his right arm, his face full of embarrassment as he said, Oh, sorry. Dais, I didn't mean it, you believe me. However, the more he explained, the weirder everyone's expressions became. But no one noticed that after Wu Ji's commotion, the heavy atmosphere that had previously pervaded among them had completely disappeared without a trace. Chapter 76. Magma and Fire. All right, stop being angry. Wu Ji smiled and patted Dais' shoulder, intentionally changing the subject. Dais, instead of standing here, why don't you help me find someone named Mont Blanc Kirkate? I can tell you clearly that this person is greatly related to whether we can go to Sky Island. Mont Blanc Kirkate? Hearing Wu Ji had serious business to discuss, Dais immediately became serious. I will find him as soon as possible. After saying this, his figure disappeared from the spot. We'll help look too. Ace and the other companions also collected their thoughts and rushed into the town. Watching the companions leave, Wu Ji slowly turned his gaze towards the sea behind him. In the distance, he seemed to see a giant ship full of strong individuals rushing towards him. For this, he felt not a shred of fear, but rather a kind of indescribable anticipation. In the waters surrounding the Alabasta Kingdom on the boundless sea, a three-masted sailboat with a red dragon head at the bow was drifting freely with the sea breeze. It seemed aimless, yet also as if searching for something. Brew, 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 as the call of the transponder snail rang out. The previously quiet Red Force seemed to come to life in an instant. Hello, this is Beckman. What is the matter? Mr. Beckman, I have the latest news. The Flame Emperor has appeared on Gaia Island. Upon hearing this, all the members of the red-haired pirates on the deck of the Red Force brightened up. This is really good news. Thank you, Fugo. Shanks suddenly appeared beside the transponder snail, a smile on his face. Shanks-san. The man referred to as Fugo by Shanks became extremely excited upon hearing Shanks' gratitude. However, Shanks had no time for small talk. Fugo, I have some business to attend to now. I'll buy you a drink next time. Okay. Brew as the transponder snail hung up, Shanks suddenly turned to Navigator Bendick Sneck. Don't worry, Captain. I'll get you to Gaia Island as quickly as possible. Sneck confidently replied. Very good. In that case, let us set off now. With Shanks' command, the Red Force roared to life like an awakened dragon, speeding towards Gaia Island. Coincidentally, when red-haired Shanks received the news from his subordinate, another emperor also received a report from his subordinate. Hello, this is Toripol, the highest-ranking member of the Don Quixote family, sent by the young master to inform Governor Kaido that the Flame Emperor Kid is currently at Gaia Island in the Paradise. Brew, listening to the sound of the transponder snail hanging up, the staff responsible for intelligence connection did not dare to slack off in the slightest. Directly reporting the news to the highest leadership of the Beast Pirates External Intelligence Department, one of the 3 disasters of the Beast Pirates, with a bounty of 32 billion berries. A Zoan-type ancient dragon fruit user, played Quinn. Gaia Island? Understand. Quinn hung up the transponder snail and, instead of using it to report, eagerly made his way to Kaido's residence. If such a rare experimental target was possible, he still hoped that Kaido wouldn't kill it, but would capture it directly. Oro not long after, a rough yet infinitely domineering laugh suddenly echoed from the highest point of Onigashima. Quinn, I will consider your proposal. As soon as the words fell, Kaido's gigantic dragon body shot straight into the sky. As time passed, When the Naval Intelligence Department received the shocking news that both emperors were on the move, they could hardly believe their eyes. Something big is happening. Something big is happening. After regaining composure, the leader of the Naval Intelligence Department trembled as he placed this information into the highest level dossier and then rushed directly to the office of the Fleet Admiral. Knock, knock, knock. As the door to the Fleet Admiral's office was knocked on urgently, several high-ranking Navy officials inside furrowed their brows. In the end, it was Sengoku, the Fleet Admiral, who spoke, calling the person outside in. Report, Admiral, this is a top-level intelligence that is urgent. Please review it quickly. Nanny, top-level intelligence? Sengoku exclaimed. Then, he quickly stood up and took the intelligence to read it as fast as possible. But upon reading, he was immediately taken aback. The red-haired Shanks and Beast Kaido, two of the 4 pirate emperors, were actually racing towards an island called Gaia Island in the Paradise from different directions at high speed. What on earth is happening? Why are they doing this? As if sensing Sengoku's confusion, the leader of the Naval Intelligence Department quickly spoke up. Admiral, that flame Emperor Wuji is currently docked at Gaia Island for rest. Soga, Warring States immediately showed a look of realization in his eyes. You can leave now. He dismissed the person and handed over the intelligence in his hand. Instantly, the other high-ranking Navy officers in the room began to pass around the information. These scum. After Sakazuki finished reading the intelligence, the paper suddenly ignited violently in his hands. Sakazuki, calm down. Warring States frowned and scolded the emotionally unstable Sakazuki. However, Sakazuki was completely unconcerned. The next second, he fixed his blazing gaze on Admiral Warring States and declared emphatically, no matter what purpose these scum have gathered at Gaia Island for, Paradise is under our Navy's control, and we will not allow them to act recklessly. Something feels off. Admiral Tsuru's eyes flickered as she murmured to herself. Although Sakazuki had previously shown a relentless attitude towards pirates, the ambiguous stance between red-haired Shanks and the 5 elders was well known among the top brass of the Navy. Therefore, whenever red-haired Shanks made a significant move, the Navy often dispatched the indecisive Kazuru to handle it. But now, Sakazuki was clearly eager to take the initiative. Sakazuki, do you want to go? Warring States asked tentatively, frowning. But the next second, Sakazuki simply turned and left. However, as he stepped out of the office door, he left behind a sentence. Before that kid fully plunges into darkness, magma and fire can burn away evil together. Chapter 77, Clash of Conquerors Haki Big Brother. I have good news and a few bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? That afternoon, Daius found himself feeling complicated as he approached Wujik, who was wholeheartedly training on the beach, maximizing every second to strengthen his martial arts. Mont Blanc Culicat has been found. Wujik continued his weighted frog jumps without looking away. Yes, he has been found. Daius nodded with a bitter smile, then slowly followed behind Wujik and said, That's the only good news. What about the so-called bad news? Wujik asked again. The bad news? Daius suddenly raised 4 fingers, counting them off one by one. First, red-haired Shanks has received news from the personnel on the island. And if nothing unexpected happens, he should be on his way to Gaia Island right now. Second, this place is a stronghold of the Don Quixote family. And, as one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Flamodan Quixote, Doflamingo, should also have received the news. Third, we have discovered intelligence personnel from the Navy on the island. Fourth, although Mont Blanc Culicat has been found, Big Brother, the sky current you mentioned, he cannot confirm the exact arrival time, so we can only wait. As Daius finished speaking, Wujik gradually stopped his movements. Bow. He unloaded the super heavy barbell, turned to Daius, and said, Daius, we should prepare for the worst. Daius didn't know who was backing Don Quixote Doflamingo, but he knew. Moreover, the Lizard King Hanafuda he killed seemed to be a sworn brother of Beast Kaido. With that connection, it was possible that within the next few days, the 4 emperors arriving at Gaia Island would not be just 1, but 2. Big Brother, how about? Daius wanted to persuade Wujik to avoid the spotlight. However, before he could finish, Wujik abruptly raised his hand to interrupt him. I know what you want to say. Wujik's expression was calm, showing no hint of fear in his eyes. What I said still stands. No one can make me retreat. But Daius still felt unwilling. In his view, his big brother, having such strength at such a young age, if he had enough room for growth. He had no doubt that once his big brother fully matured, even a 4 emperor could be defeated by him. There is no but. Wujik's attitude was extremely firm. Although he didn't know what Daius was thinking, he knew that if a battle really broke out, as long as he didn't die, both his strength and Conqueror's Haki would definitely undergo a new transformation. And this also confirmed a famous saying, danger and opportunity coexist. Daius, stop trying to persuade me. Wujik turned again, resting his hand on the thick barbell. However, before training, he still made a suggestion to Daius. Instead of wasting my time here, you might as well go find Mont Blanc Kieleket. After all, our original plan was to step into the Sky Island. Upon hearing this, Daius's eyes suddenly brightened. Right? As long as we step into the Sky Island as planned, won't all problems be solved? The so-called retreating and acting according to plan were completely two different concepts. I'm going now. Sensing Daius's footsteps gradually fading away, Wujik once again turned his gaze to the sea. He didn't know how many times he had looked out. Wujik held a completely different view of strong enemies compared to Daius and the rest of his companions. The stronger the enemy, the better. After all, as long as they couldn't kill him, they would only make him stronger. As for what to do if they were too strong to defeat, Wujik had long had an answer in his heart. If he couldn't beat them, he would die. But before dying, he would definitely make the enemy know what true pain was. Just like that, the seemingly calm days passed in the blink of an eye for several days. Until one morning, the sea suddenly stirred, and Wujik's observation, Haki finally sensed the formidable opponent he had been eagerly waiting for. You finally arrived, Wujik murmured to himself when suddenly he heard Daius's excited voice from behind. Big brother, the sky current has appeared. We can head to the Sky Island. This was indeed great news. Wujik grinned and nonchalantly blocked Daius's line of sight with his body, instructing, Daius, hurry and arrange for all the partners to board the ship. I'll be there shortly. Okay. Daius, without suspicion, was about to turn and leave in a hurry when he heard Wujik's voice again. All right, after you board the ship, remember to tell Mamun not to forget what I instructed earlier. Got it. Daius nodded in response. At this moment, he was only thinking about setting sail as soon as possible, completely unaware of the deeper meaning behind Wujik's words. Shortly after Daius left, the highly recognizable red dragon-headed ship finally came into Wujik's view. What a strong enemy! Wujik and the red-haired figure standing on the red dragon had exchanged distant glances. Gradually, streams of black and red lightning suddenly filled the void. Crack, crack, crack. Boom! When the deep red and bright red Conqueror's Haki, containing completely different wills, collided violently, the entire world dimmed in that moment. What powerful Conqueror's Haki! Beckman and the other cadres of the Red Hair Pirates were shocked as they witnessed the gradually splitting sky. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they would have difficulty believing that a mere kid who hadn't even set foot in the new world could continuously clash with their captain using Conqueror's Haki. Perhaps we all underestimated that Flame King. Beckman halted his smoking, a serious expression appearing on his face. Past experiences told him that someone with such aura should never be underestimated. Meanwhile, just after boarding the ship, Daius and the others had barely settled when they were horrified to feel a Conqueror's Haki that was many times stronger than before. Not good. Big brother is in danger. The most alert ace suddenly exclaimed. His voice seemed to carry some kind of magic, causing the other companions, who usually fell upon contact except for Zoro, to all perk up and grit their teeth as they looked towards the torn sky. Damn it! Daius screamed unwillingly. He was eager to rush to Wujia, but at that moment his body felt as if it were stuck in a quagmire, unable to move an inch. Who was the enemy? Sanji knelt on one knee, his face contorted with pain, and said, with just this overwhelming aura, I can't even stand firm, let alone fight. If I get the chance, I will definitely develop a way to make myself stronger. Thud. Before Chopper could finish his sentence, he became the second person on the ship to faint. The first was Walpo, who was already in a corner of the deck, continuously foaming at the mouth. Chapter 78. God avoids, I do not this Conqueror's Haki. Although she didn't want to admit it, Robin could feel that the aura in the air was significantly stronger than her captain's Conqueror's Haki, and she spoke her judgment. The one fighting Mr. Wujia is most likely that red-haired Shanks. Shanks? Zoro murmured, suddenly drawing his swords, the Wad Ikamanji and the Shikasaiken. With a serious expression, I don't care if the one coming is Shanks. As long as he harbors hostility towards my brother, he is my enemy. Well said. Ace's eyes sparkled as he wholeheartedly agreed. Although Shanks had done a great deal for his brother, they were now in an adversarial relationship. So he had to bury any gratitude deep within his heart. Zoro, we should set off. Okay. The two exchanged a look and were about to disembark towards Wujia's direction. But in the next moment, an unexpected change occurred. Moo, accompanied by a long moo. The ship was suddenly pulled with great force, speeding towards the towering ocean current. Bang, bang, bang. Caught off guard, everyone on the ship immediately toppled over. With this fall, Sanji and Robin could no longer hold on and completely fainted. Moo, what are you doing? Ace was the first to get up, incredulously shouting at Moo. You bastard, stop it. Zoro nearly swung his sword at Moo. Only Dios seemed to understand something at that moment. Tears of blood streaming from the corners of his eyes. So you had everything planned in advance? Wujia, you liar. Dios roared to the sky, feeling an indescribable frustration building in his chest, as if it were about to burst forth. What about Moo's explanation? And during these past few days, Moo had occasionally fallen into a deep sleep. It turned out that all of this had been arranged in advance by that despicable trickster, Wujia. Hey, Dios es nered. His back, which had been crushed by the conqueror's Haki, gradually straightening. Wujia, you want to be a lone hero? Dream on. Just because you're one of the 4 emperors? Do you think I'm afraid? Even if I die, I can still help you bite off a piece of him. The moment his words fell, the surging frustration in his chest suddenly broke through some kind of shackles. Buzz! With the emergence of this conqueror's Haki, Dios felt no more pressure and his figure instantly vanished from the deck. Truly worthy of being the second brother. Ace grinned and looked at Zoro, saying, It seems we have gained a powerful competitor. Isn't that interesting? Zoro smiled, his gaze intense. We can't keep them waiting. Of course. Just as their voices drifted in the air, their figures had already disappeared into the sea. On the west side beach of Gaia Island when the ship was close enough to land, Shanks retracted his incredibly powerful conqueror's Haki and leaped to appear not far in front of Wujia. Young strong man, I am Shanks. I apologize for coming uninvited today, but I have important matters to discuss. May we talk? Wujia looked at the man before him, dressed casually yet exuding an aura of dominance and elegance, and felt a significant deviation in his understanding of strong individuals. First courtesy, then military action? Wujia speculated in his heart, and after retracting his conqueror's Haki, he couldn't help but speak loudly. What are we talking about? You tell me first. The sea needs peace. Shanks gazed at Wujia, speaking in a deep voice. Small skirmishes are fine, but there's no need for large-scale conflicts. Do you agree with me? Though it sounded like a question, every word was filled with authority and oppression. You want me to avoid large-scale conflict? Ha ha ha. Wujia laughed, as if he had heard the greatest joke in the world. Is what I said so ridiculous? Shanks's expression gradually darkened. Is it not ridiculous? Wujia stopped laughing, disregarding Shanks's feelings, and coldly retorted. The Marines didn't come looking for me after the 7 warlords of the sea died. Yet you, as a pirate, are so eager. You want me to avoid large-scale conflict? Why don't you tell those celestial dragons to restrain themselves a bit? You. Shanks's eyes flashed with killing intent as he suddenly pressed his hand on the hilt of Griffin. Seeing this, Wujia no longer concealed himself and coldly stated, Shanks, everyone says you are a user of the face fruit. If I don't give you face today, what will you do? Face fruit user? Shanks was momentarily taken aback by this, but then his expression darkened. Boy, I hope you understand what you're saying. There is no such thing as a regret medicine in this world. Regret medicine? I don't need that kind of thing. The moment his words fell, Wujia suddenly shot out, taking the initiative to attack. You seek death. Shanks's eyes flashed red as he drew his sword, launching a powerful strike. God avoid! In an instant, black-red thunder raged, entwining with the conqueror's Haki, the crimson sword energy like a judgment from a world destroyer, roaring through the air. Is this the entanglement of conqueror's Haki? The intense aura of death enveloped him, and Wujia's eyes instead revealed an almost pathological delight. Hmm? Sensing the change in Wujia's emotions with his observation Haki, Shanks frowned. This was not the emotion one should have before death. Got a void? Wujia suddenly stopped, his seemingly endless stamina transforming into a flow of blazing Haki more turbulent than waves. Today I will not avoid it, he roared, and a phrase from a past life suddenly popped into his mind. God avoid, I do not avoid. I am more awesome than God. What a madman. Just as Shanks's thoughts began, he saw his conqueror's Haki wrapped slash crashing down on that madman's chest. Boom! The crimson sword energy exploded, and Wujia's figure instantly vanished like a cannonball from the spot. Brother, Dios, who had just teleported over, couldn't believe his eyes at this sight. That was his brother, incredibly strong and undefeated. Yet today he witnessed his powerful brother being one-shot killed. Bastard! Dios's killing intent-filled gaze swept over Shanks, but he did not attack him. Instead, he teleported towards where Wujia had been sent flying. Teleportation fruit? Shanks murmured softly. Although he found this ability troublesome, he did not truly care. What truly concerned him was the killing intent in the blue-haired masked boy's eyes and that familiar crimson hue. Chapter 79, Timely Rain, Akainu. Conqueror's Haki? Shanks's eyes flickered as he instinctively tightened his grip on the hilt of Griffin. There was no doubt this was a huge threat. If given the chance, he wouldn't mind removing it altogether. As one of the 4 pirate emperors in the New World, he understood a principle. Some things should either not be done or done to the end. Threats should be nipped in the bud. Yasop, Shanks shouted. Although he only called a name, years of mutual understanding meant they didn't need to say much. Received. Yasop's eyes narrowed, and without saying a word, he took out the sniper rifle from his back. Don't blame me. Blame your captain. Jesus murmured, raising his gun and aiming at the blue-haired figure that was constantly teleporting. Bang! As the gun fired flames, Dias felt an indescribable sense of immense crisis suddenly sweeping towards him. Not good. Dias's face changed dramatically. At this moment, the fear of death in his heart was crazily driving him to teleport away. But he soon realized that if he dared to teleport, the person he cherished would be exposed to that crisis. What a clever tactic. Dias smiled sharply, his gaze suddenly firm. I can give my life to you, but I won't let anything happen to my big brother. When courage overcame fear and reason returned completely, Dias felt his mental will suddenly transcend. Then, he realized that he seemed to be able to clearly see the dark bullet that was about to come, without even turning around. Dias didn't have time to think more. In a split second, he threw out a curved knife and then tightly hugged Wujia. Clang! In an instant, the curved knife shattered and blood splattered. Sensing a slight deviation in the trajectory of his shot, Jesus Boo's expression changed subtly. Is it a coincidence? No, that is not right. As a top sniper, he couldn't believe in so-called coincidences. And with coincidences ruled out, there was only one answer. Has the observation Haki awakened as well? What a terrifying young man. Jesus Boo couldn't help but exclaim, reflecting on the past at that age. He hadn't even awakened Haki, let alone stepped into the sea. Shanks, Jesus Busudeni shouted. His voice not only attracted Shanks's attention, but also the attention of other crew members aboard the Redford. Did you see that? See what? Shanks was momentarily taken aback. But what Jesus Boo said next made his pupils suddenly constrict. I saw the shadow of our younger selves in them, and they seemed to be stronger than we were back then. Stronger? These words silently echoed in the hearts of all the red-haired pirates, quietly solidifying their determination. Then let them all stop here. Shanks's voice was like a final ultimatum, sending chills down their spines. Oh, really? Just then, a towering red figure dragging thick smoke suddenly fell from the sky. Hiss! As the magma dripped onto the ground, a pungent smell of sulfur instantly filled the air. Red-haired, today I want to see how you stop this little brat that I've taken a liking to. Upon seeing the figure and hearing its words, the faces of the red-haired pirates all turned serious. The newcomer was none other than Akainu Sakazuki, the Marine's strongest attacker among the 3 admirals. Akainu, do you know what you're doing? Shanks's expression gradually darkened. He never expected that the Akainu Sakazuki, who believed in absolute justice, would personally step in to protect a pirate. No, this kid doesn't seem to be a pirate yet. Shanks suddenly realized, finally understanding why Akainu would personally intervene. With the potential of the Flame Emperor and his partner, if they truly became a part of the Navy, the consequences. Shanks couldn't bear to think further. Akainu, have you really thought this through? Even if you're a Logia-type magma fruit user, you alone cannot resist the entire red-haired pirates. Shanks said coldly. Heh, Sakazuki sneered, his disdainful gaze sweeping over the red-haired pirates. I'm just taking the lead. Besides, you don't really think that Kid Wujia has completely lost his fighting ability, do you, Nanny? As Sakazuki's words fell, the members of the red-haired pirates were all a bit stunned. Just a punk causing trouble in the first half of the Grand Line, and he can still have fighting ability after taking Shanks' Conqueror's Haki-infused attack? What joke. However, no matter how they didn't believe it, when the reality was right in front of them, they couldn't deny it. Kid, how long are you going to lie there? Sakazuki's roar echoed in Wujia's ears like a thunderous bell. Having almost lost consciousness from Shanks' attack, Wujia finally regained awareness after Sakazuki's shout. Daius, why are you here? Coming back to his senses, Wujia looked at Daius, who was tightly hugging him, and appeared extremely surprised. Upon seeing Wujia awaken, Daius was about to say something after letting go, but the blood filling his mouth made all his words die in his throat. What happened to you? Wujia's expression changed drastically as he hurriedly supported Daius. When he saw the horrifying blood hole in Daius' chest, he quickly guessed what had happened after Daius lost consciousness. Jesus bu. Wujia's eyes turned bloodshot as he gritted his teeth and spat out a name. At this distance, being able to shoot through Daius while embedding the bullet deep into his muscle, aside from the top sniper in the red-haired pirates. He couldn't think of anyone else who could do this. Damn it. Jesus boo, you're going to die. Wujia roared to the heavens. At this moment, he felt a raging fire in his chest, as if it wanted to burn him to ashes. Not good. Something is wrong. Hearing Wujia's roar, Ace and Zoro immediately changed their expressions. Sure enough, when they rapidly approached the battlefield, they spotted Daius lying in Wujia's arms at a glance. Second brother. Ace and Zoro rushed to Wujia's side. When they saw the shocking wounds on both of their chests, they could hardly believe it. They knew that Daius was a teleportation fruit user, and their big brother had a physique that was incredibly strong. Who could injure them like this in such a short time? Chapter 80. Flame Emperor, you came just in time. Wujia showed no concern for the mere fatal injury on his chest. As long as it didn't cut him in half directly, he could recover from even the heaviest wounds. This battle is not something you can participate in right now. Wujia suddenly stood up, feeling gratified as he carefully handed Daius to Ace and Zoro, then spoke with an undeniable tone. Your current task is to safely escort Daius back to the ship and ensure he gets timely treatment from Chopper. Understand? Understood. The two answered in unison. However, before leaving, Ace and Zoro each seriously left a word. Big brother, you must not die. If you die, after the second brother recovers, it will be our time to take revenge for you. After the words fell, the two were about to retreat with Daius, but Shanks and Jesus Boo, who were keeping a close watch on the situation, would not let Daius, this huge potential threat, escape. Conqueror's Haki. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the Scarlet Sword Chi infused with Conqueror's Haki and 3 black bullets aimed at the heads of Ace, Zoro, and Daius rushed towards them almost simultaneously. Damn it, red-haired. Do you think I don't exist? Seeing Shanks trying to bypass him to attack others, Sakazuki's expression instantly turned extremely grim, and he roared as he activated his magma fruit ability, Dog Bite Red Lotus. In an instant, his already magma-formed arm transformed into a dog's head, biting towards the Scarlet Sword Chi at a terrifying speed. Boom! When the two powerful energy attacks collided, the 3 black bullets tore through the air at high speed, almost unaffected. Sakazuki, however, seemed to ignore them, letting them fly towards behind him. Jesus Burgess, you bastard, Vuyi, fueled by the overwhelming power of the flowing flame, blocked 3 pitch-black bullets with a flash, and he was completely enraged, utterly insane. Taking advantage of his momentary daze, he nearly beat Doors to death, and now that he was awake, he didn't even spare Ace and Zoro in front of him. If he could still endure this, he would have no face to call himself Big Brother in front of the 3 of them. Flame Emperor. Wu Ji roared frantically, no longer holding anything back. In an instant, the flowing flame within him burned wildly like oil on fire, and the breathtakingly deep orange fiery rings appeared one after another on the ground. This kid, feeling the terrifying high temperature emanating from behind him, Sakazuki's stern face momentarily showed a slight unnatural expression. Compared to him, some members of the red-haired pirates were even more unbearable. How could this temperature be possible? Is this still the burning fruit? Fighter Raym Jones widened his eyes in shock, unaware that the cigarette had fallen from the corner of his mouth. That kid, is he really still human? As a chef, Ricky Liu, sensitive to flame temperatures, doubted the reality of the world before him as he felt the nearly 2,000 degrees of super high temperature wafting from afar. At such a distance, the temperature was already so high. How terrifying must it be at the center of the flames? Shanks, feeling uneasy under Wu Ji's gaze that seemed ready to devour him, was about to ask his captain what to do next when he saw an even more shocking scene. To his astonishment, that inhuman monster of a kid was actually absorbing all those soaring, ultra-high temperature flames into his chest and abdomen. Crazy. This kid is a madman. Jesus Burgess watched Wu Ji, whose body was covered in strange, fiery cracks, and his hand holding the gun trembled slightly. Jesus Burgess, you bastard, die for me. Wu Ji, now in the Flame Emperor's explosive form, roared and transformed into a line of fire, disappearing from the spot in an instant. Zolfust, such a terrifying eruption. Sakazuki felt the heat wave rushing past him, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead after a long time. Kid, your opponent is me. Seeing Wu Ji charging fiercely towards Jesus Burgess, Shanks immediately swung his sword to block. However, before he could act, Sakazuki lunged at him like a mad dog. Red-haired, with me here, you can't go anywhere. Sakazuki raised his right arm, magma flowing, his tone filled with extreme confidence. Get lost. Navy. Shanks, anxious, wanted to break through the magma blockade of the Marine Admiral in front of him. But the more he tried, the less Sakazuki would allow him to succeed. Don't dream. Red-haired. Sakazuki stood his ground, his eyes fixed on Shanks. Though silent, his gaze conveyed, if you want to pass, defeat me. Just as the Emperor and Admiral were locked in a silent standoff, Wu Ji was already less than 500 meters away from the Red Force. Bang! At that moment, another gunshot rang out. But this time, it was not Jesus Burgess who fired, but Ben Beckman, the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates. Boring trick. Wu Ji suddenly stopped, raising his hand to crush the bullet in his grip. Hiss! In an instant, the pitch-black bullet turned to dust and scattered between heaven and earth. The terrifying temperature exceeding the records of the devil fruits is truly a non-human monster. Beckman murmured softly. After firing a probing shot, he no longer held back, his eyes suddenly filled with a crimson hue. Bang! Another shot was fired. Seeing this, Wu Ji was about to reach out to catch it again when he suddenly noticed the crimson aura wrapped around the bullet. Another Conqueror's Haki wrapped around? Just as the thought arose, before he could react, a sharp pain shot through his palm. Interesting. Wu Ji calmly incinerated the bullet lodged in his bones, then stared blankly at Beckman, his face glowing like fire, showing no signs of pain, but rather a strange smile. Shanks! It seems we've messed with the wrong person this time, Beckman thought to himself, but on the surface he remained calm. Kid, if you dare to move forward again, the next shot will be aimed at your head. Oh, is that so? Wu Ji spat flames, his gaze never leaving someone. Killers are always killed. Today, I'm going to kill, and if you have the guts, come and stop me. The moment his words fell, Wu Ji suddenly unleashed a compressed flame shockwave. You bastard. Perceiving with observation Haki that Wu Ji's attack target was the ship and not a person, Beckman could no longer remain calm. You have to understand, this ship carries all our dreams. Whoosh! Beckman leaped down from the ship. But just then, he suddenly saw an eerie smile of triumph on Wu Ji's face. Chapter 81. Big Baby Not Good. Beckman, hurry and stop him. Shank's eyes flickered, as if he saw something terrifying, and he shouted loudly. Damn it! Hearing Shank shout, Beckman's expression changed drastically, and his ominous feeling intensified. Bastard, no matter what you plan to do next, I 1T let you succeed. Beckman forced down his grief and stopped caring about the fiery line about to strike the Red Force, suddenly raising his gun to shoot Wu Ji in the head. Do you really think I'm afraid of you? Wu Ji's eyes showed madness, and having finally found an opportunity to strike, how could he let it slip away? Bastard! D! He roared and leaped high, the fiery cracks on his body suddenly bursting with dazzling brilliance. Knowing that Jesus Burgess also possessed considerable observation Haki and armament Haki, Wu Ji did not intend to use single-target attacks, but instead unleashed an extremely terrifying barrage of firepower. Instant flamme tous en kill. In an instant, countless ultra-high-temperature fire lines erupted from Wu Ji's body, completely engulfing the entire Red Force. No! Beckman yelled hysterically. He really found it hard to believe that a madman like Wu Ji would risk his own life to kill his opponent. Die Bastat. Bang, bang, bang. Beckman gritted his teeth and emptied the entire magazine in an instant. But even so, it couldn't quell his anger. Damn bastard, dared to harm my companions. Damage my pirate ship. Even if you die, I won't spare your comrades. As soon as those words were spoken, against the backdrop of the raging explosion, Beckman soon witnessed a scene he would never forget. Crack, crack, crack. He saw Wu Ji, who had been knocked down by him, suddenly rise and actually used both hands to straighten his nearly bent neck back into place. What did you just say? I didn't hear clearly. Can you say it again? As Wu Ji's voice rang out, several bullets embedded in his flesh quickly turned to black dust, scattering in the air. What kind of monster are you? Seeing this scene, Beckman could hardly believe his eyes. The shots he had fired earlier were all wrapped in Conqueror's Haki. Although his Conqueror's Haki was not as strong as Shank's, it was enough to kill an elite rear admiral from the Marine headquarters in an instant. But this Wu Ji, despite taking several of his shots, was only injured on the skin. Even his bones were not penetrated. Wait, remembering this, Beckman suddenly recalled that the first bullet he fired, which was also wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, seemed to not penetrate the opponent's palm either. Is this really the hardness of bones that a human can possess? Do you want to know why my bones are so hard? Wu suddenly grinned. Huh? Upon hearing this, Beckman showed a brief look of astonishment on his face. This was exactly what Wu Ji wanted to see. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, his figure suddenly vanished from the spot. You damn bastard! Feeling Wu Ji charging directly at the burning Dreyfus, Beckman realized he had been played. Damn it! He cursed inwardly and thought about firing to stop him. But when he pulled the trigger, what came out was not a bullet, but a crisp clanging sound. Oh no! The empty click of the gun made Beckman's face change instantly. By the time he wanted to leap to give chase, it was already too late. You little brat, your life is really tough. Stepping onto the Dreyfus, Wu Ji's gaze immediately locked onto Jesus Burgess, who was trying to put out the fire. You! Seeing Wu Ji actually break through Beckman's obstruction and board the ship, Jesus Burgess's pupils suddenly shrank to the size of pinholes. Go die! With Beckman chasing closely behind, Wu Ji couldn't be bothered to waste more words. He leaped forward and swung his hand in a brutal tiger claw, striking fiercely at Jesus Burgess's crown. Jesus, be careful. Seeing Jesus Burgess frozen in place, Lucky Liu immediately curled his body into a ball, enveloped in dense armament Haki, and charged fiercely at Wu Ji. Don't get in my way, Wu Ji roared. However, Lucky Liu was completely unfazed, using his hefty body to firmly block Wu Ji's path. Damn it! Seeing this, Wu Ji couldn't help but curse, his eyes flashing with fierce light. Since you want to die, then I'll grant you that. In an instant, he stopped his movement, transformed his palm into a fist, and his body was drawn back like a bowstring. Bow-style blazing hammer. Wu Ji, stop, stop. The late Beckman felt the deathly aura of Wu Ji's punch and couldn't help but tremble slightly. He will die. If this punch lands, Lucky Liu might really die. However, no matter how hysterical this vice admiral of the New World shouted, Wu Ji remained completely deaf to it. Boom! When this punch heavily landed, Lucky Liu's hefty body suddenly caved in like a deflated balloon. Ugh! Lucky Liu staggered back in pain, each step leaving deep footprints on a ship's deck. Did he block it? Beckman, in shock, was suddenly filled with joy. However, just as he was thinking about stopping Wu Ji from taking further action, he suddenly heard Lucky Liu's desperate shout. Everyone, get away from me. Lockie Lu was saying this when he suddenly knelt on the ground in pain, gasping for breath. Lockie, what's wrong? Coming back to his senses, Jesus Burgess asked with concern, but was met with Lockie Lu's furious roar. Don't ask, just get out of here. I'm about to lose control. Lose control? What is losing control? As Lockie Lu's words fell, not only Beckman and Jesus Burgess, but even the other members of the red-haired pirates who were trying to salvage the ship showed looks of confusion. I don't have time. You all hurry and go. Lockie Lu's face twisted, as if he were enduring extreme pain. However, the more he acted like this, the less Beckman and Jesus Burgess could just leave. Wu Ji, what exactly did you do to Lockie? Beckman turned to stare at Wu Ji, his gaze filled with coldness. It's too quiet. The other party has been behaving too quietly during this time. From his brief understanding of Wu Ji, this was definitely not how this person should act. What did I do? Wu Ji glanced at Jesus Burgess, who was unwilling to leave Lockie Lu's side, and smiled wickedly. I just placed a big treasure in his body. To be honest, even I was a bit surprised that after taking my heavy blow, he could suppress it for so long with Haki. A big treasure in his body? Beckman felt a chill throughout his body. Just as he was about to ask something further, his observation Haki suddenly sensed that Wu Ji was actually retreating. Chapter 82. Art is exploding. Something's wrong. This is very wrong. Just as Beckman was muttering to himself, Wu Ji had already turned into a line of fire, rushing towards the sky. Mr. Sakazuki, we should go. Wu Ji shouted loudly, not even glancing at Shanks, because he was certain that not long from now, the other party would truly experience the pain of losing a comrade. Go. Hearing Wu Ji's words, Sakazuki frowned and glanced at the burning Dreyfus. If possible, he really wanted to bury all those pirates on that ship. Wu Ji, one day, I will personally chop off your head to honor my destroyed pirate ship. Sensing that the life force of his companions on the ship was still intact, and with Sakazuki, a Marine admiral, present, Shanks also did not plan to continue entangling. Right now, he just wanted to extinguish the flames as quickly as possible and make the final rescue for the severely damaged Dreyfus. What a pity, seeing Shanks sheathing his sword. Sakazuki no longer hesitated and quickly turned to leave. However, just a few steps later, he heard an earth-shattering roar from behind. Wu Ji, I Shanks swear to kill you. Huh? What's going on? Just as Sakazuki was puzzled, another earth-shattering explosion came from behind, causing the Marine Admiral's pace to quicken. Boom! A massive fire-red mushroom cloud shot up to the sky, and at the center of the explosion was the Dreyfus. Well done, kid. Sakazuki used magma propulsion to catch up with Wu Ji, generously praising him. After the praise, he proposed an extremely crazy suggestion. Kid, my battleship should be arriving soon. Why don't we join forces to completely annihilate the red-hair pirates? What do you think? A great suggestion. Wu Ji first nodded in agreement, but the next second, he suddenly changed his tone and said something that even made Sakazuki raise an eyebrow. As for the grievances with the red-haired pirates, I want to resolve them personally with my comrades. Resolve them personally? Sakazuki was momentarily taken aback and then fell silent. If it were anyone else making such an arrogant statement, he would definitely scoff. But Wu Ji was different. Although the other party was still less than half his age, every time he met him, the other party's increasing strength would give him a big surprise. Furthermore, Wu Ji's physical quality, or rather, bone strength, was simply beyond his imagination. With his sternum enduring the red-haired's Conqueror's Haki slash, and his skull taking Beckman's Conqueror's Haki bullet. Although the special flowing flame Haki that enveloped him provided some degree of protection, his bones had never shattered from the beginning to the end. Is this normal? If Wu Ji knew what Sakazuki was thinking at this moment, he would definitely smile and say, I've crossed over with my physical body. Are you telling me what's normal? Moreover, the strong physical condition after crossing over is indeed undeniable. But can his hard work be easily dismissed? Not to mention the day and night physical training, just the internal training alone. After seeing results, the flames in his body had never extinguished. Otherwise, without any adaptation, if he had swallowed the violent heat generated by the Flame Emperor, let alone fighting, he would have exploded first. And speaking of internal training, Wu Ji truly had to admire his own wild ideas. Previously, Shanks' god of Void, wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, could be said to have maximized the true damage. If it weren't for his organs having gone through rounds of flame enhancement, with just that one strike from Shanks, it wouldn't have been merely a tear in the flesh of his chest, with his organs slightly damaged due to the protection of his bones, leading to a brief state of brain failure. Instead, his internal organs would have exploded instantly, causing him to die on the spot. Thinking of this, Wujie couldn't help but look at Sakazuki with gratitude and said solemnly, "Mr. Sakazuki, thank you so much for your timely arrival. If it weren't for you, I might have already lost my life." In the face of top-tier powerhouses, losing consciousness for even a moment could lead to an irreparable tragic outcome. Therefore, Sakazuki's timely intervention was, in a sense, a life-saving grace. "You don't need to thank me," Sakazuki responded, casually shaking his head. "Instead of thanking me, you should focus on eliminating more pirates for the Navy in the future." By now, he had temporarily given up on inviting Wujie to join the Navy. In his view, as a free man, Wujie posed a greater threat than being a part of the Navy. At least he wouldn't be bound by rules and regulations. Eliminate pirates for the Navy? Wujie murmured softly, not directly agreeing. In his life, he only wanted to act according to his heart. If pirates wanted to kill him, he would kill the pirates. If the Navy wanted to kill him, he would not hold back either. Wujie thought this way, and out of respect for Sakazuki, he did not intend to hide anything, saying frankly, "Mr. Sakazuki, the people I killed were all those who wanted to kill me and acted on it. Do you understand what I mean?" Sizzle. Hearing this, Sakazuki suddenly stopped spewing magma and landed directly on the beach. Wujie also ceased his flame emission, quietly locking eyes with Sakazuki from a distance. "Mr. Sakazuki, if you have any dissatisfaction, feel free to say it." Wujie broke the silence after a short pause. He knew that Shanks was still on this island. After their confrontation, he had fought and exploded, and he didn't want to put his partners in danger any longer. From the moment Doflamingo, Ace, and Zoro appeared, he had already concluded that the evacuation plan he had implemented for Mumu had failed. Sure enough, before Sakazuki could speak, he heard Ace's voice calling from the distant shore. "Big brother, we are here." Seeing that Wujie had safely left the battlefield, Mumu also made happy sounds, mooing joyfully. Noticing Wujie's eagerness to return, Sakazuki finally broke his silence. "Kid," he said, suddenly releasing his magma state and taking out a transponder snail from his pocket. "This is a transponder snail that can contact me. Likewise, I can contact you. I think you should understand the purpose of this transponder snail, right?" After saying this, he tossed the transponder snail to Wujie without waiting for a response. "I understand." Wujie smiled wryly as he deactivated his explosive form and caught the transponder snail steadily. Indeed, in life, no matter what debts one owes, the debt of human kindness is something one cannot afford to owe. Chapter 83. Ascending the Sky, Island Mr. Sakazuki. See you next time. Wujie put away the transponder snail and greeted Sakazuki before leaping eagerly towards the ship docked by the shore. Compared to scheming against others, he preferred to be with his little brothers. Moreover, the soaring sea current seemed to be nearing its end, allowing no time for delay. See you next time? Sakazuki watched Wujie's departing figure, a meaningful smile suddenly appearing on his face. The future events would unfold as they may. At least for now, Wujie did not show any obvious hostility towards the Navy. After returning, he needed to discuss with Admiral Sengoku about tightening the Navy's discipline. At the very least, it should be clearly stated that in the future, if the Navy encounters Wujie, they must report to the Navy headquarters before taking action. Sakazuki pondered this while waiting for the arrival of the warship. However, as time passed, he had not yet seen his warship, but he encountered a significant figure who should not have appeared in paradise. Crack, 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 when the skies suddenly turned dark and thunder and lightning filled the void. Magma once again covered Sakazuki's body. "Kaido!" Sakazuki shouted fiercely, "Get back to your new world. This is not a place for you." Shanks wandering in paradise could be excused because of the ambiguous attitude towards the world government. He could only turn a blind eye. But this reckless Kaido dared to openly appear in paradise. Did he think the Navy was just an easy target? "Hey, it's you." Kaido poked his dragon head out from the clouds, and upon seeing the speaker's appearance, a visible look of surprise spread across his dragon face. He never expected that the dignified Navy Admiral Akainu Sakazuki would be here. However, surprise or not, a mere Navy Admiral couldn't make him, a Yonko, retreat in disgrace. Ho 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 ho! Kaido let out an odd laugh. Responding nonsensically, Akainu, can you tell me where that so-called Flame Emperor is right now? As he said this, his gaze frequently shifted towards the distant place where flames were soaring. For some reason, he sensed a familiar aura there. Are you going to leave or not? Sakazuki retorted with a question of his own, only focusing on gathering his offensive power. He could guarantee that if the next answer from the other party didn't satisfy him, he would definitely smash his magma fist right onto that detestable dragon face. Kaido was about to say something, but when a golden light suddenly fell beside Sakazuki, it left him speechless. Yo, Sakazuki, you're here too? That's great. I've been chasing Kaido for so long. Finally, I can take a breather, Borsalino said in a very relaxed tone, showing no signs of fatigue at all. Borsalino, is this how you monitor Kaido? Sakazuki looked at Borsalino with displeasure, speaking in a harsh tone. Did you think about the consequences of allowing Kaido to enter paradise? Sorry. Borsalino explained apologetically. I didn't do it on purpose. I just accidentally overslept. He shouldn't have explained, but once he did, Sakazuki became even angrier. However, knowing Sakazuki's character, Borsalino did not give him a chance to explode. Sakazuki, shouldn't we drive Kaido back to the New World right now? Sighing, Sakazuki let out a long breath to dispel his anger. I'll settle the score with you later. After saying this, Sakazuki no longer looked at Borsalino's irritating face, but fiercely turned his gaze towards Kaido in the sky. Kaido, I'll give you 3 seconds to consider. After 3 seconds, if you're still here, then there's no need to roll back to the New World. 3. As Sakazuki began the countdown, Kaido, the entire dragon, felt uneasy. Unfortunately, circumstances were stronger than him. Despite being Yonko, he didn't have the confidence to fight 2 Navy admirals at the same time. Consider yourselves lucky. Kaido left this sentence reluctantly and gave up on seeking revenge this time. Anyway, there would be plenty of opportunities for revenge in the future. You've really helped a lot. Sakazuki, when we return to headquarters, I'll treat you to tea, Borsalino said, suddenly transforming into a golden streak of light and following after Kaido. Wujia, if only you were my colleague. Sakazuki sighed silently. People are only human, and goods are only goods. Look at that kid Wuj. He has been at sea for less than a year, first defeating Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, then killing Flower Card, another one of the 7 warlords. Now, he has even killed a subordinate of one of the 4 emperors and blown up their ship. If the Navy could work with such efficiency, the evils of the sea would have been cleared long ago. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. After enduring the violent impact of the sky current, Wuj and the others did not sway for long before arriving at the White Sea, located 7,000 meters above sea level. Chopper, how is Doze? As the ship stabilized, Wuj immediately found Chopper and inquired about Doze's injuries. Huff. Chopper took a deep breath of the thin air before speaking. Big brother, Doze's injuries look serious, but they haven't harmed any vital areas. After my treatment, he just needs to rest for a while, and he will recover. Well done, Chopper. Hearing Wuj's praise, Chopper's face immediately flushed with a hint of red. Even if you praise me, I won't be too happy. Chopper squinted his eyes, almost flying with joy. However, when he opened his eyes again, he found that Wuj had disappeared from the cabin. At the same time, when Wuj stepped back onto the deck, his gaze gradually swept over his panting companions, and he said in a deep voice, "The air here is very thin, which will greatly reduce our physical capabilities. This is a bad thing, but it can also be a good thing." At this point, Wuj brought out a large amount of sports equipment from his room and continued, "If you can persist in training here, the rewards will far exceed those in the sea below. Do you understand what I mean?" Understood. Ace and Zoro exchanged glances and replied in unison. Then, without hesitation, the two began to select suitable sports equipment and started training hard. Looking at Sanji and Robin, although they said nothing, they also began to pick equipment. The reason they did this was simple. The next time they fought, they did not want Wuj to fight alone. Chapter 84. God Enel time passes quickly as sweat flows. A few days later, when the food supplies on the ship were nearly depleted. Woods and his companions finally stopped their almost frenzied training. "Moo Moo, did you find the entrance I asked you to look for these past few days?" Woods asked. During their training, Moo Moo had not been idle and had almost explored the entire White Sea. "Moo Moo." As Moo Moo responded, Chopper timely acted as a translator. "The entrance is in the southwest, not far from here." "Not far? Let's go then." Woods waved his hand, and the ship quickly moved across the White Sea under Moo Moo's pull. About half an hour later, the ship finally stopped in front of a magnificent gilded gate. "Hey!" As the sea beast pulled the ship closer, an old woman with white wings on her back immediately approached and asked, "Are you from the Blue Sea? Do you want to enter? I have two options here." Before she could finish her sentence, Woods, who was aware of the situation, interrupted her. "I'll choose the free one." "Free?" The old woman was momentarily taken aback. Then, without saying more, she pointed toward a certain waterway. "Moo Moo, let us go." With Woods' command, the ship quickly set off along the waterway toward higher ground. Before long, the True Sky Island above the White Sea appeared before their eyes. "Is this the True Sky Island my brother mentioned? What a miraculous creation of nature." Doze, with bandages wrapped around his chest, was the first to teleport to the shore, curiously observing everything around him. At that moment, he suddenly sensed life fluctuations coming from the bushes in the distance. He furrowed his brow and was about to step forward to investigate when a group of soldiers wearing white berets rushed out from the bushes ahead of him. "Give up, you illegal entrance." The captain of the White Beret troops, McKinley, glared fiercely at Doze and the others behind him, speaking in a hostile tone. "Illegal entrance?" Just as Doze looked confused, Woods' eyes suddenly turned crimson. "My target is not you." After instantly knocking out the group of soldiers in front of him, Woods raised his gaze to the sky. "Brother, what are you looking at?" Doze asked curiously. Not just him, even Ace and the others were very curious. The sky, although bluer than what they saw below, didn't seem to warrant such attention. "Wait, why is the sky getting bluer? Wow, it's lightning!" Chopper shouted in horror, but as he continued to shout, his voice suddenly stopped. "How embarrassing for a reindeer. It's just lightning. Look at the other companions." "Who I sent calm." With Woods around, I need to change this habit of overreacting." Just as Chopper was reflecting on himself, Woods, without a second thought, blasted a fire punch toward the sky. Boom! When the flames collided with the thunder, a massive energy explosion suddenly swept through the void. "Who is it? How dare you openly provoke the god? Unbelievable. This is simply too unbelievable." At that moment, all the residents of the Sky Island who could see the thunder dispersing were wide-eyed in disbelief. That's the god who controls lightning. So, the god's lightning can also be dispersed? You damn bastards. How dare you question the god? Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. As hundreds and thousands of emotional fluctuations were sensed by the god through his mind network ability, he instantly became furious. However, before punishing these ignorant commoners, the god decided to first impose the death penalty on the one responsible for all this. Is he coming? As his observation, Haki sensed that the target of this expedition was rapidly approaching. A smile appeared on Woods' face. This is the shipwright he had set his sights on. Not only can he build ships, repair them, but he can also provide energy for the ships. Simply perfect. You, the monkey from the Blue Sea, dare to provoke me. The god? Enel transformed into lightning and fell not far in front of Woods, his eyes filled with undisguised, cold, killing intent. Want to kill me? Woods calmly looked at Enel, who was dressed in a very distinctive manner, and said, "Before you make a move, you better think carefully. If you can't kill me, your life will no longer belong to you." Yahaha! Hearing Woods' words, Enel seemed to have heard the biggest joke in the world and laughed loudly. Woods did not stop him, just calmly watched, like watching a clown. "Blue Sea monkey, you dare to underestimate me, the god?" Feeling Woods' gaze, a surge of unprecedented anger erupted in Enel's heart. How many years has it been since he became the god? He had lost count of how many years it had been since he felt such a gaze. But today he felt it again from a Blue Sea monkey. You got 30 million volts, Thunderbird." As soon as the words fell, Enel swung the golden rod in his hand and struck heavily on the taiko drum behind his right shoulder. In an instant, a massive Thunderbird composed of 30 million volts of high-voltage electricity burst through the air, aiming straight for Wuji. All of you retreat. Wuji did not look back as he instructed his companions, then eagerly turned his gaze towards the massive thunderbird that was sweeping in, excitedly murmuring, "I wonder if this lightning can enhance my physique. If the shipwright is a necessity, then using lightning to temper my body is yet another whimsical idea of mine. If it works, that's great. If it doesn't, I can accept that too." Zizizizi. As the enormous thunderbird passed through Wuji's body, both sides revealed completely different expressions. "Ha! I thought this Qinghai monkey was something special. It seems you must have used some other means to withstand my divine judgment before, right? Big brother." Compared to Enel's maniacal laughter, Dais and the others gradually felt a layer of gloom settle over their hearts. Wuji was strong, but he was ultimately a fire wielder. The man before them, who called himself a god, could control the most violent force of nature, lightning. Moreover, if they guessed correctly, Wuji's lack of resistance must stem from some sort of curiosity. If they weren't careful, they could really end up capsizing in the gutter. Wuji was oblivious to Dais' thoughts. At this moment, he had only one thought in mind. It's done. Chapter 85. Lightning Body Tempering. Can you tell me what you're laughing about? Wuji's sudden voice made Enel's smile freeze instantly. You. Enel looked at Wuji in disbelief, horrified. What kind of monster are you? Why is my attack ineffective against you? Ineffective? Not quite. Wuji honestly replied as he felt the swelling pain and tingling sensation throughout his muscles. Effective? Enel's expression brightened, not bothering to ponder why this Qinghai monkey would tell him such a result, and hurriedly increased the attack's intensity. 60 million volts, Thunder Dragon. Accompanied by the pounding of the drums behind his shoulders, a menacing thunder dragon containing 60 million volts of high-voltage electricity immediately howled out. From 30 million to 60 million. Huh? Wuji's eyes flickered, still unwilling to evade. The reason he dared to try this was not only because of his immense confidence in his physique, but also because he had a group of reliable companions standing behind him. Zila. When the 60 million volts thunder dragon passed through his body, Wuji felt his legs weaken slightly, causing him to stagger slightly. It really is effective. Enel's expression filled with joy, and without a second thought, he rushed forward, attempting to deliver a final killing blow to this Qinghai monkey. 100 million volts discharge. In an instant, a powerful current, mediated by Enel's palm, surged and rampaged wildly within Wuji's body. Ugh! Intense pain instantly engulfed Wuji's entire body, causing him to instinctively let out a low growl. But even so, he still clenched his fists tightly, standing firm. Big brother. Dais felt a pang of sympathy. Wanted to take action, but was held back by Ace and Zoro. Second brother, this is Big Brother's choice. He hasn't given up yet. You can't make the decision for him, Zoro softly advised. Ace, though silent, nodded in agreement. Their actions were not out of indifference to Wuji. Rather, they were much calmer about Wuji's situation compared to the anxious Dais. I understand, Dais said, but his gaze never left Wuji. Sigh. Ace and Zoro exchanged glances, both letting out silent sighs. Sometimes they even felt that if Dais were a girl, she would have undoubtedly fallen hopelessly in love with Wuji. On the other side, Enel, who had been discharging electricity for a while, looked at the still-standing Qinghai monkey, and his expression grew increasingly grim. He knew that his highest output voltage now was only 200 million volts. 100 million was already equivalent to half of his total strength. No, it can't continue like this, Enel thought to himself, just as he was about to withdraw and unleash his ultimate move. He did not expect a red glowing arm to tightly grasp his outstretched right arm. Nanny? Enel was instantly horrified. This was the first time since he became a lightning man that he was bound and unable to break free. You damn Qinghai monkey, let go of me. Enel roared in frustration. However, having been electrified, Wuji would not grant him that wish. Increase the voltage. Wuji's mouth emitted black smoke as he intermittently spoke crazed words. You madman. Enel stopped cursing the Qinghai monkey because he realized the person before him was a complete lunatic. If it were an ordinary Sky Islander, even 100,000 volts would instantly knock them unconscious. But this person, he started at 30 million volts, then went to 60 million volts, and now to 100 million volts. The more he increased the voltage, the more excited his opponent became. Yes, excited. When he used his mind network to sense the emotions of the person before him. He felt no fear at all, only excitement. Since you want to die, then I shall fulfill your wish. Enel's eyes filled with a fierce light as he shouted, the strongest 200 million volts discharge. In an instant, countless thick arcs of lightning surged from his body, painting the heavens and earth a brilliant blue. Get on the ship. Everyone get on the ship and retreat. Seeing the arc spreading, Ace shouted in alarm. Damn it! Daius, though reluctant, had to teleport back in the face of the crazily rampaging electric arcs. This smell, after Momo pulled the ship back a safe distance. Sanji caught a whiff of the faint burnt smell in the air. His eyes immediately filled with worry. As a chef, he was all too familiar with the scent. When he first started cooking, every time he burned meat, it emitted exactly this smell. After an unknown amount of time, when Daius and the others were filled with anticipation, the terrifying blue arcs of electricity that filled the heavens and earth finally began to slowly dissipate. Whoosh! In the blink of an eye, before Momo could react, Daius's figure instantly disappeared from the ship's deck. Big brother you. Daius approached Wu Ji, and upon seeing his skin cracking all over, his eyes instantly turned red. Bastard! How dare you hurt my big brother like this? I will kill you. Daius roared as he drew out the last remaining curved blade from his back, angrily slashing at Enel. However, he had yet to awaken his armament Haki, so he could not inflict any harm on Enel. Splash! As he slashed empty, Enel, exhausted from the massive energy drain, immediately wore a mocking smile. Qinghai monkey, do you think you can attack me like this madman? Dream on! Hearing this mocking remark, Wu Ji was about to kick Enel with a heavy greeting, but when he sensed the two rapidly approaching auras from behind him, he suddenly released his grip on Enel's arm. Suddenly freed, Enel seemed a bit incredulous. But in the next moment, when he sensed the two auras rushing towards him through his mind network, he suddenly realized, besides this madman, no one can harm me. Enel did not dodge, standing directly in place and letting out a highly mocking laugh. Ha ha ha! But the next second, when two pitch-black feet kicked hard into his chest, he couldn't laugh anymore. Puff! Crimson blood sprayed into the air. Eneru's body instantly flew out like a broken chopstick. Chapter 86. Martial Extremity. I'm only throwing one punch. Brother, are you okay? Seeing Ace and Zoro fiercely kick that so-called god away and pursue him, Dios immediately returned to Wujia's side and asked with concern. I won't die, Wujia said, then spat out several mouthfuls of black blood. Brother. Seeing Dios coming to help him, Wujia quickly waved his hand and said, your brother is not weak enough to need support, Dios. What you need to do now is go to the ship and bring me some food. All right. Dios didn't dare hesitate, and in a few flashes, he brought all the remaining food from the ship. Wujia said nothing and directly started a feast. Before long, when Dios saw Wujia's complexion improve and the cracked skin start to shed, he finally let out a long sigh of relief. It's truly unbelievable, Mr. Wujia. Although Robin had learned from past experiences about Wujia's reckless behavior on the way to Alabasta Kingdom, the commotion this time was completely insignificant compared to the last. Huh! Hearing Robin's words, Wujia didn't say much, but turned his gaze to Chopper, whose eyes were filled with curiosity. Chopper, am I more like a monster than you? Chopper first nodded vigorously, but when he realized that this seemed inappropriate, he immediately shook his head like a rattledrum. No. Seeing Chopper's cute appearance, Wujia couldn't help but smile. Previously, he had almost been electrocuted to death by Eneru, but the gains were undoubtedly enormous. Not only had the organs in his abdomen been greatly tempered, but even his muscles and skin had undergone significant enhancement. Eneru, you are truly a treasure. Wujia sighed inwardly. While eating, his observation Haki had never ceased sensing Eneru. This treasure shipwright, he is definitely mine. Not even him can stop me. Dios, you should practice your skills too. Seeing Eneru sliding around like an eel despite being heavily injured, Wujia said to Dios. Okay. Dios nodded, agreeing without hesitation. At this moment, he was also holding back a surge of anger, ready to vent it on the culprit. Whoosh! As Dios entered the fray, Inaru quickly felt immense pressure. This was not because Dios was particularly strong, but because his observation Haki provided great assistance to Ace and Zoro, who had not yet awakened their own. As an observer, Wujia also noticed this anomaly. Could it be that this kid Dios has already awakened his observation Haki? The more Wujia looked, the more certain he became, until he finally confirmed it. What a surprise! Wujia murmured to himself, suddenly recalling something. Not long ago, when he clashed with red-haired Shanks over Conqueror's Haki, he seemed to have sensed a nascent Conqueror's Haki behind him. Then, connecting it to Dios appearing on the battlefield first, the answer became clear. I really didn't expect it. Wujia gazed at Dios, truly not expecting that this little brother, whom he had first tricked onto the ship, actually possessed the potential to become a king. Calculating this way, not to mention whether Sanji would awaken Conqueror's Haki in the future. Among his current 7 partners, including Moo Moo, almost half already had the qualifications to become top-tier strong individuals. The future is promising. Wujia finished his last bite of food with a smile, then stood up and shook off all the dead skin tissue from his body. Brother, can I study your? Don't even think about it. Feeling Chopper's eager gaze, Wujia immediately refused, giving Chopper's little head a hard knock. Ouch! Chopper cried out, holding his head. And Wujia, not intending to let this reindeer who wanted to use him for research off easily, pretended to be angry and threatened fiercely. If you want to use my body for research, be careful I roast you and eat you. No. Hearing this, Chopper trembled all over, hiding half his head behind Robin. Wrong way to hide, Chopper, Robin kindly reminded him. Oh. Chopper paused for a moment, then hid behind Robin, leaving only half his head cautiously observing Wujia. Seeing this scene, Wujia could no longer hold back and burst out laughing. You really have a wicked sense of humor, mister. Wujia. Robin covered her mouth and chuckled. To this, Wujia replied with a grin. After training for so long, it's also a nice experience to relax occasionally. Upon hearing this, Robin, Sanji, and Chopper all stood there in shock. It turns out that in Wujia's life dictionary, there is actually a word for relaxation. If they hadn't heard it with their own ears, they would never have believed that this man, who only knew training besides eating, drinking, and relieving himself, would have such a human side. What? You all seem surprised. Wujia, noticing the changes in the expressions of his 3 partners, smiled and said, before becoming a monster, I was also a human. After saying that, he ignored Robin and the others, suddenly turning his gaze toward the distant battlefield. Perhaps it's time to end this farce. And he, Wujia, also needed to let Inaru see his true strength. Otherwise, if the other party always couldn't grasp the gap between them in the future, it would be quite troublesome. Whoosh! With one step forward, he was already enveloped in an incredibly dense flow of armament Haki. You all step back. Hearing Wujia's voice, Ace, Dios, and Zoro immediately stopped their attacks and quickly distanced themselves. Inaru finally got a breather, but when he saw Wujia surrounded by an eerie, crimson aura, his face instantly fell. If you remember correctly, the other party had previously used this strange power to make him unable to break free. Moreover, Inaru wanted to ask, are you a god or am I a god? You were almost cooked by my lightning earlier, and now you look like nothing happened. Is there really such an absurd human? Inaru's doubts were unknown to Wujia. At this moment, he just wanted to end this battle quickly and let Inaru, the tool, return to his place. Inaru, you electrocuted me for so long, so I'll just punch you once. That should be too much, right? What do you? Inaru was about to ask how Wujia knew his name, but before he could finish his sentence, he sensed the opponent was already approaching. So fast. His pupils contracted sharply, and without thinking, he transformed into electricity to move. But Wujia had already predicted his prediction. Bang! When Wujia's fist heavily smashed into Inaru's abdomen, that terrifying force instantly made his eyes roll back, and he fell unconscious. Chapter 87. Capturing Inaru. Late at night, when Inaru woke up from a nightmare, he quickly realized he seemed to be in a place more terrifying than his dreams. Everywhere he looked, the Blue Sea man who had knocked him down with one punch was now conducting high-intensity training with that astonishing equipment, leaving him speechless. Run! I must run, Inaru thought to himself, just as he was about to act. He suddenly discovered that a faintly glowing red chain had been tied around his ankle without him noticing. What made him even more desperate was that the other end of the chain was wrapped around the waist of that Blue Sea man. "You're awake?" Just as Eneru was planning his next move, Wujia's voice suddenly reached his ears. "Bastard, what do you want?" Enel suddenly stood up, his gaze fiercely fixed on Wujia, showing no awareness of a loser. "Enel, it seems you've forgotten what I initially told you." Wujia stopped his training movements, turned to look at Enel, and said lightly, Enel frowned, but soon it seemed he remembered something and his eyes widened in realization. "It seems you've recalled." Wujia stepped forward to Enel, removed the chain from his waist, and looked down at him, saying, "Enel, now I give you two choices. One, become my subordinate. Follow me to grow stronger, see a broader world. And I can promise you that one day, if you can defeat me openly, your life and freedom will belong to you again. Two, you can choose to refuse. And I will use this chain to put an end to your life." As Wujia's words fell, Enel's pupils trembled violently. It was clear he was making a choice in his heart. As for the result, Wujia could actually predict it. A proud person like Enel would never choose to give up as long as there was a chance to turn things around. Sure enough, not long after, Wujia heard the answer he wanted. "I choose one." "Very good." Wujia smiled, then personally squatted down to help Enel remove the shackles from his feet. At that moment, Enel's emotions were very complicated. He had thought about ambushing and also considered escaping later, but the actions and promises of the person in front of him made him feel a sense he had never experienced before. Enel didn't know how to describe this feeling. He just knew that in the past several decades, he had never felt this way. With a clatter, when the chain fell to the ground, Wujia grabbed Enel's arm and pulled him up from the floor. "Let me introduce myself. My name is Wujia. Everyone younger than me on the ship calls me Big Brother. And you?" Wujia glanced at Enel casually and said, "You can call me by my name, Wujia." Enel repeated the two words and then immediately asked a long-buried question. "Can you tell me how you and your two subordinates attacked me?" "That is the power of Haki," Wujia replied. "Haki?" Meeting Enel's puzzled gaze, Wujia provided a systematic explanation about Haki all at once. He also emphasized that in the sea below, strong people who mastered Haki were as numerous as fish crossing the river. After hearing this, Enel fell into a daze. It turned out that what he thought was invincibility was really just his own assumption. God? What a ridiculous title. About a minute or two later, seeing that Enel was still immersed in the huge blow and unable to extricate himself, Wujia raised his hand and slapped him with a fiery palm. Smack! As the pain swept through his heart, the vacant look in Enel's eyes finally disappeared. Hiss! Enel grimaced in pain. Wujia saw this and said irritably, "Look at your useless appearance. It's just armament Haki, right? You can't do it now, but does that mean you won't be able to in the future? Moreover, the Blue Sea has many who can use armament Haki, but those with the natural type Devil Fruit ability are few and far between." After hearing what Wujia said, Enel's eyes brightened. "That's right. I may not know armament Haki, but I can learn it. But lightning isn't something you can just wish to have. Wujia, please teach me armament Haki," Enel said eagerly. "No problem." Wujia happily agreed. Then, squinting his eyes, he proposed his condition. "I'll teach you how to quickly awaken armament Haki, and you help me charge up every day. That should be reasonable, right? Charge you up every day." Enel was a bit confused. "Yes, you do this, and then this," Wujia nodded. After his explanation, Enel was almost dumbfounded. Is there really someone in this world who asks you to charge him every day and to shock him hard during training? Is this really a request a person can make? Are you sure? Enel still found it hard to believe, staring blankly at Wujia and asking. "Of course I'm sure." Wujia excitedly wrapped the chain around his waist and then shoved the other end into Enel's hands, saying enthusiastically, "Come on, stop dawdling, shock me." Enel had no choice but to tentatively control the intensity and began to send electric current through the chain in his hand. But soon, he heard Wujia's dissatisfied shout. "Enel, did you not eat? Increase the intensity. Give me more intensity. Damn it." Enel's mouth twitched. Then, he didn't care about the consequences anymore. After all, it was Wujia who asked for the shock. Even if he got electrocuted to death, it had nothing to do with him. Thus, as the current continuously increased, all the companions who were sleeping in the cabin began to involuntarily twitch slightly. The next morning, as the sun gradually rose, Enel, with a bruised face, collapsed on the deck of the ship. In contrast, Doflamingo and the others came out of the cabin one after another, all sporting exaggerated frizzy hair. Robin, your look today is really unique. Sanji looked at Robin, whose black hair was standing on end, and his eyes immediately filled with pink hearts. Mr. Wujia, what on earth is going on? Robin didn't have time to chat with Sanji. She woke up and found herself inexplicably sporting a hairstyle she didn't like at all, which was really hard for her to accept. Wujia's gaze swept over the companions, and when he saw Chopper had turned into Chopper the Hedgehog, he finally couldn't hold back. Ha ha ha. Wujia laughed while explaining, sorry, I'm not a person who likes to laugh unless I can't help it. Ha ha ha. And as soon as he said this, it instantly caused public outrage. Damn it. Chopper was the first to throw a righteous hoof at Wujia. Then, the other companions rushed up, and as the instigator, Enel, saw this unusual scene of playful fighting, a strange feeling rose in his heart again. This, perhaps, is the joy he has never experienced before. Chapter 88. Art Proverb. Enel, stop playing dead. While Enel was feeling dejected, Wujia wouldn't miss this good opportunity to draw closer their relationship. Even if that relationship was negative, he didn't care. After all, hatred can also drive people to strive harder. Right? It's Enel. Yes, it's him who released the current. He is the culprit that caused you all to look like this. As soon as Wujia said this, all the companions immediately shifted their attention. What do you bastards want to do to me? Feeling the unfriendly gazes from everyone, Enel immediately regretted it. What kind of joy is this? If possible, let that bastard Wujia experience it alone. However, it was all too late. Even if Enel wanted to leave, he didn't have the strength anymore. He had no idea how he managed to survive the whole night. In the first half of the night, he was crazily shocking Wujia. In the second half of the night, he was beaten up by Wujia. Now that day had broken. He finally managed to catch his breath, and still had to take a beating. So was you, bastard. Who messed up my hair like this? Robin was like an angry mother tiger at this moment. Without saying a word, she activated her flower fruit ability and aimed a slap at Enel's face. However, Enel was not like Wujia. He did not forcibly shut down his elementalization ability. When the palm swung empty, Robin instantly got angrier. Then, she turned to look at Ace and Zoro. Ace-kun, Zoro-kun, can you help me beat him up? Hearing this, Ace and Zoro exchanged glances and decided to lend a helping hand. They chuckled mischievously, rubbing their dark fists as they approached the powerless and battered Enel. Wujia. Just as Enel wanted to express a friendly greeting to Wujia, Ace and Zoro's fists turned his words into cries of agony. Wujia did not stop them. Instead, he added fuel to the fire. Although Enel will be your future partner, as long as you don't kill him, you can beat him however you want. In his view, if one wanted to quickly master armament Haki, taking a beating was the only shortcut. Just look. Not to mention armament Haki, even the advanced technique of Conqueror's Haki, Conqueror's Rapping, was only learned after Kaido-sensei personally demonstrated it on the Straw Hat Kid. Speaking of Conqueror's Rapping, a hint of crimson suddenly flickered in Wujia's eyes. You must know that the current king of Conqueror's Haki on this sea is none other than red-haired Shanks. Last time, he took a hit from the other party's God Avoidance. Although he didn't outshine God, he still gained something. Now, he just needed a strong opponent and a thrilling battle. Sanji, go prepare some food. Hunger prompted Wujia to pull his thoughts back and look at Sanji. But the next second, what Sanji said left Wujia dumbfounded. Big brother, you finished all the food yesterday? Finished. Wujia was momentarily dazed. Then his figure flashed, and he directly blocked Enel. Stop it. After blocking Ace and Zoro's attacks, he said again, that's enough. Facing the confused gazes of Ace and Zoro, Wujia couldn't be bothered to hide it anymore, and said frankly, there's no food left on the ship. If you beat Enel to the point he can't move, who's going to take us to eat? Enel realized at this moment that Wujia might not be human. As for what he actually was, that was still up for debate. Reluctantly, but also in urgent need of food, Enel took a short rest before leading Wujia and the others to his territory, the god island Appiato. This island was actually just another part of Gaia Island. Burp after eating and drinking to his heart's content in Enel's temple, Wujia suddenly said something that left Enel stunned. Enel, Take me to see the arc poneglyph you built. How do you know about the arc poneglyph? Enel exclaimed in shock. I know it, that's all. You don't need to ask how I know. Wujie didn't want to elaborate on this topic. Can you hear my thoughts too? Enel suddenly asked. Upon hearing this, a phrase popped into Wujie's mind. Self-interpretation is the most lethal. Don't ask or I'll hit you. Faced with Wujie's response, Enel became even more convinced of his guess. Follow me. Whether it was out of fear of Wujie's threat or a recognition of reality, Enel didn't continue to dwell on it. Soon, he led Wujie and the others into his secret cave. The ship is nice, but it's still not finished, and it's not big enough. Wujie didn't give too high an evaluation of Enel's unfinished masterpiece. To be honest, for the arc poneglyph, what he valued was not the ship itself, but the special energy conversion system Enel had built. With this thing, wouldn't it be great to create a real, small aircraft carrier? If the energy wasn't enough, he could also have Enel create 2 energy conversion devices from the start. Furthermore, he wanted to develop derivatives on top of the energy devices, creating large destructive weapons like the Thunder God Cannon and Fire God Cannon that could be mounted on the ship after charging. The ship is too small? Enel frowned and looked at the others. He really couldn't understand why they needed such a large ship with their sizes. Moreover, in his plan, his ship was supposed to be able to fly. If it were too big, wouldn't that just be asking for trouble? Hee, as if seeing Enel's confusion. Wujie chuckled and said, Our partners are not just these people around us. Huh? Enel was even more puzzled. Wujie didn't keep them in suspense and said loudly, Do you remember the giant sea cow at the front of my ship? Are you saying? Enel's eyes widened. That's right. Wujie nodded seriously. Its name is Moo Moo, and it's also our partner. If we're going to build a ship, we must build an iron giant ship that can carry it and fly. A flying iron giant ship? Enel was almost dumbfounded upon hearing this. At this moment, he wasn't the only one who was dumbfounded. Big brother, do you know what you're saying? Doflamingo quietly asked. His words instantly resonated with the others. If Wujie weren't their leader, they would have wanted to directly call him an idiot or crazy. There was no other reason. It was simply too shocking to propose such an idea. You must know that 99 of the ships sailing on this sea are wooden sailboats. Even the vast majority of the Navy's warships are the same. But Wujie actually wanted to build an iron giant ship? Chapter 89, Gold? Just a material for shipbuilding. What? You all seem very skeptical? Wujie noticed the doubtful expressions of everyone present, yet he still wore a faint smile. Big brother, do you know how much it costs to build an iron giant ship? Doflamingo tactfully advised. Money? Wujie looked at Doflamingo and countered with a question. Doflamingo, do you know what this island we are standing on was called by the world hundreds of years ago? What? Doflamingo asked curiously, confused. Just then, Robin seemed to have thought of something and suddenly exclaimed in shock, Mr. Wujie, could it be that the ancient city that existed on Gaia Island hundreds of years ago is lost here? Yes. Wujie nodded, hearing such speculation from Robin. The genius archaeologist, he wasn't surprised at all. Following Robin's lead, he continued, This island we are standing on was originally part of Gaia Island. It was also washed out by the sky-high sea currents, just like our ships. And that golden city Shandora, which existed on Gaia Island hundreds of years ago, is right here. Golden City? Hearing these words, everyone except Enel showed varying degrees of interest. Big brother, are you planning to use gold to buy metal? Doflamingo realized. But Wujie's next answer left everyone except Enel once again shocked. Gold is just ready-made metal, right? The partners, using gold to build a ship? Is that too arrogant and ostentatious? Just as Doflamingo didn't know how to respond, Zoro frowned and said, Big brother, the hardness of gold is vastly different from that of steel. Upon hearing this, Wujie slightly raised the corner of his mouth and smiled. Zoro, it seems you forgot about one person. One person? Just as Zoro was puzzled, Doflamingo seemed to think of something and blurted out, Walbo. As soon as he said this, except for the slightly confused Enel, Zoro and the other partners all found relief in the silence. Big brother. You are still the big brother after all. Who is Walbo? Enel remembered that Wujie hadn't introduced this person to him earlier while they were eating. He's my captive. As for his abilities, facing Enel's questioning gaze, Wujie simply introduced Walpo, who was locked up in the cabin. Upon hearing this, a look of interest immediately appeared in Enel's eyes. If one could eat metal and produce the ideal special alloy structure. If he had such a subordinate from the beginning, he would have probably already stepped onto infinite land by now. What are you thinking? Seeing Enel lost in thought, Wuji curiously asked. It's nothing. Enel sighed inwardly, but his face still wore that aloof expression. Really nothing? Wuji's gaze flickered slightly, but he didn't bother to delve deeper and directly ask the question he was most concerned about. Enel, have you completed the power conversion structure on your arc psalms? With the previous mental imagery, Enel didn't find it surprising and replied in a deep voice. Almost there. However, after answering, just the thought of the steel giant ship Wuji mentioned caused his expression to gradually darken. The energy consumption required daily to support such an extremely heavy behemoth flying in the sky would undoubtedly be quite terrifying. And he, Enel, didn't want to become a machine that only knew how to charge and discharge every day. I know what you're worried about. Seeing Enel's gloomy expression, Wuji suddenly snapped his fingers, revealing a wisp of flame before him. You are the lightning man, and I am the fireman. As fellow natural elements, let me help you install a power conversion device based on the characteristics of fire. That shouldn't be too difficult for you, right? Wuji's words were not loud, but the wisp of flame at his fingertips dealt quite a blow to Enel. You have to know, during their previous battle, Wuji had never truly revealed this ability. Wuji, just how strong are you? Enel stared blankly at Wuji, struggling to speak. Want to know? Wuji smiled meaningfully and said, the days ahead are long. If you want to know the answer, then be prepared. Are you kidding me? Enel's eyes widened in anger and said, you're just fire. I'm thunder. Once I awaken the armament Haki, I will definitely be stronger than you. Hee. Upon hearing Enel's words, Daius was the first to offer a polite smile. Hee. Next was Ace. Hee. Finally, it was Zoro who wrapped things up. What the hell are you guys laughing at? Enel felt a deep sense of mockery and said angrily, Wuji is a strong man recognized by this god, and you. His gaze swept over Daius, Ace, and Zoro, and he said in an extremely contemptuous tone, the three of you together can't defeat this god. I don't understand why you have the right to laugh. As his words fell, the smiles on the faces of the three suddenly froze. No, we are just laughing at your ignorance as a newcomer, and you're directly mocking us? If they could endure that, wouldn't they really become turtles? Damn God, do you really think we can't defeat you? Daius's eyes turned cold as he suddenly drew his curved blade. As for Ace and Zoro, although they said nothing, their tense stances already spoke volumes. Ahem. Just as both sides were on edge, Wuji lightly coughed and turned to the other three silent partners, saying softly, Sanji, Robin, Chopper, you guys shouldn't stay here. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you later. Huh? Accidentally hurt? Chopper blinked his big eyes, his small face full of confusion. But in the next second, Robin had already hugged him close. Robin, you. Chopper poked his head out from the warmth, wanting to voice his confusion. But when he sensed the sudden surge of heat in the air, he immediately shrank back. High temperatures and such, he really hated them the most. You all want to fight, right? Sensing that Robin and the others had exited the cave, Wuji scanned the four people inside and said in a low voice, just right. I've had enough to eat, and I want to stretch my muscles. Let's practice together today. The moment his words fell, he didn't give Daius, Ace, or Zoro a chance to refuse. A circle of blazing fire rings suddenly erupted around him. Chapter 9014, Brother. Do you really have to be this ruthless? Seeing Wuji absorb all those blazing fire rings into his body and enter a completely new form he had never seen before, Daius couldn't help but twitch his mouth violently. Ruthless? Wuji narrowed his eyes slightly. Since the conflict was difficult to mediate, he didn't mind taking out his supreme form to completely engulf it. Enel, we must cooperate. Seeing that Wuji was determined to beat them, Daius quickly rallied Enel as a strong ally. Sure. Enel did not refuse and readily agreed. Not because he wanted to, but because he sensed a chilling aura of danger emanating from Wuji. Cooperate? Wuji appeared calm on the surface, but joy welled up in his heart. Because Daius and Enel's actions were exactly what he wanted to see. However, if you're going to act, you have to go all out. Today, you must deepen the awareness of cooperation among the few of them. Do you think you can defeat me just because we cooperate? That's simply a delusion. The moment his words fell, Wuji's figure suddenly vanished from the spot. How could he be so fast? Perceiving Wuji's terrifying speed with observation Haki, Enel's eyes widened in shock. Such speed is almost on par with his lightning teleportation. Enel, don't just stand there, Daius yelled, and without thinking, teleported in front of Enel, swinging his blade straight down. Daius, you really are as reliable as ever, Wuji praised, but his actions didn't stop for a moment. Clang! His crimson fist struck against the curved blade, and the terrifying force instantly changed Daius's complexion. Enel! Daius shouted again, and in the next instant, his figure suddenly disappeared, replaced by a flash of blue electric arcs. Very nice coordination. Wuji looked at the thick electric arc rushing towards him and chose not to resist with his body. Instead, he opted for the most direct way to let Enel experience pure visual shock. Then, just as the electric arc was about to reach him, he suddenly raised his right hand and squeezed hard. Zzz. In an instant, the blue electric arc shattered. What? Enel couldn't believe his eyes. Could lightning really be crushed? Enel, you exposed a flaw. Wuji's gaze flickered as he was about to punch Enel hard, but suddenly, observation Haki sensed two life forces approaching him from either side. Ace, Zoro, your tricks aren't enough to faze me. Facing their attacks, Wuji didn't dodge, but instantly maximized his armament Haki. Ding! Clang! When the pitch black, Wado Ikamanji and Seven-Star Sword, along with a black armored arm, struck against Wuji's two crimson arms, what erupted was not blood, but dazzling sparks. Do you know? Armament Haki also has strengths and weaknesses, and compared to yours, clearly, you still fall far short. Damn it! Hearing Wuji's words, both Ace and Zoro gritted their teeth in frustration. Angry? Wuji's tone was calm, but his words were particularly piercing. If anger could help one overcome strong enemies, then the entire sea would be filled with anger. Therefore, true strong people should not be blinded by anger, but should learn to use anger to disguise themselves and then strike decisively. Upon hearing this, Ace and Zoro's eyes flickered slightly. At this moment, Wuji did not intend to give them much time to think. The seeds had already been sown, and when they would bloom and bear fruit depended entirely on themselves. Your attack has ended. Now it's my turn. Wuji swung his arms and suddenly leaped into the air, delivering a clean and swift double kick that was utterly merciless. Bang! Crack! As the crisp sound of bones breaking echoed through the cave, Ace and Zoro's figures crashed against the wall like a runaway train. Ace! Zoro! Daius looked at his fallen comrades, his hand gripping the knife, trembling violently. Daius! I can sense your anger, but what will you do? Wuji's gaze lingered on Daius as he said with interest. Huh. With the lessons learned from Ace and Zoro, Daius took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil within him. He felt extremely fortunate that it was Wuji teaching them this lesson. If it had been a real enemy, it would have been too late for regrets. Enel, if you have any powerful moves left, hurry and use them. I will do my best to buy you time. After saying this, Daius didn't care about Enel's reaction and attacked Wuji again with his knife. A wise choice. After blocking Daius's attack, Wuji praised him. But the next moment came a brutal strike. Daius, the shifting fruit indeed, gives you unparalleled mobility. But what will you do if you encounter a monster that restricts your movement or is as fast as you? Nanny? Daius looked puzzled, but soon, Wuji vividly demonstrated the truth of his words. Flame, purgatory cage. As a crimson fire curtain suddenly enveloped the entire cave, Daius was horrified to find that his teleportation distance was limited to this small space. Daius wanted to ask Wuji how he had done it, but when his observation Haki sensed that Wuji was coming at him with an even more terrifying speed, he instinctively used his teleportation ability. Whoosh! However, as soon as his figure appeared, Wuji, like a relentless parasite, struck again. The speed had increased again. Daius's eyes widened in shock. After dodging with another teleportation, he finally discovered the secret behind Wuji's increasing speed. Is the color of his legs deepening due to compressed flames? Or is it due to explosive flames? And how can I break the deadlock? Daius's mind raced, wanting to buy a little more time for Enel, but Wuji, who had already lost patience, did not give him that opportunity. Daius, the game of cat and mouse should end now. As Wuji's voice lingered in the air, the compressed flames suddenly exploded in his legs, providing him with even more terrifying acceleration. It's over. When even observation, Haki, couldn't sense Wuji's movement trajectory, Daius felt he had no chance left. Wuji stopped. Just as Wuji's fist was about to touch Daius's chest, Enel, who had entered his ultimate form, unhesitatingly unleashed a thunder strike, Judgment of God. Chapter 91. Vanishing without a trace. You think you can judge me? You're not qualified, Enel. Wuji did not stop, striking Daius away while swiftly raising his hand to unleash a curtain of fire. Boom! When the azure lightning struck the fire curtain, that thin layer seemed like the most indestructible thing in the world, unable to be shaken at all. This is impossible. Enel's eyes nearly popped out at the sight. This Judgment of God was a powerful strike released in his strongest 200 million volt God mode. But Wuji had effortlessly blocked it. How could he believe it? There are many things in this world that you think are impossible. You need to learn to accept reality. Wuji calmly looked at Enel and said indifferently, Armament Haki inherently has the characteristic of being emitted, and his flame Haki is an exotic Haki born from the combination of fire and Haki. Therefore, as his strength improved, as long as Wuji wanted, it would not be difficult to attach all the raging flames to his flame Haki. For example, the purgatory cage that trapped Daius was like this. Lies. All lies. I don't believe it. Enel completely could not accept what Wuji said. Last time, he was defeated by Wuji's punch and still held onto a glimmer of hope, believing he hadn't used his full strength. But now, with a more brutal reality laid before him, he was on the verge of collapse. How fragile. Wuji sighed lightly. However, he actually understood why Enel would feel this way. After all, anyone who had been a lofty god for too long would feel a huge sense of loss when pulled down from their pedestal. What Wuji needed to do now was to make Enel completely recognize reality. As for whether Enel would completely collapse, that was not even in his consideration. Simply put, the weak do not qualify to be his true partners. 200 million volts. Enel roared, trying to unleash an even more powerful attack. But his enormous attack wind-up made Wuji shake his head repeatedly. It should end. Wuji murmured, and all the flames he had absorbed into his body exploded at that moment. Thunder. Enel hadn't even finished saying the name of his technique. In the next instant, his eyes rolled back and all his words died in his throat. Bang! With just one punch, the thunder dissipated and the towering fire column burst through Enel's torso, crashing through the rock wall and shooting straight into the sky. Thus, this battle ended with Wuji's complete victory. Marine Headquarters Marineford in the office of the Marine Admiral, several high-ranking figures in the Navy had gathered here. Tsuru, do you have any latest news about that kid Wuji? Sengoku, who had been extremely busy for the past few months, was the first to speak. A few months ago, no one would have expected that Wuji would be so fierce, facing all the members of the Red-Haired Pirates except Red-Haired Shanks alone. Not only did he manage to escape unscathed, but he even killed one, seriously injured several, and even blew up the flagship of the Red-Haired Pirates with his incredible maneuvers. Such behavior could no longer be described as that of a newcomer. He was completely a living new generation strongest king. Although this statement had been put forth by that scoundrel Morgans during this time, Sengoku, the Marine Admiral, now found it quite reasonable. No, Tsuru shook her head, but her gaze subtly swept toward Akainu. She always felt that this man knew something about Wuji and the other's disappearance. But what puzzled her was that the battle report he submitted did not mention it at all. Therefore, no matter how she looked at it, she felt this matter was suspicious and had too many inconsistencies. No, Sengoku's frown deepened. In the Battle of Gaio Island, due to the involvement of red-haired Shanks, Wuji's group had truly attracted the attention of the highest authorities of the world government. The opinions expressed by those people were also very simple. Either surrender and become the newest Shichibukai, or be wanted and become a huge bounty on the seas. This is really giving me a headache. Sengoku rubbed his temples, hoping to hear useful opinions from the few people in front of him. However, he didn't hear any opinions, but instead caught the faint sound of chewing. Garp, you bastard, what time is it? And you still have time to eat senbei? Sengoku was furious, unable to contain his anger. If that old bastard had gone all out to capture Wuji from the very beginning and forcibly brought him back to the Navy headquarters, would he still have these troubles? Huh. Seeing Sengoku turn his spearhead towards him, Carp was instantly stunned. I've worked hard to complete my mission, and after returning, I haven't even had a proper rest before you drag me here for a meeting. What's wrong with eating something? Besides, didn't he notice the atmosphere was off and has already lowered the sound of eating to the minimum? And yet, Sengoku still wouldn't let him go. Crunch, crunch. Sengoku, you bastard. Carp finished all the sunbae in one bite and was about to have a good talk with the old bastard in glasses in front of him when he was coldly interrupted by Admiral Tsuru. Everyone stop arguing. Don't you think the trouble is big enough already? How terrifying. Borisolino was about to instinctively say his catchphrase, but when he met Tsuru's sharp gaze, he fell silent this time. There was nothing he could do. After all, a few months ago, he had poorly guarded Kaido and nearly caused a greater disturbance. Yes, it has been several months since that shocking battle at Gaia Island, and Wujia and his crew, who were at the eye of the storm, have also been silent for months. No one knows their whereabouts, nor what they're doing. But everyone present was incredibly clear in their hearts that when Wujia and his crew reappear, a new storm will definitely gather again. Just as the atmosphere in the office fell into a brief silence, an urgent report suddenly sounded from outside the door. Report, Marshal. You asked to pay special attention to the flame Emperor Wujia, and there is news. As soon as these words came out, everyone in the office perked up. Even the seemingly lazy Akiji was the same. The reason for his reaction, aside from Wujia's extraordinarily eye-catching record, was that he had seen a very familiar name in Wujia and his crew's profile. With Sengoku's order, the door was pushed open by the messenger. As soon as he stepped into the room and felt the oppressive gazes, he almost froze. No, I just delivered a message. Do you really need to look at me like this? Marshal, this is the intelligence. He hurriedly placed the dossier he was holding down and left the Navy Marshal's office at the fastest speed of his life. The messenger's departure didn't concern anyone present. At this moment, all their eyes were fixed on that dossier. Chapter 92, Ship Formation. Target, Amazon Lily, a super-large metal giant ship. When Sengoku saw this bold, red-highlighted text in the intelligence, he could hardly believe his eyes. Wujia and his gang had only been silent for a few months, and they had somehow created a super-large metal giant ship without anyone noticing. Are they joking with him? Sengoku, calm down. What super-large metal giant ship? Tsuru's eyes narrowed, staring intently at the disheveled Navy Marshal in front of her. The intelligence mentions that Wujia and his crew are piloting a fully metal giant ship, approximately 100 meters long and 30 meters wide, sailing at high speed towards the doldrums. Sengoku said absent-mindedly, "No size? A fully metal giant ship approximately 100 meters long and 30 meters wide?" As Sengoku's voice echoed in the air, everyone present looked at him with expressions of disbelief. At this moment, though they had no words, they all seemed to silently ask, "Do you know what you're talking about?" You see, even the Navy's most advanced heavy warships are not made entirely of metal. Moreover, the standard heavy warships of the Navy have lengths that hardly exceed 100 meters. Of course, some exceptions do not count, but these were not the most shocking to them. What shocked them the most were those two seemingly light, yet crucial keywords. No sails. High speed. If the intelligence is correct, how did they manage to do that? Tsuru's words directly expressed everyone's thoughts. But when Sengoku heard this, he could only shake his head helplessly and sighed. I don't know. The intelligence didn't mention it at all. What should we do next? Don't forget, that kid's target is the doldrums. Upon hearing Tsuru emphasize the three words doldrums, Sengoku finally reacted. That kid, is his target the pirate Empress Boa Hancock? Sengoku suddenly stood up, his eyes wide open. Currently, 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea have already left. If Wujia continues to act recklessly, the face of the world government will be completely lost. It's all because the 7 warlords of the sea system was established by the world government. We can't let this kid act recklessly anymore. Sengoku's gaze sharpened, and in the next moment, the silent Akainu suddenly spoke up. I'll go stop him. When everyone heard this, they first looked at Akainu in surprise, then ignored him. Let you go? Don't even mention stopping him. It would be a blessing if you didn't hinder us. This thought flashed through Sengoku's mind, and then he turned his gaze to the other 2 Navy admirals. Alala, how about I go instead? Akiji stood up and stretched lazily as he said, You go? Seeing Akiji unusually wanting to take on the task, Sengoku was even more surprised. This one, ever since that incident years ago, has been less and less enthusiastic about missions, even slowly evolving into a no-push, no-move attitude. However, considering the urgency of the situation, Sengoku still refused. Akiji, the Amazon Lily Kingdom, is located in the doldrums. It's not convenient for you to go. Let's have Borisolino go instead. Crack. Seeing Sengoku refuse Akiji and choose Borisolino instead, Borisolino directly clipped a notch into his carefully trimmed nails. Mr. Sengoku, I can, however. He hadn't finished rejecting when Sengoku interrupted him sternly. No. All right. Borisolino had no choice. After all, he had made a mistake last time. Otherwise, he would have demanded a hefty overtime pay from Sengoku for this mission. Sabaody Archipelago Shaki's bar, although it appeared to be a bar on the surface. It was secretly the largest intelligence transfer station in the Sabaody Archipelago. Today, the charming proprietress Shaki was browsing the intelligence summaries sent by her subordinates as usual. But when she saw a particular piece of intelligence, her pupils suddenly constricted and the wine glass in her hand uncontrollably slipped and fell. Crash! As the sound of the shattering wine glass echoed through the empty bar, the silver-haired old man who should have been dozing off at the bar counter suddenly straightened up, and a sharp gaze burst forth. When he activated his observation Haki and found no signs of any enemies, he couldn't help but ask in confusion, Shaki, what happened? Shaki, regaining her composure from shock, said with a complex tone, Rayleigh, the Flame Emperor you asked me to pay special attention to has news. Really? The silver-haired old man, who was also the former right-hand man of Pirate King Joel D. Roger, nicknamed Dark King Rayleigh, upon hearing Shaki's words, had a deep crimson glow suddenly burst forth in his pupils. After Shanks was present, not only did he kill one of his crew members, but he also blew up his pirate ship. Therefore, Rayleigh was very curious about this person. But soon, his curiosity dissipated like smoke with what Shaki said next. That Flame Emperor, who had been silent for months, actually built a steel giant ship that doesn't need wind power to operate, and moreover, before Shaki could finish, Rayleigh suddenly jumped up from his seat. What? No need for wind-powered steel giants? Is that kid's gang really capable of such advanced technology? Do you know who it is? Compared to Rayleigh's shock, Xiaqi's expression suddenly darkened, and she angrily said, Enough, Rayleigh. Seeing his old friend, who rarely got angry. Rayleigh's expression also became serious as he asked, Xiaqi, what exactly happened? Do you know where that steel giant's direction of travel is? Where? After Rayleigh asked this, an ominous feeling suddenly rose in his heart, and in the next second, his feeling was quickly validated. If nothing unexpected happened, that person's current direction was heading straight towards the windless zone of the Amazon Lily Kingdom. Speaking of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Xiaqi's tone shifted from anger to deep concern. Amazon Lily? Rayleigh was stunned. Then, as he recalled a series of actions taken by the Flame King after setting sail, he immediately understood everything. I am sorry, Xiaqi. Rayleigh slowly walked over to Xiaqi, gently embraced her, and said in a very firm tone, Don't worry. I won't let Hancock get hurt. After saying this, he downed the remaining half glass of alcohol on the bar, and then left the bar without looking back. Be careful, Rayleigh. As Rayleigh's figure grew distant, for some reason, a long-lost feeling of unease arose in Xiaqi's heart. Chapter 93. The Timeless Steel Giant. The golden proverb no wind zone in the past. This area was completely windless due to its unique climate, making it impossible for traditional sailing ships to navigate. At the same time, this area was home to countless giant sea kings over 100 meters long. It is no exaggeration to say that without some special means, this area was a taboo for humanity. However, today a giant metal ship over 100 meters long, without sails, was moving in a strange manner, majestically entering this rarely tread taboo area. It's hard to believe that in just over half a year, my brother actually built such a terrifying metal giant ship. Doflamingo stared blankly at this super battleship made of gold and other unique metals from Sky Island, crafted with the power of the Paramecia type Munch Munch fruit, still somewhat unable to believe it. Indeed, If it weren't for personal experience, it would be hard for anyone to believe it. On the spacious deck of the ship, Robin brushed her hair blown by the sea breeze. Her gaze fixed on the figure with black hair standing at the bow of the ship, her eyes filled with admiration. Months ago, after the educational battle ended, Wujia, in the name of the new god, mobilized everyone on Sky Island to mine gold, using Enel's half of Sky Island as leverage. Later, when everyone thought that Enel would become the leader in shipbuilding, Wujia took on the task himself. At first, no one knew where he got the confidence. However, as time passed, everyone was shocked by Wujia's methods. The special steel processed by Walbo with his fruit abilities was seamlessly connected by him using ultra-high temperature flames in a stacking block manner. What was even more astonishing were the 6 huge fans distributed around the steel giant ship. No, in Wujia's words, they should be called turbines. Robin still remembered that she once asked Wujia what those things were for. Wujia's answer was, "Take off, propel." Upon hearing this answer, aside from Enel, who seemed to ponder, everyone else was particularly confused. However, when Enel planned and built several giant energy conversion devices, all doubts vanished without a trace. Because, under the supply of electricity and fire, the steel giant ship really took off. You say, how many secrets does Mr. Wujia still have that we don't know? Robin said suddenly. Doflamingo, hearing this, shook his head dismissively and chuckled. I don't care how many secrets he has. I just know he is my brother. The two's conversation was unknown to Wujia. At this moment, he stood at the bow of the ship, unusually not exercising, but continuously delivering fiery energy into the metallic-patterned matrix beneath his feet. To be honest, relying solely on the simple physics knowledge from my past life to replicate a low-tier air and space mothership in the pirate world. Even Wujia found it hard to believe. However, no matter how unbelievable it was, with the premise of crossing over, everything seemed not so important. It has already become a predetermined reality. Why should I think about these things? Wujia shook his head with a smile, then pulled his thoughts back to reality. Now, the 7 warlords of the sea that need to be conquered one by one, only 4 remain. Pirate Empress Boa Hancock, Moonlight Mariah, Fishman Jinbei, and Nightmare Don Quixote Doflamingo. As for Hawkeye Dracula Mihawk, that's left for Zorro, so let's not mention it for now. After the 7 warlords of the sea comes the 4 emperors, then the admirals. These are the real heavyweight dramas that people are looking forward to. Wujia murmured to himself, his pupils flickering with a blazing desire. Since ancient times, achieving the title of the strongest has never been just talk. It has always been earned through one's own absolute strength. And Wujia is steadfastly moving towards this goal. Brother, we are about to arrive at Amazon Lily Kingdom's Snake Island. Just then, Doflamingo's voice came from behind, causing Wujia's spirit to suddenly lift. Are we really arriving so soon? Wujia raised his gaze to the island that was growing larger in his sight. An inexplicable emotion gradually surged in his heart. Because this island might be the only place in this world where he could see traces of his past life's architecture. Splash! However, just as the metal ship was about to approach Snake Island, the calm sea suddenly surged with raging waves. Another Sea King? How annoying. Wujia felt quite helpless. Along the way, they had encountered countless bizarre, giant Sea Kings. For these seemingly powerful, but actually vulnerable giant creatures, Wujia's initial enthusiasm had long since turned into disdain. If it were another wooden ship, the giant Sea Kings might pose a significant threat. But this ship, the Golden Proverb, not only had a fully metallic structure, but could also take off from a standstill when at full power. Thus, aside from the only victim, Moo, almost no one took these giant Sea Kings seriously. Get lost. Wujia's eyes suddenly turned crimson. Instantly, the powerful conqueror's Haki swept across the turbulent sea like autumn winds sweeping away leaves, directly flattening the raging waters. This is the outskirts of the central fortress of Snake Island, where an old woman holding a purple snake staff, feeling the terrifying aura, widened her eyes in shock. She was none other than the former emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, a member of the Rock's Pirates, Fireflower. Such powerful conquerors, Haki. After a brief moment of shock, Fireflower's expression suddenly turned extremely serious. The newcomer was not friendly. She sighed and then, with a nimble pace not befitting her age, quickly rushed toward the highest area of Snake City. In no time, Fireflower appeared in the bathroom of the current emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, who, hearing the commotion, the stunning beauty taking a bath instantly submerged her incredibly alluring fair body in the milky bathwater. "Hancock, it's me," with Fireflower's voice ringing out. Boa Hancock, known as the world's most beautiful woman and the current emperor of the Amazon Lily Kingdom, instantly became furious. "You damn old woman. How dare you barge into my bathroom? Are you tired of living?" Hearing such a stern reprimand, Flameflower remained unfazed and directly threatened in return. "Hancock, if you don't want to be captured and become a slave again, then listen to me." Chapter 94, Stepping onto Nine Snake Island. So, upon hearing Flameflower's words, Hancock suddenly sprang up from the milky bathwater. Unfortunately, that incredibly alluring snow-white body could not be seen by a third party. "Old woman, if you don't make things clear today, I will never let you off easily." Hancock's big eyes were filled with a dangerous light. It was because that absolutely forbidden word had been mentioned again, slave. This was a past she never wanted to recall. However, this old hag not only brought it up, but also used it to threaten her. If it weren't for the fact that the other party was not weak, she really wanted to turn her into stone and kick her to pieces. Seeing that her words had caught Hancock's attention, Flameflower secretly breathed a sigh of relief while urgently saying, "Did you feel that Conqueror's Haki that was emanating from outside the island earlier?" "Conqueror's Haki?" Hancock was a bit confused and blurted out, "What Conqueror's Haki? You felt it?" Earlier, she had been completely immersed in her bath, almost falling asleep, and had no mind to perceive that so-called Conqueror's Haki. "You." Flameflower was exasperated, but now was not the time to argue. So she had to urge, "Hancock, the enemy is almost at the door. You should quickly gather the citizens." Hancock, upon hearing this, was still half convinced. However, thanks to Flameflower's previous role as a military advisor and the possibility of herself becoming a slave again, she reluctantly stepped out of the bath. "For now, I will trust you," Hancock said as she got dressed, quickly covering her incredibly tempting snow-white body with a purple cheepow embroidered with the emblem of the Nine Snake Pirates. "Let's go." As the bathroom door was pushed open, a mobilization order for the National Warriors quickly spread throughout Nine Snake City. Meanwhile, on the outer coast of Nine Snake Island, Wujia had just led a group of companions, except for Enel, onto the island when several feathered arrows shot into the ground before him. Buzz! Looking at the arrows that penetrated 3 inches into the ground and were still trembling, Wujia was indifferent, but his companions behind him all gasped in shock. Arrows can possess such power. If they were shot at a person, wouldn't they penetrate directly? Just as they were thinking this, the archer appeared from the tall trees in the distance. "Outsiders, if you dare take another step forward, you will die." The speaker was Kikyo, who held the position of captain of the National Warriors in the Amazon Lily Kingdom. As her words rang out, several national warriors holding snake-shaped longbows appeared atop the trees around her. Women? Seeing that the archers were all female, they were once again shocked. But Sanji, amidst his shock, gradually revealed a heart-eyed look. The reason for this was that these female national warriors were all dressed revealingly, and each had their own charm. "Beautiful ladies," Sanji said, taking a step forward uncontrollably. And just at that moment, a cold, sharp sound of air being sliced suddenly rang out. Whoosh! The long arrow tore through the air. But this time, the arrow was not aimed at the ground, but at Sanji's forehead. "Sanji-kun, be careful," Chopper shouted loudly. There was no way around it. Who else would need his medical attention when injured? "You damn perverted chef." Seeing Sanji remain unmoved, Chopper jumped up and kicked. Bang! After Sanji fell, looking at the large crater on the ground, cold sweat immediately broke out on his forehead. "That was close. Almost lost my life." Just as Sanji was still in shock, Wujia suddenly extinguished the faint flame between his fingers. Dorsey watched this, and, although he said nothing, the slight upward curve of his mouth revealed his current mood. Big Brother is still that Big Brother. No matter how strong he becomes, he is still their strongest support. Enough already. Seeing the leading female warrior ready to draw her bow again, Wujia stepped forward, directly attracting the attention of all of them. "Bastard!" Kikyo cursed softly, wanting to draw her bow to intimidate. However, When her gaze met Wujia's, she felt a bone-chilling cold sweep over her body. "Who are you?" Kikyo half raised her snake-shaped longbow and gritted her teeth. "Don't you know that our Amazon Lily Kingdom prohibits any men from entering? If you're discovered by our emperor, you will all be turned to stone." This sounded like a kind reminder, but in reality, it was a veiled threat. But would Wujia be afraid? The answer was, of course no. Prohibiting men from entering? Wujia wore a faint smile, but his words made several national warriors change their expressions. "In that case, go and report to your emperor and let him come out." "Preposterous!" Kikyo shouted sternly. Even though she knew Wujia might be an extremely dangerous individual, she could not tolerate such an insult to her respected emperor. Without hesitation, she exerted all her strength and shot her strongest arrow. Whoosh! The arrow suddenly broke through the air, enveloped in rich black light. It was the elder sister's lethal arrow. The other national warriors felt the immense power contained in this arrow and all displayed triumphant smiles. But soon, their smiles turned to horror. "This is impossible. Fake. This must be fake. How could such an absurd thing happen in the world?" Seeing that the black-haired intruder easily crushed the elder sister's lethal arrow in his hand, several national warriors could hardly believe their eyes. Wait. Suddenly, it seemed they thought of something and all looked expectantly at the lethal arrow. Boom! When the arrow exploded, smiles reappeared on their faces. "So what if he caught the arrow? Can you withstand the explosion?" Just as they were feeling relieved, a sea breeze blew past, sweeping away the thick smoke and their joy. "Monster! Men are all monsters!" The youngest national warrior, Margaret, trembled in fear, her petite body shaking uncontrollably. Finally, she stepped wrong and fell directly from the treetop. "Margaret!" Kikyo's face turned even uglier upon seeing this. But the next second, when she saw Margaret using the cover of the trees to rush towards Nine Snake City at high speed, she instantly felt relieved. Is it finally time for His Majesty the Emperor to take action? Kikyo, though reluctant, had to admit that she and the other national warriors were simply no match for that black-haired man. "You men are dead." Kikyo secretly glared at Wujia, having already sentenced this black-haired man to death in her heart. But what she did not know was that, under Wujia's observation Haki, the blonde girl named Margaret was merely doing something he wanted to see. Chapter 95. The most beautiful woman in the world. The wait did not last long. Rumbling, accompanied by the sound of wheels crushing the ground growing closer, a special vehicle soon appeared in Wujia and the others' line of sight. Lady Snake Princess. Upon seeing this vehicle, which was the Emperor of Nine Snake Island's special patrol carriage, Kikyo and the other two national warriors jumped down from the treetops and respectfully waited by the carriage. As a foot stepped out from behind the car curtain, revealing a pair of long, beautiful legs adorned with black high heels, Sanji, who had been sitting on the ground, instantly seemed to receive some kind of signal, his eyes widening in shock. "What beautiful legs!" Wujia heard this and felt an ominous feeling rise in his heart. "Sanji, quickly close your eyes." However, even though he reminded him in time, it was still too late. With a thud, when the pirate Empress Boa Hancock fully stepped out of the carriage, exposing her stunning beauty to the air, even Wujia, who was obsessed with martial arts, couldn't help but have his heart race. Long, straight black hair, tall, big, fair, and slim, a pair of deep blue eyes, complemented by her naturally stunning face. Additionally, her sleeveless deep purple long qipao, which had high slit, added an infinite allure to her beauty. Just as Wujia was about to fall into this beautiful trap, he suddenly raised his hand and slapped himself. The force was merciless. Seeing someone resist her charm through self-harm, Boa Hancock slowly lowered her proud head and sneered, "Pitiful creature. Do you think you can escape the fate of death like this? How ridiculous." In the next moment, she suddenly raised her hands, forming a heart shape with her fingers. Sweet, sweet wind. Accompanied by the activation of the sweet fruit ability, heart-shaped pink light rings shot out in an instant. Seeing this, Wujia instinctively stomped his foot hard on the ground. But as his body suddenly soared into the air, he immediately saw the scene he least wanted to see. Crack, crack, crack. In just one glance, the companions who had come with him, even the female Nico Robin, could not escape the fate of being petrified. "I miscalculated." Wujia landed, his face dark as he sighed. He had originally just wanted to have a good fight with the pirate Empress Boa Hancock. But now, except for Enel and Moo Moo, all his other companions had been petrified. And the most terrifying thing was that this petrification ability seemed not to end even with Boa Hancock's death. Truly a devil fruit of monstrous proportions. At this moment, Wujia's gaze towards Boa Hancock was devoid of any desire. Only solemnity remained. How dare a lowly man gaze upon me? Seeing that damned man jumping around and then turning his gaze toward her, Boa Hancock's beautiful cheeks gradually revealed a look of impatience, and her strikes became increasingly sharp. Captivero, when her fingers lightly touched her lips, a huge peach-colored heart-shaped substance instantly condensed. Then, she drew back as if pulling a bow, and the dense swarm of peach-colored arrows suddenly shot out like a storm. What a beautiful yet cruel woman, Wujie thought to himself. This move from Boa Hancock not only targeted him, but also included the already petrified Doflamingo and others within its attack range. Flowing flame, fire curtain. This time, Wujie did not dodge, nor did he dare to, and raised his hand to unleash a massive fire curtain filled with rich flowing flame Haki, completely enveloping himself and his companions. Bang, bang, bang. As the peach-colored arrows continuously exploded, the late-arriving flame, flower, and many Amazon lily warriors appeared behind Boa Hancock's carriage. Hancock, Flame Flower was furious, but for the sake of Her Majesty's dignity, she had to lower her voice, saying, "You kicked me off the carriage. I'll settle the score with you later. Right now, I just want to know, did you clarify the opponent's identity before you attacked? I have no interest in knowing the identity of a lowly person." Boa Hancock replied, "You." Flame Flower was even angrier. She had survived since the Rocks era and knew better than anyone what kind of terrifying existence someone with such a powerful conqueror as Haki would be. Yet such a strong person was referred to as a lowly person by Hancock. "Hancock, do you know what you're doing? Aren't you afraid of bringing disaster to the country?" Flame Flower coldly questioned. "Disaster?" Hancock was completely unconcerned, still holding her head high. She said, "Whatever I do, the whole world will forgive me, because I'm truly too beautiful." As this statement spread, aside from the speechless Flame Flower, all the female warriors of the Amazon Lily Kingdom had pink hearts in their eyes, looking infatuated. "Really?" Just then, an untimely voice suddenly rang out, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Who is this person? How dare they question the beauty of Lady Snake? Why bother with so much? Just sentence them to death. Yes, sentence them to death. In an instant, the crowd was in an uproar. All the female warriors of the Amazon Lily Kingdom hoping that Lady Snake would act and directly execute the villain. "You are all so noisy." Wujie stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over the shouting female warriors, his eyes flashing red. Buzz! In an instant, the violent Conqueror-S Haki surged from Wujie's body, wreaking havoc in the world. "It's you, caught in this Conqueror-S Haki." Flame Flower widened her eyes in disbelief, looking at Wujie. At such a young age, he possessed such terrifying Conqueror-S Haki. If she hadn't experienced it herself, she would find it hard to believe. Damn bastard. Seeing her supporters continuously fall, Boa Hancock was furious. "Rude person, accept my judgment." She scolded as she jumped down from the carriage, rushing toward him with lightning speed. Hancock, Flame Flower's eyelids twitched uncontrollably at this scene. She could only hope that things wouldn't develop in the worst direction. Otherwise, the entire Snake Island might cease to exist. Fragrant feet. As Boa Hancock approached Wujie, she kicked fiercely toward his head. However, the result she got was far from what she had anticipated. Chapter 96. As long as I don't have feelings, petrification is a joke. Slap. Wujie slightly tilted his head, raising his left hand wrapped in flowing flame Haki, directly gripping Boa Hancock's ankle tightly in his palm. "Bastard, let go of your filthy hands." Feeling the burning sensation from her ankle, Boa Hancock's eyes blazed with anger. Scolding, "Do you want me to let go?" "Fine." Wujie ignored Boa Hancock's rudeness. At this moment, he only wanted her to quickly lift the petrification on his companions. So he said, "But before that, you have to lift the petrification ability you've placed on my companions." "You wish." Boa Hancock refused without a second thought. Upon hearing this, Wujie's brows furrowed slightly as he said word by word, Are you sure you want to refuse? With each word, the strength in his grip increased. And when Wujia's words fell, Boa Hancock could no longer hold back, suddenly letting out a wail. Ah, it hurts. It hurts so much. You bastard. Why won't you forgive me? Am I not beautiful? Put away your little tricks. Wujia looked at the pitiful Boa Hancock with disdain and scolded. Do you really think I would fall for your tricks? He had previously slapped his own face to solidify his resolve. Otherwise, that fragrant kick from Boa Hancock, which could be considered an act of ignoring Haki, could have knocked him over. Furthermore, the lives of his 6 companions were all in his hands. If he failed, it would all be over. As for relying on Enel, that would truly be nonsense. After all, he had released a large number of beautiful maids in Enel's palace. What's your problem, you bastard? Seeing that her seductive tricks had been exposed, Boa Hancock decided to stop pretending. What do you want? Didn't I make myself clear? As Wu Ji spoke, his gaze suddenly sharpened. Trying to sneak attack? Childish. Sensing a strong life force rapidly approaching him, he revealed a sinister smile. You want to save someone? Then I'll make your wish come true. With that, he swung Boa Hancock, using her as a weapon. Damn it. Seeing this black-haired man using Hancock as a weapon, the already cornered Flameflower had no choice but to dilute the armed color Haki wrapping around her body. Bang! When the two bodies collided fiercely, blood sprayed, and the crisp sound of bones cracking echoed ominously in the void. You're ruthless. Flameflower struggled to get up. Her gaze towards Wu Ji filled with horror. She had lived for so many years and had never encountered a strong person who could be so merciless towards a stunning beauty like Hancock. It's worth noting that even Rox D. Zebek, who was hailed as the overlord of the sea, had a fondness for the previous empress of the Amazon Lily. Shut up. Wu Ji glanced at the short Flameflower, then stepped towards the moaning Boa Hancock, coldly saying now, I give you 2 choices. 1. Hearing the word slave again, painful memories flooded Hancock's mind. No, I absolutely do not want to become a slave. Since I don't want to become a slave, then you need to. However, not knowing this man's true nature, Hancock understood that if she released her petrification ability, she might lose her last bargaining chip. Hancock hesitated for a moment, then gritted her teeth and said, I refuse. Very good. You're really good. Wu Ji laughed in anger, grabbing Hancock by the neck and lifting her off the ground. Since that's the case, then you'll become my slave. Hancock, seeing Wu Ji truly about to take the current empress of the Amazon Lily away, Flameflower endured the pain of her shattered bones and was about to attack again. But in the next moment, a golden flash suddenly fell from the sky, stopping her actions abruptly. That was close. I almost got punished again. The newcomer scanned the surroundings, finally resting his gaze on Wu Ji, speaking in a slow tone. Kid, could you please release your hand? Otherwise, it would be very difficult for me. Admiral of the Navy? Yellow Monkey Borsellino? Flameflower was stunned in place upon recognizing the person. She never expected that one of the 3 admirals of the Navy, Yellow Monkey Borsellino, would personally come to Amazon Lily, seemingly to rescue the pirate Empress Hancock. Pirate Empress? Remembering Hancock's other identity, Flameflower's eyes lit up with joy. It had been so long since she mentioned it that she almost forgot that Hancock was also one of the warlords of the sea, recognized by the world government as a great pirate. Warlords of the sea. Flameflower repeated the words, suddenly recalling a few explosive news stories she had seen months ago. So, you're that blazing King Wu Ji who targets well-known, powerful figures on the sea? Wu Ji, upon hearing this, didn't bother to respond. He was currently facing Borsellino, who had eaten the Logia-type light fruit. If I don't let go, will you really dare to make a move? Wu Ji stared directly at Borsellino, not daring to show any signs of relaxation. Your answer is really troubling me. Borsellino adjusted his glasses and, without saying another word, took out a transponder snail from his pocket. Bring. The transponder snail rang once and was quickly answered. Borsellino, have you arrived at Amazon Lily? Hearing the inquiry from Fleet Admiral Sengoku, Borsellino cleared his throat and replied softly, Mr. Sengoku, I have arrived at Amazon Lily. But there's a bit of a situation that requires your intervention. A situation? What situation? Borsellino's answer made Sengoku, who was far away in Mariewa, suddenly feel a sense of foreboding. Sure enough, as Borsellino continued, The premonition came true. Wu Ji has captured the pirate Empress Boa Hancock, and I'm really in a difficult position regarding whether to intervene. Sengoku, bastard, you're in a difficult position, but does that mean I'm not in a difficult position? You want to curse, but ultimately held it in. Is Wu Ji beside you? Sengoku asked. Yes. As Borsellino's words fell, a conversation regarding both sides' positions was about to unfold. Chapter 97. An anxious Sengoku. Wu Ji. I am Fleet Admiral Sengoku. To be honest, I really do not want to talk to you in this manner. If possible, I would prefer to discuss matters face to face in Marineford. Hearing Sengoku's words, Wu Ji couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Discuss matters face to face in Marineford? If the conversation goes well, then everything is fine, but if it doesn't go well, I probably won't be able to leave Marineford. Fleet Admiral Sengoku, what exactly do you want to say? Wu Ji, uninterested in beating around the bush, got straight to the point. Seemingly unatsustomet tovui strigut forwardness. Sengoku pondered for a moment before speaking. Kid, do you know that you are walking a very dangerous path? Fleet Admiral Sengoku, if you keep rambling like this, then we have no need to talk any further. Wu Ji showed clear resistance to Sengoku's way of speaking. He was still young. Couldn't they just speak plainly? Acting all mysterious just made it super annoying to listen to. Sengoku was choked up and felt uncomfortable, but he couldn't explode. So, he had to say honestly, Wu Ji, the Warlords of the Sea system was established by the world government. I don't care what your motives are, but you need to know your limits. Otherwise, when the world government intervenes, there will be no turning back. Huh? Wu Ji sneered, unceremoniously replying, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, don't you find what you just said to be ridiculous? What is the Warlords of the Sea? It's pirates. And what are you? The highest commander of a navy. You spend all your time not thinking about how to eliminate pirates on the sea, but instead thinking about how to wipe the world government's backside. Is that really what you should be doing? Bastard. Sengoku was instantly furious upon hearing this. He had been the fleet admiral for so many years and had never encountered someone as unreasonable and harsh as Wu Ji. It was worth noting that he said those words for Wu Ji's own good. Otherwise, with the terrifying power of the world government that had ruled the world for 800 years, eliminating a Wu Ji who had not truly grown up would be as easy as pie. Kid, do you know how terrifying the foundation of the world government is? Sengoku still hoped to persuade this stubborn young man one last time. But Wu Ji, who aspired to be the world's #1, was not someone Sengoku could easily persuade with just a few words. I don't care how terrifying the world government's foundation is. If they provoke me, I'll just burn Mariehua to the ground. As Wu Ji's words fell, everyone present looked at him as if he were a madman. Even Sengoku, far away in Marineford, revealed a similar expression. Kid, do you really know what you're saying? Borsellino's eyes flickered, his tone filled with amusement. Isn't what I'm saying clear enough? Wu Ji glanced at the confused Borsellino and scoffed. The so-called world nobles, the celestial dragons, may seem noble in your eyes. But in my eyes, they are just humans who can die. Wu Ji, you are a complete madman. Just as Sengoku was venting his anger, Boa Hancock, who was being held by Wu Ji, suddenly showed a flicker of unusual light in her eyes. She despised the celestial dragons and hated them, but she did not have the courage to kill or provoke them. Yet this young man, Wu Ji, was recklessly using a den mushy to arrogantly express his disdain for the celestial dragons to the Marine Admiral who maintained the interests of the world government. Do you really dare to kill a celestial dragon? Hancock whispered to herself, planting a seed of expectation in her heart. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, several of Hancock's petrified companions regained their freedom. Wu Ji was surprised and looked at Hancock in his grasp. What was this woman doing? Earlier, she had preferred to become a slave rather than lift her petrification ability. So why did she suddenly release it now? Although Wu Ji was puzzled, he could distinguish between right and wrong. Don't ask anything. You all leave first and wait for me on the ship. He turned to the bewildered companions. Although Daius and the others were confused, they sensed the strange atmosphere and turned to leave without a word. As Wu Ji watched his companions move further away, he released his grip on Hancock's white neck. Cough, cough, cough. Hancock fell to the ground and began to cough violently. This action also brightened Borsellino's eyes, and he reported back to the den mushy. Mr. Sengoku, I have already lifted the restrictions on Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. Is my mission complete? Lifted? Sengoku was a bit stunned. Weren't they just about to fight? Did he inadvertently wake Wuji up by scolding him? As Sengoku was thinking this, he soon received Wuji's final ultimatum. Admiral Sengoku, I have defeated Pirate Empress Boa Hancock. My next targets will be Moonlight Moria, Sea Night Jinbei, and Don Quixote da Flamingo. If you think there is anything wrong, feel free to have the world government intervene, or you can send someone from the Marines to protect them. However, I must remind you that the moment the Marines truly take action against me, we will become enemies. After hearing Wuji's words, Sengoku's face turned green. This was a blatant threat. However, just as Sengoku was about to explode, he suddenly heard a rumbling thunder from the Den Mushi. Borsalino, what is happening? Why is there thunderous noise on your end? Sengoku asked urgently. Borsalino did not rush to answer, but looked solemnly toward the distant coast. At that moment, lightning was flashing, and thick blue arcs of lightning shot into the sky. Wuji, if I remember correctly, that seems to be where you dock your ship, right? Borsalino asked in a seemingly casual tone without looking at Wuji. But the more indifferent he was, the more Wuji understood his intention. However, Wuji did not intend to hide it, as revealing Enel early on would be beneficial in intimidating the Marines and even the world government. Yes, that is indeed where I docked my ship. Wuji nodded and said very casually, it seems my remaining crew members are in trouble. However, as a Logia user of the Rumble fruit, he shouldn't be defeated too hastily. Chapter 98. Enel, I'm coming to help you. Remaining crew members? Logia user of the Rumble fruit? Everyone present, including Borsalino, Boa Hancock, and Fireflower, along with Sengoku on the other end of the Den Mushi, were stunned by Wuji's statement. The Rumble fruit is a truly god-level fruit. Compared to the 3 Logia fruits consumed by the current Marine admirals, it possesses super speed second only to the Light fruit, an explosive power comparable to the Magma fruit, and an extensive area of attack rivaling the Ice fruit. In short, this is a devil fruit with almost no weaknesses. It seemed that things were getting more complicated. Borsalino rubbed his forehead and sighed softly. As for Sengoku, he was almost on the verge of a breakdown. A madman like Wuji was already giving him a headache. And now there was a Rumble fruit user. Is Wuji his nemesis? Wuji did not know whether he was a nemesis or not. He only knew that he should head back now. Step! Wuji suddenly turned and said nothing as he exposed his back to Borsalino's view. After a few seconds, although nothing happened, Wuji had already received his answer. What a bold little brat. Borsalino watched Wuji's departing figure, and an unusual light flickered in his eyes behind his orange sunglasses. If possible, he really wanted to test Wuji just now. But what the other party said made him a bit hesitant. I really am not suited to handle such emergencies, Borsalino murmured before raising the Den Mushi to report. Mr. Sengoku, Wuji has left. If all goes well, he should be heading back to the ship. Should I chase after him to see? Chase. Try to gather as much information as possible about the Rumble fruit user, and also collect information about that steel giant ship. Sengoku quickly replied. If necessary, can I take action? After hearing Borsalino's words, Sengoku paused slightly before saying in a deep voice, if it's for the benefit of the Marines, you can. Click. As Sengoku hung up the Den Mushi, Borsalino let out a sigh of relief. Indeed, it was most appropriate to leave such risky matters to others to decide. Whoosh! Seeing Borsalino transform into golden light and leave, Hancock and Fireflower exchanged glances, unsure of what to do. Ultimately, it was Fireflower, with her rich life experience, who broke the eerie silence between the two. Hancock, let's go take a look. At this time, those who can come to Snake Princess Island should not be unrelated to us. Hancock nodded slightly. For some reason, after hearing Wuji's astonishing words, she felt an inexplicable expectation for all of Wuji's actions. On the coast of Snake Princess Island, Dias and the others had not yet boarded the ship when they saw the thick blue lightning arcs wreaking havoc on the deck of the Golden Phronesis. Who is that white-haired old man, that he can fight Enel to such a standstill? Dias wondered. After all, after more than half a year of personal guidance from Wuji, Enel not only successfully compensated for his shortcomings in armament Haki, but also elevated his overall strength to a new level. Meanwhile, he, along with Ace and Zoro, although they had also made up for their respective Haki shortcomings during this time, when it came to one-on-one combat, apart from Wuji, who could suppress Enel, the three of them were still unable to match Enel. "Brother, do we need to board the ship to help?" Ace tightly gripped the dragon's cry spear in his hand, feeling his blood boiling. "You should calm down. Enel has a bad attitude toward us, except for the captain," Daius said, glancing at the silver spear in Ace's hand, feeling an indescribable envy in his heart. Unfortunately, as Wuji would say, he simply had no talent for practicing both fist and spear. Looking at Ace, he has already comprehended 3 points of the true meaning just from the daily training of Wujin. This is precisely the fundamental reason why Wujin imparted his entire set of martial arts, gun techniques, and even the dragon chant gun to him. That white-haired old man is definitely a top-tier powerhouse, at the level of a great swordsman. Zoro couldn't help but tremble slightly with excitement. A great swordsman? Daius and Ace exchanged glances and saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. They might be able to fight against such a powerful being, but would be nearly impossible to take him down. Moreover, what puzzled them the most was how such a strong person could appear in the Combelt and coincidentally clash with Eneru. "Brother, do you think this person might also be here to rescue that pirate empress like that navy?" Ace suddenly said. Daius frowned slightly, pondered for a moment, and then nodded, saying, "Ace, you could be right." With Daius's affirmation, Ace's eyes lit up, excitedly saying, "Since the other party might be an enemy of Big Brother, we can't let him be too arrogant. How about we go together?" "Sure." Zoro responded first, drawing his Wado, Ikamanji, and Shishin sword, and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared from the spot. "Damn green algae head, wait for me." Seeing Zoro take the lead, Ace didn't wait for Daius to respond, swinging his long spear angrily and leaping after him. "You guys!" Daius first shook his head with a bitter smile. Then his expression suddenly turned serious. "It's not just Ace and Zoro who desire battle and strength. He, Daius, feels the same way." Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. After several instances of teleportation, Daius left Ace and Zoro behind and appeared directly on the deck of the Golden Proverb. "Eneru, I'm here to assist you." As Daius's voice echoed in the air, he had already charged at the enemy from behind with his sword drawn. This strange movement. The white-haired old man, Rayleigh, who had just arrived at Amazon Lily, sensed the sudden threat behind him through his kin Bunchika Haki, and his expression changed drastically. However, despite his shock, years of battle experience wouldn't let him lose his composure. Ding! He quickly swung his sword backward to block Daius's slash. Then, a fierce spinning kick followed immediately. What a fast reaction. What a fierce move. Daius narrowly dodged thanks to his teleportation ability, his eyes filled with wariness towards Rayleigh. "Daius, you bastard. Who told you to intervene? I don't need your help." Eneru, having regained his senses, was instantly furious. It was bad enough that Wujin didn't take him to the island, and now he had finally found a strong opponent, only to have Daius come and mess things up. "Eneru, you don't need to." Daius wanted to explain something, but the sudden roar of 2 voices completely drowned out his words. "Eneru, I'm here to assist you." Chapter 99. The Return of God's Avoidance. Eneru's defeat. Damn. Not only Daius, but now Ace and Zoro have come to join the fun. Does he think Eneru is without temper? "You bunch of bastards." Eneru roared, his body suddenly bursting forth with infinite lightning. "Not good." Daius saw this, and his expression changed dramatically, exclaiming, "Eneru is about to go berserk. You guys hurry and stop." Hearing the word berserk, the fiery emotions in Ace and Zoro disappeared without a trace. This berserk state is not the same as the previous one, but rather an extreme form developed by Eneru, modeled after Wujin's explosive state, based on the 200 million volts of the Thunder God. Facing Eneru in this form, even if the 3 of them teamed up earlier, they had suffered greatly. Whoosh! Just as Ace and Zoro were about to dodge, Eneru, surrounded by swirling blue lightning and looking like a corpse, had already appeared behind the 2. Bang bang! In the blink of an eye, Ace and Zoro didn't even have time to react before they were viciously kicked by Eneru on their swords and guns. What an unreasonable speed! Ace landed, tightening his grip on the long spear, his face filled with unwillingness. Not only is his speed incredible, but his strength is terrifying too. Zoro shook his slightly sore arm. Although he was also quite displeased, he would only turn this frustration into even greater motivation for his next training session. After dealing with the annoying interlopers, Inaru's gaze suddenly locked onto Rayleigh. "Old man, you better not die before I'm done having fun." Hearing such arrogant words, and recalling that the person in front of him had directly started a fight just because he asked a question, a surge of anger rose sharply within Rayleigh. Impolite Jr. Rayleigh's eyes turned cold, a chilling crimson flashing suddenly within. This aura, Inaru's eyelids twitched, feeling an inexplicable chill sweep over his entire body. "You've exposed a flaw, Junior." Seeing Inaru's movement pause slightly, Rayleigh no longer hesitated and directly perfectly replicated the famous technique of Pirate King Joel D. Roger. God's avoidance. In an instant, the crimson sword energy wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, carrying a rich aura of destruction, whistled through the air. Damn, what kind of power is this? Inaru's face changed wildly, instinctively wanting to escape like lightning. But in the next moment, he was horrified to find that his movements were delayed under that strange and powerful aura. Damn it, with no way to evade, Inaru had no choice but to push the strength of his Busashoka Haki to the limit. Crack! When that crimson sword energy truly struck him, Inaru's body was sent flying uncontrollably. At the same time, numerous distant images continuously flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. Inaru. Seeing such a powerful Inaru being defeated in one move, Daius, Ace, and Zoro all stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Not good. When Daius sensed that Inaru was falling toward the sea, he instinctively prepared to teleport to catch him. But in the next second, a dazzling red fire line shot ahead of him and sent Inaru back to the golden proverb. Brother. Seeing the newcomer, Daius exclaimed with joy. Wujin nodded slightly, then laid the unconscious Inaru flat on the deck, instructing Daius, go bring Chopper aboard and let him treat Inaru as soon as possible. Got it. As Daius left, Wujin turned his attention to the instigator who had heavily injured Inaru. Rayleigh, the Dark King, you severely injured my partner on our first meeting. Shouldn't you give me an explanation? Wujin's gaze was calm, his tone serene. You know me? Rayleigh raised an eyebrow, looking at Wujin in surprise. He knew Wujin because of information from Shaki. But why could Wujin reveal his true identity upon their first meeting? It should be noted that he had been hiding for many years, not concerning himself with the world. People leave traces behind. You don't need to be surprised. Observing Rayleigh's changing expressions, Wujin reiterated the previous question. Now, can you give me an explanation? Explanation? Rayleigh's eyes sharpened, coldly saying, I just came aboard to ask a question, but your partner attacked me without understanding the situation. If anyone needs to explain, it should be me asking you for an explanation. As his words fell, an invisible pressure gradually spread between the two. Each of them was as strong as a monster. On the shore, Borsellino looked up at the gradually cracking sky, and he fell into a state of silence. If possible, he really wanted to keep watching like this. However, his powerful life force was like a lighthouse in the dark, simply impossible to ignore. It's Kizaru. The appearance of the Marine Admiral suddenly made Rayleigh realize the complexity of the situation. Thus, he gave up on continuing to clash with Conqueror's Haki and asked, Kid, is the pirate Empress Boa Hancock alive or dead? Not dead, Wujik replied calmly. Not dead? Upon hearing this, Rayleigh let out a quiet sigh of relief. Then he said again, Kid, with a strong enemy like Kizaru lurking nearby, I imagine you don't want to fight me to the death and then let the Marines reap the benefits, right? Upon hearing this, Wujik's fist clenched tightly. If only Enel hadn't fainted, that would be great. Just as Wujik was thinking this, the originally white-eyed Enel seemed to hear his thoughts, and his pupils gradually regained focus. You're awake? Don't move, Enel, don't move. You're too injured, you need treatment. Chopper anxiously gathered around Enel, constantly shouting urgently. But Enel, disregarding everything, struggled to get up and fixed his gaze on Wujik's back, shouting, I heard you. You need me. Tell me what to do. Ha. Hearing Enel's voice, Wujik was momentarily stunned, then burst into loud laughter. Enel, help me raise the ship to a sufficient height. As you wish. In an instant, Enel's figure flashed and directly appeared in the metallic pattern matrix at the stern of the ship, continuously and frantically supplying energy. Chapter 100. Enel's ambition, what does he want to do? Seeing Enel recklessly releasing electricity despite his injuries, Rayleigh, Kizuru, and even Boa Hancock and the Flameflower, who had just arrived at the shore, all showed expressions of confusion. But soon, the confusion in their eyes turned into shock. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As a huge buzzing sound resonated from the sea surface surrounding the golden phronesis, the calm sea instantly erupted. Splash! Accompanied by the continuous pouring of water. The massive steel construct, with its advanced structure and technology, slowly began to rise. This, Kizuru's eyes widened beneath his orange sunglasses. So shocking. Even as a Marine Admiral, he felt incredibly astonished by the scene before him. After all, he wasn't some small fry who had never seen the world. Recalling the past, even the legendary pirate Flying Pirate Shiki, who was as famous as Pirate King Joel D. Roger, had never left him feeling this shocked. To think that using violent lightning as energy could lead to this, if I could develop a storage mode based on this. With this thought, Kizaru no longer hesitated and took out the earlier transponder snail, dialing it directly without a word. Kizaru, what's wrong? Sengoku's voice came from the transponder snail. Mr. Sengoku. Seeing the steel giant ship continuously rising, Kizaru succinctly expressed all he had seen, heard, and inferred in the most concise words. What? That metal giant ship powered by energy not only can fly, it also has replicability? Sengoku's voice nearly shattered the office windows. It's no wonder he was so excited. If this technology with significant strategic implications could be popularized on Marine warships, he could hardly imagine how terrifying the Marines' ability to strike against pirates would become. Kizaru, give a transponder snail to Wujik. I want to talk to him again. Sengoku urged impatiently. Wait. Then, Kizaru put the transponder snail back in his pocket, and a ball of brilliant light suddenly gathered between his palms. A Shaku mirror. As his words fell, a light track connecting to the golden phronesis suddenly appeared. Whoosh! Just as Kizaru was about to board the ship, what awaited him was not flowers and applause, but a large foot wrapped in red light. Bang! Kicked off the ship, a black line instantly crawled across Kizaru's forehead. Really so rude. Just as Kizaru sighed and prepared to report to Sengoku, the mastermind behind his kick had already turned his attention to Rayleigh. Are you really not planning to jump ship and run away? Wujik looked at Rayleigh with a seemingly smiling expression. His tone was calm, but filled with different meanings. Run away? Rayleigh grinned and said, Kid, when I was roaming the seas, you were still sucking your mother's milk. If you wanted to jump ship and run, you better have that capability. Interesting. Wujik also laughed. But as he laughed, his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Come on. Seeing Wujik throwing a punch, Rayleigh's gaze sharpened, and he raised his sword to unleash several flying slashes. Bastard, do you dare to underestimate me? Faced with this probing attack that didn't even have Haki wrapped around it, Wujik didn't even bother dodging, directly taking all with his body. Bang, bang, bang. As the sword energy exploded, Wujik's figure stood firm in front of Rayleigh. Old man, give it your all. Wujik shouted loudly, his crimson iron fist roaring through the air, creating waves of air howling. Not good. Feeling the immense power contained in that punch, Rayleigh's expression changed instantly. When strong opponents clash, aren't they supposed to test each other first? Why is this Wujik going all out right from the start? He didn't have time to think further and had to wrap his long sword with a thick layer of armament Haki, hurriedly blocking it in front of him. Bang! When Wujik's heavy punch came down, the pitch-black longsword in Rayleigh's hand began to bend at a visible speed. Damn, how is this kid's strength even more terrifying than that of the giants? Rayleigh's mind trembled, and when he sensed that the long sword in his hand was about to reach its bending limit, he didn't dare to hold on any longer and suddenly retreated to relieve the force. Now you want to retreat? Too late. Wujik, not letting up, launched another attack toward Rayleigh using the chasing technique he was best at, an 8 Extremes fist. This is Ace. Seeing Wujik's movements, his eyes suddenly burst into brilliant light. 8 Extremes killing move. King of Hell's 3-point hand. His words were still lingering in the air, but Rayleigh had already sensed a heavy sense of danger. Such a fierce and murderous physical technique was truly terrifying. Rayleigh's eyes flickered, and he didn't dare to give Wujik a chance to close in completely. Instant slash. This strike was indeed, as its name suggested, fast and sharp. Moreover, it targeted Wujik's weakest defensive area, his eyes. Wujik had no choice but to stop his attack and raise his arm to block. Ding! As the crisp sound fell, Rayleigh had already retreated to a safe distance. Truly worthy of being an experienced veteran powerhouse. Wujik sighed, his gaze becoming incredibly fiery. Without a doubt, Rayleigh was definitely the opportunity he had been waiting for. But now, while he had the opponent he wanted, the venue was not suitable. Not to mention the flesh and blood that wouldn't have armament Haki. Even the golden furnaces, made of special alloy, would definitely not survive under their full-force battle. Therefore, the primary task at hand was undoubtedly to avoid Kizaru and find a deserted island where he could unleash his full power, then have a good fight. Thus, Wujik shouted without looking back, "Enel, leave here and find a deserted island quickly." Upon hearing this, Enel, enduring the intense pain in his chest, silently extended his observation Haki to its fullest. He was unwilling to face such a devastating defeat in his first battle after arriving in Qinghai. Therefore, he must understand that power, learn it, and master it. Damn, old man, if you survive this battle, one day I, the god, will personally trample you underfoot. Enel secretly vowed, as the proud god. Losing to the non-human Wujia was still within his acceptance. But losing to this old man named Rayleigh, he would never admit it. It must be that power, the power that even Wujia had not revealed. If I can master it. At this thought, Enel seemed to faintly smell the scent of freedom in the air. Chapter 101. Rayleigh's Purpose. Boom. When the golden pledge hovered above a deserted island in the calm zone, Wujia and Rayleigh exchanged glances before jumping off the ship's deck one after another. Rayleigh, you came here for Boa Hancock. Now that you know she's safe, why aren't you running away? Before the fight began, Wujia finally asked the question that had been bothering him for a long time. As for what Rayleigh had said earlier, others might take it seriously, but Wujia always felt there was a deeper meaning behind it. What a sensitive little guy. Rayleigh sighed to himself. He had indeed come to Amazon Lily to help Boa Hancock, but his intention to understand Wujia was also genuine. Perhaps even Wujia himself was unaware that everything he had done since setting sail had made his every move capable of affecting countless hearts. Being able to make Shanks suffer an unprecedented defeat in recent years, as a senior, how could I do nothing now that I've encountered the instigator? So that's how it is. After hearing Rayleigh's words, Wujia suddenly realized, is this what they call protecting one's own? Wait, at this point, Wujia suddenly thought of something very interesting. Red-haired Shanks was just a former member of the Roger Pirates, but Ace was the only bloodline of the Captain Joel D. Roger. If Rayleigh knew that Shanks, this former crew member, had once tried to eliminate the captain's only bloodline. Interesting. This is really too interesting. Wujia's eyes lit up, but he didn't intend to directly tell Rayleigh about this interesting tidbit. Instead, he planned to mention it after the battle ended. Want to stand up for your junior from back then? Then let me see where you get your confidence from. Wujia no longer suppressed his fighting spirit and lunged at Rayleigh like a hungry wolf. Still not planning to use your devil fruit abilities? Rayleigh's eyes flashed. Since Wujia was determined to attack up close, he would not let him have his way. Instant slash sword storm. In an instant, dozens of sharp sword chi, entwined with rich armed color Haki, whistled through the air, striking at Wujia's vital points. Bastard. Seeing that Rayleigh was determined to drag this out, Wujia swung his arm to dispel the sword chi while stomping hard on the ground, shouting, "Blazing fire ring!" Instantly, circles of terrifyingly high temperature, several meters high, scorching fire rings spread wildly from Wujia's feet. This kind of temperature, Rayleigh's face darkened. He never expected that the fire fruit, which focused on burning, would contain such terrifying high temperatures. Was this really normal? Rayleigh had no time to think about it, as the high-temperature fire rings were already approaching him. Instant slash storm cutter. A super-fast upward slash instantly tore the ground and the high-temperature fire rings apart, creating a huge gap. But in the next second, a red figure suddenly shot out from the exploding flames. Rayleigh, if you have the guts, try dodging again, using the cover of the fire ring. Wujia finally reached Rayleigh's side, raising his hand to unleash a fierce attack. The Tiger Hard Climb, wrapped in flowing flame Haki, aimed straight at Rayleigh's head. What a ruthless move. Rayleigh's expression changed suddenly. At this moment, with no way to retreat, he could only raise his sword to block. And this was just what Wujia wanted. In an instant, he transformed his palm into a claw, pressing down hard while directly gripping Rayleigh's weapon tightly in his hand. Not good. Having seen Wujia's every move, Rayleigh understood the opponent's intention. As long as he lost his sword, it meant he could only rely on physical combat. But Wujia's terrifying strength and deadly moves were not something his old bones could withstand for long. However, reality often does not change according to personal will. Not letting go. Seeing Rayleigh gripping the sword hilt tightly with both hands, Wujia also got serious, combining his strength and flowing flame Haki and pushing it to the limit. Creak! Rayleigh felt the mournful cry of the weapon in his hand and looked at Wujia with horror in his eyes. Wujia, what kind of monster are you? Although the sword in his hand was just an ordinary famous blade, under the enhancement of his armed color Haki, it was not impossible to clash with an ultimate blade. But now, he could clearly sense that the sword was about to break. Ding! As the shattered black sword body flew through the air, everyone on the Golden Pledge who witnessed this scene was immersed in that crisp note. It should be noted that just recently, the white-haired old man Rayleigh had wielded this sword and almost defeated Enel, whose combat power was only second to Wujia's in one move. But now, that sword was forcibly broken by Wujia. So cool. So cool, brother. Chopper didn't understand what modesty meant and shouted excitedly. As for the others, although they said nothing, the excitement in their eyes was impossible to hide. Only Enel, in his eyes, not only lacked excitement, but was instead filled with a faint sadness, because that freedom seemed to be slipping away again. On the other side, Wujia, having broken Rayleigh's weapon, was in no hurry to launch an attack. At this moment, he unusually wanted to give Rayleigh a little buffer time, allowing him to prepare mentally before facing his storm-like assault. What race are you? Rayleigh stared blankly at Wujia and asked. Since setting sail, he had encountered countless monsters, but he had never seen anyone like Wujia. Young, not only a natural type fruit user, but also possessing all three types of Haki, and each with considerable mastery. In addition, after a brief exchange, he discovered that the flames Wujia released, the power he displayed. In the red-armed color Haki he wielded all exceeded his understanding. Therefore, Rayleigh was certain that Wujia was not only a monster, but also a special monster with an incredibly strong racial bloodline. Do you think I would answer that question? Wujia looked at Rayleigh with a half-smile and said lightly, instead of wasting your energy on these unrelated questions, you might as well think about how to deal with my upcoming attack. Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly turned crimson, and the void around his body exploded with black and red lightning. Kid, do you really think that without my sword, you could take me down? Finally willing to use your full power? Seeing Rayleigh finally about to unleash the Conqueror's Haki he had been waiting for, Wujia felt joy instead of surprise. And his fighting spirit soared. Rayleigh, this is the way you should act as the Dark King. Come on, let us have a good fight. Chapter 102. Conqueror's Haki Unleashed, finally achieved. As you wish. Rayleigh's voice still lingered in the air as the exploding black-red lightning had already torn through the void. That's right, it's this power. Enel sensed the familiar aura and widened his eyes in shock. As for Doflamingo, Ace, and Zoro, they also widened their eyes, not wanting to miss any detail. Rayleigh, you should have done this long ago. Facing Rayleigh's crimson iron fist wrapped in Conqueror's Haki, Wujia felt a slight tremor in his body. Of course, this was not fear, but excitement. This feeling, the thick aura of death surged towards him. And instead of retreating, Wujia charged forward, fiercely swinging his fist to meet it. Kid, you better not die. Seeing Wujia actually planning to clash head-on with his Conqueror's Haki, Rayleigh's gaze flickered, but the intensity of his attack did not diminish in the slightest. Bang! When the two fists collided in midair, the crimson firelight was like a solitary boat, instantly swallowed by the black-red torrent of rage. The Conqueror's Haki, is that strong? Ace exclaimed in disbelief at this sight. In contrast, Zoro also found this unbelievable. Although they had heard Wujia mention that advanced Conqueror's Haki could be used in an evolved form, witnessing this terrifying advanced technique with their own eyes left them deeply shocked. Conqueror's Haki? Enel, Hearing this unfamiliar yet familiar phrase, hurriedly asked, Ace, what exactly is this Conqueror's Haki? How is it supposed to be wrapped? Upon hearing this, Ace first glanced in surprise at the still heavily injured Enel, then explained, Conqueror's Haki is the most special existence among the 3 types of Haki. Not long after his words fell, Enel's expression suddenly became unpredictable. As for Dofus, who also possessed Conqueror's Haki, he instinctively clenched his fists. Conqueror's Haki wrapping? Dofus murmured softly, but his gaze was fixed on the flickering red light amidst the black-red torrent. He firmly believed that his brother would not stop here. Just a mere Conqueror's Haki wrapping. As long as his brother wanted, he could definitely master it. Holding on to this belief, Dofus stared intently, waiting, until a series of crimson lightning suddenly burst from the void, surging towards that faint red light, like swallows returning home. Rayleigh stared at Wuji in shock. He found it hard to imagine that there could be someone in this world who could learn Conqueror's Haki wrapping through a simple collision of attacks, something that most people would find difficult to achieve in their lifetime. What's wrong? You seem surprised? Wuji's tone was calm, and the momentum that was gradually overwhelming Rayleigh surged explosively. After a moment, as the entire deserted island was cut by dark red and crimson colors, he finally showed a mad expression and said, Do you know that back then, to better understand and connect with Conqueror's Haki wrapping, I took on Shank's divine departure with my body and endured several bullets wrapped in Conqueror's Haki from Beckman? Upon hearing this, Rayleigh's pupils trembled violently. At this moment, he realized that Wuji was not only a monster in human skin, but also a complete madman, actively taking on Shank's divine departure with his body. Any normal person would never do such a crazy thing. Furthermore, if what Wuji said was true, he had never seen any obvious scars on Wuji's body, and this made him even more horrified. Is his physical quality even more terrifying than Kaido's? Does such a non-human existence really exist in this world? Just as Rayleigh was lost in self-doubt, Wuji's momentum had already climbed to its peak. Rayleigh, are you ready to face my counterattack? As Wuji's voice rang out, the once evenly matched island, where the 2 colors clashed, suddenly saw the dark red being violently pushed back by the crimson wave. Not good. Rayleigh's expression changed drastically. In battle, it is all about you being strong while I am weak, and I being weak while you're strong. Therefore, the retreat of one's own momentum is something Rayleigh absolutely did not want to see. Bastard, don't think that I will yield, Rayleigh roared, his dormant blood boiling once again, and the terrifying aura unique to the Dark King was once again revealed to the world. Ha 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 ha. Wonderful. This is the ultimate showdown I have been looking forward to. Wuji laughed maniacally, and as his gaze suddenly met Rayleigh's, he said, Rayleigh, shall we settle this with one blow? Good. The moment the words fell, both figures suddenly retreated, instinctively leaving a suitable distance from each other. Here it comes. The moment to determine the victor is about to arrive. Seeing both sides pull back and enter a state of buildup, Ace suppressed his excitement and lowered his voice. However, just when all the male members on the Golden Proverbs were subconsciously holding their breath, waiting for the result, the very rational Robin noticed a terrifying phenomenon. Too close. When these words rang out on the ship's deck, they instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then, with a serious expression, Robin said, Don't you think the Golden Proverbs is too close to the island? Hearing this, Dofus's eyelids began to uncontrollably twitch. Enel, quickly raise the ship. The others, get ready to withstand the devastating impact. As Dofus's words fell, Enel also realized the seriousness of the situation. Gritting his teeth and frantically channeling lightning power into the array beneath his feet. Buzzing, as the sound of the turbine spinning rapidly broke the silence on the battlefield. Wuji suddenly opened his eyes and shouted, Explosive flame. In an instant, a scorching flame erupted from his right arm, crackling explosively. And this was just the beginning. Immediately afterward, the Crimson Conqueror's Haki and the rich flowing flame armament Haki continuously intertwined with the flames, eventually converging within. Starfall, when the terrifying fist light, as bright as the sun, tore through the void, the silent Rayleigh finally moved. The final end Pluto explosion. Rayleigh also swung out a punch. However, His fist light was completely opposite to Wuji's, resembling an unbreakable deep darkness, mercilessly devouring the world's light like a black hole. Boom! When the two drastically different forces collided at the center of the island, the terrifying energy shock produced by light and darkness made the deserted island beneath their feet emit a near-desperate wail. The island cracked. Chapter 10301 is a born king. Boom! As the intense energy explosion continued to rumble, the entire island could no longer withstand it and was completely torn apart, plummeting into the sea. Splash! The surging sea water and the towering waves caused the sky to change color. Not good. Just as one wave had not settled, another wave arose. And the golden proverbs had not yet escaped the blast wave's reach when a tsunami filled with destructive energy surged in. This scene caused Dofus's expression to change repeatedly. Yet even so, he did not lose the responsibility expected of a navigator ranked second. Brother, I will take good care of both people and the ship until you return. Dofus's gaze sharpened, and after using his teleportation ability to bring back Chopper and the Moo Moo, who had been thrown off by the explosion, he quickly teleported to Enel's side and asked, Enel, can you still hold on? Enel, though pale as paper, still gritted his teeth and said, Don't worry. I'm not dead yet. Upon hearing this, Dofus quietly guarded Enel while locking his gaze on the two figures at the edge of the ship, shouting, Ace, Zoro, we must not let the giant wave hit the golden proverbs. Do you understand what I mean? The three of them exchanged glances in the void. The next moment, Ace and Zoro replied in unison, Understood. Clang, accompanied by the sound of the Wado Ikamanji being drawn. Zoro faced the raging blast wave and glanced sideways at Ace, saying, If you dare to hold me back, I won't let you off afterward. Huh, Ace grinned. That line should be given to you instead. The moment the words fell, the two locked eyes. Then, the sound of blades clashing echoed as the one-sword style unleashed the 36th troublesome phoenix. The sweeping spear technique swept across the army. In an instant, two sharply contrasting, slashing waves howled as they plunged into the towering waves. The next second, as two giant gashes gradually appeared, the once mighty waves, now devoid of power, finally fell helplessly into the sea. Boom! Hearing the sound of the seawater crashing down, Doors let out a long sigh of relief. It should be noted that there were quite a few devil fruit users on the Golden Maxim, especially Enel, who was heavily injured and unable to move. If that towering wave had really crashed down, he could hardly imagine the terrifying consequences that would follow. Thankfully, nothing happened, just as Doors was silently grateful. Ace's voice suddenly pulled his thoughts back to reality. Second brother, although the explosion is dissipating, the island is still sinking. Should we continue to wait, or go down directly to save Big Brother? Of course we should. Just as Doors was about to decisively choose the latter, Enel suddenly interjected. Wijik's life force is still very strong. I advise you not to take the risk. Upon hearing this, Doors and the others recalled Enel's observation Haki, which was far superior to theirs, and felt relieved. After all, as long as Wijik's life was not in serious danger, they wouldn't be foolish enough to add to Chopper's troubles. Speaking of Chopper, when he saw Enel sprawled out on the metal matrix, he wasted no time and pulled out a new medical kit from the cabin. The purpose was obvious. Little Reindeer, sensing Chopper approaching with his observation Haki, Enel, without lifting his head, said, I'm currently discharging electricity. If you don't want to get burned by the current, stay outside the matrix. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Chopper said something that left him dumbfounded. Enel, you underestimate me too much. You can risk your life for everyone. Why would I let your injuries worsen just because I'm afraid of getting burned? After saying this, he resolutely stepped into the matrix. Hiss. Although with every step Chopper took, he let out a painful groan, he did not retreat at all. Your big brother is crazy, and you're going crazy too. You're all lunatics. Enel cursed happily, but secretly, he reduced the current more and more. As time passed, when Chopper finally finished bandaging Enel, the Golden Maxim descended onto the sea, where the explosion had completely subsided. That's terrifying. Looking at the endless sea surface, everyone on the Golden Maxim, except for the sprawled Enel, gasped in astonishment. A single clash easily sank a medium-sized island. Had they not seen it with their own eyes, they would never believe that such ridiculous things existed in this world. By the way, where's Mr. Wujik? At that moment, Chopper, looking somewhat weary, asked in confusion. His words were soon answered by someone. Look to your right. Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Enel in surprise. But despite their astonishment, they didn't want to delve into these details right now. Big brother. Chopper looked at the figure with black hair standing on the wreckage and suddenly felt energized, shouting happily. Hearing his partner's call, Wujik gave up searching for Rayleigh and leaped like a streak of fire onto the deck of the Golden Maxim. Wujik, did that old man die? Enel directly asked this question that everyone was concerned about as soon as Wujik boarded the ship. I don't know. Wujik shook his head and then said, when the island sank, he went down with it. Therefore, I don't know whether he is alive or dead. Upon hearing this, Doors and the others were unconcerned, but only Enel's mouth gradually revealed a sinister smile, although he was reluctant to admit it for a strong person like Rayleigh. As long as there was no body, it was highly likely that he was still alive. Old man, you better not be dead. Enel hoped fervently, but after that, he turned his gaze to Wujik and asked a crucial question. Wujik, do you think I have a chance to awaken Conqueror's Haki? You? Conqueror's Haki? Wujik looked at Enel in surprise and pondered. Although people say that Conqueror's Haki is an innate kingly quality, in my opinion, this statement is not particularly absolute. Oh, hearing a different perspective from Wujik compared to Ace, a glimmer of excitement flashed in Enel's eyes. So what should I do? He hurriedly asked. It's simple. Wujik smiled broadly, stating something shocking. Kingly quality is ultimately kingly quality. The first person to awaken Conqueror's Haki, did they know they were born a king? Since he didn't know. At this point, Wujik raised his gaze to Enel, looking intently. Aren't you Enel, who could learn from that first person and strive to become a true king? Chapter 104. Sengoku. Sakazuki, something is off with you. Strive to become a true king? Those few words seem to possess some magical power, deeply rooting themselves in Enel's mind. Right, although he doesn't currently have kingly quality, he can work hard to become strong enough for others to look up to him. At that time, wouldn't everything fall into place? Wujik, I'll leave the energy supply needed for the ship to you. I need to go back and recuperate. Enel said and hurriedly returned to the cabin. Seeing this, Wujik's forehead was immediately covered in black lines. Recuperate? What a joke. Puffed. Seeing Wujik's expression dark as a pot bottom, Robin couldn't help but laugh. But when the smile faded, she still seriously asked Mr. Wujik, don't you think what you said is a bit contradictory? I heard Ace mention your views on Conqueror's Haki. Hee. Ace scratched his head awkwardly, but it was clear from Wujik's eyes that he too was quite puzzled. Contradictory? Wujik didn't refute, lightly saying, the natural type rumble fruit that Enel ate can be seen as an alternative kingly quality, just like the current 3 admirals of the Navy. As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere on the deck suddenly froze. After Wujik's remark, they were horrified to realize that the current 3 admirals of the Navy had never been heard of awakening Conqueror's Haki. Yet, they represented the highest combat power of the Navy. Sorry, Mr. Wujik, I was narrow-minded, Robin said apologetically. To this, Wujik waved his hand, unconcerned. Now that this is settled, we should continue sailing. Doors. Hearing Wujik call him, Doors took out a log pose without a word. The destination indicated by this log pose was called the Devil's Triangle, Naval Headquarters Marineford. At this moment, Sengoku was undoubtedly filled with regret. If he had known that Wujik possessed such advanced cutting-edge technology, he would have sent Sakazuki out, even if it meant facing punishment from the world government. As for how Sakazuki would cross the Calm Belt and successfully reach Amazon Lily after being dispatched, although Sengoku hadn't thought this through in detail, he was absolutely certain that once the mission was given, Sakazuki would row there as fast as possible. And this was the reputation Sakazuki had in the Navy. You could say that Sakazuki's sense of justice was too extreme, but you could never doubt his strength or his attitude towards missions. Knock, knock, knock. Hearing a knock on the office door, Sengoku suppressed his anxious emotions and said, Come in. Marshal. Sakazuki walked into the office, his expression serious as he greeted Sengoku. Have a seat. Sengoku nodded, gesturing for Sakazuki to sit down before speaking. Sakazuki, I've heard that you get along well with Wujik. Sakazuki frowned at the words. He genuinely didn't expect that Sengoku would summon him specifically because of Wajiyu. Well enough, Sakazuki replied, although he didn't know what Sengoku was really after. It didn't stop him from being vague. That's good. Sengoku smiled and praised him, but then finally revealed his true purpose. Sakazuki, do you know? That kid Wajiyu built a giant steel ship that not only can fly, but also uses energy transformed from a natural type devil fruit. You should know what that means, right? Nanny? Sakazuki stood up abruptly upon hearing this. Can fly? And it uses energy transformed from a natural type devil fruit? If this were true, then he... Thinking of this, Sakazuki's eyes suddenly became fiery as he hurriedly asked, Marshal, is what you said true? Of course it's true. Sengoku nodded seriously, his expression grave. What I said was witnessed by Borsellino himself. It can't be fake. It's actually true. Sakazuki felt even more excited. In a daze, he seemed to see himself piloting the warship soaring through the sky, delivering judgment with rolling magma. Is the technology in hand? Sakazuki asked eagerly. But Sengoku's answer was like a bucket of cold water, dousing the fire in his heart. No. Why? Sengoku was at a loss for words. He couldn't just say that Borsellino had been ruthlessly kicked off Wajiyu's ship before he could board, right? In short, explaining this matter was quite complicated. Sengoku casually found an excuse to brush it off and then said again, I brought you here today to ask if you are confident in getting the technology if you go to find Wajiyu in person. Sakazuki originally wanted to agree immediately, but when he recalled what Wajiyu had said last time, he suddenly changed his tone. I'm not sure. Not sure? Sakazuki's hesitance puzzled Sengoku. If this had come from Borsellino or Kuzan, he wouldn't find it odd. But hearing it from Sakazuki's mouth felt very wrong. Sakazuki, are you hiding something from me? Sengoku asked tentatively. No. Sakazuki answered without hesitation. Such a short and concise answer, if it were in the past. Sengoku would have believed it without question. But this time, he felt something was off. Something's not right. Really not right. Sengoku looked deeply at Sakazuki, but chose not to press further, instead steering the conversation back on track. Not being sure is better than outright denying it. How about this? You should go in person to negotiate with Wajiyu. As long as his exchange conditions aren't too excessive, you can agree. Okay. Sakazuki didn't refuse and said seriously, but where should I find him? Hearing this, Sengoku's eyes sparkled with wisdom as he analyzed. In the first half of the Grand Line, among the 7 warlords of the sea, excluding the unpredictable Hakadracul Mihawk, the only one left is Moonlight Moria in the Devil's Triangle. If nothing unexpected happens, Wajiyu's next target will definitely be him. So, you need to hurry. Otherwise, you'll have to go to the New World to find him. I understand. After saying this, Sakazuki shrugged off his justice cloak and left the marshal's office without hesitation. As he departed, a sigh suddenly echoed in the empty office. Sakazuki, what exactly are you hiding? Chapter 105, Blazing Volcanic Rock Zoro. Your third sword is in this foggy area. After several days of sailing, as they approached the Devil's Triangle, Wajiyu finally revealed another purpose for their trip. To be honest, when he fought Rayleigh earlier, he had considered revealing Ace's true identity after the battle, and he also wanted to inquire about the whereabouts of the sword of the pirate King Joel D. Roger. After all, Roger's sword, Ace, is one of the rare supreme grade swords. Unfortunately, after a clash of Haki, the island sank and Rayleigh disappeared. Brother, can you tell me what kind of sword it is? Zoro stopped training, his eyes lighting up, although he still carried 3 swords at his waist during battles. One of them could only be considered a sharp weapon and was not comparable to the Inma or the Shichibukai sword. Therefore, he was exceptionally eager to obtain another famous sword. That sword is called Autumn Water, Wajiyu said, not hiding anything. It is a black sword like the one wielded by Hakadracul Mihawk, but it is classified as a great grade sword of the 21 works. Great grade black sword Autumn Water, Zoro murmured, his eyes shining even brighter. If possible, he wanted to hold the sword and appreciate it right now. Don't rush, it won't run away from you. Seemingly sensing Zoro's urgency, Wajiyu chuckled. Hee. Zoro awkwardly scratched his green hair. To this, Wajiyu just shook his head with a light laugh, but Ace, who wasn't on good terms with Zoro, couldn't help but tease. What good is having a famous sword? Can't you still beat me? Hearing this, Zoro exploded. Bastard, I can't beat you? Can you beat me? Since the Golden Pledge was completed, the large deck allowed Wujiu to stop restricting friendly exchanges among his companions. As long as they didn't fight near him and didn't excessively damage the ship, he would turn a blind eye. As for how to deal with minor damages to the ship, with Enel as the shipwright and Walpo as a captive, Wujiu naturally didn't need to worry. It's worth mentioning that it was unclear what kind of deal Ace and Zoro had secretly made with Enel. Proud as Enel was, he surprisingly took pleasure in repairing the ship. Here we go again. Dio covered his face, utterly speechless. He really didn't understand what kind of grudge these two had. Ever since Wujiu said they could have friendly exchanges on deck, daily disputes almost always turned into fights. However, this time, before the two could start fighting, as the Golden Pledge delved deeper into the foggy sea, Dio keenly noticed the unusual expression on Wujiu's face. Brother, what's wrong? Dio, though confused, immediately understood why Wujiu appeared this way as he followed his gaze. Looking around, although the fog obscured their vision, the massive, blazing volcanic rock, burning fiercely, stood out like a lighthouse, dazzling and blinding. Dio seemed to realize something and suddenly felt a sense of urgency. Clang! Accompanied by the sound of curved swords being drawn, Ace and Zoro, who were engaged in a war of words, instantly appeared at the weapon storage area. You guys don't need to be so tense. Seeing his companions all taking a defensive stance, Wujiu suddenly said meaningfully, "This one, strictly speaking, is the least likely to become our enemy right now." Not an enemy? Ace and Zoro were a bit confused. In contrast, Dio's face revealed a thoughtful expression. Brother, if they're not here to deal with us, then what is their purpose? Who knows? Although Wujiu had his guesses in mind, he didn't make any assertions. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, block them. When water comes, cover it. Since they have made such a big show, how could I let them leave empty-handed? Though it was said so, for the safety of his companions, Wujiu still turned his head and instructed Dayusi, "Go inform Enelu to lift the ship." Got it. With Dayusi's figure disappearing in an instant, Wujiu cast an uneasy glance at the reckless duo and reminded, "Don't move from the ship without my orders." After saying this, Wujiu no longer hesitated and transformed into a streak of fire, charging directly towards the volcanic rock. Finally, is it here? As the fire illuminated the sky, the tall figure standing behind the volcanic rock raised his hand to rub his slightly stiff neck. It seemed that this was not the first time he had waited for the other party like this. What a rascal! Just as he was thinking this, the fire suddenly landed not far in front of him. "Admiral Sakazuki, we meet again." Wujiu looked at the man before him, his pupils suppressing the purest surge of battle intent. In the near future, magma and fire would inevitably clash. This had nothing to do with justice or stance, only to achieve the title of the strongest. "Kid, I think you should know why I am here waiting for you, right?" Sakazuki stared directly into Wujiu's eyes, his fists slowly clenching together. It was because he sensed that suppressed, pure battle intent. "I know." Wujiu nodded, then shifted his gaze away from Sakazuki. The reason he did this was that he was afraid he might lose control and directly disrupt the plan. After all, the admiral was ranked after the Shichibukai and the 4 emperors in his challenge order. Seeing Wujiu look elsewhere, Sakazuki also slowly relaxed his clenched fists. Then, seemingly inadvertently, he raised his gaze to the sky and spoke, "Kid, tell me, how would you be willing to hand over the ship's flight technology and energy conversion technology to the Navy?" "Oh, and that Walpole everything? You Navy really have a big appetite." Wujiu raised an eyebrow. Although he had mentally prepared himself beforehand, he was still shocked after hearing what Sakazuki said. Technology was one thing, as it was visible, but the fact that the Navy had dug up that prisoner Walpole was indeed beyond his expectations. "What's wrong? You seem surprised?" Noticing Wujiu's change in expression, Sakazuki pointedly said, "Many things as long as the Navy is determined to do, there is nothing they cannot achieve." "Oh, really?" Wujiu smiled, retorting, "You say, if the Navy really got these technologies, would it be applied first for the enjoyment of certain people? Or would it be applied to the Navy first?" Chapter 106, The Cost of Executing Justice Creek. When Sakazuki heard this, his fists unknowingly hardened again, although he was reluctant to admit it. What Wujia said was undoubtedly the harshest reality. The Navy, while the largest force on this sea, had its lifeline, finances firmly controlled by the world government. Therefore, if the Navy truly wanted to innovate their warships, the world government would be a super difficult problem they had to face. Those stupid pigs. Sakazuki couldn't help but curse. Hearing this, Wujia's eyes widened in surprise. Goodness, if those 5 old men heard this, Sakazuki might not only lose his position as admiral, but he could forget about the future position of marshal altogether. You really dare to say that, Mr. Sakazuki? Wujia teased. Realizing he had misspoken, Sakazuki showed no fear and said, "So what? There are only you and me here. Even if you spread it out, who would believe you?" Wujia was speechless. What a bold attitude. If he had known Sakazuki would pull such a stunt, he would have brought an island-specific sound shell with him to let the other party know the dangers of the world. All right, enough of that nonsense. State your conditions. Sakazuki's patience and enthusiasm slowly faded as Wujia mentioned the world government. "I refuse." When these 3 words came out of Wujia's mouth, Sakazuki's breath suddenly halted. You refuse?" He was stunned for a moment before asking why. Wujia narrowed his eyes slightly and countered, "Mr. Sakazuki, would you help your future enemy become stronger?" Future enemy? Wujia's clear stance hit Sakazuki's heart like a heavy hammer. "Kid, do you know what you're saying?" As he spoke, Sakazuki's right arm suddenly erupted with rolling magma, seemingly as a show of force, or perhaps a test. However, Wujia remained unfazed, his tone flat as he said, "Of course I know what I'm saying. To the world government, the strong on the sea are merely divided into 2 types. One is the submissive like the Navy, and the other is the resistant like the pirates. And I, Wujia, will never become that groveling submissive. You." The term groveling struck deep into Sakazuki's heart. He was a soldier, a true iron-blooded soldier, but what Wujia said left him with no retort. In the end, he could only smile bitterly. "Do you think I want to be this so-called submissive?" Before he could finish his sentence, Sakazuki's expression suddenly turned ferocious. "Executing justice comes at a cost. Otherwise, you won't even have the qualification to execute justice. Do you understand? You damn brat." Listening to Sakazuki's frantic roar, Wujia fell silent. After a long time, he slowly spoke, "The world shouldn't be like this. Do you think I'm right, Mr. Sakazuki?" Huff. As Sakazuki took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, he said sternly, "Kid, if you have something to say it directly. I don't like beating around the bush." "As you wish." Wujia no longer beat around the bush and straightforwardly said, "Why don't we cooperate, overthrow the world government together, and then replace it with the Navy? What do you think, Mr. Sakazuki? Overthrow the world government, replace it with the Navy?" When the suppressed thoughts deep in his heart were openly mentioned, Sakazuki's heart began to race uncontrollably. It was too crazy. Wujia's proposal was truly too crazy. But for some reason, as an admiral, he felt a strong heartbeat. However, even though Sakazuki was moved, he did not lose his rationality. "What do you seek?" "Ha!" Wujia grinned and candidly replied, "Of course, I want you to help me draw fire on a certain day in the future." Upon hearing this, a dark line appeared on Sakazuki's forehead. Before he could say anything, Wujia continued, "The world government, as a colossal entity that has oppressed the seas for 800 years, has a depth that is unfathomable. Not to mention anything else. Just the 5 elders and the God Knights. If I provoke them in the future and cause them to come out in full force, do you think I can withstand it?" "You actually know about the 5 elders and the God Knights?" Sakazuki's eyes widened in shock. The former was somewhat understandable, as there were always ways to investigate. However, the latter, even as one of the 3 admirals, he had only heard bits and pieces about from Marshal Sengoku. He only knew that they were a very terrifying group of strong individuals, each possessing top-tier combat power in this sea. "I not only know them, but I also know about a terrifying ability they all share." To prevent Sakazuki from suffering great losses in the future, Wujia continued to drop bombshells. A shared, terrifying ability? Sakazuki was nearly stunned. How is it that this Wujia understands the world government even better than he, one of the 3 admirals of the Navy? However, the urgent matter at hand is to find out what ability he possesses. "Kid, what exactly is your ability?" Wujia did not keep him in suspense. his expression serious as he said, "Immortality. Immortality?" Upon hearing this, Sakazuki's face suddenly turned pale. If it's true immortality, how can one fight? Wait a minute. Seeing Wujia's calm demeanor, Sakazuki immediately understood that this kid must have more to say. Sure enough, before he could ask, Wujia spoke up first. There are ways to break this so-called immortality. What methods? Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki? Sakazuki was a bit dumbfounded. He never expected that breaking that so-called immortality would require the use of Conqueror's Haki. Damn, Sakazuki couldn't help but curse. Among the 3 types of Haki, he was nearly top-notch in observation Haki and armament Haki, but he couldn't use Conqueror's Haki. Not only could he not use it, but the other 2 admirals and many elite vice admirals in the Navy headquarters also could not use it. Could it be? Thinking of this, Sakazuki suddenly felt a chill. Until today, he might have begun to understand why the Navy hero Monkey D. Garp receives preferential treatment from the world government. Not only Garp, but it seems that Fleet Admiral Sengoku is also a user of Conqueror's Haki. Chapter 107. The Devil's Whisper, How Can One Possess Conqueror's Haki? After a long silence, Sakazuki asked a question that surprised even himself. As an admiral of the Navy, he was extremely familiar with Conqueror's Haki. However, Wujia's answer made him realize that there is indeed a difference between a person and a madman. If it were you, you could try killing 2 celestial dragons. Kill 2 celestial dragons? Sakazuki's eyes trembled violently, as if he had heard the most absurd statement in the world. But is this statement really absurd? Just imagine, if one were in ancient times, any general capable of slaying an emperor would be as fierce as a tiger. Similarly, in the pirate world, the world nobles are referred to as gods, commanding countless navies. But one day, the Navy, regarded as lowly creatures by the gods, slays a god themselves. That kind of immense shock would definitely penetrate the soul. And killing the immortal precisely involves the use of Conqueror's Haki in relation to the soul. Everything seems to form a perfect closed loop. You think about it. After leaving this remark, Wujia gave Sakazuki enough space for thought. As for what the other party would do in the end, that would be left to time. Dais, tell Enel to fly the ship directly in. Transforming into a fiery line back to the golden proverb, Wujia did not mention what he and Sakazuki had discussed, but calmly instructed Dais, who had been waiting for a long time. All right, big brother. Dais also wisely did not ask further and suddenly disappeared, directly conveying the order. As for Ace and Zoro, seeing that Wujia had once again entered training mode, they locked their gazes directly on each other. Bastard, what are you looking at? I'm just looking. What do you do about it? The 2 quickly fell into a fight again. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the sounds of weapons clashing behind him, Wujia ignored it and immersed himself in the joy of lifting weights. However, when the golden proverb flew over the area where Sakazuki was, he quietly activated his observation Haki. As for the result, that person was indeed still there, seemingly not having moved at all. This is really exciting, Wujia murmured to himself. Even he did not know what kind of terrifying turmoil would occur in the Navy, the world government, and even the entire sea if Sakazuki truly awakened Conqueror's Haki. After all, in the later stages of the anime, Akainu Sakazuki is the only one alive among the legendary 5 billion. The value of that is evident from just a few battles. During the Marineford War, he caused the highest damage across the battlefield. He fought Aokiji for 10 days and nights for the title of Fleet Admiral and ultimately won. With just one encounter, he could scare off the Blackbeard Marshal Teach, who was already a dual devil fruit user, and he severely injured the tyrant Kuma at Mariewa. Each of these incidents is solid proof of his achievements. Big brother, you seem particularly concerned about that admiral. Does he have something special? Dais appeared outside the metal matrix, noticing Wujia's actions had stalled, and quietly asked. He is certainly special, Wujia said as his paused actions resumed, because he is likely to be our strongest ally in the future. An ally? Dais was taken aback and then stopped asking further. Thus, after a brief flight of more than 10 minutes, the golden proverb slowly descended before a giant pirate ship-shaped island. As the ship docked, everyone on board appeared on the deck one after another. Wujia, is this opponent strong? The already recovered Enel inquired. Well, Wujia pondered for a moment. recalling Moria's series of achievements, and finally shook his head, saying, "Not particularly strong. I would say it's just average." Average? Upon hearing this, Enel immediately lost interest in disembarking. "I'll stay behind." Saying this, he turned his gaze to Dais, Ace, and Zoro. The intention was quite clear. "I'll stay behind too." Dais and Ace spoke in succession. But when it was Zoro's turn, he did not choose to stay. "There's a sword I want here. I'm going to get it." As Zoro's words fell, Wuji turned his gaze to Sanji, Robin, and Chopper, asking, "What about you guys?" "I'll stay behind." Robin was the first to speak. For this eerie island, as a girl, she instinctively felt a strong aversion to it. "Since Robin is staying behind, then I will too," Sanji said, then eagerly began to introduce his newly invented pastries to Robin. As for Chopper, he said not a word and directly dashed back into the cabin. "All right." Wuji face-bombed in silence. In the end, the team of 8 people and 1 beast only had 2 stepping onto the terrifying 3-masted ship. "Zoro, keep up." Running along the decayed and dilapidated path, Wuji directly extended his observation Haki to the fullest in front of him, focusing on precise positioning and quick resolution. However, what confused Wuji was that after he spoke, Zoro did not respond for a long time. Where is he?" Wuji stopped and looked back. But such a large Zoro had now vanished without a trace. No way. He thought of a possibility, and the corner of his mouth twitched uncontrollably. Meanwhile, on the other side, the already lost Zoro also voiced his soul's question. Where's Big Brother?" Just as he was puzzled, perhaps guided by fate, a decayed figure, with a sword at the waist and white bandages wrapped around various parts of its body, slowly appeared in his line of sight. As soon as this figure appeared, Zoro's gaze immediately locked onto the sword at its waist. Because the keen intuition of a swordsman told him that this must be a rare treasure sword. "Could it be that you are the target of my journey?" Zoro sensed something and swiftly drew the 3 long swords at his waist. And just as he made this drawing action, it seemed to trigger some switch in the decayed figure, causing it to also draw its sword in response. Clang! When the long sword was fully drawn from its sheath, the black-purple blade paired with the red serrated pattern made it impossible for Zoro to look away. "What a good sword!" Hearing Zoro's heartfelt praise, the zombie Ryuma let out an incredibly hoarse voice. "You have a good eye. The sword in my hand is one of the great swords of the 21st Master, the Chaos Blade, Autumn Water." "Autumn Water, huh?" "Yoshi." Zoro's eyes lit up, not hiding his desire at all, and he said earnestly, "Let me use that sword. My 3-sword style is missing the final name sword." Chapter 108, Zoro vs. Zombie Ryuma, 3-sword style? Zombie Ryuma glanced at Zoro, his tone full of mockery. "Are you a juggler? Bastard." Zoro's gaze sharpened, and he raised his hand without mercy. 3-sword style, 108 troublesome phoenix. However, Zombie Ryuma faced the 3 incoming fierce slashes without fear. Morning Song, direct stab. The powerful thrust instantly shattered Zoro's 3 slashes into pieces. "Your turn is over. Now it's my turn." As soon as the words fell, Zombie Ryuma gripped the black sword, Autumn Water, with both hands and thrust again. Revolutionary dance. Charge attack. Seeing this, Zoro regretted with such momentum. "I really want to battle you in your prime." As his voice flowed, Zoro did not dodge, but directly wrapped his armed color Haki around his arms, then raised his sword to block horizontally. Clang! The sword tip collided with the blade, producing a crisp sound. But in the next moment, a more piercing sound followed. Crack! As the broken blade flew through the air, Zoro's pupils suddenly constricted sharply. He never expected that the alloy long sword given to him by Wuji would be shattered so easily by Autumn Water. Truly unable to withstand a single blow, Zombie Ryuma mocked, just as he was about to thrust through the young man before him. The second oddly shaped sword suddenly glowing with green light caused Autumn Water's attack to come to an abrupt halt. "A cursed sword?" Zombie Ryuma murmured, abruptly withdrawing his sword. For some reason, when that green light appeared, he, as a zombie, felt a sense of fear rising in his heart. "This sword seems to be able to restrain me in my zombie state." Zombie Ryuma's voice was very low, as if he was afraid Zoro would hear. However, Zoro, who had already awakened his observation Haki, had hearing far beyond that of ordinary people. This sword can also restrain you in your zombie state. Zoro was surprised. He truly did not expect that the 7-star sword would have such an effect. Zombie Ryuma. I spoke so softly. How could he still hear me? Suddenly, as if he thought of something, he quickly relaxed. On this sea, there has never been a shortage of exceptionally talented individuals, both ancient and modern. Boy, are you going to use that strange cursed sword in your hand to defeat me? Zombie Ryuma asked. But in the next second, Zoro's actions were unexpected. Clang! Zoro sheathed the 7-star sword, then took out the Wado Ikemonji from his mouth and said, "To defeat you, this sword in my hand is enough. You have guts." After praising, Zombie Ryuma moved again. Wine barrel dance. Strike again. Instantly, a torrential downpour of purple slashes surged toward Zoro. Seeing this, Zoro made no unnecessary movements, only swinging his sword accurately again and again. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the sound of metal clashing echoed like the accompaniment of a dance song, ringing out continuously in the desolate cemetery. Boy, let us settle this with one decisive strike. Seeing that his slashes could not harm Zoro, Zombie Ryuma directly stopped his attack, intending to determine the victor with the strongest strike. One decisive strike as you wish. Zoro did not refuse, sheathing his sword and softly murmuring, "One sword style, aye aye." At the same time, Zombie Ryuma also murmured, "No song, Sanding." In the next moment, both raised their volume and shot forward. Black sword, lion's song, arrow feather slash. Clang! The two black lights suddenly crossed, and the crisp and sharp sound of collision lasted only an instant. Then, the two stood back to back, neither speaking, until a faint tearing sound emerged, revealing the true victor of this swordsmanship duel. I lost. Zombie Ryuma sheathed his sword, turning to show Zoro the massive gash in his abdomen. It wasn't the real you who lost. Zoro shook his head. He did not particularly agree with such a flawed victory. In response, Zombie Ryuma calmly said, "A loss is a loss. From now on, this sword that once belonged to a legendary warrior, Autumn Water, belongs to you. I believe that making you its master will also be this sword's wish." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly threw the named sword away. Clap, clap, clap. Seeing a good show come to an end, Wujia clapped as he walked out from the shadows in the distance. Big brother. Zoro's face lit up at Wujia's arrival. But what he said next made Wujia's expression suddenly darken. "Big brother, why did you just disappear while walking?" "Shut up." If it weren't for the current situation, Wujia really wanted to give Zoro a good beating. This kid Zoro has many strengths, but his weaknesses are truly hard to look at. It's one thing to be directionally challenged, but he also has this mysterious confidence. I really can't understand where he gets the courage to ask me why I disappeared while he got lost. Absurd. Truly absurd. Wujia suppressed his frustration and turned his gaze to the zombie Ryuma, who was still standing despite the massive gash in his abdomen. "Your mission is over. As a reward, I'll send you on your way." Sizzle. He shot out a strand of high-temperature flame, igniting zombie Ryuma's body. As the corpse gradually burned to ashes, a shadow seemed to break through some kind of limitation and suddenly flew toward the misty sea. "What is that?" Zoro turned his head, puzzled. Regarding Zoro's question, Wujia did not ignore it and said lightly, "A shadow." "A shadow?" Seeing Zoro instinctively look at his own shadow, Wujia couldn't help but laugh. "You guessed it right. It's a person's shadow. Moonlight Moria is the user of the Paramecia type shadow fruit. He can take a person's shadow and has the ability to manipulate and control all shadows." "Nanny?" Zoro's face changed dramatically. He couldn't even imagine how terrible the situation would be if Moria controlled Wujia's shadow. "Zoro, do you think I would give Moria the chance to take my shadow?" It seemed Wujia saw what Zoro was thinking, and a cold sweat broke out on his forehead. "In my eyes, Moonlight Moria is just a waste who is barely surviving in the dark corners after suffering a huge setback. If it weren't for his title as a Shichibukai, I wouldn't even be interested in making a move. But such a waste, Zoro actually thought he could take a shadow." Chapter 109. Moonlight Moria. Realizing it, Zoro awkwardly touched his green moss head. With Wujia's strength, what he thought earlier was indeed a bit unreasonable. In contrast, after a brief silence, Wujia suddenly realized that Zoro's concerns might not be unreasonable. There are countless devil fruits in the pirate world, and their abilities are all bizarre. Those he was familiar with could naturally be prevented in advance, but what about the unfamiliar ones? As the saying goes, a cautious sailor makes a safe voyage. This saying is not unfounded. Zoro, thank you, Wujia suddenly said. Huh? Zoro replied, his embarrassment gradually turning into astonishment. He didn't understand why Wuji suddenly thanked him. Facing Zoro's confused gaze, Wuji smiled and said, You made me realize my mistake. Mistake? Zoro was even more puzzled. However, Wuji's answer gradually revealed a look of realization on his face. The reason I previously looked down on Moria was that I knew his strength was not strong. Moreover, I had some understanding of the paramecia type shadow fruit. But in this vast sea, there are countless devil fruits. I can understand 10, 100, but I cannot understand them all. Therefore, you reminded me that it is very necessary to be cautious when facing unknown powers. Hee hee. Zoro foolishly chuckled and patted his green algae head again. Seeing this, Wuji couldn't help but utter a classic quote from Teacher Kai. Zoro, I hope you remember that only Haki can surpass everything. Haki? Zoro was stunned. Yet Wuji didn't give him much time to think and continued. If you can't figure it out, just remember it firmly in your heart. Now you can go back and challenge it all. Before Zoro could speak, Wuji, who had already made up his mind to speed through the terrifying three-masted ship dungeon, directly snapped his fingers and shot out a line of fire. Follow the firelight. Don't lose it. After instructing Zoro, Wuji suddenly shot towards the depths of the island. In the center of the island's castle, in a huge banquet hall, the people who were enjoying the food suddenly stood up in shock because of the enormous figure sitting in the main seat, causing everyone else to stop eating. Lord Moria, what happened? One of the three weirdos, Perona, a paramecia-type ghost fruit user with a cute princess appearance, asked with concern. I've lost contact with a zombie general. The enormous figure speaking was none other than the true master of the terrifying three-masted ship, Moonlight Moria, who resembled a hellish demon. Lost contact? Could it be that a powerful invader has come to the terrifying three-masted ship? One of the three weirdos, Absalom, who is also a paramecia-type transparent fruit user, immediately